Gu Yuan, where are the spirit stones for this month's offering to the old man? Bring them forth quickly, or you shall meet a fate as wretched as your pitiful sister. The chilling roar echoed in his ears. Gu Yuan opened his eyes and found himself lying on the grass of a small courtyard. Behind him stood a dilapidated hut, his former residence. His body was battered, sprawled in a pitiful state on the ground. With flesh torn and wounds aplenty, there was scarcely a part of him unscathed. Before him stood a burly man named Tung Chong, an outer disciple of the Qingyang sect, bellowing at him. The Qingyang sect was a third-rate power in the realm of cultivation, with formidable golden core experts within. Interesting, have I traversed once more? Gu Yuan mused to himself, squinting to survey his surroundings while swiftly absorbing the memories of his previous life. His current reincarnation was due to his original existence on Earth, which later transitioned into a world of Gu cultivation. Raising and refining Gu became his norm. Blessed with extraordinary talent, he ascended to the rank of Gu Master in less than 3 centuries. Regrettably, he had failed his tribulation, and thus his path shattered into nothingness. Yet he had been reborn, as if the heavens had granted him another chance. A glimmer sparked in Gu Yuan's dark eyes. The world of cultivation. His brow furrowed. It appeared the rules of this realm differed significantly from those of his past life. Seeing Gu Yuan's apparent indifference, Tung Chong's fury surged. "You insolent brat! It seems your skin is itching for a beating today. I shall make you acquainted with the essence of torture." Tung Chong brandished a long whip from his storage bag. Upon witnessing the instrument, Gu Yuan's gaze turned icy. It was this very thing that had inflicted such torment upon him. Tung Chong roared, "What is that look in your eyes?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the whip lashed out. With a cold snort, Gu Yuan sidestepped the attack, then propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust of his legs, charging directly at Tung Chong. Tung Chong was taken aback. Such tenacity for life. Seeking death, Tung Chong laughed maniacally as he attempted to counterattack. Boom! Gu Yuan's palm struck Tung Chong's face with such swiftness it was akin to a lightning bolt. Ah! Tung Chong was sent flying like a ruptured sack, crashing heavily to the ground, howling in agony. It seems the martial arts in this world bear some resemblance to the Gu world of my previous life. Gu Yuan stretched his limbs and strode towards Tung Chong. You. Tung Chong could no longer maintain his composure. Brat, what sorcery have you employed? You. With no further ado, Gu Yuan unleashed another palm strike, sending Tung Chong flying once more. With merely a cultivation level of the second layer of qi refinement and no martial training, Tung Chong was no match for Gu Yuan. Casually, Gu Yuan retrieved a dagger from the crumbling abode. Tung Chong was thoroughly panicked. No, you cannot kill me. I am an outer disciple of the Qingyang sect, while you are merely a menial servant. If you slay me, the sect will hunt you down. Tung Chong cried out in terror. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Just as he was contemplating, a piercing memory surged from the depths of his mind. This man, the sister of his former self, had been deceived by a group of cultivators, brutally humiliated and tortured, ultimately meeting her demise through violation and dismemberment, tossed into a river. The unfortunate former self had never even laid eyes upon his sister's remains. Foolish wretch, even in death, you seek to torment me? Gu Yuan's expression turned frigid as he gazed once more at Tung Chong. An overwhelming urge to inflict severe punishment upon him surged within, a desire to exploit any women in his family first, then to cast them to depraved men for further torment, ultimately leading to their demise. Clearly, the hatred of his former self towards Tung Chong and his ilk, no, it was the hatred for this world itself, had reached a staggering level. The essence of this world is that the strong rule over the weak, such is the case in any realm. Gu Yuan sighed inwardly. He looked down at the bleeding and groaning Tung Chong. Please, you cannot kill me. My sister's death has nothing to do with me. I was merely their pawn. Tung Chong's will to survive surged. Even in play, I have not played with her truly. I was merely a spectator. I slapped. Gu Yuan's hand struck Tung Chong once more, this time shattering all his teeth, blood splattering as his face caved in, his features grotesquely distorted. Tung Chong screamed in agony. Yet the courtyard had long been ensnared in a formation set by Tung Chong himself, initially intended to secretly deal with Gu Yuan. Instead, he found himself trapped in a quagmire, devoid of any means to resist. Torture is not my desire. Gu Yuan suppressed the malevolent thoughts swirling within. It seemed the tragic demise of his former sister had embedded an insidious demon in his heart, one that must be quelled and eradicated, otherwise it would adversely affect his future cultivation. Gu Yuan closed his eyes, retracing the path of Gu refining from his past life. Firstly, I began from a position of utter insignificance, lacking family wealth or background as for any fortunate advantages. In the Gu world of my past life, I possessed none of those. It appears I am not the fortunate traveler of reincarnation. Yet, does it matter if I lack them? Gu Yuan's eyes glimmered with determination and ambition. The current situation is decidedly unfavorable to me. I likely cannot remain in this righteous sect for long. He was now situated within a righteous sect, the Qingyang sect, in his previous life. He was a Gu refiner and a practitioner of demonic cultivation. In this life, starting from scratch, he could only embark on the path of demonic cultivation once more. Gu Yuan's gaze was resolute. The corpse Gu and the heart-eating Gu, these two types of Gu. The corpse Gu possesses reconnaissance and defensive capabilities, enhancing margin for error, while the heart-eating Gu serves as a formidable offensive Gu, capable of killing invisibly. Moreover, the resource consumption for these two Gu is minimal, and the difficulty in refining them is relatively manageable. They are exquisite Gu for a practitioner of demonic cultivation to begin with. Gu Yuan nodded, deciding to proceed with these two Gu. As for the materials, his gaze shifted to the writhing Tung Chong on the ground. What are you planning to do? Tung Chong trembled, suddenly overwhelmed by an immense sense of danger. Gu Yuan chuckled softly, then began to manipulate the dagger in his hand, advancing directly towards Tung Chong. I shall fight you to the death. Tung Chong's fury surged. He understood there was no escape. Despite his confusion over why this usually submissive brat had transformed so drastically, it was as if he had been possessed. Tung Chong expelled a small sword from his mouth. Gu Yuan was already on guard. He sidestepped and swiftly slashed at Tung Chong's throat with the dagger. Tung Chong screamed, but Gu Yuan would not allow him the luxury of an easy death. This was not only due to the desire for revenge harbored by his former self, but also because the refinement of these two Gu required the subject to experience emotional upheaval. Minutes later, Tung Chong lay lifeless. His pupils were dilated, resembling copper bells, indicating the torment he had endured in life. Gu Yuan's expression remained impassive. Murder had become a mundane affair for him. After dragging Tung Chong into the small hut, Gu Yuan commenced his Gu refining process. He needed to act swiftly. Tung Chong undoubtedly had others behind him. If he delayed too long, suspicion would surely arise. Yet while he had the materials for Gu refinement, the process itself was exceedingly time-consuming. The Gu cultivation sects held immense significance. Some Gu could manifest as weaponry, such as swords, while others could embody a person, a beast, or even ordinary insects. In his previous life, Gu Yuan had even employed Gu capable of traversing the rivers of time. The effects were, alas, Gu Yuan felt a tinge of regret. In his previous life, he had only utilized that particular Gu once. However, due to the multitude of formidable enemies at that time, its use had provoked a fierce backlash, resulting in dire consequences. Of course, it is still premature to contemplate the use of such a high-level Gu at this juncture. The realms of Gu cultivation are categorized from the 1st to the 10th turn, with the 10th turn being the pinnacle, often referred to as the sacred, while the 9th turn is known as the honored. I wonder how the levels of Gu insects correspond to the current realm of cultivation in the immortal world. Gu Yuan pondered, his brow furrowed. To ascertain this, he would need to conduct his own experiments. Chapter 2. The mysterious black cauldron and the instant refinement of Gu insects. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed, and the night gradually deepened. It was somewhat arduous. It appeared that without auxiliary means, the time cost of refining Gu was excessively high. This would be manageable for an ordinary individual, but unfortunately, he had embarked on an unprecedented path. The heavens had split open from the very beginning. However, Gu Yuan felt no remorse for his decisions. He was compelled to slay cultivators, harnessing the vital energy within their dantian, and then combining it with the Gu refining formula from his previous life. Only then could he concoct suitable Gu insects that resonated with the laws of this realm, making them usable. Otherwise, even if he succeeded in refining them, they would backfire. A lesson learned from his extensive experience in his former life. Just as Gu Yuan found himself at a loss, he inspected his dantian. This body had yet to step into the first layer of qi refinement. Frowning, Gu Yuan swiftly removed the storage bag from Ting Chang and released all the resources contained within. Qi refinement elixirs, astonishingly. There were dozens of spirit stones as well. Humph. This item could extort quite a number of people under normal circumstances. With a cold snort. Upon seeing this abundance of resources, Gu Yuan immediately chose to absorb them all. After a period of meditation, he opened his eyes. He had now officially stepped into the first layer of qi refinement. This marked his true entry into the foundational ranks of the immortal cultivation world. Previously, he hadn't even qualified as a novice, existing solely as a mortal. In this world, mortals were mere possessions of immortals, enslaved without any rights whatsoever. Indeed, each menial disciple receives a monthly stipend of spiritual stones from the sect, approximately 5 in total. Alas, for an ordinary menial disciple, managing to retain even a single stone from this meager sum is quite commendable. Yet, even this is insufficient. Gu Yuan sighed softly. Within the storage bag of Tung Chang, there resided no formidable cultivation techniques. The sole method was the longevity art, a practice possessed by every qi refinement disciple. Moreover, it necessitated the use of gu refinement. Even if there were other potent techniques, it was unlikely that Gu Yuan would be afforded the luxury of time to cultivate them. Seated cross-legged, Gu Yuan's thoughts began to whirl as he contemplated a solution to his predicament. He resolved that he must depart this evening. However, as Gu Yuan probed his dantian once more, a faint pulse of spiritual energy surged, seemingly responding to his inquiry, flooding into his mind. A resonant hum echoed from the depths of his consciousness. What is this? Gu Yuan's heart raced. At that moment, deep within his mind, a pitch-black cauldron hovered in midair, emanating a foreboding aura. This black cauldron. Wait, isn't this the very artifact I obtained in a relic during the final moments of my past life? In an instant, Gu Yuan rose to his feet. The circumstances back then had been overwhelmingly intense, with numerous formidable foes, and the relic was brimming with treasures. As a 9-transformation sovereign, he had deemed most of the treasures unworthy of his attention, yet this inscrutable black cauldron had captured his focus. After seizing it, a twinge of regret had surfaced, for in the heat of the moment, he had been oblivious to the true purpose of the cauldron. Could it be that this artifact is the very reason for my rebirth? Indeed, it cannot be incorrect. Otherwise, how could the treasures of a previous life possibly coincide with a rebirth? Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with illumination as he projected a fragment of his consciousness, meticulously examining the enigmatic black cauldron. What purpose does it serve? A frown creased Gu Yuan's brow. Just as he pondered this, a peculiar thought surged within him, compelling him to act. Suddenly, he felt an intuition and grasped a nearby chrysanthemum. Then, with a mere flicker of thought, the flower vanished, only to reappear above the black cauldron. Shall the chrysanthemum be refined into a gu? A voice resonated like celestial music within Gu Yuan's mind. So that is it. Haraha. Gu Yuan's heart soared with joy. This mysterious black cauldron is indeed the true artifact of the divine relics. Refinement initiated. Beginning immediate refinement. Tendrils of black smoke began to waft from the mysterious black cauldron as it absorbed the chrysanthemum. Alert. Insufficient energy. Gu Yuan frowned again. Energy? He attempted to infuse it with spiritual essence. Refinement successful. Gu, chrysanthemum spike. Rank. First transition. Function. A formidable offensive gu insect, capable of being wielded as a weapon. Gu Yuan. Just as I suspected. His elation was almost overwhelming. He had successfully refined a gu insect in such a manner. Moreover, it was quite a unique variety. With a focused thought, Gu Yuan retrieved the chrysanthemum spike from the mysterious black cauldron and began to scrutinize it closely. What can be said about this object? Its design was remarkably intricate, still retaining the form of a chrysanthemum, with petals layered upon one another. As Gu Yuan attempted to activate it, the petals suddenly unfurled, revealing slender, needle-like spikes. This is the essence of gu. It may initially appear to be a concealed weapon. However, the majority of gu, if not activated, is exceedingly fragile, shattering at the slightest pressure. Gu Yuan's gaze turned cold as he seized the chrysanthemum spike and promptly refined it. He activated the chrysanthemum spike, and in an instant, the space rippled. The previously delicate chrysanthemum began to radiate vibrant colors, and then the spines lunged forward with ferocity. With a resounding crack, the wooden cabin's wall was pierced. Such formidable power would suffice for an assassin of the highest order. A smirk crept onto Gu Yuan's lips. If it were so straightforward to concoct Gu, then. In the next moment, upon assessing his reserves of spirit stones, his smile faded. 50 spirit stones had vanished in an instant, having just acclimated to the cultivation system of this world. Gu Yuan had barely taken notice before realizing that nearly all the spirit stones he had just acquired were expended. The refinement of the chrysanthemum spike alone consumed over 50 stones, and each attack would require at least one more. Such a drain on resources? Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. He glanced at the corpse of Ting Chong on the ground. Then, using a dagger, extracted the heart and tossed it into the black cauldron. Would you like to refine heart? High resentment value? Refinement. Commencing immediate refinement. Refinement successful. Gu. Heart devouring Gu. Realm. First turn. Effect. A powerful offensive Gu that can kill invisibly. It was refined successfully. Gu Yuan frowned. Why was there no prompt indicating insufficient resources this time? Could it be that this resource did not refer to spirit stones? Indeed. The materials for the heart-eating Gu are remarkably simple, yet the recipe remains exceedingly difficult to obtain. The challenge lies in ensuring that it does not conflict with the current cultivation system of the world. Gu Yuan pondered deeply and then cast the lifeless body of Ting Chong into the enigmatic black cauldron. Employing the same technique once more, he swiftly refined it. Gu. Corpse Gu. Realm. First turn. Function. Akin to a puppet. Wait a moment. As Gu Yuan surveyed the information regarding the mysterious black cauldron, a conjecture surged within him. Could the process of refining Gu be related to his own understanding and memories? Indeed, the combinations of Gu are astonishingly diverse. Take the heart. For instance, the refinement does not necessarily yield the heart-eating Gu, as random combinations may result in entirely different outcomes. But how does the mysterious black cauldron discern the refinement of heart-eating Gu? Gu Yuan's gaze turned icy. It must be connected to himself, in other words. If he possesses knowledge of a particular Gu formula and combines it accordingly, the mysterious black cauldron will produce the corresponding Gu for him. If this is indeed the case, then this black cauldron is undoubtedly a divine artifact capable of significantly compressing the time required for Gu refinement, even in his previous life as a ninth-turn expert. Its efficacy remained formidable. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Gu Yuan decided to test the potency of the corpse Gu with a resounding thud. The entire wooden cabin collapsed under its influence. Excellent. As the cabin crumbled, the dense night enveloped him like a tide. Gu Yuan cast a final glance at the small courtyard before shifting his gaze to the now transformed Ting Chong. It was time to leave. One person and one Gu departed the premises. This dilapidated place could not confine him, a master of the ninth turn. Just as Gu Yuan was about to step through the door, he sensed a peculiar aura. This is the power of the corpse poison behind me, a shared perception with the host. Someone is lurking outside. Gu Yuan gazes calmly at the door, his heart already anticipating what is to come. Chapter 3. Wanted by Qingyang sect. Villains and monsters. Ting Chong has met his demise, yet as a mere outer disciple. Lacking any influential connections, the sect would not provide him with items akin to a soul lamp. It appears that the master of the dog has come seeking his pet. Boss, what do you think has happened to Ting Chong? Why is there still no news? Outside the courtyard, two figures, one tall and one short, stand upon the stone steps. Humph, that useless Ting Chong, unable to manage such a trivial task, and the entire sect cannot locate him. Now, he can only be found in the home of this failure. Wang Shanhai scoffs, his face etched with disdain. It seems Ting Chong must have stumbled upon some treasure, otherwise he would not have taken this long. Huh, splendid. It appears he has grown as obstinate as Gu Yuan, that useless wretch. Wang Shanhai's fury boils over. His countenance contorted in rage. He forcefully pushes open the door. A formation? Heh. Wang Shanhai senses something, suddenly letting out a cold chuckle. Tung Chong, tung. Beside him, Huang Ergu curses angrily, only to see a figure standing behind the courtyard door. Tung Chong. At that moment, Tung Chong's form is shrouded in darkness, obscuring his expression from the two. Wang Shanhai, enraged, demands, Tung Chong, what on earth are you doing? Do you wish to die? You've kept us waiting so long that you've already displeased Brother Hai. Why not hasten to bow and admit your fault? Huang Ergu berates him. The two individuals were still cursing at Ting Chong, only to realize that he was completely indifferent to their words. Seeking death, Wang Shanhai, filled with rage, laughed maniacally. His face twisted with fury as he struck. I see you're tired of living. Bang. The corpse insect, Tung Chong, made the first move, seizing both of their collars and violently dragging them into the courtyard. The two were caught off guard, their eyes widening in shock as they beheld a frail youth gazing at them with a cold expression. Suddenly, without uttering a word. A faint red dot lunged towards Wang Shanhai's chest, followed closely by a sharp spike aimed at the bewildered Huang Ergu. You. Huang Ergu met his demise first, the spike piercing through his forehead and emerging from the back of his skull. Wang Shanhai, struck by the heart-devouring insect, paused for 2 seconds. Just as he was about to retaliate, he felt a sudden stiffness in his chest, followed by an excruciating pain that pierced through to his core. Wang Shanhai let out a wretched scream and collapsed to the ground, lifeless in an instant. One was at the 2nd level of qi refinement, the other at the 3rd, yet within mere seconds, both had perished. Gu Yuan, on the other hand, was only at the 1st level of qi refinement, having just stepped into it, utterly inexperienced. Yet, relying on the power of the insect, he had almost instantaneously slain 2 cultivators of higher realms. Such was the unfathomable darkness of the insect path. Gu Yuan swiftly cleared the battlefield, thoroughly looting the storage bags of the deceased. With a swift motion, flames erupted as he incinerated the bodies, and then he retreated with the corpse insect, Tung Chang. As for why he did not transform the 2 into corpse insects, high-quality corpse poison requires the victim to endure some, inhuman torment or immense resentment before it can manifest. The swift demise of both individuals, coupled with the pressing time constraints, complicates matters. Given the multitude of targets, it is far too ambitious. For the current phase of Gu Yuan, 1 corpse poison will suffice. Expedite the process. Gu Yuan's figure darted through the forest, navigating towards the depths of the mountains, intending to circumvent and escape the Qing insect. Wang Shanhai and Huang Ergu are already deceased. Wang Shanhai possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi refinement and appeared notably youthful. According to Gu Yuan's recollections, it is highly probable that he had some form of backing, and the presence of soul lamps or similar artifacts is not entirely out of the question. Indeed, at the very moment of Wang Shanhai's death, a terrifying aura erupted within the opulent courtyard of the outer sect of Qingyang sect. Shanhai, my beloved hire, a beautiful, mature woman, was overwhelmed with grief. Just moments ago, the extinguishing of Wang Shanhai's soul lamp signified a dire truth that needed no further elucidation. Damn it! Who has slain my son? Wang Chui clenched her fists, her cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refinement radiating throughout the courtyard. This level of prowess marked her as a formidable presence within the outer sect of Qingyang. Chase them down. Capture the murderer. I shall rend their body into 1,000 pieces. Wang Chui's eyes blazed with fury as she spoke through gritted teeth. Madam, a trembling maid knelt on the ground, quaking with fear. Just now, I sensed the young master's final breath dissipate in the northern area of the outer sect. The north? Wang Chui paused, momentarily taken aback. The northern region was inhabited by the servant disciples. Damn it, regardless of who it is. Who dares? Kill my son, and they shall all perish. Not only him, but his family, relatives, and friends shall accompany him to the grave. The atmosphere was thick with dread as the maidens dared not utter a sound. Suddenly, a few guards exploded into a gruesome spectacle, their remains splattered across the ground. Countless maidens turned ashen with fear. What a bunch of worthless fools. My son is dead, and you insignificant beings have no right to live. Wang Chui's face was a mask of cold fury. Yet, amidst her thirst for vengeance, she knew this matter must be reported to the sect. Recently, there have been whispers of powerful demonic cultivators infiltrating the righteous forces. This incident was likely the work of those fiends. 3 days later, Gu Yuan successfully escaped from Qingyang sect. However, the pursuit was far from over. Within those 3 days, he boldly ventured into the urban area of Qingyang sect, for the most perilous places often offer the greatest safety. This, of course, was mere rhetoric. In truth, Gu Yuan had meticulously orchestrated his escape, fabricating traces to mislead the pursuers deep into the mountains. This stratagem proved effective, as they fell for the ruse. Killing an outer sect qi refining 3rd layer individual, whether intentional or not, would not sufficiently alarm the higher-ups of Qingyang sect. Thus, only a fraction of them were dispatched to hunt down Gu Yuan. First, I must convey the frantic signal of my desperate flight. I cannot let them perceive my strength. This way, they would not send truly formidable hunters after him. He hoped that Wang Shanhai's death would not cast too large a shadow. Gu Yuan's expression remained tranquil as he stepped out of Qingyang's sect. Now entering the realm of mortal cities. Look, a new wanted poster. Oh, how youthful, perhaps just having reached adulthood, yet already implicated in such grave offenses. As I passed by a shop, countless mortals surged forth, their gazes fixed upon a newly displayed wanted poster. Gu Yuan had long concealed his visage beneath the shroud of a deceased's garment and donned a straw hat. His brow furrowed slightly before he approached for a closer look, his eyes suddenly narrowing in disbelief. Could it be that the image portrayed was none other than himself? A twitch at the corner of Gu Yuan's mouth revealed the gravity of the situation. It seemed the repercussions were far-reaching. What could have been a smooth escape was now complicated by the formidable background of Wang Shanhai, which appeared to be even more expansive than he had anticipated. Furthermore, the powerful figures of Qingyang's sect had already surmised that Gu Yuan had evaded their territory. He was now regarded as a bona fide top-tier assassin, with the bounty on his head escalating to the staggering sum of 1,000 taels of gold. And this was merely the price for information. Am I truly worth such a fortune? Gu Yuan's eyes narrowed in contemplation. Oh, mother, 1,000 taels of gold. If we capture this brother, might we no longer have to subsist on meager steamed buns? A frail little girl gazed at the wanted poster, her murky eyes suddenly alight with hope. Yes, but he is not someone we can afford to confront. My daughter, we must leave. The elderly woman shook her head. Besides this unfortunate mother and daughter duo, other mortals were also fixated on Gu Yuan, perceiving him as a lucrative target, a monstrous economic opportunity. All they needed to do was report to the exalted immortals above and eliminate this vile beast. In the illustration, Gu Yuan was marked with the title of a wicked creature, a term mortals used to refer to those immortals who committed heinous acts. The villainous beasts. Haha. Gu Yuan let out a cold laugh. He could not linger any longer. This city was not a place for him to remain. And he had to continue his escape. Help, please save my mother. Just as Gu Yuan passed a fork in the road, he spotted a filthy, pitiful girl kneeling on the ground. Before her lay an elderly woman, her body marred with wounds, her complexion pale, and her face devoid of vitality, resembling a half-dead figure. Wuwu, my mother has been so cruelly beaten by my father. Wuwu, we have no money for medicine now. Who can save us? Wuwu. The little girl wept, her tears falling like rain. Bystanders could not help but sigh. Alas, what a wicked world this is. Why must it treat such a pitiable mother and daughter so harshly? Indeed, it is truly tragic. Is there no one willing to lend a hand? Oh, this girl is so unfortunate. Perhaps someone among you could take her in? More and more passers-by gathered around. Gu Yuan merely cast a fleeting glance before turning to depart. Brother, please save my mother. The filthy little girl, upon spotting Gu Yuan, scrambled towards him in desperation. Chapter 4. Traps and Perils. Escape from the city. Bang. Gu Yuan delivered a swift kick to the girl's chest. She let out a piercing scream and was sent flying, crashing against a nearby stone pillar, then falling heavily onto the icy ground, her fate unknown. The crowd stood in shock. You've soiled my clothes. Gu Yuan let out a cold snort, brushing off the tattered fabric of a deceased person's clothing he wore. A look of disdain etched across his face. You. This is a child. How could they be so cruel? Alas, this must be some pampered young master, so arrogant and overbearing. A young master? Does he truly deserve such a title, clad as he is in mere rags? The crowd murmured, their gazes fixated on Gu Yuan. He cast a frigid glance at the onlookers, refusing to linger, and with a flick of his sleeve, turned on his heel and departed. Alas, a scoundrel. Just leaving it be. Truly, just a beast. Could it be that girl has already perished? Call the authorities, apprehend him. Countless voices erupted. Some in fury, others in lament, with a few letting out deep sighs. Yet the perpetrator, Gu Yuan, remained expressionless, his demeanor as cold as ice, quickening his pace. There was a palpable wariness in his eyes, as if anticipating some impending threat. Stop, you audacious villain. How dare you commit such an atrocity in broad daylight? You seek your own demise. Several soldiers, brandishing long rifles and broadswords, charged towards him with menacing intent. Gu Yuan shot a chilling glance at them before taking flight. After him, the soldiers, incensed, rolled up their sleeves and pursued him relentlessly. With a crash, Gu Yuan deliberately knocked over a vendor's cart, inciting a chorus of angry shouts from the crowd. Utterly lawless, the soldiers fumed. Spotting a more crowded marketplace, Gu Yuan deftly maneuvered through the throng. Was he truly afraid of these soldiers? As a celestial being, having been reborn as the nine-turn Gu sovereign and wielding the power to kill silently through the Gu insects in my grasp, how could I possibly fear these insignificant ants? Just as Gu Yuan turned away, a thunderous roar erupted from the spot he had just vacated. What is this? A celestial being. Celestial being. All of you shall perish. In an instant, countless pedestrians were mercilessly cleaved into countless pieces by the blood-soaked blades that blotted out the sky. Flesh and bone fragments soared through the air, transforming this marketplace into a veritable hell on earth. A few fortunate souls remained, their eyes brimming with terror, even forgetting to flee in their panic. Amidst the chaos, the little girl, whom Gu Yuan had previously sent flying, slowly rose to her feet. However, unlike before, her demeanor was no longer pitiable. Her filthy, foul-smelling garments concealed a presence that struck fear into the hearts of mortals. The girl opened her eyes, her gaze icy and piercing, akin to the sharpest blade. She glanced around and remarked, "Stop pretending." Then, the seemingly lifeless old woman on the ground stood up with a smile, saying, "Isn't it fortunate that we have finally encountered the murderer? Why the haste to kill?" The girl's name was Lu Lia, and she scoffed lightly, "I shall no longer wait to capture a murderer of uncertain cultivation level. To expend such effort, this is not worth my time. Dusting off my filthy clothes, I wonder which genius within the sect devised such a pathetic scheme. I shall surely have their head for this. Feed them to the dogs." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lu Lia's eyes. The elderly woman Lia sighed. "Patience is essential, my dear daughter." She gazed at the scattered remnants of flesh and blood on the ground, a sorrowful expression emerging upon her visage. The righteous sect should not brazenly take lives within the city, even that of the weakest mortal, that they had already crossed that line, should pressure arise from above. She would bear the burden for her daughter. No more waiting. With a flick of her wrist, Lu Lia summoned the remnants of bone and flesh to disintegrate into the air, murmuring, "What a grotesque display of carnage." Thundering hooves echoed as countless soldiers rushed forth, their faces pale with horror at the scene before them. The captain of the troop suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and shouted, "Retreat." This was a celestial being attending to serious matters. Interference would lead to dire consequences, with death being the mildest outcome. As for the slain mortals, their demise was inconsequential. In this world, they lived a fate far worse than dogs on earth. At least these insignificant creatures recognized their place. Lu Lia snorted again, hands on her hips, her gaze fixed on the direction in which Gu Yuan had fled. That fellow was quite suspicious. Capturing him would be considered a meager success. He even kicked me. Yes, that is the crux of the matter. I cannot let him go. I shall rend his body to pieces, then strip his soul and incinerate it with the flames of Samadhi for an eternity. A tempest of vengeance flickered in the young woman's eyes. Yet, the elder's brow furrowed with concern, "But that boy is merely at the first level of chi refinement. He is but a passerby. I do not care. I am resolute in my intention to slay him." Lu Lia gritted her teeth, a surge of excitement swelling within her as she foresaw Gu Yuan's fate. With that, their figures flickered and vanished in an instant. In a secluded corner of a street, Gu Yuan revealed himself. His gaze darted, and upon sensing that he was not being followed, he immediately altered his appearance once more. Utilizing the concealing breath goo, he suppressed his own aura. This particular goo was crafted from a mysterious black cauldron during his 3-day escape, although the materials for its concoction were not particularly hard to procure. It could only deceive those with lesser cultivation. Nevertheless, it sufficed for his needs. Having completed these preparations, Gu Yuan entered a bustling tea house. The previous encounter with that mother and daughter raised his suspicions. He had not anticipated that Qingyang sect would dispatch experts so swiftly to apprehend him. Furrowing his brow, he savored the tea while murmuring to himself. At that moment, when he saw the little girl rushing towards him, he instinctively sensed something amiss. This was a product of his past life's experience. Having transitioned through 9 cycles, he possessed an innate intuition for danger. How could such a pitiful little girl, an ordinary mortal, suddenly charge at him without reason? Many passers-by were nearby, pointing and discussing. Some compassionate souls even attempted to assist the mother and daughter. But why was it specifically he whom she targeted? Such a scenario could not possibly be mere coincidence. Gu Yuan would rather believe that a sow could climb a tree than accept such an absurdity. That little girl was certainly not an ordinary mortal. She must be a cultivator. He discerned that Gu Yuan was merely a chi refining stage cultivator, hence her brazen attempt to test him directly. However, Gu Yuan had anticipated her move and swiftly kicked her aside, sending her sprawling. Currently, according to Gu Yuan's speculation, the individual who was murdered possesses a considerable background. Subsequently, those in power dispatched agents to hunt him down. When their efforts yielded no results, the individual became furious, sending stronger enforcers or personally investigating the matter, only to discover that Gu Yuan had deliberately altered the traces along the way, leading them to conclude that he is a formidable expert. It has come to light that recently, there have been frequent infiltrators among the righteous sects, suggesting that I may be wrongly categorized as a dangerous figure. Of course, this remains mere conjecture. Otherwise, the emergence of more powerful adversaries would drastically diminish my chances of escape. Moreover, I am not inherently affiliated with the demonic path. However, considering my past life, one must wonder what connection it bears to my current existence. Thus, it is imperative that I do not linger here any longer. Gu Yuan's gaze flickered with intensity. The techniques and artifacts in this world possess formidable investigative capabilities, comparable to the methods of Gu in my previous life. If I continue to hide, it is only a matter of time before I am discovered. That young girl and the elderly woman were able to approximate Gu Yuan's location, which explains their dramatic display to attract attention. This suggests that they might be skilled practitioners, although their methods are certainly limited. Judging by the girl's impulsive charge towards me, it is evident that upon contact, she would ascertain whether I am the murderer. However, if I were to behave like the onlookers, it would be only a matter of time before my true nature is revealed. Very well, these techniques, are they? I have taken note. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes, slightly tilting his head to gaze out the window. Tonight, I shall depart. Soon. Late at night, Gu Yuan successfully boarded a merchant caravan's escort, seamlessly integrating into the group with his first-tier cultivation. The caravan, comprising hundreds, was set to depart that very night. Sitting upon the dust-laden ground, Gu Yuan observed the incessant bustle around him, his mind swirling with contemplation. Could it truly be this easy to escape? Perhaps the concealing breath talisman is exceptionally effective. It seems, my dear esteemed sect, you do not hold me in such high regard after all, he mused with a cold smile, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. As the caravan commenced its normal journey, at this very moment, at the entrance of a mundane dwelling, a voice cried out in frustration, "Where are the people?" Lu Lia's face was contorted with rage as she waved her hand, causing countless terrified mortals to meet a gruesome fate. "Help, please," came the desperate pleas of the doomed, but Lu Lia exhibited no compassion, instead reducing their bodies to mere fragments, believing this to be the only way to alleviate her inner turmoil. Chapter 5. Arrogant Lu Lia, damn it. Kick me once more, and I shall ensure your demise. Lu Lia clenched her fists, her petite frame of an 11 or 12-year-old girl radiating an oppressive aura. Lu Wei sighed deeply. Yet a flicker of intrigue danced in her eyes. Alas, that individual possesses skill and must be in possession of some artifact capable of concealing his presence. However, considering he is merely a first-tier cultivator, possessing such an artifact, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to assassinate someone like Wang Shanhai, a third-tier cultivator. It must be him. It has to be. Lu Lia seethed with discontent. Mother, how long until the next divination? I must know that scoundrel's whereabouts and eliminate him. Lu Wei's bitter smile revealed her turmoil. My precious daughter, I have divined many times, yet that individual keeps shifting positions. Alas, he is extraordinary. Capturing him will require considerable effort. I cannot abide this. Today, I shall flay his skin. Rage simmered in Lu Lia's eyes. Very well, very well. Lu Wei replied with a smile. This matter has already been reported to our sect. Soon, a formidable expert will be dispatched to apprehend that scoundrel. Does he truly believe he is safe hiding in the city? How naive. Lu Lia's spirit soared. That would be most excellent. But I still wish to deal with him personally. All right, all right. As Lu Wei spoke, her expression suddenly shifted. She retrieved a compass from her bag and, after a brief incantation, astonishment flickered in her eyes. That scoundrel has already fled the city. What? Lu Lia gasped. Is he truly this cautious? With a grave countenance, Lu Wei contemplated. It seems I have underestimated him. Given his haste to escape, he must have something to hide. Outside the city. Having only just departed, Lu Lia's expression hardened. I shall go and slay him. Without delay, the two took to their swords, swiftly soaring towards the outskirts of the city. Within the merchant caravan, Gu Yuan, who had been adjusting his posture in silence, opened his eyes. Have I shaken them off? Gazing into the impenetrable darkness outside, he mused that it could not be that simple. The caravan comprised hundreds, with other cultivators stationed among them, should an unexpected event arise. He could easily take advantage of the chaos. Just as Gu Yuan began to relax, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, in the vast expanse of the sky. As the winds and rain shifted, two figures suddenly appeared before the caravan. Immortals, the leader of the horses exclaimed, while a young man clad in simple garments clasped his hands and said, May I inquire what the immortals seek? Capture them, Lumisha rasped, her gaze sweeping over the entire caravan. The announcement sent the crowd into a frenzy as some began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The young man clenched his teeth, a bead of cold sweat trickling from his hairline. What could the immortals possibly want with us? With a cold demeanor, Lu Lia stepped forward, fixing her gaze on the young man. You possess quite the audacity. What is the meaning of this caravan? Has it undergone any scrutiny? The young man fell silent, his legs trembling with trepidation. Indeed, the caravan concealed some illicit goods, and he had leveraged family connections to smuggle them out of the city. Yet he never imagined it would attract the attention of immortals. Dismissing further pleasantries, Lu Lia unfurled a scroll, revealing an image of Gu Yuan. This is the latest wanted poster, and the criminal is among this caravan. What? The young man nearly fainted from shock. This situation had escalated beyond control. In the rear vehicle, Gu Yuan observed the unfolding scene with a grave expression. The young girl and the elderly woman had followed closely behind, confirming his suspicions. Both were formidable cultivators, their prowess undoubtedly surpassing his own, at least at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Everyone get out and prepare for inspection, Lu Lia commanded coldly, sending the crowd into a state of panic. Within the merchant caravan, there were several formidable rogue immortals. So how could they so readily submit to the commands of a mere young girl? Furthermore, they were to be inspected, all hundreds of them? Was this a jest? A few rogue immortals surged forward, disdainfully asserting their refusal to comply with the inspection demanded by Lu Lia and her companion. With a cold sneer, Lu Lia swiftly drew the dagger from her waist and, in a heartbeat, hurled it forth. With a swift motion, several rogue immortals met their demise, their heads severed, splattering crimson and ivory across the ground. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, plunging them into deeper panic. These individuals were merely at the 1st level of Qi refinement, utterly feeble, lacking any real prowess. Gu Yuan maintained a serene composure. Even faced with such dire circumstances, he could only calmly devise a strategy. He refrained from intervening, for he could not believe that within the entire caravan, there wasn't a single slightly stronger cultivator who would stand idly by while he was scrutinized. In this world, where the strong prey upon the weak, how could one recklessly expose their secrets to others? The audacity of the two was astounding. His judgment proved accurate. As the few were slaughtered, a white-haired elder descended gracefully from a carriage. Oh, 4th level of Qi refinement. Intriguing indeed. Lu Lia's cold laughter echoed. The elder, Xu Yong, fixed his gaze upon the two, calmly stating, "We share the same level of cultivation. There is no need for such a bloody conflict." Ha ha ha, you're mistaken. Today, I will ensure the downfall of the offenders here, and you shall also meet your end. The girl's murderous intent surged forth, her consciousness stirring as countless flying daggers erupted from her storage pouch, hurtling towards Xu Yong. Seeking death, Xu Yong's expression darkened. How could the other party be so unreasonable even towards a fellow practitioner of the same rank? And here, mere mortals suffer such fate? Ah. Some flying daggers swept past Xu Yong, aiming directly at the crowd of the merchant caravan. Within the caravan, the majority were mere mortals. Some served as laborers, others as servants, and still more were those who could no longer endure life in the city and sought to wander in distant lands. Yet, regardless of their circumstances, these mortals were utterly powerless to withstand the celestial daggers. With each anguished cry, the mortals in the caravan fell one after another, as if they were livestock in a slaughterhouse without the slightest resistance. Is this truly the realm of cultivation? Gu Yuan's gaze flickered as he blended into the crowd, skillfully retreating with his agility. It appeared that the terror of this cultivation world surpassed that of the Gu world from his past life. At least, due to the family system, the strong would not recklessly massacre the weak. Gu Yuan evaded amidst the throng, while the corpse Gu Vine had long been disguised as another guard, facilitating its own escape. Death. Not far from the duel, Lu Lia's aura suddenly surged, and in an instant, with a single palm strike, Xu Yong was sent flying, gravely injured. Boss. Countless guards exclaimed in horror. With such formidable power from these two women, what could they do now that their leader had been defeated? Were they to merely watch as they were slaughtered? Ha ha. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Lu Lia's eyes glowed crimson, her face twisted in a frenzy of madness. You. Xu Yong gritted his teeth. He exhausted every means at his disposal, yet against the young girl before him, he could barely withstand a few moves. Though they were of the same rank, the disparity was insurmountable. You are an assassin from the Qingyang sect. Huh. Are you not afraid of retaliation for your actions? Xu Yong attempted to negotiate. Oh, retaliation. I eagerly anticipate it. Without further ado, Lu Lia unleashed a flurry of flying daggers. Bastard. In an instant, a golden shield enveloped Xu Yong. Quick, come over and support this. Xu Yong turned his head, his eyes aflame with desperation as he shouted, "Hurry." Countless guards rushed in, channeling their spiritual energy into the golden shield, barely managing to withstand Lu Lia's onslaught. You insolent brat, my elder brother will soon arrive to take your life. Xu Yong glared fiercely at Lu Lia. Beloved daughter, do not engage with this individual any longer. Fellow cultivators of our rank possess their own hidden cards, and cornering them may provoke a desperate counterattack that yields no advantage. Lulia sighed. During their recent battle, she had not been idle. Rather, she had set up some measures, deploying her divination techniques within a several-mile radius. When the time came, that fellow would find himself ensnared like a turtle in a jar. He must be eliminated. Otherwise, there would be others coming to complicate matters. Lulia understood that since he was an enemy and had already offended her, he must be killed. Could she expect him to refrain from seeking revenge? Infuriating. Lulia had exhausted her techniques, her spiritual energy nearly depleted, yet the shield merely dimmed slightly, only to be promptly replenished by the accursed cultivators below. A swarm of bothersome flies. Her eyes reflected disdain, yet her heart involuntarily began to quicken with agitation. At that moment, Gu Yuan's gaze fell upon Xu Yang, who was seated on the ground in meditation. Indeed, he had infiltrated the gathering, accompanied by Ting Chong. Chapter 6, A Vengeful Exchange, A Relentless Grudge. Ha ha ha. Once my elder brother arrives, he will surely slay that arrogant little whitehead. No. First, we shall ravage her. Let her experience the taste of a female killer. Su Yang's face betrayed a wicked grin. Yes, this haughty wretch must be dealt with. Damn it, how did I encounter such a debacle tonight? And that wanted criminal. If I capture him, I shall flay him alive and feed his skin to the dogs. Countless guards spoke fiercely. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed. I second that sentiment. Haha. Xu Yang laughed heartily, but suddenly, thud. Xu Yang froze as a dagger pierced through his chest. You. Turning around, he beheld a tall masked figure, obscured in anonymity, yet it was evident that this individual was one of his own guards. Had someone feigned allegiance to murder him? Su Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he attempted to resist, but the essence of life swiftly ebbed away. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their voices caught in their throats, unable to utter a single word. With their strongest leader slain, what were they to become? Lulia and Lu Wei were aghast. Gu Yuan offered a faint smile before stepping forward. May your journey onward be smooth, fellow cultivator. Then, wielding a knife, he struck down, delivering a fatal blow to the despairing Xu Yang. Per Xu Yang, a formidable practitioner at the 4th level of qi refinement, had devoted the majority of his life to cultivation, only to be utterly deprived of his experience points in a single stroke. Who are you? The onlookers gazed at Gu Yuan in terror, their expressions frantic. They yearned to flee, but found nowhere to escape. Even the dimmest among them understood that the man before them had likely orchestrated this all along. Gu Yuan disregarded the others, crouching down to swiftly strip Xu Yang of his garments and retrieve his storage pouch. Upon Su Yang's demise, the once impenetrable golden barrier dimmed, its power extinguished. It's you. Lulia recognized Gu Yuan, her expression suddenly turning icy, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping her. Die. Lulia charged forward with fervor. Leah. Be careful. Lu Mei exclaimed, her face a mask of anxiety. The adversary standing so brazenly before them, betraying his own allies, was undoubtedly prepared. I've been waiting for you, Gu Yuan replied calmly, observing the approaching Lulia, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. In the next instant, a faint red glow shot forth from his sleeve. What is this? Lulia furrowed her brow, her perceptive abilities surpassing Gu Yuan's. She immediately sensed a strange object hurtling toward her at great speed. Get away, assuming it to be a hidden weapon. She raised her palm as a shield and struck forcefully. However, she failed to make contact with the red light. A flicker of confusion crossed Lulia's eyes. Yet she dismissed it, promptly channeling her energy as a whirlwind of flying daggers surged toward Gu Yuan in a lethal assault. Gu Yuan stood expressionless, rooted to the spot. Had this young man lost his mind? Lulia let out a sinister laugh, but in the next moment, a sharp pain pierced her heart, followed by a tormenting agony. Lulia screamed in despair as she plummeted from midair, the myriad of flying blades shattering around her. Leah. Lu Wei's eyes widened in fury. How could she not realize that her daughter had fallen victim to this man's sinister scheme? Save me. Mother, please save me. Lulia no longer possessed that icy, haughty demeanor of the frost fairy. The specter of death loomed over her. At that moment, she comprehended why those she had slain had been so terrified in their final moments. The essence of life began to wane. The heart-devouring insect was not merely a tail, it truly consumed the heart, albeit with significant limitations. It was typically employed for assassination, striking the enemy when least expected. But once afflicted by this insect, the experience was akin to a fate worse than death. Oh, my heavens! The guards behind her were on the verge of having their eyes pop out in disbelief. The once fearsome female assassin was now rendered utterly helpless before this man. He was the one from the wanted poster. Some recognized Gu Yuan, gasping in shock. Oh, is she still alive? Gu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Several seconds had elapsed, yet she had not perished. It seemed this woman's life force was remarkably resilient. Leah. Lu Wei bit her fingertip, igniting her blood. Die, scoundrel. She suddenly vanished, her fingers curling into claws as she viciously lunged at Gu Yuan. Bang. At that critical moment, Gu Yuan commanded the corpse insect to shield him, serving as a bulwark against her assault. Under the frantic onslaught of this elderly woman, the corpse poison known as Ting Chan shattered with a thunderous crash. Seizing this moment of reprieve, Gu Yuan swiftly evaded and lunged forward with a dagger aimed at the woman. Lu Mei was struck in the chest, throat, and leg. Her strength diminished significantly, and her spirit rapidly waned. Indeed, Gu Yuan scoffed coldly. The martial art practiced by this old woman was ill-suited for combat, compounded by her age and frailty, having long abstained from battle. Thus, she was riddled with vulnerabilities. Blood gushed from Lu Mei's mouth. Yet her gaze remained fixed upon the writhing and anguished Lu Leah not far away. Leah. The elderly woman's eyes betrayed her sorrow. Why had she not intervened to prevent her daughter from acting? Alas, regretting now serves no purpose. Even as she faced death, she found herself preoccupied with the fates of others. Observing their predicament, one might mistakenly believe that she was the true villain. Gu Yuan let out a soft snort before advancing toward Lu Mei with his dagger in hand. Lu Leah, afflicted by the heart-devouring poison, faced inevitable demise without specific countermeasures. Thus, it was imperative to deal with the old woman first. Leah. Lu Mei's expression twisted with rage as she turned to Gu Yuan. You, boy. The Lu family will remember you. Henceforth, we shall haunt your soul. To the bitter end. In the next moment, the old woman's body suddenly swelled. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a realization dawning upon him, and swiftly retreated. Bang! The elderly woman's body exploded. It was as if she had set off a timed bomb within herself, and in an instant, the ground within 100 meters collapsed with a thunderous roar, forming a colossal pit. Gu Yuan swiftly retreated, realizing just in time that had he been a moment slower, he would have suffered grievous injuries from the explosion. A frown creased Gu Yuan's brow as he glanced into the distance, where a flickering white light caught his eye. What is this? Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the figure was none other than Lu Leah, who had not perished in the blast, but was instead enveloped in a radiant glow. A sudden unease washed over Gu Yuan, and the next instant, a crimson light shot forth from Lu Leah. The heart-eating insect. Gu Yuan's expression darkened. The heart-eating insect had been forcibly expelled. No, this was not expulsion. It was a substitution. The insect had fulfilled its mission and returned to Gu Yuan's grasp. Yet, Lu Leah remained alive, her aura and injuries miraculously restored to their peak condition. Gu Yuan's lips twitched. So, I was indeed mistaken. She truly embodies the role of the antagonist in this narrative? It is imperative that I do not linger here. Although the heart-eating insect is formidable, the opponent has already fallen victim to its effects, making it unlikely that the same tactic would succeed again. Gu Yuan's figure melded into the shadows and vanished. Lu Leah cried out in despair. Mother? Mother. But no reply came from the surroundings. Damned, wretched scoundrel, I shall ensure your dismemberment. Lu Leah gritted her teeth, her hatred for Gu Yuan penetrating her very soul. Below, some panicked guards and the remaining mortals began to flee, desperate to escape this place of turmoil. Before these guards could take more than a few steps, a multitude of flying daggers surged from behind, mercilessly shredding them into a shower of flesh. My mother is dead. How could you possibly survive? All of you shall perish. Lilia's gaze was imbued with a deep-seated resentment akin to an abyss. Her piercing eyes scanned the surroundings. And upon realizing that Gu Yuan's figure had long since vanished, the young woman could no longer restrain herself and threw her head back in fury. 3 days later, Gu Yuan found himself once again aboard a merchant caravan, assuming the role of a guard. However, this particular caravan was not large, lacking formidable figures like Xu Yong. Seated comfortably on a soft couch, Gu Yuan examined his own dantian. At present, he possessed 3 types of gu worms: the heart-eating gu, the chrysanthemum thorn, and the concealment gu. His trump cards were scant and insufficient, and with the corpse gu having been destroyed, the prospect of refining it anew posed a significant challenge. The crux of the matter lay in the need for a gu worm that could enhance mobility and reconnaissance. Otherwise, in this perilous realm of cultivation, he would be no better than a blind turtle. Gu Yuan's brow furrowed in concern. These two types of goo worms come with their corresponding formulas. Yet the materials are rather elusive. He gazes out the window, where the sun shines brightly, a ray of light reflecting delicately upon Gu Yuan's face. It has been 3 days since he escaped from the Qingyang sect, which is situated in the southern region of the cultivation world, a vast continent stretching across millions of miles. Boundless and infinite, and this is merely a fragment of the entire cultivation realm. Soon, the Qingyang sect will undoubtedly dispatch experts to pursue me, especially since I have slain an individual at the 4th level of qi refinement, which is bound to cause quite a stir. It appears that I must flee to the Tianchu kingdom. The Tianchu kingdom is a realm of freedom, teeming with lang of races, including demons, monsters, humans, and beast folk, yet the dominant force is the human race. To the south of the Qingyang sect lies an endless, terrifying mountain range, where even those at the foundation establishment stage are deemed unworthy to explore. To the west lies a desolate expanse, fraught with danger. If Gu Yuan ventures that way, he may encounter countless Orcish beings and other unknown horrors. The eastern path leads to an oceanic expanse, nearly boundless, often referred to as the Infinite Sea. Thus, Gu Yuan's only option is to flee northward, traversing through numerous small nations and endless tribes, all of which are mortal factions. Given his current meager strength, he can only temporarily distance himself from the Qingyang sect. The crux of the matter now lies in acquiring some goo worms. With the mysterious Black Cauldron, he can swiftly enhance his power. As for cultivation methods, Gu Yuan does not intend to employ conventional practices, as such methods are excessively time-consuming. He plans to utilize the goo worms to expedite and assist his training. There is no remedy. The innate quality of this body is woefully inadequate, possessing nothing more than a false spiritual root, a talent so abysmal it is scarcely bearable. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, a plan crystallizing in his mind, when suddenly, bang! The sound of falling rocks crashing to the ground erupted, followed by a cacophony of furious shouts and anguished cries. What was happening? Gu Yuan's brow knitted in concern. Could it be that the Qingyang sect had pursued him so swiftly? Alas! Bandits! There are bandits! Run for your lives! As Gu Yuan stepped out of the carriage, he beheld countless boulders tumbling down the mountainside, massive stones that filled the hearts of onlookers with despair. Those struck would undoubtedly be left battered and bruised. Moreover, from the mountains, a multitude of armed and ferocious bandits charged downwards. The air was thick with screams of terror, roars of rage, and pleas for mercy, echoing incessantly across the land. Ha ha! Kill them all! Slay the men, capture the women and children. Ha ha! The blade struck down upon these defenseless mortals, who were no longer mere humans, but rather akin to swine or dogs. In this terrifying realm, the weak either fell victim to cultivators or were slaughtered by their fellow mortals. The merchant caravan scarcely boasted a single cultivator. It was comprised mainly of a handful of martial practitioners, utterly incapable of contending with such a horde of bandits. In just a matter of minutes, nearly all the men among the common folk lay dead. A menacingly tall and robust man approached Gu Yuan with a sinister grin. Yet Gu Yuan's expression remained remarkably serene. Was it the chaotic nature of the cultivation world, or was he simply too fortunate? Having entered 2 merchant caravans, both had been nearly annihilated. You brat, prepare to die. The burly man raised his great sword, aiming to cleave Gu Yuan in 2. With a sudden gasp, the burly man froze. Before his blade could descend, a sharp spike pierced through his skull. You! His eyes widened in sheer terror. This is bad. This boy is not right, kill him. The expressions of the surrounding bandits transformed drastically upon witnessing the scene. Ah! Help! Help! Gu Yuan maintained his composure, activating the chrysanthemum spike to transform these brigands into living targets, each head punctured in succession. A pang of regret stirred within him. The depletion of spiritual energy was considerable. Fortunately, after backstabbing Xu Yong and seizing his storage pouch, he had acquired at least several hundred spirit stones sufficient for his indulgence. In mere moments, dozens of bandits, who had just slaughtered innocent civilians as if they were mere vegetables, were now treated as worthless chaff by Gu Yuan. Help! Help! No! Don't kill me! The last few bandits, trembling in fear, dared not fight back. They fell to their knees, bowing their heads in supplication. Great immortal, noble hero, spare our lives. We will leave at once. Several of the bandits were soaked through with fear, a foul stench permeating the air. Yet, they cared not for their dignity, desperately hoping that the gallant figure before them would show mercy for their sincere repentance. Observing the youth's appearance, they speculated he must possess some innate compassion. Father, mother. A child crawled amidst the carnage, collapsing before their deceased kin, weeping inconsolably. Gu Yuan's gaze inadvertently flickered towards the heart-wrenching sight. his expression darkening abruptly. A group of bandits froze in place, their expressions turning grim. In that moment, they wished fervently to silence the child, for his cries were piercing. And it was all too likely that he would not spare them after witnessing such a grim spectacle. Amidst the ghastly remains, others began to emerge cautiously, their faces pale and terror-stricken, filled with despair. This was the plight of mortals in the realm of cultivation, akin to livestock. Burdened not only by the daily struggle for sustenance but also by the treachery of their kind, the threat of natural disasters, and the looming specter of unknown perils, such as celestial beings, concerns which, in the end, bore no fruit, as death awaited all the same. It could be said that their existence was fraught with anguish. Gu Yuan sighed deeply. The surviving bandits shivered in fear. Gu Yuan, with a darkened countenance, queried, "Where is your home, you bandits? Do you not fear divine retribution for your malevolence?" One bandit exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed that the adversary was merely a young prodigy, possessing strength but lacking in wisdom and experience, making him relatively easy to manipulate. The frail bandit knelt, trembling, and stammered, "Celestial being, we are left with no choice. We act only to survive. We truly have no other options." "Indeed," the other surviving bandits echoed in agreement. "Humph," Gu Yuan scoffed, hatred gleaming in his eyes. "Having taken the lives of so many innocents, do you dare claim innocence?" The frail bandit gritted his teeth, bursting into tears. Yes. We are at fault. We admit our wrongdoings." "Indeed." Gu Yuan's gaze was icy as he demanded, "Where is your bandit stronghold? Today, I shall act in the name of justice." The frail bandit felt a surge of elation. He had not anticipated that the youth before him was such a naive soul. Chapter 8. The Massacre at the Evil Lion Stronghold. The bandit scoffed inwardly, thinking, "If I were in his position, even if I were to act in the name of justice, I would strike from the shadows. This person is indeed a fool. He will not survive." Within their stronghold, it was notoriously difficult to assault, especially with their leader being a formidable cultivator and a master of martial arts. How could they fear such an arrogant youth? The bandit feigned hesitation but ultimately spoke, driven by his desire to live. Just as he was about to depart, an elderly man, trembling and crawling, rushed to Gu Yuan's side and urged loudly, "Young hero, you cannot recklessly put yourself in danger. There are countless bandits within that stronghold. You alone cannot withstand their ferocity." The frail bandit sneered, "Humph. The young hero possesses unparalleled strength. Today he shall act in the name of justice. What are a few mere bandits to him?" He nearly forgot that he himself was a bandit, and currently a hostage at that, though he was playing the role of a lackey. You wicked man," the old man stammered, pointing a trembling finger at the bandit. The frail bandit shot him a fierce glare. Were it not for his status as a hostage, he would have happily silenced the old fool. "Enough. Let us not harm the innocent," Gu Yuan said, narrowing his eyes, and then sighed softly. "The true mastermind I must confront is the real embodiment of evil." "Indeed." The bandits echoed in agreement. Alas, the elderly man wished to offer counsel but was waved off by Gu Yuan. "Just await my good news." Observing the young hero's righteous demeanor, the old man bit his lip, desiring to advise him further, yet aware of his own frailty and the futility of his efforts. Subsequently, Gu Yuan, accompanied by several bandits, made his way towards the bandit stronghold. "Is this the lair of the bandits?" Gu Yuan squinted, scrutinizing the entrance of the stronghold. "Yes, indeed." The scrawny bandit eagerly interjected, commencing to elaborate on the layout of the stronghold, detailing its factions and history. The primary objective of this young man's visit was to negotiate with the bandit leader, urging him to cease the indiscriminate slaughter of innocent civilians. Upon hearing this, the bandits felt an overwhelming surge of joy, thinking to themselves, "This must be that foolish lad from the cultivation realm. He evidently has no grasp of the fundamental rules of our world." Thus, the scrawny bandit became increasingly confident in his scheming. After a while, Gu Yuan ascended to the upper echelons of the bandit stronghold, entering the largest wooden cabin within. Upon his entrance, he beheld a bald, burly man seated in the main position, wearing a sinister grin. Flanking him were two enchanting women attending to his needs. The bald man extended his arms, embracing both women, his hands deftly wandering beneath their garments, caressing their soft skin. Surrounding them were fierce-looking bandits, numbering in the hundreds, all fixated on Gu Yuan with malicious intent. Some sneered. Others toyed with daggers and knives in hand, while a few licked their lips, their faces brimming with greed. "Boss, I've brought a formidable young hero." The frail bandit knelt respectfully on the ground. "Excellent." The burly man pushed aside two trembling women and scrutinized Gu Yuan, bursting into hearty laughter. "Today is indeed a fortuitous day. I, the fierce lion, am fortunate enough to have this young hero grace my humble lair with his presence. Ha ha." The Fierce Lion was the title of the chieftain of this bandit stronghold, which was also known as the Fierce Lion's Den. Gu Yuan smiled. Oh, humble? Not at all. This stronghold possesses quite favorable feng shui. Haha. The Fierce Lion guffawed, surprised by the young man's adherence to etiquette. However, his tone suddenly turned icy. However, for someone at the first level of chi refinement to dare lay a hand on my men is rather reckless, don't you think? At this, the atmosphere grew tense. The Fierce Lion was at the second level of chi refinement, with a substantial aura that suggested years of cultivation. Indeed, those men deserved their fate. They were meant to die, Gu Yuan replied calmly. Is that so? The Fierce Lion sneered, narrowing his eyes as he observed the youth once more. It is true you are at the first level of chi refinement. Could it be that you are concealing your true strength? No, that cannot be. Your aura is feeble, indicating you are merely a recent novice at the first level of chi refinement. Damn it, have I been deceived? The Fierce Lion's gaze turned cold. Regardless, you have killed my men. Surely you must offer some form of compensation? A palpable intent to kill permeated the air, yet Gu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, they were your men. Therefore, I shall compensate you with a martial art technique. What? What? The Fierce Lion's eyes widened in disbelief. Almost convinced he had misheard, Gu Yuan produced a jade slip, stating, "This is a martial art. I hope it serves as compensation for you. And I also hope you refrain from indiscriminately slaughtering innocents in the future." The Fierce Lion abruptly stood, fixating intently on the jade slip. He could sense the aura emanating from it. Indeed, it was a martial art, and of considerable rank. This foolish young man intended to gift him such a treasure? Had he truly lost his mind? Bring it to me, quickly. The tall, lean bandit shivered, then turned sideways, cradling the jade slip in his hands as he strode directly towards the throne. The Fierce Lion seized the jade slip, feeling its energy and the content within, his pupils suddenly constricting. Yes, this was undeniably a genuine martial art. Most martial arts in the realm of cultivation were permanently hoarded by various sects, strictly prohibited from dissemination, making it nearly impossible for ordinary loose immortals to acquire an exceptional martial art. But at this moment, the Fierce Lion's palm cradled this. Yes, today was a fortuitous day. The goddess of fortune had favored him. In the hall, upon witnessing their master's expression, his many subordinates were momentarily stunned, quickly succumbing to wild joy. It seemed their leader had indeed received a treasure. The Fierce Lion pocketed the jade slip, smiling lightly. Your generosity is truly remarkable. Of course. He chuckled, however. I fear this martial art alone may not suffice. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. Hee, Major. Have you ever considered why I am practicing in this mountain stronghold? It is not merely to seek greater resources. Relying solely on slaying mortals to enhance oneself is far too slow. Thus, in pursuit of an earlier elevation in his cultivation, the young hero finds this offering rather insufficient. The ferocious lion licked his lips. Oh, Gu Yuan furrowed his brows. Yet I possess but this solitary precious item. Ha! Are you jesting, esteemed one? How could you have slain so many of my comrades and possess only this single technique? Perhaps you should relinquish everything. That way, we can all find peace. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes, seemingly in contemplation. No, the items I possess are invaluable. I cannot entrust them to you. A look of defiance crossed Gu Run's face. Esteemed one, it is time to cease, for you have already received such a grand gift. Ha! In that case, I shall be compelled to forcibly take something from you. What is it that you desire? The ferocious lion sneered. Ha! I seek your essence. At his side, a frail bandit shrieked, as a blood hole suddenly formed in his throat. Then, the wound erupted, sending a faint red dot hurtling towards the ferocious lion at an astonishing speed. The lion recoiled abruptly. He screamed, yet was struck despite his efforts to evade. The velocity left him no place to hide. Clutching his chest, the ferocious lion tumbled from his throne. The others were startled, momentarily at a loss. You. The lion lifted his gaze, laboring to meet Gu Yuan's eyes. But the agonizing pain in his chest nearly drove him to madness. It's you. You. Act quickly. The ferocious lion gritted his teeth, trembling as he pointed at Gu Yuan. This lad is suspicious. Attack. Within the hall, chaos erupted among the bandits. Gu Yuan remained unfazed. Why would he offer a gift to the evil lion? Was it not for the sake of strategy? He had earlier implanted the heart-devouring goo into the frail bandit, all to present such a grand gift to the chieftain of this den. Kill him. The other bandits charged at Gu Yuan, knives drawn. With a cold sneer, Gu Yuan activated the chrysanthemum thorn, unleashing a barrage of sharp spikes. The hall echoed with the sounds of flesh being pierced. The bandits emitted continuous, anguished cries, their former ferocity utterly vanquished. One by one, their heads burst open, and the guards at the entrance rushed in at the sound, only to be overwhelmed by the onslaught of chrysanthemum thorns. When all fell silent, the hall returned to an eerie stillness. Chapter 9. The Masquerade of Deceit. The stand-in. Gu Yuan lightly lifted his foot, hands clasped behind his back, and walked towards the fallen evil lion. Beside him, two alluring women lay with wide eyes, their heads, throats, and chests pierced, garments torn, revealing their vulnerability. Yet, Gu Yuan remained impervious to their plight. Whether women or children, any who stood as enemies within this stronghold were destined to perish. Offering special consideration to the old, weak, and women was the duty of righteous sects, not one that concerned him, a demonic cultivator masquerading in righteousness. Ah, the evil lion's fingers twitched, his eyes bulging as he endured excruciating pain. Oh, how resilient his vitality is. However, that is precisely as it should be. Gu Yuan's cold laughter echoed. You. The evil lion, aware of his impending demise, glared at Gu Yuan with venomous hatred. The evil tiger den will not spare you. With a swift motion, Gu Yuan dismissed any further conversation, delivering a decisive blow that sent blood gushing forth. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, each piercing deep into the bone. A crimson light erupted from the body of the ferocious lion, which Gu Yuan deftly seized. This radiant essence gradually coalesced into a creature no larger than a marble, its exterior grotesque, with sharp teeth capable of devouring anything. The heart-devouring insect. Once again, it alleviated a considerable burden for him. Gu Yuan pondered, contemplating the need to enhance the potency of the heart-devouring insect. It proved to be remarkably useful. After consuming the heart of a cultivator, the insect's aura steadily strengthened, yet its maximum potential was capped at the pinnacle of the first transformation. Ascending to the second transformation necessitated specific resources. Currently, upon slaying a low-tier chi refinement practitioner, the opponent could still exert resistance for an extended duration. Not due to their tenacity, but because the heart-devouring insect needed to consume more hearts of cultivators to diminish this phenomenon. Gu Yuan knelt down, his expression impassive as he grasped the head of the fallen lion. The process of refinement commenced. In his mind, a mysterious black cauldron emitted a resonant hum. And soon after, the lion's corpse vanished, consumed by the cauldron. Refining corpse insect. Refinement successful. With a mere thought, Gu Yuan attempted to activate the corpse insect. The corpse insect, embodying the lion, opened its murky eyes, a dullness reflected within. A closer inspection revealed that, although deceased, the lingering hatred from its past life remained palpable. Gu Yuan, however, merely smiled. It was but a dead creature. It had been powerless in life, and now, in death, it was even more diminished. Lying on the ground, the frail little bandit trembled in terror, his voice rising in panic. As he surveyed the gruesome scene around him, reminiscent of hell itself, he wondered if he was still dreaming. Had the entire gang perished just like that? Gu Yuan cast a cold glance in his direction. Just as he was about to deliver a finishing blow, a frown creased his brow. Perhaps this individual still held some utility. Get up, Gu Yuan said icily. The little bandit believed his fate was sealed, yet upon observing the demeanor of his assailant, he speculated whether he might be spared. All right, I will get up, he stammered, struggling to rise. The recent memory of his throat being pierced flashed in his mind, followed by the image of something small shooting out from his body. Could it be? He dared not contemplate further. The youth before him seemed nothing short of a demon. How could one mistake him for a pure-hearted, righteous boy? He was far more sinister than any devil. Even the most foolish of bandits could grasp the reality that Gu Yuan had been utilizing him all along. And the absurdity was that he had once believed in the other's innocence. Kneeling before Gu Yuan, trembling uncontrollably, he could only plead for the boy not to eradicate him completely. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes, inquiring, "What is your name?" My lord. You may call me Slim Monkey." "Very well, Slim Monkey. From now on, you must obey me in all matters if you wish to have even the slightest chance of survival. Do you understand?" Slim Monkey hesitated. But as he caught sight of the smile on Gu Yuan's face, a shiver ran down his spine. "Yes, absolutely. One must always heed the wishes of their elders. As long as they grant me my life, I would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire." Yet, Gu Yuan found such hollow promises utterly tiresome. He cast a final glance around the grand hall. Within its confines, apart from the gaunt monkey, no soul remained alive, including the beautiful women who served the ferocious lion. Gu Yuan showed no mercy, piercing through their skulls, leaving them lifeless. Subsequently, he conducted a swift search of the entire hall before striding out. The treasures hidden beneath the ground were primarily gold and silver riches, all of which were to Gu Yuan mere scrap metal. Observing the heaps of wealth, the gaunt monkey couldn't help but swallow hard. How could their leader hoard such treasures? Regrettably, the materials were woefully insufficient. Gu Yuan frowned. The resources required to elevate the heart-eating Gu were exceedingly rare, and it seemed the probability of finding them in such a mundane realm was quite low. He contemplated the possibility of crafting other types of Gu. Drawing upon the memories of his past life, he swiftly devised a plan. Just as he was deep in thought, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed nearby, thud, thud, thud. The wicked wolves. Upon seeing the newcomers, the gaunt monkey's expression shifted dramatically. A group of several dozen fierce-looking individuals approached, armed with various weapons. At the forefront stood a man towering at 2 meters, brandishing a spiked club, his gaze swiftly landing on the 2 figures ahead. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. These must be the remnants of the ferocious lion's forces, or rather, the elite among them, returning upon hearing the commotion. What on earth is happening? I heard from my subordinates that our hideout was under attack. The malevolent wolf's gaze was sharp as he scanned Gu Yuan's face, the stranger instantly arousing his wariness. No, no. A faint smile forced its way onto the face of the lean monkey. Gu Yuan remained expressionless, and with a mere thought, the corpse puppet evil lion emerged from the wooden cabin. Brother, brother. The wolf's brows relaxed, and soon a group of individuals knelt before him in reverence. The corpse puppet evil wolf nodded slightly, his voice gravelly as he spoke. I have now acquired a new corporeal form. He slowly raised his finger, pointing at Gu Yuan. What? The wolf immediately comprehended the unfolding situation. Gu Yuan coldly stated, from this day forth, this body is my new vessel. Do you understand? The remaining bandits of the evil lion stronghold exchanged glances, momentarily unable to accept this reality. The lean monkey, on the other hand, forced a smile, his heart racing with fear. What kind of father have I brought back? Not only did he kill my leader, but he also fashioned him into a half-dead puppet. Now, he has directly become the new leader, and my only value in this situation lies in convincing the others. For a moment, the lean monkey felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, engulfed in despair, uncertain of how the stronghold would evolve from this point onward. The wolf slowly raised his head, his expression grave. Brother, is it truly you? The wolf was, in fact, the son of the evil lion. But he usually referred to the evil lion as his leader. Do you doubt me? Gu Yuan's eyes glinted with lethal intent, daring not to speak. The fierce wolf suddenly recalled something and quietly inquired, Boss, what about the other brothers? With a cold snort, Gu Yuan replied, Humph, our stronghold was just attacked, and everyone perished. The remaining bandits were taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief. Everyone is dead. No wonder. From a distance, a thick stench of blood lingered in the air. The fierce wolf's gaze sharpened, poised to ask further questions, but Gu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. However, there is no need to worry excessively. I have slain the assailant. I suspect he was an undercover agent from another stronghold, driven by some potent elixir to come here with the intent to annihilate our evil lion stronghold. How absurd. A flicker of sorrow mingled with intense hatred glimmered in Gu Yuan's eyes. This vendetta must be avenged. For my brothers. Yes, vengeance is imperative. Tears welled in the eyes of the thin monkey, for it was Gu Yuan who had compelled him to take such a stance. Revenge. Revenge. The remaining bandits rose, all shouting in a fervor. Witnessing this, Gu Yuan smirked inwardly. It was merely a matter of overwhelming strength. These men had no choice but to comply. After a moment of stunned silence, the fierce wolf exclaimed, Indeed, we must seek revenge. Immediately, the group prepared themselves and set off to assault the nearest evil tiger stronghold. Chapter 10. The crafting of the Tao Ling Gu and the breakthrough to the second layer of Qi refinement. During this time, Gu Yuan had turned the evil lion stronghold upside down. However, he had yet to procure the materials necessary for crafting the Gu, which was indeed regrettable. Nevertheless, it matters not. The more lives extinguished and powers obliterated, the less one need worry about the procurement of materials. Should the sect of immortals prove insufficient, annihilating a bandit stronghold of mere mortals would be a task easily accomplished. On the road, the evil lion stronghold had gathered the remaining 100 or so members. At the rear of the procession on a carriage, the evil wolf suddenly smashed the table. Oomph. There must be something amiss. Our leader is undoubtedly compromised. He had recognized the issue the moment he laid eyes upon Gu Yuan. An elderly man sighed softly. I too have sensed it. The aura of death surrounding Brother Lion is overwhelmingly dense, yet the vitality emanating from that youth is exceedingly vibrant, completely inconsistent with the recent occurrence of soul transference. Moreover, the temperament of that lad is starkly at odds with that of Brother Lion. In the past, the evil lion would be seen embracing at least 2 women, indulging in wine and revelry every night. Such was his nature. But now, the elder, a general under the evil lion, lamented the changes of the times. Alas, the youth must possess formidable abilities to have swiftly eradicated everyone within the main stronghold. It is merely a lamentable consequence of the current circumstances. The evil wolf roared in fury. Damn it, damn it. No, we must retaliate. We must. Suddenly, a thought struck him. And he spoke with fierce determination. If it comes to the final moment, I shall employ that thing. All for the sake of avenging my brother. What? The elder was taken aback, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes. Are you certain? Indeed, that item, which that young man failed to procure, now lies in my possession. I shall ensure he pays the appropriate price. The malevolent wolf's eyes brimmed with resentment. Ahead of the group, upon an imposing carriage, the thin monkey, with a sly demeanor, poured tea for Gu Yuan, his eyes darting about as if deliberating on a matter of significance. Gu Yuan spoke coolly. Speak. Ah. How astute you are in discerning the thoughts of a humble individual. The thin monkey inhaled deeply. My lord, you are unaware that 2 years ago, the vile beast known as the evil lion slaughtered an entire merchant convoy and seized an extraordinary item. It was a box. Ah, the scene at that time. Gu Yuan interjected. Get to the point. In essence, it is an ominous object, and that box is no ordinary artifact. It appears to be specifically designed to contain that thing. After the evil lion acquired this treasure, he concealed it in secrecy. Where? The thin monkey chuckled nervously. My lord, you are aware of my position. How could I possibly know where that item is hidden? However, I am certain that the malevolent wolf must know. He is the evil lion's younger brother. He undoubtedly possesses that knowledge. The thin monkey's expression radiated determination. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. An ominous object? He turned the evil lion's stronghold upside down but could not find the item, which underscored its significance to the evil lion, perhaps even indicating that, due to its perilous nature, it was not stored within the stronghold at all. Should he resort to direct force? Gu Yuan pondered. After a moment, he dismissed this plan. Lacking the slave Gu and soul search Gu, torturing the evil wolf could backfire if he were to fabricate a lie, potentially leading to his own demise. It was wise to avoid alarming the enemy. Soon, the remnants of the evil lion faction encroached upon the territory of the evil tiger stronghold. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Yuan struck. The air was filled with the cries of birds and the roars of battle as the two strongholds plunged into a life-and-death struggle. In the dead of night, Gu Yuan quietly entered the lair of the evil tiger's stronghold. Before him lay the remnants of severed limbs. The bandits of the evil tiger's stronghold were utterly bewildered, unaware of why their neighbors, the evil lions, had turned against them. Gu Yuan employed the chrysanthemum thorn and the heart-devouring Gu, delivering a decisive blow to these mere mortals. Within the main hall, the evil tiger spat blood. Half kneeling on the ground. Why? Why has Brother Lion chosen to strike against me? Gazing upon the corpse of the evil lion, he wondered if the latter had lost his sanity. Perhaps it was time to contemplate the abyss. The corpse of the evil lion raspingly spoke, then plunged a dagger forcefully into the chest of the evil tiger. There was no time to waste. Gu Yuan smiled faintly, approached the evil tiger, and repeated his previous tactics, transforming the evil tiger into a corpse Gu as well. It was remarkably smooth. At the last moment, the evil lion had warned that the evil tiger would not spare him. No, Gu Yuan had come directly to eradicate the evil tiger once and for all. The wretched evil lion might have believed until his last breath that Gu Yuan was a prodigious youth on a mission for the state of Chu. After all, an ordinary immortal could never wield such peculiar powers. He could only be an extraordinary talent. Within the realm of Chu, there exists a dedicated force, such as the Chu Tian Academy, where cultivators embark on quests beyond the city to eradicate bandits. In the final moments of the evil tiger's life, his murky eyes finally discerned the visage of the young man before him, and he abruptly realized the true nature of his adversary. After transforming the evil tiger into a corpse Gu Yuan began to plunder the entire evil tiger stronghold. Remarkably, he unearthed some valuable treasures, including dark magic stones and soul-devouring flowers. Gu Yuan was elated, for these were essential materials for concocting the feasting spirit Gu. After meticulously examining all his storage bags, he discovered that he had amassed all the necessary ingredients. Excellent. Time to commence the refinement. Overjoyed, Gu Yuan found, as expected, that even within mortal realms, there were indeed some rare materials for Gu crafting. The laws of cultivation in this world differ from those in the previous Gu realm. What may be scarce in the Gu world could be commonplace flora in this realm. He placed the materials into the enigmatic black cauldron. Shall the feasting spirit Gu be refined instantly? Refinement initiated. Refinement in progress. Refinement successful. Gu. Feasting spirit Gu. Level First turn, function, a powerful auxiliary goo for cultivation, undoubtedly. Its effects will surpass your wildest imagination. The Tangle Spirit Goo, draped in a delicate shade of lavender, was adorned with a layer of fine scales. Its broad head boasted 2 antennae that shimmered with an enigmatic glow. Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly seated himself upon the soft couch, retrieving several strands of celestial spirit grass from his storage pouch. Some of these had been procured from Su Yong's pouch, while others were acquired from the storage of the malevolent lion and tiger. The celestial spirit grass was a precious herb within the realm of cultivation, particularly for low-tier practitioners of qi refinement. Typically, it would require a combination with other materials to concoct a celestial spirit pill, significantly enhancing a practitioner's cultivation. However, Gu Yuan had ingeniously circumvented this limitation with the Tangle Spirit Goo. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan activated the Tangle Spirit Goo. It levitated in midair, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of the surrounding environment within a radius of several hundred meters. The celestial spirit grass was drawn in as well. After a while, the purple radiance enveloping the Tangle Spirit Goo reached its zenith. Seizing the opportune moment, Gu Yuan grasped it forcefully. The surging energy coursed through his arm, entering his organs and ultimately settling in his dantian. Boom! With a muffled sound, he ascended to the second layer of qi refinement. A sly smile crept across Gu Yuan's lips. Such a rapid advancement would leave countless prodigies with exceptional spiritual roots utterly astonished. It was noteworthy that Gu Yuan had only recently broken through to the first layer of qi refinement just a few days prior, and now, with the aid of the Tangle Spirit Goo, he had achieved such swift progress. The crux of this rapid enhancement lay in the resources. The celestial spirit grass was indeed not a common commodity, and its market value was considerable. Gu Yuan's breakthrough to the second layer of qi refinement had consumed nearly 100 strands of celestial spirit grass, nearly depleting all he had acquired from the few he had slain. Should Xu Yong and his companions hear of this predicament underground, they would likely erupt in furious exclamations. The quality of this body is exceedingly poor. It took 100 spirit herbs merely to achieve a single breakthrough. For the next ascent to the third layer of qi refinement, it is estimated that 500 spirit herbs will be required. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, feeling dissatisfied with this pace. After all, the gluttonous spirit goo is a premier goo insect for low-tier goo masters to enhance their cultivation. Shaking off his thoughts, Gu Yuan focused his gaze and continued to assess his materials. The ice skin goo could also be refined. Additionally, the dragon spine goo, which fortifies defenses, and the goo insect that amplifies strength. And the goo insect that enhances speed must not be overlooked. With his eyes closed, Gu Yuan commenced the refining process. Refinement successful. Goo. Ice skin goo. Rank. First turn. Effect. A formidable defensive goo insect, capable of effortlessly resisting the sharpest blades of the mortal realm. Goo. Dragon spine goo. Rank. First turn. Effect. A powerful strength-enhancing goo insect, capable of reinforcing limbs and easily shattering stones and timber. Goo. Extreme Shadow Goo. Rank. First turn. Effect. Significantly enhances speed. Thus, the 3 goo insects were effortlessly refined. Excellent. Now he possesses goo insects for defense, strength, and speed. Chapter 11. Capturing the Sorcerer. The ice skin goo resembles a resplendent ice crystal, entirely transparent and exuding a chilling aura. The dragon spine goo appears akin to a miniature dragon, its body undulating gracefully, adorned in a copper hue with a multitude of scales. The extreme shadow goo takes the form of a constantly shifting shadow, elusive and difficult to grasp. Gu Yuan seized the 3 goo insects and swiftly refined them, particularly relishing the defensive goo insect. Previously, Gu Yuan refrained from excessive ostentation, choosing instead to utilize the remaining factions of the evil lion to launch an assault on the evil tiger's stronghold. The primary reason for this caution lay in his remarkably low margin for error and the lack of defensive measures. A hit from a concealed weapon could prove fatal. Gu Yuan cast a fleeting glance out the window. At this moment, he realized the need for reconnaissance insects. Perhaps he could experiment with concocting some hidden ones, such as the shadowless insect charm. While deep in thought, a hurried figure approached the wooden cabin. It was the lean monkey. The lean monkey respectfully knelt on one knee, much like he had when bowing to the evil lion. However, the difference now was that the youth before him possessed far greater and more mysterious strength. "Report, my lord," he began. "While leading the evil lion's bandits to scavenge for supplies, we discovered a person within the evil tiger's warehouse. Their movement was peculiar, and our meager abilities were insufficient to catch up with them." "Oh?" Gu Yuan rose. "Lead me there." After a brief interval, Gu Yuan arrived at the entrance of the evil tiger's stronghold's warehouse. Behind it lay a dense forest, perilous by night, fraught with wild beasts. And should an adept spiritual beast or demon appear, riding a will would become a grim necessity. At this moment, the area was crowded with individuals, most of whom were remnants of the evil lion's faction, all of whom Gu Yuan had absorbed into his ranks, due to their fierce battles against the evil tiger's stronghold. Fewer than 50 remained. The lean monkey chuckled, rubbing his palms together. My lord, that person vanished right around here. Preliminary assessments suggest they are a cultivator, much like yourself. The treacherous minions of the ferocious tiger have turned against him. The thin monkey clapped his hands, and soon after, a group of burly men from the tiger's faction marched in, escorting a battered young man. Upon seeing him, Gu Yuan noted the disheveled state of the youth, whose skin seemed to have been cruelly flayed, revealing raw wounds beneath. Burn marks marred his body, and his face was nearly unrecognizable. With more than half of his fingers missing, it was evident that he had endured unimaginable torment. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. One could not deny that this thin monkey was a person of exceedingly ruthless methods. Speak. Now that you are in the presence of the master, you might as well divulge everything you know. The thin monkey delivered a brutal kick to the youth's chest, nearly knocking the breath out of him. Blood spattered from the young man's mouth, and in a state of sheer terror, he trembled and pleaded, Master, spare my life, and I will tell you. That person. He is a sorcerer known to the ferocious tiger in the state of Chu, at the 3rd level of Qi refining, truly. I am not deceiving you. I beg you, grant me mercy. The youth had already been beaten to the brink of despair. He was the son of the ferocious tiger, who had once vowed never to betray his father, yet the brutal torture shattered any notion of loyalty or familial bonds. Gu Yuan was not surprised. No ordinary person could withstand such torment. If someone did, it could only mean that the torture had not been severe enough. Those so-called heroes in films who refuse to yield under duress are, after all, exceedingly rare. Even before Gu Yuan could pose a question, the young man had already divulged everything, revealing the extent of his harrowing experiences. His expression darkened. Summon everyone and encircle the evil tiger's stronghold. We must not allow this person to escape. A sorcerer at the 3rd level of Qi refinement? Truth be told, Gu Yuan found himself intrigued. Perhaps the evil lion claimed that the evil tiger would deal with him precisely because of this sorcerer. However, Gu Yuan acted with decisive ferocity, exterminating the evil lion's stronghold, with the evil tiger being the next target. The latter had not even received word before the massacre commenced. As his words faded, the crowd began to bustle with activity. Gu Yuan returned to the main base of the evil tiger. Although it appeared he was merely sending out news to rest, he indeed harbored other intentions during the day. He had taken quite an interest in the mysterious box mentioned by the lean monkey. Consequently, Gu Yuan manipulated the corpse Gu of the evil lion and concealed himself in the shadows, deftly positioning himself atop a towering tree. Below, 2 figures stealthily navigated the woods, none other than the evil wolf and an elder, once a trusted subordinate of the evil lion, known as the evil crow. These 2 were the focal points of Gu Yuan's attention. However, previously, he had refrained from taking action against them to avoid alarming their presence while he dealt with the evil tiger's stronghold. His objective was the mysterious box. He held no interest in their lives. There should be no one else around, it ought to be safe, yet caution is prudent. That youth possesses exceedingly strange methods. One cannot know whether he has means to eavesdrop on our conversation. Impossible. This area is exceedingly secure, having distanced ourselves significantly from the evil tiger stronghold. I just inquired. And that youth has returned to his camp to rest, of little consequence. Very well. The evil wolf sighed, lowering his voice. In fact, that mysterious box is currently in the possession of the wizard. What? The evil raven's eyes widened in horror. That terrifying object. You mean to say that brother actually gifted it to the evil tiger? The evil wolf replied. To be precise, it was sold to the wizard beside the evil tiger. Their relationship is merely one of collaboration. If they can work together, then why can't I, the evil lion? The transaction from years ago was that the wizard would assist my father in his ascension, and in return, he would hand over that mysterious box to the wizard. Gu Yuan, controlling the corpse puppet evil lion, quietly listened. The 2 believed that in the stillness of the night, they were unnoticed, yet they had long been under his scrutiny. He recalled that within the evil lion's storage pouch, there remained a few elixirs that could extend one's lifespan. These elixirs were exceedingly rare. It seemed that the original transaction was not merely about enhancing cultivation. It was evident that the evil lion had discerned the extraordinary nature of the item. Gu Yuan's eyes flickered as he pieced together the situation. However, there existed a crucial question. Why had the wizard brought the mysterious box back? In the subsequent conversation between the evil wolf and the evil raven, this aspect was not addressed. Most of their discussion centered around trivial information. Yet, to his astonishment, they contemplated reaching out to the wizard, aiming to collaborate and orchestrate a counterattack against Gu Yuan. Remarkable! Gu Yuan felt not anger, but rather a sense of caution and calm. It appeared that the evil wolf possessed certain means to directly contact the wizard. This evil wolf was indeed prudent, worthy of his reputation, concealing his intentions even from his trusted ally, the evil raven. Moreover, he undoubtedly possesses something that the sorcerer covets. In essence, his discourse with the malevolent crow is merely a fade. His true intention lies in leveraging the other party to achieve his own ends. How intriguing. A smirk graced Gu Yuan's lips. This evil wolf must harbor secrets, undisclosed to others. The ensuing conversation revolved around trivial matters. As Gu Yuan retracted the corpse poison evil lion, he was in no hurry to alarm the snake in the grass. His thoughts lingered on how to capture the sorcerer. Simultaneously, there was the Qingyang sect, a formidable adversary. Having slain that Lu Lia's mother, it was certain that they would pursue him to the bitter end. Time for Gu Yuan to grow was rapidly dwindling. The following day, Gu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. In the next moment, a torrent of invigorating energy surged chaotically within his mind. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Damn. This was not the result of a backlash from his cultivation, but rather a manifestation of inner demons. Chapter 12. Annihilation of the Bandit Stronghold. Indeed, last night, Gu Yuan endured the torment of his inner demons, a remnant of the former Gu Yuan who met a tragic demise. The intent of his inner demon was singular: revenge. How infuriating, demanding that he obliterate the entire Qingyang sect. Curse those inner demons. To be alive is to be weak. Now that they are dead, they dare not seek vengeance themselves. Ha ha ha. Gu Yuan showed no restraint, entirely mocking them. Within his mind, a spectral azure figure darted about wildly. Humph. The mysterious black cauldron emanated a powerful aura, swiftly subduing the inner demon. He had already quelled it countless times before. There was no other option. Gu Yuan had rapidly elevated his cultivation the previous night, and as a consequence, his inner demons began to fester at an accelerated pace, rendering his emotions increasingly volatile. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's mocking tone, he felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate Gu Yuan's consciousness. However, Gu Yuan was not one to indulge him, swiftly suppressing him with a mere gesture. In the future, should he concoct the appropriate Gu worms, I shall effortlessly convert you into Gu materials. He coldly huffed. The inner demons fell silent at once. Gu Yuan rose to his feet, and at that moment, the voice of the slender monkey echoed from outside. My lord, we have thoroughly searched every nook and cranny of the evil tiger's stronghold, yet the shaman remains elusive. My lord, do you think the shaman has fled to the southern woods? Gu Yuan remained silent. My lord? The slender monkey was taken aback. Cease the search, gather all the bandits, and prepare to depart. My lord, where are we headed next? The slender monkey asked anxiously. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Annihilate all remaining strongholds in the vicinity, as well as some of the larger factions. What? The slender monkey gasped, trembling. But, if we do this, the shaman will. Dare you question my orders? Gu Yuan's gaze turned frigid. The slender monkey shuddered violently. Hastily kneeling with his head bowed deeply, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I shall gather everyone at once. With that, the slender monkey promptly scrambled away in a frenzied hurry. He sensed that his lord was in an exceedingly foul mood today. Gu Yuan was indeed displeased. But that was not the primary reason. This slender monkey, humph. After traversing through hundreds of years in his past life, what tempests had Gu Yuan not witnessed? The audacity of this slender monkey has grown increasingly brazen, unabashedly disregarding all decorum. Just moments ago, outside the door, he did not even kneel, which speaks volumes of his utmost caution, yet he is willing to take necessary risks. He will incessantly probe Gu Yuan's limits while simultaneously bolstering his own strength among the remaining bandits. A mind that is overly astute can be perilous. Gu Yuan murmured softly. In the ensuing 3 days, Gu Yuan led the remnants of the evil lion and evil tiger strongholds to systematically annihilate every small to medium-sized encampment in the vicinity. After the carnage, he subjugated those bandits who surrendered and plundered the entire stronghold. What Gu Yuan sought were the materials essential for concocting venomous insects. However, the resources within these smaller tribes and strongholds were ultimately finite. After a thorough scavenging, the usable materials were scant. What Gu Yuan required most urgently was a reconnaissance insect. With this insect, capturing the shaman would become significantly more manageable. Of course, Gu Yuan's motives for decimating the surrounding strongholds extended beyond mere alchemical pursuits. Should he fail to procure the necessary materials, he would compel the shaman to emerge. According to Gu Yuan's deductions, the shaman would undoubtedly remain, driven by desperation. From the last fleeting glance exchanged between the evil lion and the evil wolf, he surmised that the evil wolf possessed an item of paramount significance to the shaman, potentially linked to his very life. Is it not time to act? I am keen to observe just how long you can endure. Gu Yuan let out a cold chuckle. Once the plunder was complete, everyone returned to the evil tiger's stronghold. My lord. The lean monkey respectfully knelt upon the ground, devoid of any trace of disloyalty. We have captured a total of 300 mortal civilians. How shall we handle them? Oh, the master at the dais, Gu Yuan, momentarily paused, instinctively recalling memories from his previous life. Is there any material from these mortals that can be directly utilized to concoct effective poison? After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Yuan shook his head. There are indeed such materials, but most are beyond the reach of our current cultivation level, and the returns are exceedingly meager. A faint smile appeared on Gu Yuan's face. 300 civilians? How pitiable. Let them all go. The lean monkey's eyes widened in disbelief. My lord, are you certain you wish to release them? Among these 300 individuals, there are many beautiful women. Perhaps they would serve you well. Observing Gu Yuan's demeanor over the past few days, the lean monkey noted that despite his age, he seemed disinterested in feminine charms and devoid of any other desires. Spending his days in solitary cultivation. Release them all, Gu Yuan stated indifferently. Very well. The lean monkey, reluctant to defy the command, instinctively redefined Gu Yuan's character, a passionate youth, yet ruthless and cunning, not merely an inexperienced hothead. After receiving the order, the lean monkey sighed, then withdrew to prepare for the release of the civilians. Is Gu Yuan truly benevolent? Not quite. Both good and bad reputations serve their purposes. Perhaps this title of vanquisher of evil for the common folk could prove advantageous. Gu Yuan languidly leaned against the dais, murmuring to himself. After all, lives have been taken, possessions seized, and enmities forged. It is far better to secure a favorable reputation in the process. In the dead of night, at the border between the evil tiger and evil lion strongholds, a figure clad in a black robe and adorned with a magical hat flitted through the forest. Elusive as a specter, evading the gaze of ordinary onlookers. What on earth is happening? What transpired between the evil lion and evil tiger strongholds? Could it be that the young scion from Chu Kingdom's Chutian Academy has taken up the mantle of elimination of evil? Both chieftains have met their demise. Yet my possession remains unclaimed. In the shadows, the figure was none other than the sorcerer Oksar, clutching his chest tightly, gritting his teeth. His expression twisted beneath his mask as he bore unimaginable anguish. At some point, he had arrived at the evil lion stronghold and, shrouded in darkness, turned it upside down in search of his belongings, but to no avail. Infuriating. If I cannot find it, then, could that mysterious youth have taken it? No. That is utterly impossible. I can see through his intentions. He seeks to capture me. And surely he has gleaned information about that item from some remnants of the evil lions. Oksar smashed a stone table within the main hall, his eyes glimmering with a faint red light under the moon's glow. Moments later, a realization struck him. Yes, it must be in the hands of that old fool's offspring. Damn it. I always suspected that little wolf cub had an unsettling gaze. With that thought, Oksar produced a talisman, waved his hand, and ignited it, which then transformed into an ancient mirror. In the mirror, what was reflected was not Oksar, but rather a vague, shadowy figure. Little wolf cub, quickly tell me, where on earth did that thing come from? Oksar exclaimed, his voice booming. After a brief silence from the ancient mirror, Oksar's impatience grew evident, and he was about to unleash a torrent of anger once more. Only after you return to me the item you promised 2 years ago will I divulge the whereabouts of that thing. The shadow on the other side of the mirror replied calmly. Oksar, no longer furious, let out a sardonic laugh. The item you speak of, I distinctly recall making that deal with your father, did I not? It's all the same. As Oksar chuckled, a sudden thought struck him. You little wolf cub, have you been obsessively yearning for that item, only to have your plans thwarted by unforeseen circumstances? Has someone disrupted your scheme? The shadow remained silent. Your father has been slain, hasn't he? Are you aware of this? And the evil tiger gang. It bears the mark of a single hand. Likely that of a formidable cultivator with considerable prowess. I know. Indeed, you have become that boy's dog. A dog of utmost contempt. Oksar remarked with a cold sneer. Chapter 13. Confronting the sorcerer, the might of the Gu path unveiled. The shadow showed no signs of anger. Auxer furrowed his brow. Come now, tell me, where are you currently located? So that I may deliver the item to you, the wretched dog of your family. Behind you. What? What? In an instant, the space trembled slightly as a sharp, long knife tore through the veil of darkness, lunging fiercely towards the back of Oxar's head. With a swift, almost instinctual reaction, Oxar's nerves tightened, and he instinctively turned his head aside, narrowly evading the deadly strike as the blade sank into his shoulder. You. Oxar's pupils constricted in shock, gritting his teeth as he staggered back several steps, reaching for his storage pouch, from which a faint yellow shield materialized to protect him. Ah! A touch of regret, came a voice from outside, as a youthful figure sauntered leisurely into the room. It was Gu Yuan. You. Oxar's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not comprehend how this youth had appeared here or how he had discovered his whereabouts. Furthermore, he was baffled by the discrepancy in identity during his recent communication with the universal divine mirror. In this moment, it became evident that the boy before him was indeed the one the mirror had referred to. But how could that be? Observing Oxar's panic, Gu Yuan offered a faint smile. You little rat, you've been quite easy to catch these past few days. Who are you? Second level of chi refinement. How could you possess such strange abilities? Oxar's eyes widened even further as he realized the youth before him was merely at the second level of chi refinement. Turning his gaze towards his assailant, he recognized the figure, an evil lion. Yes. Yet, he had already become a corpse puppet, his eyes glazed over, exuding an aura of death. It matters not who I am, Gu Yuan replied with a subtle smile. In the next moment, another towering figure entered the camp, firmly grasping the throat of a burly man. The corpse sorcery evil lion seized the evil wolf. Thud, thud, thud. A multitude of footsteps approached from outside the stronghold as the lean monkey, drenched in sweat, arrived at Gu Yuan's side, kneeling respectfully on the ground. My lord, are you unharmed? Gu Yuan paid him no heed. This night, based on his deductions, he had long since laid a meticulous trap. The sorcerer would not escape unscathed. At this juncture, the sorcerer Oxar could no longer be oblivious to the fact that his seemingly flawless plan had been thoroughly orchestrated by another. Gu Yuan summoned the chrysanthemum thorn and kept other sorceries poised for activation, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. The sorcerer before him was at the third level of chi refinement. Thus, Gu Yuan abandoned any thoughts of capturing him. His sole objective was to extinguish his life. Only in the death of a formidable foe would he find solace. Oxar's pupils constricted sharply. You fool, why must you insist on killing me? What benefit do you hope to gain? I am a noble of the state of Chu, a distinguished teacher at the Chu Tian Academy. If you slay me, are you prepared for the wrath of the imperial family? Oh, Gu Yuan scoffed, then turned to the lean monkey, instructing, block the entrance completely. Under no circumstances must this man escape. The lean monkey shuddered. This man was also a cultivator. Just a few nights prior, it was likely that fear of Gu Yuan had stayed their hand. Now, sending mere mortals to confront him would be sheer folly. Yet, he dared not defy Gu Yuan's command. Immediately, the ragtag bandits encircled the main camp. Very well, Oxar retorted, his anger morphing into a mocking smile. Gu Yuan maintained an expressionless demeanor. In the next instant, he activated the chrysanthemum thorn, and countless flying daggers shot forth from the blossom at the speed of light. Bang! 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 The pale yellow shield effortlessly blocked them all. The evident drawback of the chrysanthemum thorn became clear when faced with formidable defensive measures. Such concealed weapons appeared rather ineffectual. Gu Yuan's figure flickered as he employed the extreme shadow Gu, instantly propelling himself several dozen meters forward until he was face to face with Auxer. What an uncanny movement technique! Auxer felt as if his eyes would pop out in astonishment. Such a bizarre skill was unprecedented in his experience. Could it be a high-tier teleportation spell or a one-time instantaneous talisman? Yet, the opponent had neither invoked a talisman nor displayed any signs of casting a spell. How was this peculiar technique executed? Auxer gritted his teeth, realizing there was no time for contemplation. Once Gu Yuan closed the distance, he immediately unleashed the dragon spine Gu. Boom! He struck the pale yellow shield with a powerful punch, causing its radiance to dim significantly. With another blow, the shield was on the brink of shattering. Auxer roared in fury as a golden small sword emerged, suspended above his head, and then lunged viciously towards Gu Yuan. Die! Auxer's face contorted in rage. He had awaited this moment, cursing himself for worrying that this young man would shy away from close combat and merely throw daggers. In such a case, he would have been at a loss. The golden sword's aura surged dramatically, as if the very fabric of space were being pierced. Gu Yuan remained calm. meeting the golden sword with a punch. Auxer's eyes widened in disbelief. Has this man gone mad? To confront a magical weapon with mere flesh, unless he had cultivated an advanced body refinement technique, this was tantamount to courting death. But what leisure did a low-tier cultivator have to practice any body refinement techniques? Gu Yuan had never practiced any martial arts, yet he possessed the ice skin Gu. In an instant, as the small sword was about to pierce his skin, a thick layer of ice abruptly emerged on the surface of his skin. The small sword struck against it with a resounding thud, leaving the ice layer utterly unscathed while the sword was sent flying. No, this is impossible. Auxer could hardly believe his eyes. This was a genuine magical artifact, albeit a low-tier one. However, how many low-tier cultivators possess such a capable low-tier magical tool? Not to mention, the golden small sword was among the finest of low-tier artifacts. After swatting the golden small sword away, Gu Yuan did not pause for a moment. He clenched his fist and shattered the pale yellow small shield with a single blow. Then, with a sudden force, he struck Auxer's chest. Auxer was hit. His body flung away like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the wall. Gu Yuan showed no mercy and activated the heart-devouring Gu. As the dust settled, Auxer saw a faint red light darting towards him in midair, and in that instant, his entire body broke out in goosebumps. The object hurtling through the air was extremely perilous. Could it be that the vicious lion and tiger had both succumbed to this thing? With this thought, Auxer dared not underestimate the situation any further. A faint grayish light flickered on his chest. Was this an inner armor? Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. No. It was more than that. Yet, the weak heart-devouring Gu had still managed to burrow into Auxer's chest. Instantly, his expression froze. Gu Yuan would certainly not let such a perfect opportunity for attack slip away. He activated the chrysanthemum thorn. Countless sharp spikes rained down upon Auxer in a relentless assault. Get away. In a fleeting moment, Auxer waved his arms, conjuring a faint purple hand of light that deflected countless spikes. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze towards the opposing Gu Yuan brimming with resentment. Yet, he understood that retreat was imperative. His adversary's strength was overwhelming. Be it in agility or that lethal spike-launching technique, the likes of which he had never encountered before. Contemplating this, Auxer's expression grew vacant as he gently raised his palm. In the next instant, a purple array formed beneath his feet, encasing him entirely. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Could this be the wizard's craft? He resolved that he must not afford the opponent any opportunity to cast spells. With murderous intent swirling in his gaze, he propelled himself forward with a powerful push, activating the extreme shadow Gu, causing his figure to flicker instantaneously. Chapter 14. The Mysterious Box, Teleportation. Auxer murmured a phrase, and in the following moment, just as Gu Yuan's fist was about to collide with his face, Auxer's figure abruptly vanished. Has he fled? Gu Yuan's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. But Auxer's presence had already dissipated. This bizarre technique, it seems, despite my prior experience as a Gu master and the assistance of the enigmatic Black Cauldron. I must not underestimate the cultivators of this realm, Gu Yuan mused softly. My lord. The thin monkey rushed in, taken aback upon discovering the wizard had vanished. Gu Yuan's expression turned frigid. You command everyone to encircle the entire Evil Lion Mountain stronghold. If any suspicious individuals are detected, report immediately. The thin monkey paused for a moment, then knelt respectfully, replying, yes. After a brief interval, the corpse Gu Evil Lion brought Evil Wolf to the former dungeon of the Evil Lion stronghold. Gu Yuan sat in a chair, a thought crossing his mind. In the next moment, Evil Tiger entered the dungeon, dragging along the old man Evil Crow. The Evil Wolf's eyes widened in terror as he gritted his teeth and pleaded, My lord, why? Why have you captured me? I am innocent. I have no intention of betraying you. Gu Yuan regarded him with an amused expression, nodding slowly. I am aware. Then, my lord. Gu Yuan clapped his hands, commenced the torture. What? The Evil Wolf's eyes bulged as he watched the corpse Gu Evil Tiger, once his father, now a grotesque figure, approach him menacingly. His heart sank, and no. My lord. I truly know nothing. Ah. The corpse Gu Evil Tiger harbored no sentiment. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's command, he immediately set to work. The torture chamber was furnished with various implements of torment. Gu Yuan cast a cursory glance and noted that this former Evil Tiger was indeed a ruthless individual. However, the tortures of the past would now be inflicted upon his son, and it remained uncertain how the departed soul would feel upon learning of this turn of events. As time swiftly passed, the dungeon echoed with the anguished cries of the Evil Wolf. The elder Evil Crow endured the same fate. Gu Yuan had no qualms about the so-called respect for the elderly or the young. He treated all with equal severity. Regrettably, the old man, clearly frail, was so thoroughly tormented that he could no longer muster even a scream. My lord, my lord. Ah, young lad, I understand. I understand what the sorcerer uttered. Yet, he undoubtedly deceived me on purpose. I know nothing at all, truly. Ah. After 10 minutes of torment, should Gu Yuan fail to hear any favorable news, another 10 minutes shall ensue, granting this wretch a moment's respite. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. The wicked wolf had been so thoroughly tortured that his visage was nearly unrecognizable, his flesh lacerated and torn, with scarcely a patch of skin remaining intact. I declare that the object is within the chamber of one of the most beloved women of the vile lion. My lord, I have spoken. Please, spare me. I renounce my celestial fate. The wicked wolf knelt upon the ground, his gaze devoid of emotion. At this moment, he harbored no expectations for the future, only a desire for immediate death. Gu Yuan was not taken aback. It is said that no ordinary person can withstand such torment. If they can, it simply indicates that the torture was insufficient. The corpse poison, evil tiger, ensnared the wicked wolf's neck with a chain, leading him like a dog. Gu Yuan rose, and based on the wicked wolf's description, he sought out a charming abode. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying the house before him. To be honest, he had not anticipated that the vile lion would conceal such a priceless treasure within a woman's dwelling. Gu Yuan tilted his head, catching sight of the wicked wolf. Panting heavily as he lifted his gaze toward the exquisite small building, a glimmer of hatred lingering in his murky eyes. He is a man with a story. Gu Yuan nodded. However, he had little interest in the tales of these individuals. His sole concern lay with the chest mentioned by the wolf. The chest. It was just within. The wolf's head immediately drooped, seemingly overwhelmed by the prospect of the chest falling into Gu Yuan's possession. Gu Yuan summoned the evil tiger and evil lion, two corpse puppets, and directed them into the room, immediately urging them to wield their weapons against the wooden shack. Within a minute, with a resounding crash, the structure collapsed. Gu Yuan opted for a direct and forceful search. Indeed, behind a thick wall, he discerned some clues. The outer layer was nearly hollow. Upon smashing it open with weaponry, he uncovered a dark purple chest nestled within. The chest was modest in size, rectangular, and no longer than 2 feet in length. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary wooden box. Gu Yuan squinted slightly. Cultivators in the chi refinement stage lacked spiritual awareness, and thus he could not forcibly pry it open, remaining oblivious to its contents. Nevertheless, he was not in a rush to break the chest. The thin monkey inhaled deeply, recognizing an opportunity to impress his master, and promptly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Master, it is indeed this chest. I assure you, I have not erred." However, this chest was quite fearsome back in the day, as it was constantly swaying. So it must contain something terrifying. Gu Yuan waved his hand gently. "That, master." The thin monkey gazed at the wooden chest, seemingly entranced by an unseen force. Why does the master not open the chest? Gu Yuan remained silent. This chest, indeed, harbored secrets. It was as if Gu Yuan had resurrected this box. Triggering a hidden switch, the surrounding bandits could not help but kneel upon the ground, their eyes shimmering with a fervent greed. Had Gu Yuan not been present at that moment, they would undoubtedly have surged forward in a frenzied rush. The contents of this box possessed the power to captivate the hearts of men. A subtle smirk graced Gu Yuan's lips. He was in no hurry. The Demon Lord. The esteemed Demon Lord. Around him, countless mortals gradually approached the wooden chest, their gazes vacant and entranced, as if they had fallen under a sinister spell. Gu Yuan too felt the influence wash over him. However, even in this reincarnated, seemingly feeble body, the mental fortitude bestowed upon him by his previous life as the nine-turned venerable was far beyond that of ordinary cultivators of the same rank. Drag it away. Gu Yuan's expression darkened, his countenance revealing his displeasure. Two corpse worms immediately began to haul the wooden chest, but just as they lifted it, an external force abruptly suppressed them. Gu Yuan's pupils constricted. With a spurt of blood, he suffered a backlash. Die. Behind him, a gaunt bandit contorted his face, his desiccated fingers transforming into sharp, blade-like protrusions, glimmering with an eerie azure light, before lunging fiercely toward Gu Yuan. Should he be struck, it would surely spell death or grievous injury for him. This was an unparalleled opportunity. If missed, it would never return. Hee, I have been waiting for you. Gu Yuan's expression reverted to calm, as if the earlier backlash had merely been an illusion. He suddenly turned, channeling the extreme shadow worm, his form suddenly flickering. With a resounding thud, the bandit who had attacked him was sent sprawling by a single punch. Gu Yuan did not hold back. He immediately activated the heart-eating goo and flicked his fingers, sending a faint red dot toward the assailant. You. The shadow suddenly revealed its true identity. It was the sorcerer Oksar. His fingers trembled as he waved behind him, summoning a small black shield to protect himself. The dark barrier shielded Oksar, preventing the heart-eating goo from penetrating. Such a wealth of defensive treasures. Gu Yuan was no longer restrained. He simultaneously invoked the chrysanthemum thorn and the dragonspine goo. Bang! Bang! The black shield shattered into fragments. My lord, spare my life. Oksar trembled all over, having nearly exhausted all his trump cards, with no means of retaliation left. The previous teleportation had depleted his magical energy. Countless spikes pierced Oksar's body, and his shrill screams echoed through the malicious lion stronghold. How could Gu Yuan possibly let him off the hook? That would be a mere fantasy. Moments later, Oksar was transformed into a porcupine. His breath so weak that a mere kick could extinguish his life. Chapter 15, Slaying Oksar. Gu Yuan squinted slightly. The idea of an ambush is commendable, but unfortunately, the enemy you encountered is me, and success is beyond your reach. Disguising oneself among one's comrades and waiting for the opportune moment. This was a tactic Gu Yuan had employed frequently in his past life. In terms of ambush experience, he could undoubtedly be regarded as an industry expert. Why? Oksar's eyes brimmed with resentment. He could not comprehend how his adversary had discerned his scheming and then turned the tables, ensnaring him with a simple self-harming ruse. Gu Yuan remained silent, slowly approaching Oksar while quietly activating the heart-eating goo. No, you cannot kill me. I'm a teacher at the Chu Tian Academy of the state of Chu. If you kill me, you will. However, Gu Yuan did not cease his actions. Okis trembled violently, the specter of death looming ever closer. And he cried out in terror, No, do not kill me. I can offer you benefits. Yes, I know the origins of the contents within that wooden box, and I can reveal them to you. This information is beyond the grasp of these mere mortals, truly. Fellow cultivator, if you open it directly, you will undoubtedly encounter peril. I can assist you. The box contains... No, you scoundrel, even if I die, I will haunt you in hell. Seeing that no matter how he pleaded, the other party remained resolute in their intent to end his life. Akis could no longer contain his anger and began to curse vehemently. It was merely the barking of a defeated dog. Gu Yuan scoffed. Immediately, the heart-devouring bug latched onto Akis. This time, he had no means of defense, forced to watch as his heart was gradually consumed, leading him inexorably towards death. Akis perished, his eyes wide open, filled with resentment towards Gu Yuan, but also fear. In truth, he had one last flicker of hope. If only he could persuade this young man, he could employ the life-for-life technique hidden within himself. Still harboring a glimmer of hope to vanquish Gu Yuan and emerge as the victor. Yet, who was Gu Yuan? How could he possibly grant an enemy such an opportunity? Confronted with such a menacing adversary, one must employ every conceivable means. To eliminate the formidable enemy is indeed the most commendable victory. After a prolonged struggle, the foe finally succumbed. Gu Yuan nodded softly. To think that a mere practitioner of the third level of Qi could possess such an array of tactics suggests that this individual must not merely be an ordinary contender at this level, but rather someone of superior strength. Otherwise, he would not engage in such clandestine endeavors. Gu Yuan clenched his fist. It was still not enough. Although he, as a practitioner of the second level of Qi, could easily overpower the third-level sorcerer Auxer, this was evidently insufficient. Armed with the memories of his past life as a Gu master and aided by a mysterious black cauldron, his efficiency in vanquishing ordinary cultivators was still far too slow. After probing several times to ensure Auxer was utterly defeated, Gu Yuan cautiously approached to collect the spoils of victory. Upon opening Auxer's storage bag, he was dazzled by the plethora of materials within. Gold and spirit stones nearly blinded him. There were hundreds of spirit stones, and the assortment of spiritual herbs and exotic fruits was beyond counting. Excellent. Gu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, slaying the sorcerer proved immensely profitable. Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he spotted a peculiar small box. Upon gently opening it, he discovered a scroll and several pills. The death curse. Upon reading the description of this sinister spell, Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It was an exceedingly malevolent incantation that, when the target was within a yard's reach, would instantly lock onto them. By sacrificing one's own soul and flesh, it unleashed a bizarre soul spell to eliminate the enemy. Had he heeded that single utterance from Auxer earlier, upon approaching, it is likely that this individual would have fought valiantly in his final moments, even if it meant sacrificing a piece of his own flesh. Unfortunately, Gu Yuan had swiftly employed the heart-devouring Gu to eliminate him, rendering any last resort utterly ineffective. How intriguing. Gu Yuan pocketed the deadly curse, contemplating that he might sell it to other cultivators in the future. It was not something he intended to cultivate himself, as it would merely consume time. In his mind, certain Gu also bore similar effects. After stowing away this spell, he turned his gaze towards several black pills. Among them, a small note inscribed, Heavenly Calamity Pill. Effects. At the cost of sacrifice, it aids those without spiritual roots to cultivate a black spiritual root. Note: one must consume one pill annually before foundational establishment or face certain destruction. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the Heavenly Calamity Pill. Surely, this is the very item that the malevolent lion sought. A cold chuckle escaped him. Suddenly, the lean monkey peered out from behind a tree. And upon realizing that Gu Yuan was the ultimate victor, a flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes before he knelt on the ground. I arrived too late. It's all that bizarre wooden box's fault. It actually manipulated us. Gu Yuan merely cast a dispassionate glance in his direction, prompting an immediate shudder from the lean monkey. He was acutely aware that, thus far, the formidable foes had been nearly eradicated, all thanks to the efforts of his master, while he himself had merely played the role of a lackey. The only enigma, that peculiar wooden box, was something he and his kind could not assist with. Thus, how would this merciless and inscrutable youth choose to deal with them? The lean monkey could not fathom. To flee is to embrace death. Yet to remain is nearly the same fate. However, Gu Yuan did not spare a glance at him. Instead, he raised his hand to summon the sorcerer Aux to concoct the corpse goo. Would you like to brew the corpse goo? It requires the expenditure of 100 spirit stones. 100. Gu Yuan was taken aback. How could it demand such a staggering amount? Could it be? After a brief moment, Gu Yuan finally grasped the reason. Previously, during the concoction of the corpse goo evil lion and evil tiger, he had expended merely a few stones. Yet before him, the sorcerer Aux required 100? The underlying cause lay not only in the disparity of their cultivation levels, but also in the degree of damage inflicted on the corpse. Nevertheless, Gu Yuan chose to proceed with the brewing. This fundamental corpse goo belonged to his most loyal subordinate. Barring external influences, there was no possibility of even a hint of betrayal. Although his methods were limited, their utility was undeniably significant. After completing this task, Gu Yuan turned to face the enigmatic wooden chest. The surrounding bandits and ordinary mortals knelt upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably, their bodies shivering as Gu Yuan passed by. He even caught a whiff of the sin of urine, causing his expression to darken. These mortals had realized that they had foolishly coveted the master sorcerer's chest. It was tantamount to courting death. Thus, they could only kneel in reverence, hoping to earn the master sorcerer's forgiveness. Step back. Gu Yuan snorted coldly. Countless mortals shivered violently, their limbs turning icy, unsure of how to retreat. Did you not hear the command of the master sorcerer? Step back. The lean monkey rushed forward, brandishing his knife, and admonished them with a frigid tone. Immediately, countless bandits and mortals withdrew several hundred meters away. Gu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a serene gaze around him. Had it not been for the futility of a mortal body in his current state and the exertion involved in taking lives, he would have long since arranged for these commoners to meet their demise. The wooden crate was guarded by 2 corpse insects, yet it had not been carelessly opened by any mortal. Gradually, Gu Yuan approached the enigmatic wooden box. Previously, it was undoubtedly that Auxer who employed some arcane method, causing the contents within the box to stir. Gu Yuan slightly tilted his head, casting a glance at the evil wolfling on the ground, unaware of its fate. The corpse insect evil lion advanced, forcibly rousing the evil wolf from its stupor. Gu Yuan retrieved a black pill from Auxer's storage pouch. The evil wolf's eyes widened, instantly captivated by the black pill, the celestial calamity pill. Could it be? Auxer has already been slain by me. Gu Yuan spoke with an indifferent tone. As his words hung in the air, a tall, slender figure emerged from the darkness. You, the evil wolf. Upon seeing the lifeless Auxer, comprehended the grim reality, and in that instant, the last flicker of hope within him plummeted into despair. Chapter 16. The demonic child. Gu Yuan commanded coolly, "You, go and open the wooden box." The evil wolf was momentarily taken aback, its pupils suddenly constricting to the size of pinpricks, terror flooding its gaze. It was not merely the dread of what lay within the box. but a profound fear of the youth before it. He was nothing short of a demon. Observing the evil wolf's hesitation, Gu Yuan let out a cold snort, swiftly urging the corpse insect evil lion to administer torment. "Ah, I will go. I will go." The wicked wolf, unable to withstand the torment, trembled as he approached the wooden chest. Gazing upon the box, his fingers quivered momentarily before he fiercely swung the hammer given to him by the evil lion, shattering the chest with a resounding crash. Inside lay a swirling mass of black mist. Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened. Gradually, the black mist dispersed, revealing a child, a small figure entirely shrouded in darkness. While rummaging through the storage bag, Gu Yuan had discovered a note stating the words demonic child. Presumably, the child before him was the so-called demonic child. As the demonic child emerged into the light, it slowly opened its hollow, pupil-less eyes, immediately locking onto the wicked wolf. A piercing scream erupted from it, akin to the wails of a tormented soul from the depths of hell. In the next moment, it lunged violently at the wicked wolf. The wicked wolf was knocked to the ground, struggling momentarily before swiftly succumbing to stillness. He was dead. Gu Yuan recoiled abruptly, retreating several hundred paces before he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. This demonic child exuded an aura of extreme peril. A direct confrontation was utterly inadvisable. Gu Yuan's expression grew grave. The instant this demonic child came into existence, he felt his very blood boil. Death. Indeed, had he opened the wooden chest, he would likely have been targeted by the demonic child. Would his soul and the icy muscle poison be able to withstand the onslaught of the demonic child? The likelihood of survival was slim, as Gu Yuan currently possessed no means to defend against spiritual or soul-related harm. Once locked onto, it would be akin to plummeting into an abyss. Fortunately, he had resolved from the outset not to open the chest alone. After the demon child dispatched the wicked wolf, he similarly executed the unconscious evil crow nearby, the act occurring almost without warning, as if he simply pounced, and it was done. Subsequently, with no targets left to assail, the demon child began to emit that hair-raising shriek. It was only after the passage of a stick of incense that he finally ceased, remaining motionless in his place. It appeared that the demon child had not attacked the few corpse puppets nearby, suggesting he seemed to only target the living. Gu Yuan's expression grew grave as he began to analyze the demon child's patterns of murder, and he promptly summoned the thin monkey, instructing him to bring others to observe the demon child's condition. The thin monkey shuddered. He knew he could not venture there alone, especially since even the adults dared not approach. Thus, he steeled his resolve and sought out a few individuals he usually found distasteful, informing them that an opportunity to prove themselves had arisen. The group was overjoyed and hurried to the front. One among them, after realizing there was nothing amiss, mustered his courage and attempted to lift the pitch-black African figure. However, the moment this bandit made contact with the demon child, his expression turned blank, and he collapsed to the ground, unmoving. Clearly, he had departed this world with remarkable tranquility. Ordinary mortals lack perceptive abilities. Had a cultivator approached instead, any sensible individual would refrain from recklessly touching such an unknown entity with their flesh. Witnessing this scene, the remaining bandits immediately scrambled away in terror. The thin monkey shouted at them to hold their ground. Gu Yuan promptly commanded these bandits to test the demon child according to his instructions. Countless surviving bandits have now become mere livestock under Gu Yuan's control. He possesses the power to choose between execution and mercy, however, to maximize their value. He often employs them elsewhere. After sacrificing several bandits, Gu Yuan rose and slowly approached the demon child. It was evident that the wooden box had indeed served as his prison. The box, while simple and unremarkable in appearance, had likely been replaced 2 years prior. The original must have been extraordinary. The foolish evil lion failed to recognize its worth and traded it for a mere fraction of its value with the wizard Oxer. As Gu Yuan observed the demon child before him, he speculated on its potential attack methods and abilities, which might even be linked to time. However, he needed to gather more information about the demon child. Subsequently, he procured another wooden box and instructed the mortal bandits to confine the demon child within it. "Ah, my hair, my skin." Several bandits screamed in terror as they witnessed their bodies aging at an alarming rate. They had utilized tools, avoiding direct contact. For a mere touch would spell instant death. This entity could serve as a human bomb in the future, Gu Yuan reflected. He nodded. Considering the potential of using the demon child as a projectile against cultivators, which might inflict considerable damage upon them. After completing these tasks, Gu Yuan ordered the lean monkey to oversee the cleanup. He then entered the main chamber and reopened Oxer's storage bag, discovering a map inside. It appears that the journey ahead is destined to lead towards the state of Chu. The location of the Qingyang sect is remote, surrounded by countless perilous terrains, compelling Gu Yuan to flee northward to escape the relentless pursuit of the sect's assassins. Speaking of these assassins, Leo will undoubtedly cease at nothing to hunt him down. Thus, the imperative to grow stronger remains paramount. Henceforth, it is no longer tenable to linger in this bandit stronghold. The methods employed by cultivators are enigmatic and unpredictable. It is entirely possible that, at any moment, a master from the Qingyang sect may deduce Gu Yuan's presence within this hideout, ensnaring him in an inescapable net, leading to his inevitable demise. The following day, sunlight streamed through the crevices of the window, illuminating the room. Gu Yuan slowly opened his eyes and rose from his resting place. "My lord, you intend to depart?" The thin monkey's eyes widened in alarm, his heart racing with trepidation. After all, his dominance in this bandit lair was not due to his own prowess, but rather reliant upon Gu Yuan. Without him, how could he possibly maintain control over those beneath him? Gu Yuan discerned the turmoil within his thoughts. With a mere thought, a black elixir materialized in his palm. "Consume this," Gu Yuan commanded. The thin monkey's fingers trembled violently. "My lord." This Gu Yuan's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Reluctantly, the thin monkey complied. A series of anguished cries erupted from him as a dark mist suddenly escaped from his mouth and nostrils. The elixir bestowed upon him was the infamous Tiancha pill. Moments later, the black mist dissipated, revealing a black spiritual root blossoming within the thin monkey's being. Gu Yuan approached to inspect the transformation, his curiosity piqued. Remarkably, a black spiritual root had indeed manifested, exhibiting a level of aptitude comparable to that of an ordinary five-element spiritual root. "Ha! I have ascended. I have become an immortal cultivator." The slender monkey rejoiced, then immediately knelt down with respect, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord. You are like my reborn parents." Gu Yuan's expression turned icy as he proceeded to deliver another piece of unfortunate news regarding the heavenly calamity pill. The slender monkey's countenance instantly fell. Gu Yuan chose not to elaborate further. To him, the slender monkey was merely a trivial figure along the endless path of cultivation, barely worthy of being considered a passerby. Whether the individual lived or perished bore no consequence to him. The monkey could opt for a different path, ascending to become a loose immortal, or, like him, venture to the kingdom of Chu in search of opportunities, or even choose to live a life of ease and indulgence for a year. Gu Yuan was merely conducting an experiment to ascertain the true effects of the heavenly calamity pill. How intriguing! A smirk crept upon his lips as he suddenly recalled the hatred reflected in the wolf's gaze towards the lion. It was likely that the heavenly calamity pill was one of the contributing factors. Chapter 17. Entering the territory of the kingdom of Chu. Diary of the Wolf. Why? Why can my father cultivate immortality, while this dead lion indulges in his pursuits, embracing women and monopolizing all the valuable resources? The entire stronghold belongs to him. Yet as his son, I am deprived of all enjoyment. Why is it so? No. I too wish to cultivate immortality. I too desire my share of destiny. Demonic child. Ha! If I were to follow the method of that sorcerer, could I not eliminate my relatives, allowing their blood to pave my path to immortality? Indeed, it must be done. What of killing a few kin for the sake of ascension? The malevolent wolf possessed peculiar inclinations and singular aspirations. However, fate was unkind, for he crossed paths with Gu Yuan, leading to his inevitable downfall. Yet, according to the entries in this diary, Gu Yuan began to contemplate anew, rummaging through a keys storage pouch. This pouch was excessively laden, filled with numerous items unfamiliar to Gu Yuan, yet amongst the scrolls of techniques, he discerned a particular scroll entitled Blood Summoning Technique. Remarkably, this technique seemed akin to a certain insect from a previous life's world of Gu, capable of forcibly generating spiritual roots through the blood of kin. Moreover, the more blood offered, the greater the talent produced. Gu Yuan carefully stowed away this blood summoning technique, convinced that it would pique the interest of certain individuals. He was no longer the same. His relatives were nearly all perished, and the only remnant of his former self was the relentless torment of his inner demons echoing in his mind. After completing these tasks, Gu Yuan departed from the evil lion bandit's lair. As for the future of the emaciated monkey with the black spiritual root, it was of no concern to him. Days later, guided by Okis' map, Gu Yuan embarked upon the journey to the kingdom of Chu. He traversed the boundless desert and then ventured on foot into the dense forest, eventually crossing several hundred miles of meadows, until he finally arrived at his destination, the grand gates of the kingdom of Chu. Amidst the throngs of people, Gu Yuan gazed upon the majestic and imposing city gates, his heart swelling with grand aspirations. The kingdom of Chu was a minor realm under the dominion of the heavenly Chu, which in turn was overseen by the heavenly Chu sect. Gu Yuan's gaze swept across the surroundings. The throngs of people flowed incessantly, comprising scholars, women, children, and the elderly. In order to avoid drawing too much attention, Gu Yuan discreetly placed the 3 corpse insects into his storage bag. As a practitioner of the second layer of qi refinement, he utilized a concealment technique, subtly altering his aura to prevent others from discerning his true identity. Upon entering the city, Gu Yuan's gaze fell upon a wanted poster affixed to the city wall. One of them featured his likeness prominently. The notice read, "Fugitive, the villainous monster. Name, Gu Yuan. Issued by Qingyang Sect. Crimes, the murder of a significant outer sect disciple, unrepentant in his malevolence, and the slaughter of pursuing assassins. He has been designated a high-priority fugitive by the elders of the Qingyang sect. Goodness, has word spread to the kingdom of Chu so swiftly? The geographical distance between the Qingyang sect and the kingdom of Chu spans thousands of miles. How many days has it been? It seems that those harboring grudges against him wish to extract his very heart and limb from limb." Gu Yuan let out a cold chuckle. It mattered not. He did not believe that the assassins of the Qingyang sect would dare to act with the same impunity in the kingdom of Chu as they had before. Delving into the storage bag of Uxur, a plethora of captivating information unfolded in his mind. The Chutian secret realm is set to open in approximately 2 months. Assassin's organization, Blood Moon Fangs. The Chutian secret realm, it is said, is accessible only to qi refinement practitioners and was once established by several powerful beings from the Chutian Academy. Gu Yuan was not well versed in the specifics, yet he understood that such a secret realm would undoubtedly be rich in resources. The mere thought of materials for refining insects left him parched with anticipation. Now, all of his goo worms are merely the weakest first-tier variety. However, should he elevate the heart-eating goo, the ice-skin goo, and others to the second tier, Gu Yuan's power would experience an exponential surge. Therefore, this secret realm of heaven and earth must not be overlooked. As for the qi refining cultivators, the formidable beings beyond the foundation establishment stage need not concern him. Secondly, the Blood Moon Fang, a notorious assassination organization, is another focus of Gu Yuan's attention. Currently, he possesses no background or identity, and with his checkered past, he cannot partake in missions for righteous factions. Thus, he must temporarily seek refuge among the underground, clandestine organizations. Furthermore, his expertise in the art of Gu is particularly suited for assassination. Should he become an assassin, those who are marked for bounty would do well to rely on their own fortune. Joining the assassin organization would also grant him greater insight into various aspects of cultivators. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan decided to head to the black market auction first, according to the location indicated on the map, to offer his desperate curse. However, he intends to withhold items such as blood summoning technique and demonic child, as they are taboo artifacts. Should he attract the attention of those with ulterior motives at the auction, his current strength at the second level of qi refining would be insufficient to withstand them. In addition to the desperate curse, Gu Yuan also planned to auction off all the items in his storage bag that he could not utilize, including various magical tools. Upon entering the black market, Gu Yuan navigated through the crowd and soon arrived at the largest auction house. With determination, he strode confidently into the venue. Desperate curse? The elderly steward at the black market's reception squinted, his gaze fixating on this life-and-death technique with keen interest. A smirk appeared on his lips. The elderly man wore a sly smile, and I observed him beneath the pavilion, suspecting he was not a local. Gu Yuan was wrapped in layers, his aura concealed and muddled to the utmost, forming a formidable defense. In response to the elderly man's common probing tactic, he chuckled coldly within and then spoke softly. "Mind your own business, and you shall prolong your life." Upon hearing this, the old man frowned. Gu Yuan's overwhelming murderous intent surged toward him like a tidal wave. Hiss! The elderly man staggered back a few steps, shock etched across his face as he gazed at the young man before him. "You, this murderous aura." In this life, Gu Yuan had taken very few lives, yet in his previous existence, he had slaughtered millions for the purpose of refining a single insect. And by the time he reached the pinnacle of the 9 transformations, his toll had escalated to billions. Thus, for someone as frail as this elderly man, who had lived for over a decade, he appeared no different from an innocent young boy before Gu Yuan. The old man was instantly drenched in sweat, his fingers trembling slightly as he bowed. "It is I who have overstepped," though the young man stood at merely the second tier of chi refinement. The palpable aura of death emanating from him was suffocating, evoking a sense of plummeting into an abyss. Gu Yuan snorted coldly, "This shall not happen again." "Why, yes." The old man quickly gathered all the items Gu Yuan had offered for auction. "These can fetch a handsome price. Within 3 days, they will be sold. And you may come to collect your goods then." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan cast a cold glance at the old man, seemingly imprinting the latter's visage deep within his soul. Moments later, Gu Yuan slightly turned and vanished into the throng. After Gu Yuan's departure, the old man's demeanor shifted abruptly from one of obsequiousness to a sullen countenance. Chapter 18. Assassin Codename. Phantom sighed suddenly. A shadow materialized behind him. The deadly curse, an esoteric technique that no righteous faction possesses, is solely in the domain of demonic cultivators and rogue practitioners. Furthermore, judging by the man's pallor, it is likely that he wields more than just this singular forbidden art. The old man shot him a frosty glance. "What, do you intend to strike directly?" "I dare not," the young man acknowledged, recognizing the terrifying aura of murderous intent emanating from Gu Yuan. In the past, during his visit to Tianchu Kingdom, he had encountered some exceedingly malevolent golden core demonic cultivators, yet none exuded such formidable killing intent. The shadow's eyes brimmed with apprehension. The old man sighed, "Do not engage. If possible, seek to ally. In this world, one misstep could easily annihilate the black cloud chamber of commerce. After all, such occurrences have transpired before." The shadow smirked. "I never claimed I intended to strike. Days later, should this individual return, I might have some transactions to discuss with him." After departing from the black cloud chamber of commerce, Gu Yuan headed straight towards an entry point of the assassin organization, Blood Moon Fangs. Meanwhile, far away, at Evil Lion Mountain Stronghold, several figures stood atop the peak, gazing at the distant encampment, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. One of the tall women clutched an astrological compass, its needle unmistakably pointing towards the location of the malevolent lion stronghold. How infuriating! How detestable! I am consumed by hatred. Has he truly eluded us once more? Another slender woman, her eyes filled with loathing, was none other than Lilia. "Junior sister, do not be too despondent. The compass has revealed to me that this rogue has lingered here for a time. Though his presence has indeed dissipated, he has likely escaped beyond 100 miles. There must be a reason for his stay in this place. Perhaps we might uncover advantageous clues," she said, smiling suddenly. "You are correct, Sister Xingyue," the tall woman replied. Another elegant lady, her fists clenched and her eyes ablaze with fury, was Wang Chui, the mother of the slain Wang Shanhai. "Indeed, as a practitioner of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, I must take matters into my own hands. The vengeance for my son can only be avenged through my own actions. This wretch is named Gu Yuan. He is but a mere outer disciple, and what is worse, he has yet to even step into the 1st layer of Qi refinement. A mere servant has slain my son." Wang Chui screamed to the heavens. Lilia gritted her teeth. "This man has reached the 1st layer of Qi refinement, and his skills are exceedingly treacherous. I, as a practitioner of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, despite being ambushed, to be unable to contend with even someone at the 1st layer would undoubtedly inflict severe damage to her reputation if such news were to spread." Li Xingyue smiled, remarking on the enigmatic and unpredictable movements of the thief. It seemed he had anticipated her attempts to deduce his actions, proving to be a formidable adversary. Thus, one must not judge such individuals solely by their cultivation level. "Sister Leah," she continued, "there is no need for undue self-reproach. This individual has systematically slain numerous Qi refinement cultivators, a feat that cannot merely be attributed to stealthy ambushes." A curious smile played upon her lips as she pondered. What manner of being could possess such a physique? Is his mind truly different from that of an ordinary person? "Let us proceed," she declared, "and uncover what this rogue has been up to during his time at this mountain stronghold." The trio descended into the lair of the ferocious lion bandits. "Who are you? What do you want?" they exclaimed in alarm. "Humph, a pitiful gathering of vermin lurking in the sewers. Have you truly mistaken yourselves for the sovereigns of this mountain? Kill them." In the ensuing chaos, The stronghold echoed with blood-curdling screams as countless bandits were mercilessly slaughtered. With a mere flick of their wrists, several celestial beings reduced these mortals to mere fragments, their bodies shattering and bursting into a crimson mist. Soon, tranquility enveloped the world once more. Lulia extracted valuable information from a few captured bandits using brutal interrogation techniques. Indeed, it was revealed that approximately 7 days prior, a mysterious and powerful young man clad in a black robe had descended upon the area, annihilating all nearby strongholds and pillaging their resources. Li Xingyue's eyes flickered with thought. It appears that this thief lacks any substantial backing. I surmise he merely stumbled upon the legacy of a formidable cultivator by sheer luck. An ordinary servant disciple suddenly possesses the strength to vanquish foes far beyond his level, which suggests he has fortuitously acquired some advantageous resources. His desperation for power is evident. Thus, we must not afford him even a moment's respite. As she spoke, a glimmer of icy killing intent flashed in her gaze. Wang Chui soared in on her sword, exclaiming fiercely, "The entire stronghold is devoid of any other cultivators, merely filled with mortals. Moreover, the nearby settlements are leaderless. That brat must have sensed our presence. Infuriating. How can a mere servant-disciple wield such a plethora of tactics?" Li Xingyue nodded gravely. "Regardless, I estimate that the boy has already fled to the northern kingdom of Chu. In 2 months, the Chu Tian secret realm will open, and we shall arrive just in time. Then what are we waiting for?" Lulia gritted her teeth and set fire to the vile Lion Mountain stronghold. "I shall ensure he meets a fate most gruesome." After a brief discussion among the 3 women, they promptly set forth towards the kingdom of Chu. Li Xingyue frowned momentarily before breaking into a faint smile. "There is a rat trailing behind us. I shall take care of that." A short while later, a bloodied man in a gray robe stood before them, his defensive artifacts shattered, leaving him nearly devoid of any means of protection. A mere 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator following us is truly courting death." Wang Chui scoffed. As the 3 women exhibited a murderous intent, the man trembled, exclaiming, "I am Su Tian. You cannot kill me. I am a student of the Tianshu Academy in the state of Chu." His threats bore no weight on Li Xingyue. With a cold smirk, she immediately unleashed a secret technique upon Su Tian's forehead. Su Tian's consciousness gradually faded. Wang Chui's expression shifted. "Is this the slave seal?" "Indeed." Li Xingyue chuckled softly, fortuitously. This fellow might possess knowledge regarding the state of Chu, and moreover, could serve as a guide. Why not utilize a dog that has delivered itself to the doorstep? Ha ha. The sound of her laughter lingered in the minds of the other 2 women like that of a sorceress. Li Xingyue, an outer elder of the Qingyun sect, at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, adept in divination and calculation, often referred to as the path of wisdom. In the underground black market of the state of Chu, at a certain tea house, Gu Yuan stepped inside and exchanged a secret signal, following a cloaked figure into a hidden chamber. 2nd layer of Qi refinement, the cloaked figure furrowed his brow, receiving the token Gu Yuan had provided, coldly stating, "A mere 2nd layer of Qi refinement can only serve as the lowest-ranking assassin." Gu Yuan remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "How does one advance to higher ranks?" In the assassin's world, the higher the rank, the greater the power. With greater power, both resource allocation and daily operations become significantly easier. The cloaked figure cast a faint glance at Gu Yuan, then retrieved a bronze insignia from a drawer and handed it to him. The rankings of the Blood Moon Fang's assassins: bronze, silver, gold, and ace. Your cultivation level is merely at the 2nd tier of Qi refinement. Thus you may only serve as a lowly bronze-ranked assassin. However, promotion is quite straightforward. It solely relies on demonstrating your capabilities. By undertaking high-risk, challenging missions, your advancement will accelerate significantly. The specific promotion process entails that once you complete tasks of a certain magnitude, someone will reach out to you. The cloaked figure gestured toward the blank panel on the bronze badge. "Choose a name for yourself. I need it for registration." Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. To speak frankly, the assassin organization is inherently shrouded in darkness, and it is likely that the promotion channels are equally tainted. Yet, he found himself with no alternatives. Being weak and starting from the bottom, he had no choice but to engage in more perilous endeavors to swiftly enhance his strength. Spectre Scythe. Gu Yuan designated this moniker for his assassin alias, evoking the image of a grim reaper-esque scythe capable of claiming lives in the shadows. Chapter 19. Assassination. The cloaked figure cast a spell upon the plaque, inscribing the character Spectre Scythe before coldly stating, "You are now recognized as an entry-level assassin within the Blood Moon Fangs. While I am unaware of how a mere second-tier chi refinement lad like you acquired this token, it matters little. In the realm of cultivation, power speaks volumes. You are now free to accept missions at any time." Upon finishing, the cloaked figure pointed toward the right side of the room. The wall over there displays the names and descriptions of available tasks. You may choose at your leisure. Of course, you are not limited to selections made here. The Blood Moon Fangs has over 10 branches throughout the state of Chu, and you may take your time to familiarize yourself. He added a cautionary note. I must advise, if you fail to accept a single task within a month, your position as an assassin will be revoked by the Blood Moon Fangs. The figure in black, after speaking in a nonchalant manner, spread his hands, contemplating how to dismiss Gu Yuan. In his view, a mere second-layer chi refinement practitioner was likely just an accidental finder of the token. After all, such occurrences were not unprecedented. Gu Yuan approached the task board with measured steps. It was replete with various tasks, each wooden plaque inscribed with a description of the task, the employer, the target, and the bounty. The assortment was diverse and eclectic, with some even targeting royal princes. Gu Yuan cast a cursory glance, then selected one plaque and handed it to the figure in black. Are you truly intent on accepting this task? The figure's brow furrowed as he re-evaluated Gu Yuan, then directed his gaze back to the plaque. Target: Zhang Daqiang. Identity: unknown. Location: luxury casino in the Western District. Cultivation: fourth layer chi refinement. Technique: unknown. Hidden attacks: unknown. Bounty: 100 spirit stones plus 20 stalks of celestial herbs. Deadline. The figure in black hissed, his brow tightening. Are you certain you wish to undertake this task? He harbored doubts as to whether the young man had comprehended the gravity of the situation. Merely a killing. Gu Yuan replied lightly, sidestepping the question posed by the figure in black. The figure, not inclined to elaborate further, took the plaque and regarded Gu Yuan intently. The stipulated time requires you to eliminate this individual within 3 days. The employer demands his death by any means necessary. You must first deposit 10 spirit stones as a guarantee. And do not entertain thoughts of deceit. The moment you accept the task, there will be individuals assigned to monitor you. The figure's words carried an implicit warning. Gu Yuan remained silent. After accepting the task and handing over the spirit stones, he turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. The target of his assassination had long resided in the opulent gambling halls of the West District. Gu Yuan's choice of this mission was motivated by 2 primary factors. First, the generous rewards it promised. Both spirit stones and celestial herbs were resources he desperately required, particularly the celestial herbs. To advance beyond the 3rd layer of chi refinement, Gu Yuan would need a minimum of 500 celestial herbs, a considerable expenditure. Secondly, the scant intelligence regarding the target was evident. There was no disclosure of his identity or the techniques he employed. Typically, assassins would be wary of such tasks, reluctant to accept them due to the paramount importance of information in their line of work. Thirdly, upon reviewing the rudimentary details concerning Zhang Daqiang, it was clear that his presence in the casino indicated he had undoubtedly offended someone influential, prompting them to expend great resources in his elimination. The general reluctance among assassins to cross Zhang Daqiang suggested that his background was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, what instilled Gu Yuan with confidence was that Zhang Daqiang had remained stagnated at the 4th layer of chi refinement for many years, indicating a lack of ambition for further cultivation. Engaging in the trivialities of the gambling world as a local tyrant, such individuals, despite their elevated prowess, were not particularly challenging to dispatch. While the potential for exposure would instill fear in others, it posed no concern for Gu Yuan. Regardless of the weight of the target's connections, the moment he accepted the mission, Zhang Daqiang had already become a mere corpse. In the depths of the night, Gu Yuan arrived at the luxurious casino in the West District, where the air was filled with shouts of excitement, roars of anger, and pleas for mercy. Gu Yuan adjusted his straw hat before entering the casino, taking a seat in an unoccupied spot. Not far away, a burly man with a menacing demeanor was the very target of his mission. At that moment, several trembling youths knelt before him. How dare they refuse to pay after losing? That was tantamount to courting death. Zhang Daqiang let out a sinister laugh and swung a long whip down upon one of the youth's faces. The youth cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, his skin nearly shredded by the force of the whip. Yet, Zhang Daqiang showed no signs of halting. Over the years, he had ingratiated himself within this casino, colluding with the owner to ensnare unsuspecting individuals, leading them to lose their fortunes. And those unable to pay were forced to redeem themselves through servitude or the sale of their organs. It was nothing short of a hellish slaughterhouse scheme. The methods employed by cultivators upon mortals were akin to a dimensional assault. Brother, a frail young man leaned closer to Zhang Daqiang, whispering softly. Zhang Daqiang's fury ignited. Damn it, which assassin doesn't yearn to thrive in the state of Chu? Who dares to accept that contract? When I discover their identity, I shall flay them alive. The young man cautiously advised, it would be wise to exercise caution. Humph. I shall inquire about the recent Blood Moon Fong of Assassin's Branch. How dare they accept a contract to kill me? I will ensure they regret this decision on their knees. Zhang Daqiang bellowed fiercely. However, his sharp gaze swept the surroundings. Despite having spent years in the casino, his vigilance remained intact. Otherwise, he would not have survived this long without encountering any troubles. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike, as the heart-devouring Gu was silently activated. After a brief interval, Zhang Daqiang poured a jug of wine, laughing heartily as he seized a captivating woman and began to caress her fair skin with a lewd grin. It was delightful, yet not the perfect moment just yet. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. Suddenly, the heart-devouring Gu lunged toward Zhang Daqiang, yet it did not rush. Instead, it approached stealthily. Zhang Daqiang, chuckling, embraced the woman and strolled toward a nearby room. Gu Yuan's gaze darkened as he followed closely behind. Soon, the room was filled with unseemly moans. Now was the moment. Gu Yuan understood that what rendered a man most vulnerable was not merely sleep, but the act of intimacy with a woman. A crimson light shot into the room, and the guards at the entrance barely registered anything amiss, mistaking it for a mere fly. Once inside, the heart-devouring Gu swiftly targeted the exposed Zhang Daqiang. Zhang Daqiang's pupils constricted in sudden realization. He had sensed the murderous intent of the heart-devouring Gu. Yet his body's instinct rendered him incapable of reacting in time. Aya! Zhang Daqiang tumbled from the bed, wailing in agony, the excruciating pain leading him to question his very existence. Having neglected to deploy any defensive measures, the heart-devouring Gu penetrated his chest without resistance. The woman on the bed, clutching the covers, let out a piercing scream upon witnessing the scene. What? Brother Chong, what is happening? Quick! Something has happened to Brother Chong. Countless guards burst through the door, and upon witnessing the agonized cries of Zhang Daqiang lying on the ground, they momentarily froze in place. Akin to ants on a hot skillet, utterly helpless. In the shadowy corner, Gu Yuan observed this scene with a cold gaze. Soon, Zhang Daqiang's screams ceased. He was dead, beyond any semblance of life, his eyes wide open, reflecting sheer terror. A faint white light enveloped him, indicating that even in his final moments, he had contemplated employing other healing methods to restore himself. Yet, this unfortunate soul perished without ever discerning the nature of the force that had claimed his life. Chapter 20. Imperial Guards. Heishi. Upon witnessing the completion of the task, Gu Yuan turned to leave. The casino guards immediately attempted to seal the doors, but Gu Yuan offered them no opportunity, activating the shadow Gu to swiftly escape. Having fulfilled his mission, Gu Yuan remained undeterred and promptly made his way to the nearest branch of the Blood Moon Fong. At a particular tavern, after exchanging the secret signal, an elderly man with hair as white as snow led Gu Yuan into a concealed chamber. What brings you here? Gu Yuan replied nonchalantly. The task of eliminating Zhang Daqiang from the casino has been successfully accomplished by the assassin, Yu Lian. What? The old man was momentarily taken aback, then, with a flicker of thought, summoned a plaque that shimmered with a pearlescent glow. Instantly, an image materialized before him. You. This task was assigned less than a day ago, and the target is Zhang Daqiang. The newcomer, Yu Lian, was noted to possess a cultivation level of the second layer of qi refining. The old man scrutinized the information, occasionally glancing at Gu Yuan, utterly astounded and scarcely able to believe his own eyes. He wore a serious expression and inquired, "Are you certain you have completed it? This task is no trifling matter, and you are merely at the second level of qi refinement. I warn you, any deceit will be met with severe consequences. Our people will." Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a man clad in blue entered, speaking in a hoarse voice. Zhang Daqiang from the casino has met his demise. A newcomer assassin named Yu Lian has accomplished the task, and the evaluation is nearly flawless. Truly completed? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The man in blue paused for a moment, then turned his gaze to Gu Yuan, suddenly realizing something, and exclaimed in astonishment, "You are Yu Lian?" Gu Yuan replied coolly, "Indeed." The atmosphere grew heavy. The elder chuckled heartily. "Yu Lian, my friend, may I inquire why you choose to conceal your true strength?" The underlying implication was clear, hinting at a test. Gu Yuan sneered inwardly. "Concealing strength?" The elder squinted slightly. "You are not, perhaps, hiding your capabilities? There is truly no need. If you simply reveal your genuine cultivation level, you could ascend directly." "No need," Gu Yuan replied, his tone revealing a hint of impatience. "Where is my reward?" The elder chuckled, retrieving a storage bag from a chest and handing it to Gu Yuan. "The reward is provided by the employer, and you shall receive every bit of it." Taking the storage bag, Gu Yuan's demeanor softened somewhat as he approached the task board in the room. The elder, puzzled, asked, "Are you in such a hurry, Yu Lian?" Without responding, Gu Yuan selected a task and tossed it directly to the elder. "The target for this assassination is rather formidable." The old man gasped, increasingly convinced of the formidable prowess possessed by this shadow scythe. Such individuals must not be trifled with lightly. It is wise to cultivate amicable relations if possible. "Very well, your disposition is commendable." The old man chuckled heartily. At that moment, the man in the blue attire spoke with a measured tone. "Esteemed shadow scythe, while it is true that we assassins accept remuneration to eliminate adversaries, I would advise against targeting individuals of dubious background. After all, cultivators possess enigmatic and unpredictable techniques. It is entirely possible that the target you believe to be without flaw may inadvertently leave traces that can be discerned through certain intellectual methods." Gu Yuan paused momentarily and replied coolly, "Thank you for the counsel." With that, he strode out of the room. Threats? Backgrounds? Fear of killing? If that were the case, there would be no need to be an assassin. For Gu Yuan, as long as the conditions were sufficiently advantageous and the benefits substantial, there was no one he could not eliminate. To ascend in strength swiftly, peril was an inevitability. Gu Yuan sought to concoct more Gu insects for protection and to pursue greater gains, thereby enhancing his own power. Thus, in the ensuing days, Gu Yuan feverishly accepted assignments, consecutively eliminating targets with the heart-eating Gu, ensuring their inevitable demise. Gradually, he amassed 500 strands of celestial spirit grass. In a tavern room, Gu Yuan reclined on a soft couch, the gluttonous spirit Gu levitating in midair. With a resounding crack, the hundreds of strands of celestial spirit grass were instantaneously devoured by the gluttonous spirit Gu. Following suit, Gu Yuan absorbed the essence. At last, boom, Gu Yuan opened his piercing eyes. He had reached the third layer of qi refinement. With such cultivation, he could unleash greater magical power and summon multiple Gu worms at once. As long as he had sufficient spirit stones, he need not overly concern himself with depleting his energy. Yet, this alone was insufficient. Gu Yuan rose and made his way to the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Upon his arrival, the figure in the black robe at the front desk immediately recognized him. "My lord, you have arrived. The artifacts and techniques you provided have all been auctioned off. Indeed, they are treasures highly favored by lower-tier cultivators." With that, the black-robed individual tossed a storage bag to Gu Yuan. He caught it, and, probing within, discovered it contained 500 spirit stones and approximately 700 strands of immortal spirit grass. The black-robed man smiled and said, "Should you possess any valuable items in the future, feel free to approach me directly for auction at the Black Cloud Chamber." As he spoke, the black-robed man handed Gu Yuan a golden token. "This is our VIP card. Possessing this card grants you a 10% discount on any items you auction with us in the future." A look of ingratiation adorned the black-robed man's face. He had discerned that Gu Yuan had reached the third layer of qi refinement. However, did the other party conceal any further cultivation? The black-robed man was not foolish. He sought to cultivate good relations wherever possible. Gu Yuan nodded, and just as he was about to leave, a shadow suddenly materialized behind the black-robed man. "Hey, Shiyu!" The black-robed man exclaimed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it, this troublemaker wouldn't dare to act against the esteemed figure before him, would he? Gu Yuan turned slightly and beheld a vague shadow gradually taking the shape of a man, a handsome figure. "My lord, please hold," Heishi called out in a soothing tone. Gu Yuan gazed intently at him. Has he set his sights on me? If so, that would be quite understandable. Gu Yuan had long since prepared for the worst. Heishi chuckled heartily. There is no need for you to be so tense. I noticed your extraordinary qualities a few days ago. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Heishi. Of course, that is not my true name, but it matters little. My real identity is that of a personal guard to a prince of the state of Chu. Rest assured, I have laid bare my intentions before you. The man in the black robe was taken aback. Is this fellow truly so indiscreet as to reveal even the color of his undergarments? Gu Yuan fell silent. A personal guard to a prince? Such a status is formidable. As a low-tier loose immortal of the third level of chi refinement, it is virtually impossible for me to interact with someone of such caliber. The state of Chu is a realm of cultivation, and its emperor is certainly no ordinary individual. Even if he were, he would merely be a puppet of the heavenly Chu sect. What could this person possibly want from me? To act against me in broad daylight? If that were the case, I would indeed face an insurmountable trial. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, feigning calmness, and replied in an indifferent tone, "What is it you seek?" Heishi smiled slightly, then produced a jade slip that he tossed toward Gu Yuan. This slip contained recent intelligence regarding various major and clandestine forces within the state of Chu, including information about the Chu Tian Minor secret realm scheduled to open in 2 months. You may find it enlightening, he added. Gu Yuan frowned and asked, "Why are you giving this to me?" "Because I perceive your extraordinary potential and wish to establish a favorable relationship with you. Is that reason sufficient?" At his words, Gu Yuan fell into contemplative silence. This is utterly absurd. Should I really befriend such a fool? His current cultivation is merely at the third level of chi refining. And what about this individual before me, known as Heishi? Sensing the pressure of his aura, Gu Yuan surmised that the opponent was at least above the 7th level of chi refining. Chapter 21. The prince's investment in Gu Yuan. Seeing Gu Yuan lost in thought, Heishi sighed and said, "It appears that you have joined the Blood Moon Fa-Tooth Assassin organization and have recently achieved considerable accomplishments. Hence, I wish to ally with you." I wonder if this reasoning holds any weight. Gu Yuan's demeanor became increasingly agitated. A surge of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. The Blood Moon Fa-Tooth must have sold his information to the royal family. It was evident that with the impending secret realm of heaven and earth in 2 months, various powerful figures were converging, all eager to seize a share of the spoils. Gu Yuan coldly regarded Heishi, his expression devoid of warmth. Is the royal family's influence truly so pervasive throughout Chu Kingdom? I am indeed enlightened. Heishi sighed. Since you are already aware, what more can I say? Isn't that precisely what you informed me? Gu Yuan's countenance darkened. He was well aware that Heishi sought to draw him in, entangling him with significant forces, compelling him to partake in this turbulent tide. This was a form of investment, albeit one that would certainly involve more than just himself. Regarding his current capabilities, Gu Yuan had not yet deluded himself into believing he was invincible at the chi refining level. He put away the jade slip. This matter had to be secured, for once it fell into his hands, it would no longer be under the control of the involved parties. Noticing Gu Yuan's astuteness, Heishi's smile broadened. I am confident that your unparalleled strength will not let me down. Gu Yuan let out a cold snort before turning to leave. Once he had departed, the man in the black robe sighed, pondering whether it was wise to entice such a figure. Why not wait a few more days? Heishi's expression darkened. We cannot afford to delay any longer. His Highness urgently requires capable individuals. The treasures within the upcoming secret realm are of utmost importance and must be seized. Alas, it is unfortunate that the 6th prince faces no less than 8 rival princes and 4 princesses. Is there truly a chance? The man in black lamented. Hence, I have gone to great lengths to recruit the enigmatic expert hidden within the Chu Kingdom. The black-robed figure fell silent, seemingly incredulous. It appears you have been overly influenced by novels. Do you truly believe in such mystical figures? Heishi smiled. The future is unpredictable. Who can say otherwise? Upon returning to the tavern, Gu Yuan, having vented his emotions while executing a contract, settled onto the soft couch, feeling somewhat disheartened. One's plans often fall short of the heavens, and it seems he has indeed caught someone's attention. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. In recent days, he had undertaken tasks daily, establishing himself as a formidable presence among the fledgling assassins of the Blood Moon faction, making it difficult to remain unnoticed. Yet, he had no choice. He was in dire need of resources and must resort to all means to acquire them. With the Qingyang sect pursuing him, retreating was not an option. He stood at the precipice of an abyss. It seemed imperative that he intensify his efforts to enhance his cultivation. Gu Yuan's thoughts whirled as he then opened the jade slip to examine its contents. In the enigmatic realm of Chu Tian, the intricacies of the cultivation world unfolded before Gu Yuan. Previously, he had only acquired fragmented maps, with numerous locations inadequately marked. However, the jade slip he now possessed revealed a meticulous delineation of the various powers within the cultivation realm, provided with an unexpected attentiveness by the enigmatic Heishi. It was evident that they were earnestly seeking to align themselves with formidable beings. Gu Yuan's designated territory lay within a region known as Nanjing, situated beneath the sprawling expanse of Zhongzhou. The entirety of Nanjing extended over several 100,000 kilometers, with Gu Yuan residing in a relatively secluded corner of its southern reaches. Even within Nanjing, the Tianchu kingdom occupied a rather peripheral position. Gu Yuan squinted slightly. The vastness of the cultivation world was undeniably awe-inspiring. A fleeting glance at the map revealed a startling piece of information. The Qingyang sect had issued a bounty for Gu Yuan's capture, offering a reward of 2,000 spirit stones. It appeared he had fled to the Chu kingdom, and those providing precise information would be generously rewarded with 200 spirit stones. Below this notice, a rough likeness of Gu Yuan was sketched. Currently, the Qingyang sect had dispatched the outer sect elder, Li Xingyue, a formidable practitioner at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, to lead a contingent in pursuit of Gu Yuan. Furthermore, the sect's members within the city would coordinate with Li Xingyue to ensure the successful elimination of their target. The realization that the Qingyang sect had sent a 7th layer Qi refinement expert to hunt him down sent a chill through Gu Yuan. Moreover, it became apparent that Li Xingyue's arrival in Chu kingdom was merely a secondary objective. The primary focus was on the Chutian mystic realm and other clandestine matters. The truly significant aspects were bound to be concealed, never meant for public disclosure. A heavy sense of foreboding settled within him. At this time, it is evident that those pursuing him are no longer far from the state of Chu. They may have even already entered the city itself. Damn it. There is no time to waste. He must hasten to acquire the resources for refining the Gu. Gu Yuan is currently apprehensive, aware that his adversary possesses formidable skills in divination and strategy. Thus, he must concoct a type of Gu that can thwart his opponent's calculations regarding his own Gu. Deep in thought, Gu Yuan furrows his brow. Drawing upon memories from his past life, he recalls a particular Gu, the calculation-breaking Gu. It is a simple and easily crafted Gu. However, despite its straightforward nature, one still requires resources to create it. Moreover, a single transformation is undoubtedly insufficient. It must be elevated to the second transformation. In addition, he must also prepare other types of Gu. And he needs to enhance his cultivation with Gu as well. Gu Yuan's throat is parched. The complexity of such Gu requires meticulous crafting. Without the memories of a 9th-tier sovereign from his previous life and the assistance of the enigmatic Black Cauldron, traversing the path of Gu without resources or backing would be exceedingly challenging. Although he has chosen the path of Gu, a solid foundation in cultivation is still essential, not only for his personal benefit, but also to ensure that the techniques can synergize with the Gu, thus producing effects that would leave his opponents with no time to react. Gu Yuan rises and exits the tavern. Sleep? Rest? Such notions are non-existent. He must undertake a task. 2 days later, as a novice bronze-tier assassin, Gu Yuan has already undertaken an astonishing number of missions, far surpassing his peers in the same rank. This conspicuous behavior has drawn the attention of some higher-ups within the Blood Moon Fang. Yet, Gu Yuan has no choice. If he were to flee, where could he possibly escape to? The state of Tianchu? In the wilderness, the dangers are amplified. A sudden encounter with a foundational beast could result in instant demise, leaving one utterly defenseless. After acquiring such abundant resources, Gu Yuan's cultivation soared to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Within the tavern, he reminisced about memories from his past life, meticulously inscribing the vital information regarding certain crucial Gu insects into a small notebook. The concealment Gu grants a fleeting ability to become invisible. The calculation disruption Gu significantly obstructs methods of divination and intellectual calculations. The perception enhancement Gu greatly amplifies one's sensory awareness. The flame explosion Gu unleashes a formidable burst of fire. Moreover, this Gu can synergize with fireball spells, exponentially increasing damage output. Gu Yuan had successfully gathered all the necessary materials for these Gu. He proceeded to invest all the resources into the enigmatic black cauldron. Shall all be refined? Refined. Refinement successful. The mysterious black cauldron emitted a resonant hum, causing the distant heart demon to tremble precariously. It seemed the cauldron relished the process of refining the goo, simultaneously dealing with the heart demon to prevent any disruption to Gu Yuan's daily cultivation. Suddenly, 4 types of goo insects levitated in midair. Gu Yuan, with a composed demeanor, seized all 4 goo insects and swiftly refined them. Chapter 22. The Dark Guardian Now. The array of goo insects at his disposal includes chrysanthemum thorn, 3 corpse goo, evil lion, evil tiger, oxer, heart-devouring goo, peak of first transformation, gluttonous spirit goo, breath concealment goo, dragon spine goo, ice skin goo, extreme shadow goo, concealment goo, calculation breaking goo, spiritual perception goo, flame explosion goo. Additionally, Gu Yuan has cultivated the longevity technique, which, under the refinement of the gluttonous spirit goo, has transcended to the 3rd realm. This technique comprises 10 layers, and it is estimated that it can only be utilized up to the peak of qi refinement. Furthermore, he has practiced minor spells such as fireball technique, wind blade technique, and wind control technique, which are relatively easy to master and can enhance the potency of certain goo insects in a short span. Upon observing the calculation breaking goo, Gu Yuan promptly activated it. However, no anomalies were detected. Yet, Gu Yuan remained vigilant, as the mere first transformation of the calculation breaking goo was rather insufficient. The opponent's divination abilities were likely formidable enough to circumvent this layer of defense. In recent days, Gu Yuan had consistently altered his location, ensuring he never lingered in one place for too long. Should someone employ intelligence tactics to deduce his whereabouts, they would only be left scouring the streets in vain. As Gu Yuan contemplated re-entering the assassin's branch to accept a mission, he found himself at the same tea shop as before. It was once again that enigmatic figure in black who ushered him inside. Upon recognizing him, the figure's brow involuntarily twitched. Was this not the infamous Reaper of Assassins, the Grim Scythe? Having observed Gu Yuan's murderous exploits over the past few days, the figure had found his sleep increasingly restless. He roared inwardly. Is this even human? Damn, the fastest record is merely a task completed in mere minutes. This is not solely a matter of strength, but also one of audacity. It is essential to recognize that when it comes to taking a life, intelligence is paramount. If the adversary possesses formidable backing, would you still dare to strike? That would be unequivocally reckless. The man in black spoke gravely, while our blood moon Fong guarantees the confidentiality of assassins' identities. This assurance is not absolute. If someone with considerable influence seeks to investigate, it is not an insurmountable challenge. Therefore, you ought to exercise caution for the time being. Yet, Gu Yuan's expression remained unperturbed, as if he regarded the man's words with the indifference of a gentle breeze. Sigh. The man in black lamented, poised to utter more when the door creaked open. A graceful figure entered the room. Upon seeing her, the man's pupils constricted. The newcomer was a slender woman, adorned in a veil and a flowing purple gown, her gaze shimmering with autumnal allure, her eyes resembling tranquil pools, as if containing swirling stars. Upon entering, her attention immediately fixed upon Gu Yuan. She spoke coldly. Assassin, you, with the alias Spectre Scythe, have reached the upper limit of bronze-level tasks and are eligible for promotion to silver-level assassin. Gu Yuan's brow furrowed at her words. In a swift motion, the woman produced a silver medal. She then pivoted her statement. However, given your recent outstanding performance, you have the option to pursue more advantageous opportunities. Might I inquire whether this piques your interest? The man in black trembled at her words, realization dawning upon him. Gu Yuan, unreserved, demanded, elaborate. The woman retracted the silver medal and cast a cold glance at the man in black, commanding, leave. The figure cloaked in black felt cold sweat trickling down his neck as he bowed respectfully and said, yes. He hastily exited the room, akin to a mortal encountering a specter. Could it be that this woman possessed a formidable identity? Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the black-clad man's timidity. Immediately, the woman's voice, icy and detached, broke the silence. Yu Huan, would you be willing to join as a shadow guard beside the prince? Gu Yuan. This sudden inquiry left him utterly bewildered. Observing his reaction, the woman began to elucidate. This assassin organization is by no means a mere civilian faction. It is permeated with the royal family's informants. With less than 2 months remaining until the Chutian secret realm, I presume you are already aware of this. Indeed, my purpose here revolves around this matter. I hold your abilities in high regard. You have executed numerous missions, achieving near-perfect kills in the shortest time possible. It is not an exaggeration to say that while you may not be the strongest copper-level assassin, you are undoubtedly the most efficient killer I have ever encountered. I understand that individuals of your kind often harbor personal secrets, yet I assure you, I shall not pry. All I desire is a sword capable of taking lives. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan fell silent for a moment before letting out a cold laugh, unperturbed by the oppressive aura of the high-ranking practitioner before him. He retorted icily, "Is your recognition of my strength so unwavering? To be frank, I find it somewhat perplexing. You are not the first to approach me." The woman paused, a flicker of realization crossing her features. "Is it He Shi from the Black Cloud Commerce? Your investigation is indeed thorough." Gu Yuan sighed in contemplation. "But that is of little consequence. I, like him, am but a grasshopper on the same string, with no choice in the matter." The woman's tone, once cold, softened slightly. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. "Have you thought it through?" she inquired. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "What will happen if I refuse?" Upon hearing this, the woman suddenly laughed, her laughter enchanting and utterly incongruous with her earlier frosty demeanor. This smile had already conveyed the answer to him. If he were to refuse, Gu Yuan would not leave this room today. The silver medal she had initially displayed was perhaps never intended for him. "Very well, I can agree, but under certain conditions." Gu Yuan fixed his gaze upon her starry eyes. "Ha ha." The woman chuckled softly, her gentle laughter laced with a chilling undertone. "You still think to set conditions, huh? Do you realize the trouble you've caused these past few days? Killing is not a task for just anyone. Some absurd missions make it onto the assassin's task list simply to avoid offending the employer, while simultaneously enhancing the reputation of Blood Moon Fong. But an assassin cannot foolishly accept any task that comes their way. Among those you have slain recently, many held significant status. Each of these individuals had formidable allies behind them. I have shouldered the pressure from above on your behalf. Otherwise, your information would have long been stripped away, and soon enough, enemies would be at your door. The implication is clear. I have protected you, and yet you still dare to propose conditions?" Gu Yuan wore an expression of indifference. "That is your choice. You may opt not to protect yourself, or you may choose to defend. The arrival of enemies may not necessarily be a misfortune for me. Should I eliminate them, I could acquire additional resources." Upon hearing this, the woman's brow furrowed. "You are exceedingly arrogant, Yulian. However, this only serves to enhance my regard for you. Allowing enemies to confront you? I am indeed contemplating that very notion." Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What do you mean?" The woman smiled. "I was once a premier assassin, yet that identity was merely a transitional phase. The royal family is in urgent need of my return, which means there will be no one left to safeguard you. You cold and audacious youth." "It matters not," he replied. "However, you must also acquiesce to the terms I previously mentioned." Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Do you seek to exploit my labor for free? That is out of the question. If I do not propose something of value, those in power will unrestrainedly exploit me, treating me like a mere tool. Yet for me, this is merely a collaboration." Chapter 23. The first encounter with a foundation-building expert. Ming Xiao, I require certain materials and resources. Gu Yuan retrieved a slip of paper from his storage pouch and handed it to the woman. After examining it, her expression remained unchanged, and she nodded. "It is evident that you are in dire need of these resources. Very well, I shall assist you in procuring them. Within half a month, someone will deliver these items to you. Yulian, take care of yourself." With that, the woman handed Gu Yuan a dark purple token, upon which the words "Dark Guard, Yulian" were boldly inscribed. It is evident that this woman was aware from the beginning that Gu Yuan would undoubtedly accept the position of the Dark Guard. Gu Yuan spoke with a frosty tone, inquiring about her name. He needed to ascertain the true identity of his counterpart within the royal family. The woman paused, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She was none other than the forgotten fourth princess, Chu Ziwei. "I remind you, Yulian, that soon someone may come seeking vengeance upon you. Remember to survive. I do not wish for the sword I behold to perish so easily." Thus, it was revealed that this woman was indeed the fourth princess, which elucidated the earlier black-clad figure's palpable trepidation. Gu Yuan reined in his thoughts and, after a brief moment, exited the room. Chu Ziwei had already departed. Yet the black-clad man's expression remained haunted, his eyes betraying a sense of panic. Was it truly so alarming? Gu Yuan regarded him with an impassive demeanor and gradually passed by. You, the black-clad man, upon catching sight of the dark purple token in Gu Yuan's hand, was overtaken by sheer terror. His pupils constricted to pinpoints, an indescribable dread surged within him. And no. You, a dark guard assassin? And no. Please. The black-clad man gasped for breath, his face awash with apprehension, mingled with a look of utter despair. Gu Yuan frowned, scrutinizing the token of the dark guard assassin in his grasp. Could it be that the token held some extraordinary significance? Paying no heed to the terror-stricken figure, Gu Yuan turned to exit the room. Unexpectedly, a flash of black light surged into the chamber. The alarm bells rang in Gu Yuan's mind as he promptly activated the ice skin Gu to shield himself, simultaneously urging the extreme shadow Gu to swiftly create distance. Who could it be? This is the stronghold of the Blood Moon Fangs, a secret known only to the assassin members. Could it be that an enemy has come to seek revenge? Gu Yuan pondered. No. Please don't kill me. A chilling scream and pleading cries echoed from nearby. Turning his head, Gu Yuan beheld a figure in black, lying in a pool of blood, eyes wide open. His head pierced by a sharp blade, lifeless beyond recovery. Suddenly, a shadow lunged towards the corpse of the black-clad man, and in the next instant, fierce black flames erupted, consuming the body completely in an instant. Gu Yuan's expression grew serious as a sudden realization struck him. This shadow was not targeting me. It must be that. When Chu Ziwei handed him the assassin's token, she had no intention of sparing the life of this black-clad overseer. Gu Yuan marveled at the audacity. This man was a silver-ranked assassin, a manager no less, yet his life was extinguished without a hint of hesitation. Without a moment's delay, Gu Yuan turned to leave this perilous place. The threats before him were equally numerous. Just a short distance from the tea house, the raging flames swiftly engulfed the structure, and gradually, the tea house, which had stood for nearly a century, vanished without a trace. Such methods, a flicker of apprehension crossed Gu Yuan's eyes. The techniques of cultivators are both strange and unpredictable, thus, he must elevate his strength with utmost urgency. As Gu Yuan took only a few steps, turning a corner, a vague shadow suddenly materialized before him, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. A bead of cold sweat formed in the palm of Gu Yuan's hand. Before him stood a figure whose prowess vastly surpassed his own. The pressure emanating from this presence was beyond what any Qi refinement stage cultivator could withstand. As the shadow began to dissolve, the visage of a diminutive, withered, and unscrupulous old man gradually materialized before Gu Yuan. The old man smiled and said, "Young friend, there is no need to feel anxious. I am Ming Xiao, a mere king-level assassin." The young lady departed in haste and asked me to convey a message to you. You may attend Chu Tian Academy. After passing the assessments, you will find a more promising future there. A sense of heaviness descended upon Gu Yuan's heart. He could not fathom that such a highborn princess, like Chu Ziwei, would concern herself with his prospects. Very well, I shall give it a try, Gu Yuan replied nonchalantly. Young friend is quite agreeable, the old man remarked. In that instant, a beam of black light suddenly shot forth from the old man's inky eyes. Gu Yuan's pupils constricted. In a heartbeat, the black light infiltrated his mind. Bang! The soul pressure from his past life, along with the enigmatic black cauldron, immediately retaliated, shattering the black light in an instant. The old man's face registered a flicker of astonishment, his eyes narrowing. You truly harbor secrets, my lord. It is astonishing that even with my formidable soul, I could not penetrate the mind of a mere ant at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Such an occurrence could stem from only a few possibilities. Nevertheless, even though Ming Xiao was aware of this, he would not act against Gu Yuan, for it was the lady's absolute command. Young friend Yu Lian, you would do well to take care, Ming Xiao said coolly, casting a final glance at Gu Yuan before his entire being abruptly blurred and gradually vanished into the void. Moments later, Gu Yuan finally moved again, his gaze reflecting a sense of helplessness towards the weak, coupled with an intense yearning for strength. The foundation of a formidable practitioner is exceedingly terrifying. With my current strength, even if I were to exhaust all my hidden cards, the outcome would still be death. Contemplating this, Gu Yuan reined in his thoughts and proceeded towards the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Although Chu Ziwei had promised him resources and materials for refining Gu, time waits for no one, and a crisis could very well descend in the next moment. Upon arriving at the Black Cloud Chamber, Gu Yuan presented the blood induction technique he had previously acquired from a keys to the management. This technique startled the figure cloaked in black. Moments later, a handsome man approached directly. It was Heishi. Upon seeing the blood induction technique, Heishi's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. "Esteemed sir, this technique of yours carries significant weight. It was once devised by a golden core demon cultivator. This demon cultivator, lacking any innate spiritual roots, annihilated an entire mountain's worth of beings through the means of blood induction, mastering the demonic arts, and ultimately becoming a formidable golden core powerhouse. It is said that this demon cultivator clandestinely entered the Chutian secret realm, yet thereafter, no word was heard of him. This fiend vanished, his forces were decimated, and the blood induction technique continued to circulate, but all of this occurred over 2 decades ago. Now, with the revival of this technique, esteemed sir, your possession of it." Heishi's remarks underscored a singular truth. This technique is profoundly unsavory, typically shunned by ordinary auction houses. Practicing this art is akin to being a subterranean rodent in the realm of cultivation, reviled by all. Gu Yuan lightly tapped the table and inquired, "Then, is it possible for you to auction it?" "Of course, there is no problem." Haihei smiled, diligently observing Gu Yuan's expressions. His purpose in recounting these tales was not merely to entertain Gu Yuan, but rather to discern the origins of this technique through his reactions. He slowly remarked, "To be candid, this technique last surfaced at Chutian Academy. TSK. However, it was swiftly suppressed by the higher-ups of the academy. This was not a secret. Gu Yuan could easily uncover it by perusing historical texts. Chutian Academy, which intriguingly aligned with Auxier's origins. He had once wielded the title of a so-called teacher from Chutian Academy to intimidate Gu Yuan, rendering him hesitant to act. It seems that Auxier is indeed a person with a story to tell." Chapter 24. The assault. A fleeting glimmer of recollection flashed through Gu Yuan's mind before he spoke. "As long as it can be auctioned off, that's sufficient." "Agreed." Haihei nodded, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his expression. The youth before him offered little opportunity. His demeanor remained consistently indifferent, making it nearly impossible for Haihei to glean any insights. After placing the blood-inducing technique up for auction, Gu Yuan turned and made his way towards the nearest Blood Moonfang branch. Currently, Gu Yuan found his heart-devouring Gu increasingly ineffective against cultivators of higher ranks with greater defensive measures. The heart-devouring Gu could only effectively eliminate those at the 5th tier of Qi refinement, and it became quite challenging against those at the 6th tier. Therefore, he needed to enhance the potency of the heart-devouring Gu. What materials were required? In addition to the common primary materials like mandrake, black-patterned poisonous snake, and rootless water, there were also core materials to consider. 100 hearts steeped in resentment. Currently, Gu Yuan is in dire need of precisely this number of hearts. However, acquiring them is no simple task, and due to the necessity of concealing his alignment with dark forces, he refrained from confiding in Chu Ziwei about his need for such materials. With no other options, he reluctantly resorted to purchasing them from underground establishments. Traversing several streets, Gu Yuan arrived at the nearest branch of Blood Moon Fangs. Upon entering, he noticed several assassins engaged in accepting tasks, but he paid them no heed and approached the task board. His gaze fell upon a particular name, and without hesitation, he accepted the mission. The task description was blank, merely stating eliminate a formidable opponent, with the employer listed as Jing Yao. This was the same employer Gu Yuan had previously attempted to contact, who, like him, was entangled with shadowy forces. He chose her because she possessed what he so desperately required. Under the cloak of night, Gu Yuan weaved through the desolate alleyways. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred, prompting him to halt. In the inky darkness, his eyes glimmered with intensity, while the surrounding winds surged, heralding the imminent threat. Buzz! A sudden sound of slicing air erupted from behind. Gu Yuan maintained a stoic expression, instinctively activating the Shadow Gu, his figure vanishing in an instant, retreating several meters. Simultaneously, he summoned the Concealment Gu and Breath-Hiding Gu, rendering himself silently cloaked in the shadows. Thud! An assailant launched a sharp bamboo arrow at Gu Yuan. Yet this was no ordinary arrow. It emitted a faint green glow. Piercing through the wall, it ricocheted back, angling towards him once again. Buzzing sounds filled the air as several more bamboo arrows soared forth. With a resounding crash, the wall was riddled with arrows. Unable to withstand the onslaught, it suddenly collapsed. With a gust of wind, a figure suddenly appeared, surveying the collapsed wall with a flicker of suspicion. Where has he gone? His vigilant gaze swept the surroundings. Odd. How could he have vanished so swiftly? He commenced a thorough search, but upon sensing no trace of life, his brow furrowed in realization. It appears he has fled. Cursed be his cunning. Just as he was about to depart, several sharp projectiles were launched from the shadows. The pursuer's pupils constricted as he swiftly formed a single-handed gesture, conjuring a dark golden shield that deflected the oncoming spikes with resounding thuds. In the dimness, Gu Yuan bent his body, charging at the man like a panther, seeking death. The man, enraged, let out a mocking laugh, then summoned a massive stone from his storage bag to hurl at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan smirked, immediately activating the flame burst insect dragon spine spell. Boom! The fireball, infused with the flame burst insect, rapidly transformed into a miniature sun, colliding with the stone artifact. Upon impact, the stone artifact dimmed in brilliance. What? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Bang! Gu Yuan unleashed a series of fundamental martial techniques, combining them with the dragon spine insect, and with a single punch, sent the stone artifact flying. How could this be possible? The man's complexion paled, his limbs trembling in panic. The stone artifact was his primary weapon, yet it had been effortlessly dispatched by his opponent. In comparison, he was no match for this individual. Flee! The man made a swift decision, immediately employing his escape technique, contemplating retreat as the only option. But Gu Yuan would not grant him such an opportunity. Flee! Since you are devoid of any means of self-defense, prepare to be ruthlessly butchered. The heart-devouring insect is activated. Upon noticing the faint red dot, the man's face turned pale. He sought to protect himself, yet Gu Yuan offered him no opportunity. As he summoned the shadow insect to close in on him, he simultaneously unleashed the chrysanthemum spike, relentlessly ambushing his back. The man clenched his teeth, biting into his fingertip as he chanted an incantation. In an instant, a suit of black armor emerged, shielding him from the heart-devouring insect. My good sir, might you consider sparing me? I have been dispatched to carry out a killing task. I am an assassin, and I am aware that you too are an assassin. However, the true source of this malevolence lies with our employer. Should you slay me, it would be a fruitless endeavor. With that, the man retrieved a pill from his storage pouch and consumed it immediately, his aura surging dramatically. Previously at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he suddenly unlocked his body's potential, catapulting to the pinnacle of the 5th level. This was a pill designed for a temporary boost in strength, albeit with significant side effects. Yet, he had no choice, as the young man before him had surpassed his capabilities. Oh, a cold smile graced Gu Yuan's lips. Very well. If you divulge your employer's name and identity, I might consider sparing you this night and refrain from pursuing you in the future. The man's expression darkened. Are you jesting? Sir, as an assassin, you should understand that we are bound by an unbreakable rule to never reveal any information about our employers. It is not merely a rule. To disclose such information is to invite death. Gu Yuan scoffed. In that case, it would be better for you to meet your demise. Once again, the flame explosion Gu was activated. The man, his eyes filled with fury, felt his heart plummet as he beheld the rapidly coalescing fireball. Very well, if you refuse to grant me life, then let none of us survive. His visage twisted in rage, and in an instant, his entire black armor morphed into a colossal black sword, surging fiercely towards Gu Yuan. To confront that fireball would be to invite certain doom. Even if he withstood it, the enigmatic figure before him would not relent. That peculiar agility left the man bereft of hope. The only recourse was to eliminate him. Boom! The colossal sword collided with the fireball. The explosion erupted, but its force was evidently diminished. Gu Yuan remained composed, promptly invoking the extreme shadow Gu, and in a heartbeat, he appeared several dozen meters away, perched atop the eaves of a building. Yet, the giant sword veered silently, as if vowing not to rest until Gu Yuan was vanquished. Gu Yuan was unfazed, immediately activating the Ice Skin Gu and the Corpse Gu. Chapter 25, Slaying Huang Gang. Pursued by enemies, the Corpse Gu Evil Lion, Evil Tiger, and Noxar stood valiantly before him. Crack! With a momentum akin to a battering ram, the colossal sword shattered the two Corpse Gu, Evil Lion and Evil Tiger, within a mere second, their bodies exploding in a spray of blood and entrails. The Corpse Gu Oaks twisted in a desperate attempt to shield against the giant sword. But Gu Yuan summoned the Ice Skin Gu, enveloping this Corpse Gu in a layer of ice. Boom! The ice shattered, and Oksar was sent flying. However, the brilliance of the sword dimmed, its tip aimed at Gu Yuan, emitting a resounding hum, as if releasing a final, defiant roar. Ultimately, the colossal sword disintegrated into ashes. Gu Yuan was propelled backward by the force, landing upon the grass. He gradually rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. He was none the worse for wear. Not far away, the man gasped for breath, his emotions a tumultuous sea. Ultimately, upon witnessing Gu Yuan rise unscathed, his heart plummeted into despair, the weight of hopelessness nearly overwhelming him. No, this is impossible. The man's face reflected sheer terror. How could a mere fourth-tier Qi refinement brat withstand my storm giant sword? He pointed at Gu Yuan, as if gazing upon a monstrous apparition. Gu Yuan, expressionless, approached him slowly. The man attempted to rise. Bang! The corpse insect, Oksar, lunged forward, sending the man crashing to the ground. No, you cannot kill me. I am a killer from the 10,000 poison cave. Oksar brandished a dagger, inflicting torment upon the man. Gu Yuan regarded the writhing cultivator on the ground with an unperturbed heart. Not a shred of compassion stirred within him. Had his power been insufficient today, would his fate have been any better than that of the man before him? The employer behind it all was certainly not motivated by mere revenge. A gruesome human dissection experiment would be inevitable. The 10,000 poison cave will never let you go. And your employer too. Gu Yuan activated the heart-eating insect, gnawing at the man's heart. Ultimately, with a final, anguished scream, the man ceased to breathe. Gu Yuan, however, merely smirked. Harbor your hatred, let it swell. The greater your resentment, the stronger the combat prowess of the corpse insect. Gu Yuan seized the man's head, and with a thud, a plaque fell from the man's pocket. Assassin, Huang Gang. The murderous plaque differs from that of Gu Yuan, as it bears the engraving of a venomous serpent, with the 3 characters Wan Du Ku inscribed at its center. According to Gu Yuan's understanding, Wan Du Ku is not a singular assassin organization like Blood Moon Fong, but rather resembles a miniature sect with its own formidable influence. Suddenly, the Wan Du Ku plaque in Gu Yuan's hand disintegrates into fine ash. As life departs, so too does the token. However, the delay was rather prolonged. Paying little heed to this, Gu Yuan swiftly removed Huang Gang's storage pouch and seized the lifeless head of the corpse, placing it into a mysterious black cauldron, where it was soon transformed into a corpse poison. Subsequently, he stored the 2 corpse poisons within the pouch. Silently, Gu Yuan activated the concealment poison in breath, holding poison to once again merge into the shadows. It appeared that he had attracted unwanted attention, likely the very same killers that Chu Ziwei had warned him about, having made numerous enemies along his path. The relatives or friends of those he had eliminated during past missions had resorted to hiring assassins for his demise. In a world where man slays man, should he ever fall victim to assassination, Gu Yuan could only lament his own lack of power. As Gu Yuan contemplated the notion that only those so-called assassins would confront him this night, 2 graceful figures suddenly darted through the darkness. One, youthful and resplendent with a high ponytail, exuded a chill in her demeanor. The other, with a curvaceous figure and alluring gaze, radiated the charm of a mature woman. These 2 were Gu Yuan's true adversaries, Wang Chui and Lu Lia. Upon their flying swords, Wang Chui cast her gaze down upon the courtyard alley. The walls lay in ruins, trees severed, and eaves shattered, as the acrid scent of smoke enveloped the air. Not long ago, a considerable war erupted here, a duel between 2 individuals. The aura was explosive. It seemed to be a confrontation at the level of 5th-tier Qi refinement practitioners. Wang Chui's expression grew grave as she spoke. How long has it been? That lad has already reached the 5th tier of Qi refinement? Upon hearing this news, Lu Lia immediately gritted her teeth in denial. It is absolutely impossible. Just 10 days ago, this fellow was merely at the 1st tier of Qi refinement. How could he possibly break through to the 5th tier so swiftly? Such speed would be admired even by the most gifted individuals with innate spiritual roots. How could a mere scattered immortal achieve this? I suspect he must have an insider within the Chu kingdom. In recent days, Li Xingyue has been continuously divining, asserting that this young man is constantly shifting locations to obscure his whereabouts, demonstrating extreme caution. Wang Chui's gaze darkened as she sighed. I do not wish to acknowledge it either. Not only has divination failed to locate him, but our Qingyang sect's forces within the Chu kingdom have also investigated, yet all they obtained were useless tidings. However, recently, we became aware of a person swiftly rising within the Blood Moon Fong killer organization, which has immediately captured our attention. I believe this young man indeed has substantial backing, and it is formidable. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have only just learned of this information after so many days. As Wang Chui spoke, a trace of worry emerged in her brow. Could she truly contend with such a powerful, cautious adversary with significant influence? However, upon recalling the tragic demise of her son, Wang Shanhai, a shadow of sorrow swiftly vanished from Wang Chui's face, replaced by a seething resentment directed towards Gu Yuan. He must die? Wang Chui clenched her teeth, undeterred by the forces that might lurk behind him. Would the might of the Qingyang sect cower in fear? Should he stand in the way of her vengeance, she would not hesitate to eradicate those who supported him. As Wang Chui finished her words, Lu Lia took the initiative. The young girl descended to the ground. Nearby, some mortals, stirred by the commotion, peered out to discern the source of the disturbance. Lu Lia let out a cold snort, and in an instant, her figure flickered as she wielded her magical artifact, capturing all the mortals in her grasp. Countless mortals were subjected to her cruel tortures, their wails echoing through the darkness, creating a horrifying spectacle. Lu Lia demanded to know which path that man had taken, but these mortals remained oblivious. Wang Chui spoke up. Sister Lia, cease tormenting these innocents. They know nothing of our plight. Moreover, if we continue to maim them indiscriminately, we risk drawing the attention of officials from the state of Chu, inviting unnecessary trouble. It seemed as though Lu Lia had not heard Wang Chui's words. With a resounding crack, countless mortals were reduced to mere splatters of blood. Wang Chui fell silent, while Lu Lia's exquisite visage twisted into a ghastly mask. Reminiscent of a demon, her mind consumed by hatred for Gu Yuan. Unable to locate him, her usual outlet for frustration manifested in the slaughter of innocents. Gu Yuan arrived at a grand estate in the Western District. Jing Yao was the only employer he had sought out of his own volition, as he required materials for the heart-eating insect, which he needed to obtain from her. Upon entering the gate, one is greeted by a multitude of servants bustling about within the expansive courtyard, which spans no less than 3,000 to 4,000 square meters. After a servant ascertained Gu Yuan's identity, he was ushered into a chamber within the main courtyard. Inside, he beheld a young maiden clad in a flowing white dress, her figure graceful and her beauty unparalleled. The girl, calmly sipping her tea, exuded an air of scholarly elegance with each gesture. You have arrived? Indeed, I anticipated your presence. Yu Lian, she remarked, a hint of amusement in her voice as she referred to the recently prominent newcomer assassin. Yet, her gaze remained fixed not on Gu Yuan, but rather on the fabric drapes in the distance. Chapter 26. The malevolent Miss Jing Yo. Gu Yuan surveyed his surroundings with a discerning eye. Did the demeanor of this employer truly align with her authentic self? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Even at the time when Gu Yuan accepted this assignment, the request had been for him to commit murder, in a most torturous manner, involving skinning and the extraction of entrails, among other grisly tasks. He had been quite taken aback by the nature of the assignment, yet the promise of substantial rewards had compelled him to overlook it. After all, one takes money to alleviate others' misfortunes. As long as the compensation is generous, no matter how peculiar the demands, he would acquiesce. Thus, as an employer, could the seemingly innocent Miss Jing Yao truly be just a naive young girl? Now, who is your target? Gu Yuan inquired, indifferent to the true nature of the woman before him. If completed, I trust you possess the materials I mentioned last time, he added in a flat tone. Miss Jing Yao responded with a charming smile, her every expression capable of ensnaring even the most innocent of hearts on this earth. Indeed, the infamous Yulian. How decisively lethal and straightforward in speech. I find it quite appealing, chuckled the girl, licking her lips. Her demeanor suddenly shifted to one of madness. A dramatic change in tone. Jing Yao set down her teacup, and without warning, a note materialized in her palm, which she promptly tossed towards Gu Yuan. He caught it deftly. Jing Yao spoke with a calm demeanor. I am a student of Chutian Academy, under the tutelage of Su Hongfei. Recently, the Academy has organized a trial assessment, perhaps in preparation for the forthcoming Chutian Secret Realm. All students in my class have been selected to participate. Unfortunately, our class drew the short straw. This assessment permits only those at the 6th level of Qi refinement or below, and the testing ground is not a hidden location, merely a cave that is reputed to be the site of a certain foundational cultivator's inheritance. As someone at the 4th level of Qi refinement, I require the accompaniment of a stronger individual to enter this cave, primarily as my covert protector and secondarily to assist me in eliminating a certain individual, who also happens to be a student of Chutian Academy. Strong practitioners beneath the 6th level of Qi refinement are rather scarce in my eyes. To be honest, I was quite anxious about it. Several nights passed without a wink of sleep, until your arrival. As she spoke, Jing Yu cast a flirtatious glance at the boy across from her. Gu Yuan, however, maintained a tranquil expression. After her discourse, he pondered whether this meant he was to accompany her as a bodyguard outside the city. A frown creased his brow. The outskirts were perilous, especially at night. Yet, according to her words, the powerful from Chutian Academy would accompany them. Gazing at the note in her hand, which bore the words familiar to Jing Yuan, Gu Yuan squinted. Let me through. I am not a student of Chutian Academy. Surely, the prowess of your academy's elite is not to be underestimated. What if I am discovered? I am well prepared for that. Jing Yao smiled faintly and waved her hand casually. The curtain before her billowed open, instantly filling the room with a pungent scent of blood. Upon witnessing the scene behind the curtain, Gu Yuan's brow furrowed in surprise. Behind the curtain lay a figure on the bed, technically a corpse, but more accurately, a dismembered body. It belonged to a young man, who, at first glance, appeared somewhat handsome. Yet, upon seeing the figure on the bed, a trace of sorrow crossed Jing Yuan's face. She addressed Gu Yuan in a calm voice. This was once my partner in the path. I killed him and dismembered him. I can peel off his skin and employ certain secret techniques to sew it onto you. Coupled with breath-related secret arts, I can replicate his essence within you, allowing you to perfectly replace him. Her words, though delivered with a gentle tone, sent a chill through the room. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's brow knitted momentarily before relaxing again. Was this cruel? Perverse? No. In his past life within the world of Gu, he had encountered far more grotesque scenarios. Observing Gu Yuan's unflinching demeanor, Jing Yao felt a sudden jolt in her heart. This man, truly a cold-blooded killer. Not only was he uninterested in himself, but he also seemed devoid of fear or trepidation. Gu Yuan pondered for a few seconds before responding. A flawless disguise is indeed a commendable strategy, but what? Jing Yao inquired with a furrowed brow. But I cannot employ your secret technique. Gu Yuan tossed a note to her, stating, prepare the materials listed here for me. I possess my own methods to conceal my presence and will ensure that I can follow your team as closely as possible. You. Jing Yao's expression changed. You must first comprehend the situation, Miss Jing. Gu Yuan, fully aware of her impending words, let his voice turn icy. I am an assassin, not a bodyguard. My sole purpose is to take lives, not to protect them. Do you understand? Jing Yao fell silent. Naturally, you are my employer. As you provide the funds, thus I shall endeavor to ensure that you have the means to pay me in the end. The plans for murder, the operations, the calculations, these are arranged independently by me, without any connection to your employer. Jing Yao chuckled. Mr. Yulan, why are you so fixated on the rules? If need be, I can offer a bit more. Regarding materials, what else do you require? I can assist you to the best of my abilities. Miss Jing. Gu Yuan interrupted with an impatient tone. The same conditions, the same objective. Will you agree or not? Upon hearing this, Jing Yao's demeanor darkened, the glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. How dare someone of such caliber defy my orders? Nevertheless, she suppressed her internal fury. Not long ago, I inquired and learned that the enigmatic figure before me, the Reaper, has already garnered the investment of significant individuals. Should I take action, it could potentially provoke displeasure, rendering all my efforts futile. Very well, I shall prepare these materials for you. I would like to ask, if you do not infiltrate among the students, how do you intend to access the ancestral cave and seize the opportunity to eliminate the target? Jing Yao inquired. I have my methods, naturally. Very well. As an assassin known as the Reaper, this is a private transaction between us. Firstly, I do not wish for you to entertain any thoughts of fleeing or breaching our agreement, otherwise. Jing Yao's cold gaze fixated on the young man opposite her, the threat implicit in her demeanor. Rest assured, I am committed to this transaction and shall not hold back. Gu Yuan replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, Jing Yao collected the materials Gu Yuan mentioned and directly bestowed them upon him. Naturally, Gu Yuan intended to utilize these materials and resources to elevate the concealment and breath-holding Gu to their second transformation. Of course, he also deliberately mentioned recipes for other Gu. Taking a little advantage, Jing Yao indicated that the trial outside the city would take place in 5 days. After receiving the materials, Gu Yuan promptly took his leave. Within the room, Jing Yao let out a cold snort, crushing the teacup in her grasp. Rising to her feet, she approached the curtain, her gaze resting quietly upon the disassembled remains of her former partner lying on the bed. Alas, my beloved, your death holds too little value. She covered the curtain once more, and the scent of blood vanished in an instant. Jing Yao then resumed her seat, elegantly savoring her tea, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 27. Another assailant approaches. Upon acquiring resources, Gu Yuan promptly returned to the tavern and settled onto a plush couch, where he commenced his work on crafting goo. He unapologetically extracted some resources from the woman, consuming them immediately. Gu Yuan's gaze flickered with intensity as he poured the materials into the enigmatic black cauldron. Would you like to concoct the ice spike goo? Concoct. Successfully crafted in an instant. Goo. Ice spike goo level. First turn, effect. Offensive goo insect, specific. The ice spike goo materialized as a diminutive ice spike, which Gu Yuan grasped tightly in his hand before abruptly activating it. In an instant, the small ice spike expanded to an impressive length of 10 feet, exuding a frigid aura that transported Gu Yuan to a realm of ice and snow. Excellent. Gu Yuan stowed the ice spike goo away. He currently lacked sufficient offensive capabilities, yet the most efficient method remained the crafting of goo. Engaging in martial cultivation would prove too sluggish. In the future, Gu Yuan would undoubtedly employ various goo techniques or establish a goo cultivation chamber to accelerate his practice. Subsequently, he poured additional resource materials into the mysterious black cauldron. Enhanced the concealment goo and breath restraining goo levels. Materials are complete. Would you like to enhance? Enhance. As soon as he spoke, the mysterious black cauldron began to emit a series of resonant hums. Successfully crafted in an instant. Second turn concealment goo. Second turn breath restraining goo. Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he seized the two second turn goo, promptly refining them. This marked his inaugural possession of second turn goo in this realm of cultivation. The efficacy of second turn goo was exponentially superior compared to first turn goo. With a flicker of thought, Gu Yuan began to activate the concealment goo. A muffled thud echoed, and in an instant, Gu Yuan's figure vanished. This second transformation of concealment goo was far superior to the first, nearly merging him with the environment. However, mere invisibility was insufficient. He proceeded to activate the breath-holding goo, which suppressed his aura. Excellent. If I can perfect the effects of both, even a cultivator at the 5th level of chi refinement would struggle to sense my presence, barring some extraordinary means of detection. Furthermore, beyond the goo worms, I can also cultivate my own methods of concealment, allowing for a synergistic enhancement that nearly doubles the effectiveness. Yet, even with that, it would not be the ultimate limit. Gu Yuan's gaze was resolute. He was determined to forge a path that aligned the goo worms with the laws of cultivation in this realm, rejecting mediocrity in favor of transcending limits. At present, he was still insufficiently powerful. After a moment of deep contemplation, Gu Yuan descended the stairs and exited the tavern. He could not linger in one place for too long. To avoid being pinpointed by the discerning techniques of formidable foes, he still had tasks to execute. Gu Yuan continued to carry out his assassination missions. 2 days later, he set off early in the morning and arrived at the Black Cloud Trading Association. Upon his arrival, the figure in black robes greeted him with a slight smile, saying, "My lord, we have been awaiting your presence." The moment your blood-summoning technique was unveiled, it was met with frenzied demand. The black-robed person handed Gu Yuan a storage bag. Inside, you will find 1,000 immortal spirit herbs, along with 500 spirit stones, several magical artifacts, and the techniques you require. You may now verify the contents. Gu Yuan probed into his storage bag, casting a cursory glance, and, upon confirming that everything was in order, nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to depart, He Shi hurried over from one side, his tone slightly grave. "Lord Yu Lian, in recent days, many have been in pursuit of your whereabouts. I urge you to exercise caution. Moreover, the winds of change are stirring, and numerous dark forces are already preparing for the Chu Tian secret realm set to unfold in a month's time. Therefore, if it is not absolutely necessary, it would be prudent to refrain from leaving the city." Upon hearing these words, Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and, after a moment's contemplation, replied coolly, "Thank you for the warning." With that, he turned to leave. He Shi, a loyal guard of the 6th prince, was now aware of Gu Yuan's true identity as an assassin. Previously, The fourth princess had been shielding him, but now, Yu Lian had caught the attention of certain individuals. It seemed that he could not afford to take action anytime soon. A shadow loomed over Gu Yuan's expression, especially with the pursuit from the Qingyang sect looming behind him. The mere thought of the Qingyang sect weighed heavily upon Gu Yuan. His urgent need to enhance his strength and cultivation stemmed from the dire circumstances that had forced him into hiding. While the Qingyang sect had yet to locate him, he could never foresee what the next moment might bring. Gu Yuan navigated through several streets. Suddenly, a thunderclap resonated overhead. Dark clouds gathered ominously, transforming the previously clear sky into a tempestuous downpour in an instant. Raindrops began to pelt Gu Yuan's face as a steady stream of pedestrians flowed nearby. He walked with measured steps, but abruptly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing him to halt momentarily. The mortals surrounding him were in a fervent uproar, gesturing towards the heavens, seemingly discontent with the inexplicable shift in weather. Gu Yuan paused, furrowing his brows tightly. He murmured to himself, "At last, it has arrived." In an instant, a sharp sword materialized from an unknown origin, slicing through the layers of air, aiming directly for Gu Yuan's forehead. Extreme Shadow Gu, he invoked. In a fleeting moment, Gu Yuan vanished from his original position, reappearing atop a residential building with remarkable speed, leaving behind only a disturbance in the air and rain. Yet, he was not out of danger. Boom! A fireball surged towards him from behind. A glint of cold light flickered in Gu Yuan's eyes as he attempted to activate Extreme Shadow Gu once more, only to discover that a circle of razor-sharp threads had formed, constricting around him. He tried to flee, but the threads pursued him like a phantom. Moreover, an eerie energy disrupted his thoughts. A mental assault, perhaps. Gu Yuan maintained his composure, and in the next moment, he activated Ice Spike Gu. The ice spike materialized abruptly, exuding a chilling aura. With a flicker of his mind, the ice spike contracted into a blade of ice mere inches long. The ice blade soared towards the menacing threads, and in an instant, with a resounding crack, it cleaved a massive gap through them. In that fleeting moment, the threads shattered into fragments. Die! A furious roar echoed from the side, followed by an exquisitely sharp, white flying sword lunging towards Gu Yuan's forehead. Gu Yuan's cold gaze flashed. He immediately summoned Flame Explosion Gu. Boom! The collision between the fireball and the flying sword sent debris flying from the rooftops, causing the buildings to sway precariously, as if they might collapse at any moment. Seizing the moment of distraction, he sprang into action. A towering figure wielding a massive iron hammer crashed through the wall, charging fiercely towards Gu Yuan. Eliminate him. There are 5,000 spirit stones at stake. If we kill him, we will reap enormous rewards. Meanwhile, a gaunt youth with a sinister demeanor grinned maliciously, forming a spell with a single hand. As a colossal shadowy creature lunged at Gu Yuan, enemies surrounded him on both sides. The buildings in the vicinity lay in ruins from the aftermath of battle, with countless mortals fleeing in terror. In the clash of immortals, mere mortals caught in the fray faced only death. Gu Yuan cast a cold glance at the two assailants rushing towards him, as rain poured from the heavens, drenching his visage. His expression remained composed as he slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, he invoked Ice Skin Gu, Corpse Guoxer, Dragon Spine Gu, Flame Burst Gu, Extreme Shadow Gu, and Ice Spike Gu simultaneously. His internal energy rapidly waned. Yet it mattered not. The spirit stones he had amassed from recent quests and slayings were ample for his indulgence. Boom! Gu Yuan's aura surged dramatically. A thick layer of ice formed upon his skin, and a tempest of wind swirled around his fists. A fusion with the Dragon Fist martial technique that he had requested from the Black Cloud Merchant Association. Not all martial techniques and powers could harmonize. Empirical testing was essential to ascertain compatibility. At this moment, Gu Yuan activated an array of eclectic martial techniques and powers, while summoning the majority of his Gu insects. Flames roared around his fists, and ice swords encircled him in a 360-degree formation, culminating in the presence of a Corpse Guoxer. Chapter 28. The enemy pursues, I strike. The enemy is strong, I retreat. What? The burly man wielding a hammer nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief. Goodness, is this the aura that a mere 4th-level Qi practitioner can exude? Could he be one of the Trisolarans? The man himself was a 5th-level Qi practitioner, having honed his skills over many years, and he stood out among his peers. The lean, tall youth beside him, equally formidable, felt a palpable heaviness in his heart upon witnessing such an imposing presence from a fourth-level practitioner. Quickly, let us eliminate him so we can complete our task. The glimmer of murderous intent ignited in the lean youth's eyes, and he no longer held back. The two of them charged forward with great ferocity. Boom. The ground erupted, sending dirt flying, and a modest wooden hut vanished without a trace. Uffed. Both the lean youth and the burly man were flung away, their defensive artifacts and armor shattered in the process. Gu Yuan let out a cold snicker, directing the heart-eating bug towards one of them. This faint red. Danger. The lean youth's mind raced with information about this individual. With bloodshot eyes, he charged forward with his blade. However, the corpse bug, Oxes, obstructed his path. Damn it. What kind of monstrosity is this? Is it a puppet? The lean youth glared at the corpse bug before him, gritting his teeth in frustration. Under normal circumstances, this bug would be utterly incapable of withstanding the assault of a practitioner of his caliber, but having just been heavily wounded by Gu Yuan, he was now blocked by Oxes, unable to maneuver. The burly man with the iron hammer clearly failed to guard against the heart-eating bug and fell victim to its effects. Brother. The lean youth's eyes widened in horror. Success. Gu Yuan squinted slightly as he suddenly charged towards the burly man. Rain splashed around him, droplets striking his form, revealing his murderous intent. He swiftly appeared before the giant. You. The man's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he clutched his chest. The heart-devouring poison would not kill him immediately, but had robbed him of his ability to resist. Thoughts swirled in his mind as he sought to plead for mercy. Yes, even a moment's hesitation from his adversary would suffice. With a swift thrust, Gu Yuan showed no mercy. The icy blade pierced the man's heart. The burly man let out a final, anguished cry before collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. A fifth-tier Qi refining practitioner, dispatched without hesitation. Elder brother. The tall, thin man's pupils constricted sharply, his fighting spirit extinguished. In the next instant, he averted his gaze from Gu Yuan and employed a life-saving technique. Fleeing without a backward glance. A teleportation talisman? Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. The slender youth had disappeared in an instant, his presence vanishing within a few hundred meters. Undoubtedly employing a life-preserving trump card akin to a teleportation talisman. In truth, the youth need not have resorted to such measures. Gu Yuan currently possessed no means to hinder or pursue his enemies. His only mobility lay in the shadow escape worm, which was solely for evading attacks. Paying no further mind to the escaping youth, Gu Yuan turned his attention to the lifeless body of the burly man, intent on refining it into a corpse worm. With a swift motion, the man's body began to visibly decay, transforming into a desiccated corpse in an instant, as if it had endured the ravages of thousands of years, even the bones disassembling. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This must undoubtedly be the method employed by those clandestine assassin organizations. Once an assassin meets their demise, their body is obliterated, leaving no opportunity for some sinister practitioners to study the remains. In such a scenario, concocting corpse worms is naturally out of the question. Gu Yuan retracted his thoughts, gathering the worms, when suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, he activated the concealment worm, hiding worm, and shadow worm, causing his figure to vanish from this space. The next moment, a man clad in a white robe emerged from a dark alley, braving the wind and rain. His gaze was vacant and dull, yet it lingered on the spot where Gu Yuan had just disappeared. Shortly thereafter, another figure, graceful and slender, approached. It was a stunningly beautiful young woman, Lu Lia. He has fled again, once more too late. Lu Lia observed the lifeless corpse on the ground, her expression tinged with frustration. Sister Lia. A green figure swiftly darted forward, eyes filled with malice. This Gu Yuan has now grown formidable enough to slay those at the 5th level of Qi refinement. We must not underestimate him. Wang Shui felt a pang of reluctance, but her middle-aged intuition sensed a hint of danger. Perhaps we should summon Sister Xingyue along with the strong members of the sect to deal with him. No. Lu Lia scoffed. Wang Shui, have you forgotten the words you once spoke? What? Are you afraid of that man? He is the very one who took your son's life. If it were me, I would relentlessly pursue every trace of him, capturing him to imprison his soul, subjecting him to tortures worse than death, day and night. Wang Shui, Li Xingyue bestowed upon me this trinket, a servant of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. What if we still fail? How do you suppose the sect will regard us? A surge of pride welled up within Lu Lia, who boldly uttered the true name of the outer sect's chief elder. Wang Chui sighed. Did she not wish to capture him? Clearly, it was this Gu Yuan fellow who was exceedingly cunning. It was as if he possessed a pair of eyes behind him. Aware that someone would attempt to deduce and investigate him, one wonders how a myriad, once a lowly servant disciple, managed to ascend to such heights in just over a fortnight. Even the most gifted direct disciples of major powers would be hard-pressed to achieve this, would they not? Lu Lia gritted her teeth. Therefore, we must seize the opportunity. Damn it, I refuse to be defeated. I have recently gathered intelligence revealing that this fellow has joined an assassination organization, and he is thriving within it. Humph. Wang Chui's expression darkened. They had long surmised that Gu Yuan had backing, but they had not anticipated it would be so extraordinary. Just as she was about to speak, Wang Chui's expression shifted. Run, Sister Lia. The cultivators of the Chu Kingdom's law enforcement team are approaching. The two immediately fled. Moments later, several cultivators dressed in law enforcement attire soared through the air on their swords. Upon seeing the chaos below, the expressions of the cultivators turned exceedingly grim. Gu Yuan had changed to another tavern. He had sensed the approach of formidable energies not long ago. Fortunately, he had managed to escape swiftly. For the next few days, Gu Yuan had no intention of undertaking any tasks. Instead, he activated the Tao Ling Gu to begin enhancing his cultivation. After exhausting his resources, Gu Yuan had reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of qi refinement. As time passed, he continuously altered his location. Following an attack, he became increasingly vigilant. The two individuals who had attempted to assassinate him were likely affiliated with other killer organizations, much like Huang Gang. He had grown somewhat weary of this relentless need to change his whereabouts. Whether consolidating his cultivation or refining his Gu insects, it induced turmoil within his mind. Days later, the day of his collaboration agreement with Jing Yao arrived. Within the confines of Chu Tian Academy, Jing Yao's class was about to embark on a trial of inheritance. The news circulated that this trial bore a high degree of danger, with at least half of the participants unlikely to return. The reality was that this cultivation academy was not a utopia within the realm of immortals. It merely offered a legitimate venue for practitioners. However, cultivation was inherently intertwined with life and death, making participation in such perilous trials indispensable. Gu Yuan's target for assassination was a man named Zhao Wuji, who was at the 6th level of qi refinement. The reasons for their enmity were of no concern to Gu Yuan, but based on Jing Yao's character. He chuckled softly. She would never simply allow him, a mere assassin, to act without reason. There must be others involved. This was precisely why Jing Yao hesitated before acquiescing to Gu Yuan's terms. She had long been making her own moves within the academy. This woman possessed a certain cunning. Gu Yuan's gaze flickered as he observed the students at the entrance of Chu Tian Academy. In the ruthless world of cultivation, such a woman was far from a mere ornament. Her ability to slay her own partner spoke volumes of her ruthless nature. Chapter 29. Jing Yao's Scheme. Entering the inheritance cave, a group of nearly 20 students, participating in the life and death trial, assembled. Among them, possessed a cultivation level of qi refinement, 6th layer, while Jing Yao ranked among the lower tier with a cultivation of qi refinement, 4th layer. As this group boarded the airship to venture beyond the city, Gu Yuan stealthily trailed behind. To attempt to slay a student in front of the teachers was nearly impossible. Accompanying the 20-odd students were 3 instructors, 2 of whom were at the pinnacle of qi refinement, and 1 was a formidable foundation establishment master. For Gu Yuan to confront them directly would be tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, Zhao Wuji's background was equally formidable. His family boasted a foundation establishment powerhouse, alongside high-level qi refinement bodyguards. Thus, for Gu Yuan to carry out his plan, he could only bide his time, entering the inheritance cave that permitted only those of qi refinement, 6th layer and below. In doing so, he would find his opportunity. Jing Yao had already marked the cave's location for him, situated 50 miles beyond the city, deep within the mountains. As night descended, Wu Yong, the instructor of Chu Tian Academy, had safely escorted all students to their destination. The inheritance cave was not far ahead. Excellent. Wu Yong nodded, addressing the students with a grave tone. Ahead lies the inheritance cave, a place fraught with peril where one could easily meet their demise. I shall reiterate. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? The students remained silent. Very well, Wu Yong nodded, expressing his approval of this year's newcomers. In the distance, a figure flickered in the shadows. It was Gu Yuan. He had not anticipated the existence of an inheritance cave in such a remote location. 50 li may require half a day for an ordinary person to traverse. Yet for a cultivator, traversing this distance with all their might on a sword could be accomplished in the span of a single incense stick's burning. Gazing at the distant, dense forest, Gu Yuan dared not approach too closely. Even with his possession of the second transformation-esque concealment Guin breath restraining Gu, who could ascertain the true strength of that foundation establishment cultivator? Should their consciousness unexpectedly extend outward and inadvertently sweep over him, it would spell his ultimate demise. Everyone enter, Wu Yong commanded, shattering the arrangement of the cave. A radiant golden rune barrier materialized before the group. This represented the will of the Legacy-S Master, permitting only those at the 6th level of Qi refinement or below to enter. While I could forcibly dismantle it, such an act would also obliterate the treasures within. Thus, it is imperative that you proceed to retrieve the artifacts, Wu Yong elucidated. The crowd nodded in agreement, most having thoroughly acquainted themselves with the information regarding this legacy cave beforehand. Shortly thereafter, a robust young man scoffed and boldly stepped into the barrier. Witnessing this, the other students followed suit, charging into the light one after another. However, a few remained behind, among them, Jingyao. What is the meaning of this? Wu Yong's brow furrowed. The other two instructors also wore grave expressions. Are you all choosing to abandon this opportunity? Ha ha ha. Jingyao let out a cold laugh, fixing her gaze on the sullen young man beside her. Zhao Wuji, you conspired against my parents. Today we must settle this matter. Ha ha ha. You deranged woman. Do you truly believe you can slay me? Zhao Wuji's expression twisted into a malevolent snarl. Today, I too shall ensure your demise. No. I shall first toy with you, savoring every inch of your being before delivering the final blow. Ha ha ha. Seeking death. Jingyao's fury ignited. Take action. What? Wu Yong's eyes widened, a heavy dread sinking in his heart, an ominous premonition surging forth. Ah! A teacher let out a blood-curdling scream as a dark blade pierced his chest, blood gushing forth. The assailant was none other than a former student. What are you doing? Wu Yong's eyes blazed with rage. Heh heh. The student tore away his disguise, revealing his true identity. A killer. It's a killer. Another teacher's pupils constricted in shock. The killer before them possessed the strength of the Foundation establishment stage. Heh heh. The assassin licked his lips, coldly stating, name your target, and I shall execute the deed. No need. Mr. Wu, I hope you do not ruin my plans. Jingyao warned. You. Wu Yong gritted his teeth in fury. He was oblivious to the conflict that had transpired among these younger generations, which had led to a Foundation establishment expert masquerading as a student amidst them. Kill him. Jingyao commanded, her gaze icy as she pointed at Zhao Wuji. Youngster, meet your demise. The killer wasted no words, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he lunged towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement, would ordinarily be effortlessly dispatched by a Foundation establishment expert. Bang! Zhao Wuji hurled a talisman, which formed a shadow that engaged in a fierce struggle with the Foundation establishment killer. The talisman was evidently Zhao Wuji's trump card. Ha ha ha. I shall take my leave. Hee hee. Jingyao, if you possess only such feeble strength, perhaps you should contemplate what pose to assume in bed for my tender caress. Oh, and by the way, your partner was also slain by you, wasn't he? How ruthless. Unfortunately, you cannot extinguish my existence. Zhao Wuji let out a lewd chuckle, then calmly stepped through the luminous portal. Damn it. Jingyao fumed, stamping her foot. She cast a glance at the Foundation establishment assassin still entangled with the shadow, cursing under her breath. Truly useless. However, the shadow was swiftly dispatched by the assassin moments later. Hold him for me. Jingyao commanded. Wu Yong replied solemnly. Miss Jingyao? Are you certain you wish to confront Chutian Academy head-on? Oomph, you do not represent Chutian Academy. Wu Yong was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Die. The assassin, maddened by bloodlust, charged violently at Wu Yong. Cursed be this situation. Wu Yong, left with no choice, engaged in battle with the assassin. Yet soon, he realized he was struggling against this foe. Old Wu, I shall assist you. Another teacher gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Jingyao's expression darkened. Relying on the outside assassin to eliminate Zhao Wuji had turned to naught, though this outcome was within her expectations. She then began to transmit a message. Yu Lian, chaos has erupted outside. You may advance. In the distance, Gu Yuan received Jing Yao's transmission. However, He had already sensed the powerful aura of battle from afar. The clash of two Foundation establishment experts. It seems this woman has made thorough preparations. Gu Yuan gazed thoughtfully into the distance, choosing not to respond directly to her. Jingyou gritted her teeth in frustration. Had the situation not been so urgent, she would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Damn it! Could it be that the other party was reneging on the agreement? Nonetheless, having reached this juncture, Jingyou had no choice but to step into the shimmering portal. Moments later, Gu Yuan arrived. The foundational stage assassin had already vacated the battlefield, leaving behind Wu Yong and another instructor from the academy. Gu Yuan entered the portal with ease. Upon crossing the threshold, he felt as though he had been transported into a realm of ice and snow. A chilling breeze caressed his cheeks, penetrating to the very marrow. Were he an ordinary mortal, he would likely have succumbed to the frigid air instantaneously. This was no natural phenomenon. He surmised it was emanating from a powerful magical artifact, a relic exuding an icy aura. Contemplating this, Gu Yuan's heart stirred with intrigue. If it were indeed a formidable treasure, he could draw upon his past experiences with the art of Gu, transforming it into a Gu related to the chilling attacks. With this thought, he discreetly urged his concealed Gu insects to swiftly advance deeper within. The entrance was profound and uniquely enchanting. After soaring for several hundred meters, he suddenly encountered a door, ajar, with a corpse lying at its threshold. Observing the decorations adorning the body, it appeared to belong to a student of Chutian Academy. Noting the wounds, Gu Yuan nodded slightly. These students had begun to turn upon one another. Upon entering the door, he was greeted by an expansive meadow, with a distant forest beyond, and, intriguingly, peculiar structures that seemed to rise beyond it. Chapter 30. The pitiful fate of a distressed maiden. Gu Yuan frowned. If this indeed is a cave of inheritance belonging to a foundational cultivator, then it must certainly be no ordinary one. The cave is overgrown with wild grass, towering high and appearing strikingly out of place against the dim surroundings. Gu Yuan's expression remains calm as he ventures deeper within. At this moment, outside the cave of inheritance, several figures riding swords streak across the sky and descend upon the location. 3 women and a man with a vacant expression. The foremost among them is Li Xingyue, one of the esteemed elders of the Qingyang sect. Flanking her are the assassin Lu Lia and elder Wang Chui. Lu Lia's eyes glimmer with murderous intent. He is inside. Li Xingyue nods. Indeed, you have been pursuing him for days. Yet this rogue is exceedingly cunning, possessing both powerful backing and exceedingly strange methods. Nevertheless, the moment I foretell his exit from the city gates, I shall assist you both in ensuring his demise. Vengeance. We must kill him. We must. Lu Lia clenches her fists in anger. Wang Chui gazes at the luminous portal before them. This place seems to be a cave of inheritance? Yes. Li Xingyue replies, her gaze profound. I have investigated beforehand. This cave of inheritance only permits cultivators of the 6th level of qi refinement and below to enter. Should we force our way through, it may provoke the remnants of the foundational cultivator's vengeful spirit within. Wang Chui's expression shifted. Could it be that even Li Zuoyu also? Li Xingyue interjected, the master of this ancestral cave is no ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Otherwise, other cultivators would have long since obliterated this cave along with the mountain. She glanced at the two. You will enter. Wang Chui. Utilize the secret technique of the Qingyang sect to lower your cultivation to the 6th level of qi refinement. Then, you will take this new slave of mine along with you. You both possess numerous hidden cards. If you can kill him, do so. If not, drive him out. I shall deliver the final blow. Lu Lia scoffed. How could we possibly fail to kill him? I shall enter right now. Li Xingyue smiled. You need not worry about anything else. I am aware that this young man possesses peculiar methods, but today he shall find it impossible to escape. She then shifted her tone. However, my only concern lies with the academy's instructors. Typically, there would be a foundation establishment cultivator accompanying them, yet they are conspicuously absent. With that, she slightly closed her eyes. After a few moments, she opened them abruptly, her expression grave. Moreover, they have only just departed, and there is more than one foundation establishment cultivator. Additionally, observing the battle marks not far away, Li Xingyue felt a flicker of suspicion. There must be other unforeseen circumstances at play, but for now, you should enter. I will handle the rest. Inside the cave, Gu Yuan had ventured deep within. Suddenly, he heard you. Don't come any closer. Woo-woo. Not far away. The helpless cries of a girl reached his ears. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow and turned his head, only to discover a young girl rushing towards him from his position. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. The girl's piercing scream drove the two men into a frenzy. Not far away, merely a dozen meters distant. Gu Yuan activated the concealment Gu and breath-holding Gu, standing quietly. Ah, so I am about to witness a live reality show, he mused, his expression impassive, ignoring the girl's cries and pleas. Perhaps a glance would not be too much of a distraction. His gaze fixated on the scene of two young cultivators perpetrating violence against a female cultivator. Though his heart was not truly engaged in the plight of the girl being assaulted. Suddenly, a sharp blade punctured flesh. Just as one young man was about to revel in his triumph, the girl expelled a small sword from her mouth, piercing his skull. The young man's face went blank, shock flooding his eyes as he stammered, "You." And then, with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, breathless. The other young man, on the verge of unfastening his trousers, was paralyzed with horror upon realizing his companion had been slain. "You forced my hand. It was you who compelled me," the girl cried in terror. "You." The young man seethed with rage, drawing a massive sword from his storage pouch and lunging menacingly towards the girl. "Ah," she whimpered, collapsing to the ground, her face drained of color. In that critical moment, an icy blade pierced the young man's chest. "You." "No." I. He gasped, struggling to turn around, yet his consciousness began to fade, rendering him unable to look back. Terror welled in his eyes as he abruptly turned to gaze upon the pitiful girl on the ground. He wished to utter something, but the light of life extinguished in an instant. Ultimately, his hands fell limp. He had perished. The young girl was saved. The one who intervened was, of course, Gu Yuan. A glimmer of joy, a sense of survival after calamity, flashed in the young girl's eyes. "Thank you." Gu Yuan remained impassive, not casting a glance at her. He collected the young man's storage bag, then turned his gaze to the lifeless body of another youth on the ground. "Hello. I am Chen Shouting from Chutian Academy." Brother, you don't seem like a student from our academy." Gu Yuan, clad in a black robe that enveloped him entirely, obscured even his basic features. "I am merely a wandering immortal," he spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. "Hee." The girl chuckled softly. "I thought all of you were mute. However, regardless, thank you for saving me. I am at a loss for how to repay you." "Repay?" Gu Yuan met her gaze, and her cheeks flushed crimson as she bowed her head in silence. "Repay me with your body," Gu Yuan said slowly, his calm words strikingly audacious. A flicker of lewdness glinted in his eyes. Chapter 31. The Scheming Girl, huh? Chen Shouting took a few steps back, her cheeks reddening further, resembling two ripe apples. "Brother, that may not be appropriate." The girl was terrified. It felt akin to stepping into a den of wolves. Yet, this particular wolf appeared to possess better character, perhaps even more handsome than the previous two. Chen Shouting remained motionless, but Gu Yuan advanced slowly towards her. The young girl no longer retreated. Her delicate form trembled slightly, yet her spirit of resistance was not as fervent as before. Just as Gu Yuan was about to close the distance to less than a meter, a buzzing sound sliced through the air from behind. A hidden weapon, a sharp dagger, glinting ominously with a dark sheen, lunged towards the back of Gu Yuan's head. Naturally, Gu Yuan sensed the danger, and with a subtle turn, he retrieved a shield from his storage bag and raised it before him. Bang! The dagger struck the shield but failed to pierce it. To be precise, it did not even make contact with the shield. Instead, the dagger detonated midair, releasing a swirling cloud of black mist. Gu Yuan's expression shifted. This black mist posed a threat. He intended to employ his skills to counter it. However, a buzzing sound erupted from behind him. He turned abruptly, but it was too late. A sharp blade pierced his heart. Gu Yuan was taken aback and rasped, "You. The one who turned against me is actually Chen Shouting." This pitiful girl. Gone was the timid maiden who had been violated by two youths. In this moment, the girl's face was cold, her demeanor a stark contrast to the fragile persona she had previously exhibited. Gu Yuan's eyes widened in shock as his body gradually slumped. Devoid of breath. It was a success. Chen Shouting gazed at the lifeless man on the ground, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of her lips. At last, he has appeared. The one who initiated the assault with hidden weapons was none other than the youth whom Chen Shouting had fought so desperately to eliminate in the beginning. Indeed, the youth appeared lifeless, yet it was merely an illusion. He clenched his teeth tightly, his voice tinged with sorrow. "But my brother, he is dead." Indeed, the lifeless body on the ground, vanquished by Gu Yuan, lies utterly deceased. Chen shouting, her expression devoid of emotion, pays no heed to the youth's anguished cries directed towards the heavens. With a smile blossoming on her face, she strides toward the corpse. Heh. While I cannot compete with those formidable beings within, is it not a mere trifle to eliminate an insignificant loose immortal? As she crouches down, poised to search the corpse for its storage pouch, a flicker of uncertainty crosses her countenance. How peculiar. At that moment, a blade of ice hurtles through the void, piercing directly through the center of the girl's chest. What? What is happening? Chen Xiaoting's eyes widen in disbelief as she gazes at the wound upon her heart. The assailant, of course, is Gu Yuan, who shows no mercy. At the same instant, he activates the heart-devouring insect. Ah! Chen Xiaoting's piercing scream resonates, her breath surging violently, shattering the ice blade into fragments. Her visage contorts in fury. At this moment, how could she possibly remain oblivious to the fact that she has been thoroughly ensnared in a trap? It is ludicrous that she once harbored intentions to scheme against others, entirely unaware that every aspect of her design lay within Gu Yuan's foresight. Regret envelopes her. Yet it is far too late. Why you? Is there another accomplice? The youth's eyes widen in alarm. Not one to be outsmarted, he swiftly channels his magical artifact, launching an assault towards Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan remains unfazed, simultaneously invoking the Spirit Sense insect, Flame Explosion insect, and Extreme Shadow insect. In an instant, he evades several meters, sidestepping the youth's magical onslaught before unleashing a colossal fireball upon him. Boom! The magical artifact is sent careening away. The fireball surges forth like a relentless tide. Its aura diminished only slightly. The youth's complexion pales. The fireball struck him, and in an instant, the young man was engulfed in flames, transforming him into a fiery specter. Despite certain healing techniques, they proved futile against the devastating combination of flame, burst curse, and the fireball spell. Soon, he collapsed, reduced to a charred husk. I will avenge you. Chen Xiaoting's face twisted in rage as she forcibly suppressed the excruciating pain within her, charging towards Gu Yuan with her sword raised. Gu Yuan chuckled coldly, employing the same tactics once more. The icy blade pierced the delicate skin of the girl, and ultimately, she succumbed. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, and in her final moments, she failed to comprehend the events that had transpired. Gu Yuan, expressionless, methodically rummaged through the storage bags of the fallen. The girl was dead, and her condition rendered her unsuitable for the creation of a corpse curse. Gu Yuan felt no regret. This woman had intended to ensnare a heroic youth with her beauty, only to turn that benevolence into a lethal strike against him. Such a scheme could indeed bury many inexperienced, impassioned youths, but before Gu Yuan, a former master of the Nine Revolutions curse, it was merely a foolish endeavor leading to her own demise. As Gu Yuan opened the girl's storage bag, his expression shifted to one of grave concern upon seeing its contents. Heavenly Thunder Talisman, a full-force strike from the threshold of Foundation establishment. Its only drawback is the lengthy charging time. He inwardly sighed in relief, grateful that he had not engaged the woman directly. Had she found an opportunity to utilize the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, evading her attack with his Extreme Shadow Curse would have posed a significant challenge. Upon further examination of this woman's secret possessions, including some private diaries, it became increasingly evident that she frequently engaged in such activities, revealing a rather cunning nature. Initially, Gu Yuan did not activate the concealment Gu, suggesting that this woman had established certain measures in this location to detect his presence. After contemplating this, Gu Yuan casually gestured, causing the corpse Gu Huanggang to rise slowly. He nodded in satisfaction. This corpse Gu could utilize its own concealment Gu, thereby preventing the woman from easily discerning his presence. He then waved again, retracting the heart-eating Gu. He possessed only one of these, for the quality of the Gu is paramount, rather than sheer quantity. With his thoughts set aside, Gu Yuan proceeded deeper into the forest. After traversing several hundred meters, he parted the underbrush, and his vision suddenly expanded. Before him stood numerous stone houses, most towering 3 stories or more, densely arranged like a labyrinth. The chilling atmosphere intensified further ahead. He could sense that other cultivators were also aware of this. On the main path before the stone houses, 2 students from Chutian Academy vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Understanding the situation, Gu Yuan nodded slightly. This indicated that the strong within Chutian Academy sought to prevent the weak from fortuitously benefiting, effectively blocking the path. He directed his gaze towards them, The route they guarded appeared particularly unique, for the cold emanating from that direction was the weakest, suggesting they possessed the optimal path. Thus, it was evident that the other routes were decidedly less accommodating for the weaker individuals. However, this was not the only path. Several hundred meters away, he observed other figures moving about, indicating that the location of the treasure was not singular. Gu Yuan's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized the surroundings, and soon began to activate his concealment and breath-holding talismans. He passed by 2 cultivators of merely the 4th layer of qi refinement without any anomaly. Excellent. Gu Yuan maintained utmost vigilance as he continued onward. Chapter 32. The 6th brother steals the pearl. Along the way, he encountered numerous corpses of demonic beasts, the origins of which remained a mystery. As he beheld this scene, a myriad of emotions played across his face. Before long, he reached a dead end. A stone door loomed before him, suggesting that the legacy of the foundational cultivator lay beyond. Just as he was about to enter, a cacophony of battle erupted from within. Boom. Ha ha ha, keep fighting. I am eager to see how long this madwoman can endure. Shatter that pesky shield. When the time comes, not only will you share in the treasure, but I might also consider indulging myself with this woman. Let us make it pleasurable for you as well. Hurry. The scene within the stone chamber was rudimentary, featuring several stone towers spaced several meters apart, varying in height. In the center stood the tallest stone tower, upon which hovered a crystal the size of a few inches in diameter. Several individuals were engaged in a standoff, with Zhao Wuji's boisterous taunts echoing most loudly and offensively. Before him, holding a blue shield to fend off the attacks of several adversaries, stood Jing Yao, who faced them alone. Beside her, 2 of her companions lay lifeless, one with a pierced heart and the other beheaded. Her complexion was pale, her teeth clenched tightly as she struggled to hold on. Gu Yuan silently entered the stone chamber, surprised by the scene before him. To him, this woman was shrewd and cunning. It was unexpected that she would be so unprepared, now facing such dire circumstances and seemingly on the brink of defeat. However, in comparison to Jing Yao's plight, Gu Yuan was far more intrigued by the icy orbs atop the central stone tower. Such an artifact, exuding such frigid energy, was no ordinary treasure. Attack her. Strike her down with all your might. I will retrieve the ice orbs. Remember, do not allow this woman to regain her strength, or else none of your families will survive. Zhao Wuji coldly threatened those around him. The students shivered, daunted by the man's command, and intensified their magical efforts. With a disdainful snort, Zhao Wuji leaped onto a low stone tower. Gu Yuan observed this action and then glanced again at the central tower, surmising that there must be an anti-levitation formation within the chamber, compelling them to ascend step by step. There were quite a number of stone towers. Gu Yuan mentally counted, estimating there were a total of 99 tiers. His gaze darkened. For cultivators, ascending each tier was not particularly challenging. His only concern was whether there were additional conditions to obtain the ice orbs at the top. Yet, at this moment, he could afford no further contemplation. Gu Yuan advanced past Zhao Wuji, approaching the stone tower from a different angle. With a firm step, he ascended to the 1st level of the tower. Gu Yuan suddenly sensed a peculiar aura. Was this suppression combined with consumption? He could feel his spiritual power within the Dantian rapidly depleting at a visibly alarming rate. As Gu Yuan ascended to the 2nd level, it diminished even further. If this trend continued, even with the aid of spirit stones to replenish his power while scaling the stone tower, reaching the 99th level would be utterly impossible. No, even reaching the 50th level seemed to be the limit. Zhao Wuji was at the 6th level of qi refinement, while Gu Yuan was at the 4th. If the two were to engage in a direct contest of spiritual power, Gu Yuan would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Contemplating this, Gu Yuan's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. Ultimately, he decided to withdraw. The reason was simple. He was a solitary wanderer, lacking any means for rapid replenishment of spiritual energy, thus he could only take a step back for the time being. However, this did not signify a surrender. Despite Zhao Wuji's prowess at the 6th level of qi refinement and his formidable trump cards, how much spiritual power would he have left upon reaching the 99th level? At that moment, it would be the optimal time for Gu Yuan, a seasoned assassin, to strike. The 6th level of qi refinement? He had successfully executed assassinations before. With that thought, Gu Yuan cast his gaze towards the other side. Jing Yu was still struggling, though her complexion had improved significantly. Alas, the young woman let out a groan, her face marred by anger. Her piercing eyes scanned the surroundings, silently gritting her teeth. Where was that assassin, Yulian? No. From what I know of his character, he would never concede. His request for materials indicates that he too has engaged in unsavory deeds. Jing Yao mused inwardly. Nevertheless, she was not particularly anxious about the ice beads on the tower. Gu Yuan continued to conceal himself, his brow furrowed. Could it be that this woman would simply give up? Her expression seemed to reveal a lack of urgency. Just as I pondered this, suddenly, a resounding laughter echoed. Ha ha. The ice divine pearl. It's mine. Ha ha. Above, on the 99th tier, a tall, slender figure clutched the ice divine pearl, laughing maniacally to the sky. This figure was not Zhao Wuji. At that moment, Zhao Wuji was equally bewildered. How could someone slip in amidst the chaos, right under his nose? Xiaomeng, it's you. Zhao Wuji instantly recognized the intruder. He was currently on the 80th level of the stone tower. His gaze filled with astonishment as he looked up at the young man above, his expression profoundly shaken. Ha ha. Xiaomeng chuckled mischievously. You all continue your struggle. I shall take my leave with the ice divine pearl. With that, Xiaomeng vanished from sight. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it. I didn't sense a hint of his presence. What method did he employ? Gu Yuan squinted slightly, resting his chin on his hand, wearing an expression of amused interest. Indeed, an old trickster is at play. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to Gu Yuan, and moreover, this trickster possessed considerable strength. Xiaomeng had clearly reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi refinement. Shut the stone door tightly. Zhao Wuji fumed. The precious treasure he coveted had been stolen right before his eyes. This matter could not simply be overlooked. Zhao Wuji leaped down from the 80th tier of the stone tower, his complexion somewhat pale, clearly indicating that ascending to such heights had drained a significant amount of his energy, far beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. The few subordinates beside him ceased their assault on Jing Yao and dashed towards the stone door, blocking the sole exit. Xiaomeng, hand over the ice divine pearl at once. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place today. Zhao Wuji bellowed with a fierce countenance. Is that so? Xiaomeng replied, no longer concealing his intentions. The sole exit had been obstructed. He turned his gaze towards Jing Yao and spoke calmly. Junior sister, as previously agreed. We shall charge forth together. When the time comes, I shall present the ice god pearl for trade. Indeed, Jing Yao nodded. Ha ha ha, you mad woman. Do you still have the strength to speak? Shall I offer you some consolation in bed? Zhao Wuji laughed derisively. Jing Yao remained composed and stepped beside Xiaomeng. The show is about to begin. Gu Yuan's expression fluctuated as he assessed the current situation. This woman must not be underestimated. And the Zhao Wuji before him possessed some skill, albeit limited. He concluded that Jing Yao was the far greater threat. Thus, his earlier decision to refrain from action had been wise. Gu Yuan paused momentarily, suddenly sensing numerous fissures forming on the surface of the void calculation curse, as if it were on the verge of shattering completely. This is bad. Someone is attempting to calculate my fate, and not from a great distance. Gu Yuan's expression darkened. He knew without a doubt that it was the group from Qingyang's sect. This is troublesome. Gu Yuan exhaled a deep breath. The crux of the matter was that he was already ensnared in this murky predicament. Thus, he must devise a means to secure every advantage and break the deadlock. A moment later, Gu Yuan's expression shifted again as he suddenly sensed the chilling aura in the air diminishing rapidly. Indeed, Xiaomeng must have taken the ice god pearl, thereby nullifying the icy presence. Chapter 33. A series of twists and turns. Gu Yuan's expression suddenly became grave, a sense of foreboding washing over him. This instinctive apprehension was a product of his centuries of cultivation experience, honed to detect impending crises. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that, regardless of the circumstances, remaining undetected was an advantage. Zhao Wuji sneered maliciously and stepped forward. Xiaomeng, do you dare to challenge me? Do you think you are worthy? Xiaomeng chuckled. You angry little insect. Had you been at your peak, I might have regarded you with caution. However, having just engaged in battle and ascended the stone tower, your magical power must be diminished. Zhao Wuji, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. One of his lackeys flattered. Brother, why fear him? He has merely reached the 99th level. His condition must be worse. He is merely bluffing. Indeed, let us eliminate them, kill the men, and keep the women for some fun before they meet their end. Ha ha. The group of lackeys erupted in laughter, seemingly inheriting Zhao Wuji's knack for bravado. Seeking death, Jing Yao's eyes glinted with murderous intent, though she quickly suppressed it. Xiaomeng laughed heartily. Useless trash can only shout. Watch as I take your head with a single strike." As the words fell, a sharp, long knife was retrieved from his storage pouch, emitting a resonant hum as it surged towards Zhao Wuji. "Die!" Zhao Wuji, unafraid, retaliated immediately, his aura surging as he launched a powerful punch. The two, both at the 6th level of Qi refinement, clashed fiercely. Zhao Wuji staggered back a few steps, a gash from the blade's aura marking his cheek, rendering his complexion even paler. "Haha, useless." Xiaomeng laughed triumphantly. Seeking death, Zhao Wuji, now thoroughly enraged, took out a crimson pill from his storage pouch and swallowed it without hesitation. Boom! His aura suddenly intensified several folds. The Ba Yuan Dan? Xiaomeng furrowed his brows. This elixir, known to Gu Yuan as well, was a means to temporarily exploit one's own potential, resulting in an explosive surge of power. "Ha! Power!" Zhao Wuji sneered maliciously. "Xiaomeng, prepare to meet your demise." With a powerful push of his legs, Zhao Wuji charged fiercely toward Xiaomeng. However, rather than displaying any fear, Xiaomeng wore a wicked smile. Caught in a trap, he thought, chuckling softly. In the next instant, the long-suffering Jing Yao suddenly produced a black talisman, which ignited immediately, forming a dark array beneath Zhao Wuji. His eyes widened in horror. No matter the method he employed, he could not escape this bizarre black formation. Seeking death, he disregarded everything and continued his assault on Xiaomeng. Yet, in the very next moment, a resonating hum echoed near Zhao Wuji's ear, and his body plummeted from the air. Jing Yao stepped forward, speaking coldly, "Secret technique, cultivation conversion." Boom. In that instant, the ferocious power of Zhao Wuji vanished, while an entirely different, potent aura silently erupted from Jing Yao. At that moment, Zhao Wuji was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, while Jing Yao had ascended to become a formidable practitioner at the 6th level. Gu Yuan's brow furrowed. Such a secret technique exists? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. The world of cultivation was rife with enigmatic and unpredictable methods, and his own path of Gu was no different. This ability to alter cultivation levels must undoubtedly come with significant limitations, such as an inability to convert if one's level is too high, or perhaps conditions and location restrictions. Gu Yuan's thoughts raced through his mind at lightning speed. However, he was exceedingly apprehensive about this secret technique, as his cultivation was already meager. No. Zhao Wuji could scarcely believe his own eyes. "No, my cultivation." He was no fool. He immediately employed his agility and fled. How absurd! With his cultivation reduced to the 4th level of Qi refinement, how could he possibly fight? The other subordinates widened their eyes in shock and terror. When they had previously conspired with Zhao Wuji to eliminate Jing Yao, they had inflicted a most unpleasant experience upon her. Now, with the situation reversed, how could they possibly fare any better? A shiver coursed through the subordinates, and they too turned to flee. But could they escape? Jing Yao let out a cold laugh. She promptly activated a confinement artifact. A black cage descended upon them. No. The few individuals, whose cultivation levels paled in comparison to Jing Yao's, including Zhao Wuji, found themselves ensnared within the black cage. At long last, Jing Yao gritted her teeth, brandishing her blade as she approached them, her gaze filled with hatred directed at Zhao Wuji. Meanwhile, Xiaomeng wore a serene smile, remaining passive and refraining from intervening. Was this the right moment to act? In a corner, Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. The current situation was firmly under Jing Yao's control. This woman was indeed perilous, having endured thus far. No, the time was not yet ripe, and besides, a little longer. Now was not the optimal moment. Zhao Wuji lay crumpled on the ground, his inner energy completely depleted, rendered nearly a lamb to the slaughter. A glimmer of despair welled up in his eyes. "Zhao Wuji." Jing Yao crouched down, the long knife pointed at Zhao Wuji's chest. "When you caused the death of my parents, did you ever foresee the consequences of today?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with fury. Zhao Wuji laughed maniacally. "And what of it? What does it matter that I killed your parents? Not only did I slay your mother, but I also forced myself upon her. Now, when I recall her desperate pleas for mercy, what a delightful memory it is. After all, few women have ever made me feel that way in bed." "You." Jing Yao seethed, her grip on the knife trembling slightly. Should she kill this man before her? No, that would be too merciful. It was her own partner who had been stabbed to death by her own hand. Her enemy could not be granted such an easy demise. With a fierce expression, she raised her blade, preparing to pierce Zhao Wuji's dantian and cripple his cultivation. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bang! The breaking of the destructive calculating worm in Gu Yuan's empty acupoint shattered everything. Boom! The stone door was obliterated. 3 figures soared in on swords, attacking with ferocity. In a corner, Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he observed the 3, Wang Chui, Lu Lia, and a man he did not recognize. Jing Yao's brows furrowed. Sensing the ominous shift, she inquired, "Who are you?" Upon glancing at their attire, her expression shifted dramatically. People from Qingyang sect? These 2 women were indeed clad in the garb of the Qingyang sect. When had she ever been entangled with them? Just passing through? No. This situation felt far too strange, and her unease deepened. Xiao Meng also wore a grave expression, curiously surveying the newcomers. How could the members of the Qingyang sect have arrived here? What brings you, esteemed guests? Have you also set your sights on the legacy caves of this region? Xiao Meng inquired with a smile. The expressions of the others revealed their utter bewilderment. Zhao Wuji let out a disdainful snort. His face bore no signs of despair, but rather a hint of disappointment. Gu Yuan observed the countenances of those present. Indeed, it seemed that the true spectacle was only just beginning. Wang Chui stepped forward, holding a celestial compass in her palm, from which a faint purple glow emanated from the goat zodiac symbol. "It is right here. That individual is hiding within," Wang Chui affirmed. "Humph." Lu Lia ground her teeth, her sharp gaze sweeping over the assembly, pointedly ignoring Xiao Meng. She then coldly declared, "Let us first eliminate all these individuals." Chapter 34. The Thunder Talisman. Devastating. Wang Chui, a gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Meng's expression darkened. "Are you perhaps overly confident in your own abilities? Or do you dismiss the esteemed Chu Tian Academy?" This young woman's arrogance surely required some measure of restraint. Moreover, the girl before them had merely reached the 5th level of qi refinement, and she had only recently ascended to this stage. How could she dare utter such bold claims? Wang Chui interjected, "Sister Lia, our strength is limited. The Star Moon Master is still waiting outside." The Star Moon Master? The crowd fell silent in surprise. In a corner, Gu Yuan furrowed his brow with concern. Indeed, the very scenario he feared had come to pass. Black Creek had informed him that Li Xingyue had officially issued a bounty for him. Yet, he had not anticipated that Li Xingyue herself would take the initiative to confront him. Gu Yuan was certainly aware of the formidable reputation of the Star Moon Master. After years of refining qi to the pinnacle, one foot was nearly set in the foundation building stage. Originally, it was a prerequisite for the chief elder of the outer sect to be in the foundation building stage to fulfill the requirements. However, Li Xingyue only required half a step into the foundation and yet assumed the position, which speaks volumes of her prowess. Gu Yuan's expression grew somewhat grave, yet he harbored no regrets regarding his decision to enter this heritage cave. If a calculative foundation-building powerhouse were to stop at nothing to hunt him down and eliminate him, then remaining within the city would merely delay the inevitable capture. It was evident that this powerful individual bore him no grudge. Her presence here must have other motives. Lu Lia's eyes were filled with animosity towards Gu Yuan. Upon hearing Wang Chui's words, she let out a cold snort. "Tell me where Gu Yuan is. Reveal his whereabouts, and I shall only kill him. Otherwise, you shall all face death." In an instant, Lu Lia's aura erupted. Despite being at the 5th layer of qi refining, she exuded a presence comparable to that of an ordinary 6th layer practitioner. Xiao Meng took a few steps back, realizing that he was confronted by 3 formidable 6th layer cultivators, each with exceptional strength. Seeking to avoid conflict, Xiao Meng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who is Gu Yuan? I have never heard of him." Conversely, Jing Yao's expression turned grave. Could this Gu Yuan possibly be? She recalled the notorious figure associated with the sinister scythe, whose techniques were extraordinary and whose past was shrouded in darkness. The pieces began to connect. This was the infamous 6th. Jing Yao cursed inwardly, her chest rising and falling violently. Wang Chui spoke in a low voice. "Gu Yuan is the wanted criminal responsible for killing our sect's disciples." Xiao Meng's brow furrowed deeper, as realization dawned upon him. How could that wanted criminal possibly end up in this heritage cave? He exclaimed, filled with disbelief. "If we know nothing, then let us eliminate them all." Lu Lia spoke softly. "You all." Xiao Meng gritted his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into thin air. Indeed, he was fleeing. Before him stood a woman driven to madness, her insanity surpassing even Jing Yao's. Lu Lia, noticing this, let out a cold snort. She drew forth a massive dark red scythe. With a hiss, she wielded the scythe, charging towards Zhao Wuji and his companions. No. The students from Chutian Academy exhibited no semblance of resistance. The scythe struck their defensive artifacts, which were immediately corroded and exploded with a resounding bang. Several individuals were cleaved into countless fragments, their entrails and blood scattering across the ground. Zhao Wuji let out a furious roar. A pitch-black shield enveloped him, momentarily preventing the scythe's blade from breaching its defenses. Simultaneously, Wang Chui, with a flicker of thought, activated the command for the slave mark. The slave, Su Tian, grimaced in agony, and in the next moment, unleashed his artifact against Jing Yao. With no other choice, Jing Yao was compelled to fight back. Die! Lulia swung her scythe through the void. Crack! The space rippled with waves, revealing Xiao Meng, his expression one of horror. The opponent must possess detection methods. With no alternatives, he was forced into combat. Let me see where you are hiding. Wang Chui muttered incantations, preparing to activate the astrological compass once more. In the corner, Gu Yuan's expression darkened. The situation had turned tumultuous. That old hag was about to employ her divination methods to ascertain his location. This time, he lacked the break calculation worm and would soon be detected. However, he had no intention of waiting any longer. Gu Yuan's cold gaze flickered. Immediately, he retrieved the storage bag containing the earlier slain Shen Shaoding. Extracting the Thunderbolt Talisman, without hesitation, he activated it, igniting its power. A terrifying aura swiftly permeated the surroundings. The Thunderbolt Talisman possessed the full force of a half-step foundation establishment, originally intended as a trump card. Yet, in Gu Yuan's perspective, what trump card truly existed? His singular objective was clear: to annihilate his adversary, employing every means necessary to achieve this. A trump card? It was only useful if one had the life to command it. What is this aura? Wang Chui's eyes widened, instinctively halting her divination. The others also sensed the looming danger. Perception is a fundamental ability of cultivators. Thus, the most significant drawback of the Thunderbolt Talisman, a formidable talisman, is its overwhelming aura, which demands substantial energy, necessitating a build-up for release. The Thunderbolt Talisman was now visible to all. Wang Chui's pupils constricted sharply. Run. She had no idea where this powerful talisman originated, nor did she have time to ponder. The combatants' expressions shifted as they hastened toward the exit. Die? Gu Yuan scoffed. Unleashing the Thunderbolt Talisman, Wang Chui and the others had already fled the stone chamber. However, as the immense thunder was released, Gu Yuan accurately predicted Wang Chui's landing point. The thunder crashed down. Wang Chui gritted her teeth, hastily raising her hands to shield herself. Boom. The colossal thunderclap resonated throughout the entire legacy cavern. The nearby stone house crumbled, and the ground erupted into a massive crater, sending debris flying. Gu Yuan slowly emerged from the stone chamber as the dust settled. The figures of the others became visible once more. Wang Chui's clothing was tattered, revealing her form, and blood seeped from her mouth as her breath became erratic. Yet, it was evident that she had not perished, merely sustaining severe injuries. What happened? Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. Was the power of the Thunderbolt Talisman truly so feeble? Yet, upon reflection, he deduced that it must be the suppression of the Heritage Cave. Yes, it was indeed a suppression, otherwise. A full-force strike from a half-step foundation establishment would have left him either dead or severely injured. Damn it, it must be him. Gu Yuan. Wang Chui's chest heaved violently, resembling a tempest, as if she intended to tear Gu Yuan into pieces. The heart-eating worm. Upon witnessing Wang Chui's survival, Gu Yuan immediately activated the insect. Seizing the moment of her weakness, he sought her demise. Since their hatred was destined to be a fight to the death, let it commence and see who would endure until the end. Wang Chui's pupils constricted as she sensed the presence of the heart-eating worm. Gritting her teeth, she bit her tongue, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the blade of her long sword. The sword unleashed a formidable wave of sword energy. Simultaneously, a layer of yellow shield enveloped her, preventing the heart-eating worm from infiltrating. Gu Yuan summoned the shadow of Extremity Worm, suddenly appearing beside Wang Chui. In that fleeting moment, the fierce intensity of Wang Chui's gaze met the calmness in Gu Yuan's eyes. Gu Yuan activated the Dragon Spine Worm and the Ice Spike Worm. Boom. The shield shattered. Wang Chui's long sword attempted to parry, yet she was still sent flying by Gu Yuan's punch. Concurrently, the ice spikes surged forth. offering her no respite. Bang! The longsword was knocked aside. Wang Chui let out a furious scream, her aura surging dramatically. A massive black hand materialized, lunging directly towards Gu Yuan. Die! Lu Lia charged forward, while the slave Su Tian, expressionless, swiftly approached from behind Gu Yuan. Enemies surrounded him on all sides. Chapter 35. Release the demon child. Gu Yuan maintained a serene demeanor. In such dire circumstances, an ordinary qi refining fourth-layer cultivator would likely succumb to despair and await their demise. Yet he chose to flee, immediately exhausting the last remnants of her mana. She activated the shadow worm, the concealment worm, and the breath-holding worm. In an instant, her form vanished. Wang Chui was taken aback, but soon her fury erupted, and sword energy surged forth, as if intending to shatter the very fabric of this space. Lu Lia gritted her teeth fiercely, her scythe deeply embedded in the ground. Damn it, coward, weakling. If you possess the ability, confront me in battle. As a man, what does it mean to hide and cower? But no one responded to her. Lu Lia felt a surge of frustration. The opponent's concealment techniques were too enigmatic, their presence and form completely obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Was such a feat truly achievable by a mere fourth-layer qi refining practitioner? Wang Chui's eyes seemed to ignite with flames. No matter, I will deduce his whereabouts again. Lu Lia snorted coldly, casting her gaze towards Xiao Meng and the others, stating icily, "These few individuals are in the way, eliminate them." Madwoman. Xiao Meng cursed inwardly and instantly made his escape. Jing Yao's expression was filled with complexity. Just moments ago, the ghost scythe had made its move, and she had witnessed it. Even with their aura concealed, their fourth-layer qi refining cultivation revealed their identity to her. To be precise, it was Gu Yuan. Humph, a wanted criminal of the Qingyang sect, quite the significant figure indeed, capable of causing such turmoil among the Qingyang sect's members. A cold laugh escaped Jing Yao's heart. However, she had no desire to engage in battle with these individuals. Zhao Wuji. Jing Yao scanned the surroundings, but did not detect Zhao Wuji's presence. Clearly, he had slipped away amidst the chaos. Damn it! A heaviness settled in Jing Yao's heart. She needed to eliminate him before he could recover. Without delay, she too made her escape, just as Lu Lia was approaching with her scythe in hand. Wang Chui intercepted her, saying, "Sister Lia, do not waste your efforts on these few individuals. Have you forgotten the words of the Star Moon Sovereign? The journey of inheritance within this cave has yet to conclude. Let us seize it. Rest assured, these worthless students from Chutian Academy are no formidable opponents. Indeed, we could eliminate them all if necessary." A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Wang Chui's eyes. Damn it, I must obliterate him. Lu Lia seethed with frustration. Time and again, their quarry had eluded them. Now, right before them, and yet they slipped away. Fear not, with the Star Moon Sovereign present, this time we shall undoubtedly succeed. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan urged the Gu worms onwards, pursuing the one who had obtained the Ice Divine Pearl, Xiao Meng. Following the trail of his aura, Gu Yuan activated the Spirit Perception Gu, and his sensing ability surged instantaneously, propelling him swiftly toward Xiao Meng. Navigating through the gaps between stone houses, he soon caught up with Xiao Meng. Damn it, I did not anticipate such unforeseen complications in this inheritance cave. Xiao Meng's expression was grave as he descended on his sword, landing beneath a stone house. We must hurry, otherwise, when those monsters emerge, we shall all perish, he murmured, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Monsters? Gu Yuan had approached within 10 paces of him. He mused that perhaps Chutian Academy's decision to send these students into this inheritance cave was far more than a mere trial. Nonetheless, dwelling on such thoughts was futile at this moment. Gu Yuan wore a frigid expression, employing every means of concealment to diminish his presence to an absolute minimum. Gradually, he approached Xiao Meng, reducing the distance to 10, 8, 6, and finally 4 paces. As he drew nearer, Xiao Meng suddenly lifted his head, casting a glance in Gu Yuan's direction, a flicker of unusual awareness flashing in his eyes. Death. Gu Yuan's murderous intent became unmistakable. In an instant, a faint red dot surged toward Xiao Meng. Simultaneously, Gu Yuan activated the Extreme Shadow Gu, swiftly unleashing the Flame Explosion Gu. Boom. Xiao Meng's pupils constricted sharply as he was violently propelled away, his body flailing like a kite severed from its string. Nevertheless, he managed to execute a defensive maneuver just in time. Although he was blasted away, he sustained no grievous injuries. Searching. A surge of anger coursed through Xiao Meng, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, only to find a faint red hurtling towards him. In that moment, his skin prickled with dread. However, having neither encountered nor heard of the heart-devouring goo, he was utterly unprepared for defense. In a flurry of urgency, Xiao Meng drew his longsword, intent on shattering the crimson projectile. Alas, it was a futile endeavor. The heart-devouring goo moved with such swiftness that it burrowed into his chest in an instant. Ah! Xiao Meng let out a heart-wrenching scream as a searing pain pierced through his heart. He cast a resentful glance at the approaching Gu Yuan. "You little wretch, just wait. Once I recover, I shall make you pay." With that, he disregarded the agony in his chest, attempting to activate his mobility secret art to flee. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity left for him. Gu Yuan remarked coolly, "You think you can escape after being struck by the heart-devouring goo? Your life is forfeit. What is happening?" Xiao Meng was taken aback, realizing that his manipulation of magical energy was somewhat unsteady. Indeed, the heart-corroding worm had now reached its pinnacle, and while it could not dispatch him in a short span, it could certainly inflict some insidious negative effects. This is the end. In an instant, Xiao Meng's heart plummeted to the depths of despair as the terrifying aura of the assassin bore down upon him. Gritting his teeth, he bit into his own tongue and summoned his hidden technique. A sharp, golden longsword suddenly materialized from the void, then lunged fiercely toward Gu Yuan. The sword radiated an ominous presence and moved with astonishing speed. "Die, brat. You have truly provoked my ire. I had initially intended to reserve this move for other formidable foes, yet here I am, employing it against a mere fourth-tier Qi refinement cultivator." Hatred gleamed in Xiao Meng's eyes, his face etched with unwillingness and a tinge of regret. This strike, if met head-on by Gu Yuan, would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Yet Gu Yuan remained remarkably calm. The next moment, he swiftly opened the storage bag of Valxer, producing the Demon Child box. Boom! The box shattered, revealing the Demon Child. A pitch-black child? Xiao Meng's suspicion heightened as he fixated on the figure. The Demon Child appeared somewhat bewildered. However, upon witnessing the swiftly approaching flying sword, the Demon Child let out a piercing scream and opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of black mist. The mist enveloped the golden flying sword as it surged forth. The sword emitted a couple of ominous hums, its blade instantly shrouded in black fog, its power significantly diminished as if it were subjected to a fierce erosion. In the next moment, the Demon Child soared into the air, consuming both the black mist and the flying sword in one swift motion. Indeed, it was a complete devouring. Xiao Meng was left astonished. At this moment, he wished fervently that he were merely dreaming. Yet, the stark reality was before him. His prideful trump card had been effortlessly consumed by the peculiar child before him. The Demon Child burped contentedly, then fixed its gaze upon Xiao Meng. A chill ran down Xiao Meng's spine. The sensation of being scrutinized was truly suffocating. However, before he could react, the Demon Child took a step forward and instantaneously appeared beside him. Xiao Meng's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. In that critical moment, he could only summon his defensive measures. Bang! A golden shield materialized, only to shatter in an instant. Xiao Meng gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding profusely. That shield was also one of his hidden cards, a high-tier artifact, and just like that, it was gone. Simultaneously, an indescribable fear surged within him. Flee! Xiao Meng immediately sought to escape. Yet, how could Gu Yuan possibly grant him that opportunity? The ice spear curse was activated, and a spear of ice shot toward Xiao Meng's back like lightning. Chapter 36. A Pursuit to the Ancient Castle of Inheritance. Xiao Meng trembled with rage in midair. However, to defend against the ice spear, he was compelled to adopt a defensive stance. He dodged while defending. This was indeed a sound strategy, yet Gu Yuan had long since discerned his opponent's intentions, preemptively targeting Xiao Meng's landing spot, demonstrating remarkable foresight. Xiao Meng felt utterly miserable, as if he had consumed something vile. "Ah, you little brat." Just as Xiao Meng was about to issue a threat to Gu Yuan, the Demon Child behind him made the hairs on his neck stand on end. He suddenly pleaded, "Your Excellency, spare my life. I am the young master of the esteemed Xiao family of the state of Chu. Should I meet my demise, the formidable forces behind me shall undoubtedly pursue you with relentless fervor. However, if you would grant me reprieve, I solemnly vow to repay your kindness in the future." To demonstrate my sincerity, Xiao Meng gritted his teeth and cast a storage pouch onto the ground. Here lie 500 spirit stones. What say you, esteemed sir? He hoped that Gu Yuan would abandon his intentions and seize the precious stones instead. Yet, Gu Yuan paid no heed, merely flicking the corpse worm to retrieve the pouch. His gaze firmly fixed on Xiaomeng. The implication was unmistakable. I shall take the 500 spirit stones, and your life shall also be mine to claim. Xiaomeng's eyes widened in disbelief. How audacious to demand both. Indeed, Gu Yuan was precisely that kind of person. Curse be him. Rage consumed Xiaomeng. Perhaps we should all forfeit our lives then. He directed his sword with sudden ferocity, changing course. The demon child continued its relentless pursuit, as if fueled by inexhaustible energy. It had locked onto Xiaomeng, determined to annihilate him without mercy. Gu Yuan had meticulously studied the patterns of this demon child and was now employing it as his trump card. Nevertheless, he aimed to safeguard this secret. For the demon child had been seized from the evil tiger stronghold, and its connection to Oshi, a former instructor at Chu Tian Academy, posed potential complications. Thus, when Gu Yuan ambushed Wang Chui and her companions, he refrained from unleashing the demon child, lest any of them survive and the news of his actions spread, jeopardizing his own position. Furthermore, once the demon child had fulfilled its purpose, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Now, however, only Xiaomeng stood before him. Yet, at this moment, he seemed to be heading in an entirely different direction. After several miles of pursuit, Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened. At the corner ahead, a group of students from Chu Tian Academy stood prominently. He turned back. This was yet another wave of students. Ha ha ha. Xiaomeng laughed heartily as he dashed into this crowd of Chu Tian Academy students. What is happening? Is that Xiaomeng? Damn, is he being chased by something? Why is he running so frantically? The onlookers were left dumbfounded. However, a few astute cultivators suddenly narrowed their eyes and began to curse. Damn, this kid is trying to divert the disaster. Quick, stop him. Eliminate him. The students from Chu Tian Academy were all specially trained, possessing ample experience. They recognized immediately what Xiaomeng intended to do. They began to activate their magical artifacts and launched an assault on Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng scoffed. He then employed his secret techniques of movement, effortlessly evading most of the attacks. For those he could not avoid, he opted to withstand them with his defensive artifacts. Compared to these assaults, the ominous, moldy child behind him was the real threat. Gu Yuan, watching from the back, couldn't help but darken in expression. Xiaomeng was indeed formidable. No wonder he was a 6th-level individual. It mattered not. He only needed the demon child to clear all obstacles ahead. When the time came, with Xiaomeng revealing all his hidden cards, what could he possibly do to defend against Gu Yuan's impending assault? No, don't come any closer. The crowd, filled with trepidation, could already sense the overwhelming and peculiar demonic aura emanating from the demon child. Yet, Xiaomeng paid no heed, charging straight into the throng. Someone attempted to attack the demon child, but in the next moment, the demon child erupted in fury, devouring both the attacker and their magical artifact in one fell swoop. Amidst the splattering of blood and flesh, not even a remnant remains. Oh, monstrous creature! Such a terrifying being instills fear in the hearts of all, rendering them utterly incapable of confrontation. Gu Yuan's gaze swept across the area. The students from Chu Tian Academy found themselves in an expansive space, where one could not see a single stone dwelling for miles. All that met the eye was a desolate wilderness. Yet, he also noticed, several dozen miles away, a colossal structure faintly visible. Surely, that must be the true site of inheritance belonging to the master of this cave. Gu Yuan then turned his attention to the students around him. Their levels of cultivation were quite low. Aside from Zhao Wuji and Xiaomeng, there should be 3 others at the 6th level of qi refinement, but they were conspicuously absent. It was evident that the 3 had forged a pact to keep these weaker individuals at bay. Thus, at the onset, Chen Xiaoding and her group had dashed away from the periphery, intending to ambush those who had already acquired treasures. Gu Yuan's eyes shifted, quickly analyzing the current predicament. At that moment, the demonic child had already consumed 2 more individuals, and its malevolent energy surged rapidly. The few survivors scrambled in panic. The demonic child paid them no heed, its gaze fixated solely on Xiaomeng. Damn it, is it never ending? Xiaomeng cast a sideways glance at the scene behind him, inwardly cursing in fury. It must be that brat. Damn it, this monster has been relentlessly following me. At this moment, Xiaomeng mentally cursed Gu Yuan's entire ancestry. Enough of this. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he turned toward the distant structure, summoning all of his remaining magical energy to surge forth at an alarming speed. Is he truly intent on fighting with all his might? Gu Yuan scoffed disdainfully. Xiao Meng was determined to seize the ice divine pearl, and naturally, he also intended to claim the inheritance of the foundation-building cultivator from afar. If necessary, he would not hesitate to eliminate all other cultivators. Soon, Xiao Meng arrived before a grand edifice, a castle reminiscent of the Christian architecture found on Earth. Gu Yuan squinted slightly. It appeared this foundation-building expert had a tale to tell. The demon child showed no signs of slowing down, and after devouring several cultivators, its energy seemed inexhaustible. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Meng plunged into the castle. Crossing through the walls, he reached the towering gates where 3 cultivators were fervently casting spells to breach the defenses. Upon hearing the commotion behind them, the trio paused in surprise, turning just in time to see Xiao Meng, pale-faced, rushing toward them. Fury erupted among the 3. Xiao Meng, what are you doing here? Didn't you go after the ice divine pearl? One of the round-faced youths scolded harshly. I was ambushed. Fellow cultivators, please. Let us resist together. Xiao Meng's voice was strained, barely above a whisper. The 3 were momentarily taken aback, but soon they sensed the rapidly approaching demon child. What is that? Their eyes widened in horror. This is the demon child. A slender-faced youth immediately recognized the identity of the dark, speeding figure. Chapter 37. Defeating Xiao Meng. The demon child? Quick! The demon child is terrifying. We must flee. The slender youth trembled, suddenly indifferent to the treasure of inheritance, and took off running in fright. What was there to fear? The 3 of us. Oh, along with that useless Xiao Meng. We total 4 cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Damn it, can't we even handle a mere child? The other Taoist-clad man wore an expression of utter disdain. At that moment, Gu Yuan also crossed the outer wall, gazing inside. Excellent. The gate to this inheritance remains unopened. It appears my opportunity is substantial. Gu Yuan's eyes glimmered with intent. The demonic child possessed no discernible thought. Upon noticing Xiao Meng's slowing pace, it charged forward, intent on devouring him. With a loud crash, another of Xiao Meng's shields shattered. What a wealth of hidden cards he possesses. Gu Yuan squinted slightly. If these cultivators were to confront directly, they must suppress their foe with overwhelming strength. Yet, Gu Yuan typically preferred subterfuge. If there was a way to outmaneuver, he would take it. The young man in the green robe's expression turned grave as he sprang into action, launching himself towards the demonic child. Xiao Meng was elated. Soon, another round-faced youth joined the fray. They could not abandon this inheritance. They had reached a critical juncture in breaking this barrier. Relinquishing now would mean failure. Xiao Meng ceased his retreat. 3 cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement faced the demonic child. Gu Yuan concealed himself in the shadows, silently observing the clash. Moments later, boom. The 3 Qi refinement practitioners were swiftly overwhelmed by the demonic child. Their magical artifacts shattered. At least 5 were destroyed. The trio was left in shock. This is bad. The stench of death nearly engulfed them. Among them, the round-faced youth gritted his teeth, adopting a desperate demeanor. He then produced a black box, which immediately expanded, growing to dozens of times its original size, and then violently hurled it towards the demonic child. The black box enveloped the demonic child completely. At this moment, the world fell into silence. It was over. The round-faced youth collapsed onto the ground. Had he truly succeeded? Xiao Meng felt a lingering sense of dread. Fear not. This black box is a treasured heirloom of my family. Even cultivators of the 8th layer of Qi refinement will find themselves ensnared. A proud expression flickered across the round-faced youth's visage. Hearing this, Xiao Meng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Quickly, dispel the restrictions. Humph. This demonic child shall be mine. Damn it, 2 of my magical artifacts have been shattered. How infuriating. The round-faced youth's face contorted with pain. The robed cultivator spoke in a grave tone. Time is of the essence. We must swiftly break the seals. Xiao Meng rose slowly, gazing at the ancient castle before him. He had already acquired the ice god pearl, yet he yearned for this inheritance as well. He grinned broadly, almost forgetting something crucial. Suddenly, a piercing pain surged through his chest. Xiao Meng's pupils dilated in shock. The heart-devouring goo. It had not departed, remaining within him. But mere spiritual energy was insufficient to expel it. Xiao Meng fell to his knees. The other cultivators looked at him with strange expressions. What? Do you still wish to feign injury? At that moment, a sharp ice blade shot forth from a corner with blinding speed. In a moment of crisis, Xiao Meng was caught off guard and was pierced through the chest by the ice blade. Gu Yuan had made his move. Xiao Meng let out a wretched scream. Half kneeling on the ground, muttering incantations, still contemplating a counterattack. Boom. Gu Yuan activated the fire explosion Gu, rendering Xiao Meng incapacitated, and then delivered another strike. Xiao Meng's neck was severed, blood gushing forth in torrents. His gaze was filled with hatred as he stared at Gu Yuan, seemingly intent on etching the man's visage deep into his soul. With a swift motion, Gu Yuan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Another strike followed. And Xiao Meng's expression dimmed, life extinguished. He was dead. This abrupt scene unfolded in less than 3 seconds from Gu Yuan's action to Xiao Meng's demise. The other three could only stand in stunned silence, watching the shadowy assassin complete his task. TSK, truly a challenging kill. Gu Yuan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Ultimately, his offensive techniques were insufficient. If only he possessed a few more potent means of attack, such as enhancing the heart-eating Gu to its second transformation. Then slaying this mere 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator would be as easy as killing a chicken. Xiao Meng was dead. The other three could only stare blankly at the unfolding scene. The duration was too brief. Having just battled the demon child, they had yet to process the recent events. You seek death. The three were enraged, immediately activating their magical artifacts to charge at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan let out a cold laugh, first stripping Xiao Meng of his storage pouch. Suddenly, he summoned the Gu insects, and his figure vanished from sight. Where is he? Damn it. That little thief at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. We never expected him to be the mastermind. No, this fellow isn't one of our students. Could he be a rogue cultivator? What a bizarre technique. How could a mere 4th layer Qi refinement brat possess such capabilities? The three were filled with fury. They were all geniuses, yet moments ago, a killer had nearly brushed against them, and they had failed to notice his presence at all. If he were to attack them, could they defend against it? Quickly, let us not concern ourselves with him for now. We must break the formation first. The young man with a round face cast a glance at the lifeless body of Xiao Meng on the ground and coldly remarked. In this moment of imminent crisis, the three still chose to break the formation. Gu Yuan had already retreated several dozen meters. At present, his demon child was imprisoned, and that black box was undoubtedly extraordinary. Yet, the demon child showed no reaction whatsoever. Gu Yuan's cold gaze flickered. He extended his consciousness into Xiao Meng's storage bag. The items within dazzled Gu Yuan's eyes with their abundance. Truly remarkable. No wonder it belonged to a prominent family. There were at least 2,000 spirit stones, over 3,000 strands of celestial herbs, and, more importantly, various techniques and artifacts scattered throughout that Gu Yuan could scarcely count. However, the most crucial item was the Ice God Pearl. As he beheld the Ice God Pearl in the storage bag, a smile graced Gu Yuan's face. Ice God? Huh. The chill emanating from this pearl was extraordinarily formidable, and that chill? It could be utilized to refine numerous Gu worms. A wave of nostalgia washed over Gu Yuan as memories of Gu worms related to coldness surged through his mind from his previous life. Moments later, Gu Yuan opened his eyes. The chill, when combined with all the resources at his disposal, could be used to refine the Lin Kong Han Ren Gu, abbreviated as Han Ren Gu, the Shuang Tian Dong Ling Gu, abbreviated as Dong Ling Gu. The majority of Gu worms require sustenance. To nurture Gu, one must use Gu. However, in accordance with the cultivation laws of this world, most Gu worms can survive and even evolve by devouring spiritual energy, of course. Some other Gu worms require more than just spiritual energy. For instance, the heart-devouring Gu requires a heart as its sustenance. The two types of Gu worms that Gu Yuan intended to refine can thrive on both the chill and spiritual energy. Nevertheless, the essential resource for their refinement is the chill. In a fleeting moment, a glint of determination flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. With a mere thought, he cast the Ice God Pearl and various resource materials into the enigmatic black cauldron residing within his mind. Can refine the Ling Kong Han Ren Gu and the Shuang Tian Dong Ling Gu. A notification from the mysterious cauldron echoed. Shall I refine it instantly? Refine. A resonant hum emanated from the cauldron. Moments later, the announcement came, refinement successful. Gu. Ling Kong Han Ren Gu. Level. First turn. Function. A formidable offensive type of Gu. Transforming cold air into sharp blades. usable as weapons. Gu. Shuang Tian Dong Ling Gu. Level. First turn. Function. A powerful offensive type of Gu, using frost to freeze both the enemy's body and soul. The two Gu were crafted almost instantaneously. Gu Yuan gazed at the mysterious black cauldron, increasingly enamored with it, deeming it a divine artifact for refining Gu. Subsequently, he summoned the two Gu, grasped them, and refined them in an instant. The ice god pearl was also expelled from the cauldron. Although a significant amount of cold energy was consumed to refine the two Gu, the cold energy remained abundant. Gu Yuan's gaze shifted thoughtfully. Perhaps he could elevate them to the second turn. Indeed, in his recollections, upgrading these two Gu to the second turn only required a substantial amount of cold energy. Typically, such a vast quantity of cold energy would be unattainable, but now, with his thoughts settled, he no longer hesitated and immediately commenced the elevation of the two Gu's levels. Chapter 38. A Surge in Power. The green, three-headed monster in the castle resources are sufficient. Shall I elevate? Elevate. In an instant, the two Gu soared from the first turn to the pinnacle of the second turn. Very well. Gu Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He now possessed two second-tier offensive Gu insects. The Gu he held included Chrysanthemum Thorn, 2 Corpse Gu, Refining Qi Level 3 Oak Sir, Refining Qi Level 5 Huanggong, Heart Devouring Gu, first turn Perfection, Devouring Spirit Gu, first turn Pinnacle, second turn Breath Concealing Gu X2, second turn Concealment Gu X2, Dragon Spine Gu, Ice Skin Gu, Extreme Shadow Gu, Calculating Gu, Spiritual Awareness Gu, Flame Explosion Gu, Ice Spike Gu, second turn Cold Blade Gu, and second turn Frost Heaven Frozen Spirit Gu. Although Gu Yuan was currently only at Refining Qi Level 4, with such an arsenal of Gu, especially the newly acquired offensive ones, he could almost annihilate fellow cultivators of the same level without resorting to assassination. In the realm of stealth, betrayal, and cunning, he could even challenge those at Refining Qi Level 6 and above. Yet, this was still not the pinnacle. Gu Yuan clenched his fist, his dark eyes seemingly ablaze with an intense fire. The limits of Gu Dao were undoubtedly far beyond this. With a swish, the ice god pearl released an immense chill, causing its blue glow to dim rapidly. Gu Yuan stowed the ice god pearl away. This object was a reservoir of cold energy, an invaluable aid for future endeavors in crafting cold-type Gu or enhancing their levels. Excellent. Gu Yuan gazed at the two refined Gu insects. The cold blade Gu resembled an ice dagger, though a crack had formed on its handle. In the next moment, the cold blade Gu began to move, circling around Gu Yuan. Gu insects could indeed be regarded as a unique form of life. The other, the frozen spirit Gu, appeared merely as a small ice block, remaining completely still at that moment. Gu Yuan paid no heed as he stowed away the two Gu insects. His gaze then turned icy, fixed upon the grand entrance of the castle. With the addition of two second-tier Gu, his strength had significantly surged. He exhaled slowly, releasing a breath of murky air. Suddenly, his eyes glinted with cold intensity. In the next moment, he summoned the frost blade Gu. With a resonant hum, the blade expanded instantaneously, transforming into a razor-sharp ice dagger that he grasped firmly in his hand. The raging power within him seemed barely containable. Gradually, Gu Yuan approached the castle's entrance. Time was of the essence. The barrier was on the verge of collapse. That individual likely bore a grudge against Xiao Meng, having slain him and departed without intention of returning. The young man in the Dao robe nodded in agreement. Indeed, he seemed unconcerned even for that dark child. However, this child is undeniably peculiar. Lu Daoyu, you have acquired a remarkable treasure. The slender youth appeared somewhat apprehensive. This devilish child is far from ordinary. Alas, fortunately, the child has yet to fully mature. Otherwise, the round-faced youth burst into laughter. All the better. This enigmatic child is now mine. Whether to use in battle or sell outright, it presents an excellent opportunity. That fellow's retreat only signifies his wisdom. Humph. The young man in the Dao robe grew restless. Enough talk. Let us breach the barrier. We are but a step away. At this moment, Gu Yuan had approached within 5 paces of the trio. His gaze shifted back to the castle's entrance. The barrier was formidable. It appeared that Chu Tian Academy had prior knowledge, and these individuals had prepared accordingly, employing specialized artifacts to dismantle this restriction. Patience, then. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing that despite his newfound strength, there remained a crucial element he had overlooked. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the barrier shattered, the grand doors swung open wide. Ha ha ha. The restriction has been broken. The legacy. The legacy of foundational cultivators. The three companions erupted in ecstatic joy, their gazes ablaze with fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, they surged into the ancient castle. Gu Yuan, however, maintained an impassive expression as he trailed behind them, keeping a deliberate distance. A roar suddenly echoed from within the castle. Gu Yuan's heart jolted. The other three cultivators also sensed something amiss, their expressions shifting dramatically. There is something inside. This is bad. The aura is overwhelmingly potent, at least beyond our current cultivation levels. Quickly, prepare the magical instruments. Boom. A colossal figure, towering several yards high, erupted from the depths of the castle, lunging fiercely at one of the cultivators. The robed cultivator screamed in terror as his body was hurled away like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the grand doors. He was utterly unprepared for the assault. Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened, allowing him to discern the true form of this monstrosity. It was entirely green, boasting 3 heads, each adorned with 3 enormous compound eyes and 6 robust arms, its corpulent physique reminiscent of a green giant. Yet this creature was far more terrifying than any ordinary giant, its presence capable of overwhelming everyone present. This is not right. The creature before him was merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, as dictated by the intent of this legacy cave. Gu Yuan's eyes flickered with insight. The only peculiar aspect was the demonic child. He was uncertain of the creature's true cultivation level. However, there are always limits. The black box that previously confined the demon child had undoubtedly reached the boundaries of this space. Consequently, the green 3-headed monster before me had only attained the 6th level of qi refinement, yet its attributes had reached their zenith. Indeed, the young man in the robe, upon being struck by the green 3-headed beast, did not perish. Rather, he was grievously wounded. At this moment, he struggled to rise, his complexion pale, clearly indicating his severe injuries. Roar. The 3-headed creature let out a deafening roar and lunged fiercely at the other 2 individuals. Damn! The round-faced youth inwardly cursed his misfortune. He had few trump cards left. Boom! Just as he summoned a shield, the 3-headed monster shattered it with a single punch. The round-faced youth's pupils dilated in shock. Suddenly, the beast lifted him as if he were a mere chick, while the youth flailed helplessly, his struggles proving utterly futile. No! The young man's eyes widened in fury, desperate to employ his secret techniques to escape, but it felt as though his internal energy was imprisoned, rendering him incapable of unleashing even the slightest fraction. The 3-headed monster's multifaceted eyes shifted, emitting a low, guttural sound, before one of its arms tightened around the youth's head. Crack! With the sound of shattering bones, the round-faced youth was decapitated. Blood sprayed forth, and his hands fell limply, extinguished of life. The monster held aloft his severed head, which remained wide-eyed in shock, clearly indicating his refusal to succumb to death, though the inheritance lay right before him. An unfortunate turn of events had transpired. The Academy had disseminated erroneous information, leading all his efforts to dissolve into nothingness. The 3-headed beast emitted a series of guttural sounds, seemingly expressing its overwhelming excitement, and then devoured the severed head it held in its grasp. Subsequently, it was expelled, as though it had been met with disdain. After the head was ejected, it was drenched in acidic fluid accompanied by repugnant green pus. Should a celestial being from Earth in a previous life witness this scene, they would likely be utterly terrified. The emaciated youth, Lu Daoyu, trembled all over upon seeing his former friend in such a wretched state. He dared not continue the fight and fled in haste. The youth in the Taoist robe cast a wary glance at the 3-headed monster, gritting his teeth in resentment as he too made his escape. At this moment, Gu Yuan stood at a distance of less than 3 zhang from the entrance. Just as the Taoist-robed youth dashed past him, a tremendous explosion resounded. It was not Gu Yuan who had struck down the Taoist-robed youth, but rather the black box had detonated. The demonic child had emerged into the world once more. Gu Yuan's expression shifted alarmingly. This was dire. The demonic child would likely target the nearest living being, and with Gu Yuan standing there, it was probable that it would see through the disguise and launch an attack against him. Chapter 39. A temporary retreat. Wang Chui stunned run. Run? The youth in the Taoist robe, terrified, trembled, his lips quivering. Upon witnessing the rebirth of the demonic child, his complexion turned ashen, In an instant, he realized where he must flee. The demonic child, devoid of any emotion, charged towards the castle entrance after shattering the small black box. Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened. A sense of impending doom washed over him. Could it be? Bang! Bang! Two thunderous sounds echoed in succession. The Taoist-robed youth was abruptly startled. Wielding a black shield, he found it on the verge of shattering under the onslaught of the demonic child. Indeed, he had been selected by the demonic child. At this moment, Gu Yuan activated the Ice Body Gu and wielded the Cold Blade Gu, striking fiercely against the three-headed monster. Indeed, he had been locked onto by the three-headed creature. The outcome exceeded all expectations. Yet, within the ancient castle, a more horrifying scene unfolded. Mere moments ago, the round-faced youth, now a lifeless corpse, slowly rose to his feet. He retrieved the severed head, cast aside by the three-headed monstrosity, and reattached it to his neck. Had he been resurrected? No, his eyes were devoid of emotion, resembling those of a creature enslaved. In truth, he had become thoroughly subjugated, akin to the very beasts that tormented him. With a sudden ferocity, he lunged at the slender youth. The three-headed monster possessed a peculiar ability to infect. A chill gripped Gu Yuan's heart. He swiftly activated the second transformation of Ling Kong Han Ren Gu, and with a tearing sound, one of the creature's arms was deeply lacerated. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan struck again. With a sickening squelch, the arm of the three-headed beast was severed, green ichor gushing forth. The creature let out a deafening roar, as if overwhelmed by immense agony. Its 9 compound eyes fixated upon Gu Yuan, brimming with malice. Gu Yuan snorted coldly, swiftly invoking the extreme shadow Gu to change his course and flee. While he had the capability to vanquish this three-headed abomination, there was no need for a reckless confrontation. More crucially, as a practitioner at the 4th level of Qi refinement, his magical energy was limited. Should he emerge victorious, his reserves would dwindle perilously low, leaving him vulnerable should new adversaries appear. Damn it, you wretch. Do not think you can escape so easily. The robed youth's eyes glimmered with resentment. If it weren't for this interloper's interference, the situation would not have unraveled so drastically. Now, he faced the threat of being slain by the demonic child. While this intruder could slip away unscathed, such an outcome was intolerable. In an instant, a sharp sword aura erupted from the robed youth's lips, hurtling toward the direction in which Gu Yuan sought to flee. Death beckons. Gu Yuan's murderous intent was palpable. Since his opponent yearned for demise, he would gladly assume the role of the harbinger of death. In an instant, he unleashed the cold blade Gu, cleaving the air with a fierce strike. The icy blade aura collided with the sword energy, producing a piercing sound as the sword energy shattered. Yet the blade's force remained undeterred, hurtling directly toward the Taoist-clad youth. In a state of panic, the youth attempted to defend himself, only to realize that the demon child had already closed the distance. Aghast, veins bulged on the youth's forehead, and a layer of gray armor suddenly formed around his body. The armor shimmered with glistening scales, unmistakably extraordinary. Indeed, it was the youth's ultimate defensive measure. With a chilling sound, the blade aura penetrated the gray armor, its momentum unabated, cleaving the astonished youth in two. Blood and entrails gushed forth. He was slain. The severed halves of his head bore a look of disbelief, as his protective artifact had been so easily shattered. Gu Yuan snorted coldly. Having committed the act of murder, he felt entitled to claim the contents of his opponent's storage bag. Activating the shadow Gu Yuan rushed forward to seize the storage bag. Just then, the demon child cast his gaze upon him. Indeed, the demon child had marked him as a target. In the next moment, the demon child lunged forward, exuding a peculiar demonic aura that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned cultivators. Gu Yuan maintained a serene expression. In that critical moment, he activated the frozen spirit Gu. A bone-chilling cold emanated from the surface of the frozen spirit Gu, coalescing into an ice dragon that surged toward the demon child. The demon child, lacking any instinct for defense, allowed his demonic energy to expand, confronting the ice dragon. However, before the ice dragon could make contact with the demonic energy, it detonated, unleashing a tempest of icy mist that surged back toward the demon child. Soon, the icy mist enveloped the demon child along with its malevolent aura. With a mere thought, Gu Yuan summoned the icy mist to solidify into an ice block. Ultimately, the demon child, now transformed into a chunk of ice, plummeted from midair. Gu Yuan paid no heed to the fallen demon child on the ground. Instead, he activated the Gu insects, rendering himself invisible within this realm. The three monstrous beings, having suffered grievous wounds from the cold blade Gu, wailed in agony, their cries reverberating like the lamentations of tormented spirits throughout the expanse. Run! I must flee. The emaciated youth had one leg brutally severed by the transformed round-faced youth. Utilizing a secret technique, he swiftly escaped from the ancient castle, his heart still racing with trepidation. Gu Yuan withdrew several hundred paces from the castle, his gaze somber as he scrutinized the ancient edifice. Is there truly a legacy here? The moment he stepped into the castle, he sensed only the presence of those three monstrous beings. Perhaps, a disquieting thought began to form in Gu Yuan's mind. Moments later, several streaks of light approached from afar. It was Wang Chui, Lu Lia, along with Zhao Wuji and the servant, Su Tian. Wang Chui fixed her penetrating gaze upon the ancient castle and remarked, "It seems this is indeed the final destination of the foundation-building expert's legacy. However, a fierce battle has recently transpired here." Her expression sharpened with intensity. Lu Lia gritted her teeth. "That scoundrel is inside. Damn it, we must capture him this time." "Do not fret, dear Sister Lia. Rest assured, with the Grandmaster present, that villain cannot escape. However, our primary objective is not to slay him. We merely need to obtain the legacy. At that moment, when this space shatters, that brat will have nowhere to flee." A glimmer of confidence flickered in Wang Chui's eyes. Soon after, several individuals crossed the wall and entered the interior. Upon seeing the corpses on the ground, their expressions collectively turned complex. At that moment, the grand castle doors closed once more. The three monstrous beings had vanished, leaving only a massive block of ice before them, accompanied by several more corpses. Zhao Wuji's countenance darkened. He immediately rushed forward to the shattered remains of Xiao Meng, beginning to search his body. Damn it, the storage bag is missing. The ice divine pearl is gone as well. Zhao Wuji felt a surge of frustration. Wang Chui's expression grew serious, consulting the astrological compass. That scoundrel is still alive and well. And here, at this moment, even Wang Chui, usually calm and seasoned, could not help but reassess Gu Yuan, who had recently been a mere servant disciple. 2 cultivators at the 6th level of qi refinement have perished. Zhao Wuji's cold gaze flickered before he dashed into the distance. Moments later, he returned, dragging a bloodied figure along with him. What is this? Wang Chui furrowed her brow. Zhao Wuji bellowed. Tell me, what exactly happened? The slender young man trembled and then recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group turned grim. Lu Lia's crimson eyes widened in disbelief. This fellow is so strong? One person killed all 4 of you, leaving only one alive. Zhao Wuji scoffed. You from Qingyang sect truly possess remarkable skills. You have indeed provoked a formidable opponent this time. Chapter 40. Overwhelming Power. Brutal 6th level qi refinement. The entire scene fell silent. It shouldn't be. Wang Chui's brow knitted in concern. Immediately, she let out a sigh. At this juncture, the identity of the formidable adversary is unnecessary for me to elaborate upon. My esteemed colleagues, let us unite our efforts and eliminate that rogue completely, to eradicate any future threats. Zhao Wuji had, at some unknown point, reached a consensus with Wang Chui and others, solely with the intent to slay Gu Yuan. In the shadows, Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Are they all coming for me? Heh. Gu Yuan scoffed coldly. If he had previously harbored any apprehension towards these individuals, that was no longer the case. At this moment, Gu Yuan awaited the restoration of his powers. And what of them? Were they merely awaiting their demise? Wang Chui pondered. The astrological compass will only be able to predict that rogue's location again after a stick of incense is burned. She then glanced at the slender youth. According to his account, there lies a 2-headed monster concealed behind the castle doors, and it is formidable, possessing a peculiar infectious power that, upon infecting cultivators, transforms them into mindless zombies, but their combat capabilities remain intact. Lu Lia clenched her teeth fiercely. With so many of us, let us charge in directly. Sister Lia, Wang Chui sighed. I understand your fervor for vengeance, but haste is of no use. That rogue is exceedingly cunning, and I cannot predict his next move. Caution is never misplaced. She then gazed at the colossal block of ice in the center, her expression shifting to one of suspicion. Within that ice lies the dark child of Gu Yuan. Humph. That enigmatic entity is truly difficult to defend against. Allow me to destroy it first. A glint of determination flashed in Wang Chui's eyes. She then summoned a colossal sword and charged toward the ice block. Boom! The ice shattered, and the demon child re-emerged. A thick veil of black mist loomed before him. As he stood still, eyes closed. Break! Wang Chui shouted fiercely. The colossal storm sword pierced through the dark fog. Just as the sword was about to strike the demon child's face, a sharp blade shot forth from the void, slicing toward Wang Chui's neck with alarming speed. Wang Chui's pupils dilated in shock, and she hurriedly drew the storm sword back to shield her chest, simultaneously deploying a small shield for defense. Crack! The giant sword was flung away. The small shield shattered instantly. Wang Chui was sent flying, crashing against the ancient castle door, kneeling with a face full of astonishment. Thief! Lu Lia finally spotted Gu Yuan's figure, letting out a fierce cry as she swung her blood sickle toward him. At the same time, Zhao Wuji unleashed a massive golden barrier, charging toward the youth. Gu Yuan remained calm, not even sparing a glance at Lu Lia. Activating the extreme shadow worm and the cold blade worm, his figure flickering in an instant. Bang! The sound of impact resonated. Clang! Lu Lia let out a shriek as her sickle was sent flying. As she attempted to channel her mana to make the sickle attack autonomously, a sudden chill surged toward her, nearly engulfing her in a frigid embrace. Defeat etched itself on her face. How long had it been? The one she once regarded as a mere ant had, in just a few short days, experienced a remarkable transformation, his power now sufficient to overpower her. Suppress! Zhao Wuji commanded, causing the golden barrier to expand several-fold, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Run! A peak expert at the 6th level of Qi refinement is engaged in battle. It's too intense. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Hurry, retreat. This ancestral cave is not destined for us. The remaining few cultivators, who had hoped to take advantage of the situation, were immediately dissuaded upon witnessing the fierce battle, especially when they saw Zhao Wui wielding the golden shield, such a Buddhist artifact. To think it was unleashed upon others in aggression, the fate of the assailant was all too predictable. However, in reality, Gu Yuan paid no heed to the golden shield. He activated the extreme shadow Gu cave, tracing a perfect arc through the air. Boom! The frozen spirit Gu was summoned, and the oppressive force was sufficient to subdue any Qi refinement 6th tier cultivator. The golden shield was suddenly encased in ice, ultimately forming a massive ice block that plummeted to the ground. Zhao Wui's expression darkened. Was his trump card so easily neutralized? Little did he know the terrifying nature of the 2nd tier frost heaven frozen spirit Gu. This Gu had absorbed the power of the ice god Pearl, its might vastly amplified. Now perilously close to the 3rd tier, Gu Yuan activated this Gu, his inner mana rapidly burning and depleting, a considerable drain on his energy. Nonetheless, the golden shield was indeed extraordinary. Without resorting to his own hidden cards, it would have been challenging to withstand its might. Gu Yuan remained calm, disregarding the two adversaries. His target was Wang Chui. Upon sighting her, a murderous intent surged within him. The astrological compass, her divination techniques, posed a significant threat to him. He had to eliminate this woman first. Wang Chui sensed Gu Yuan's overwhelming killing intent. Biting her lip, she ignited her own blood essence, temporarily enhancing her strength. Her blood ignited upon the sword in her hand, and suddenly, she slashed through the air. Bang! The sword in Wang Chui's grasp shattered into fragments, unable to withstand the cold blade Gu in the slightest. Servants, quickly block him. Lu Lia's eyes widened with fury as she shouted. In the next moment, the slave Su Tian, expressionless, lunged at Gu Yuan with a knife from behind. Gu Yuan's cold gaze flickered. He sidestepped swiftly, his icy blade slicing diagonally. With a muffled thud, Su Tian was severed in half, his innards spilling forth as he coughed up blood, his eyes glazed over. Determined to rise and fight Gu Yuan to the bitter end. Lacking any special defensive artifacts, he bore only a layer of armor, rendering his body vulnerable to the chilling blade, culminating in a dismal fate. Was this enslavement? Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, discerning from Su Tian's gaze that he was undoubtedly under the influence of some peculiar force. The term slave invoked thoughts of the slave Gu, perhaps something to explore in the future. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. After cleaving Su Tian, Gu Yuan pressed on, charging fiercely towards Wang Chui. Die! Lu Lia rushed forward, brandishing her scythe, leaping into the air for a strike. Get back! Gu Yuan barked, unleashing a wave of frigid energy from within the frozen spirit Gu, complemented by the dragon spine Gu. He kicked towards Lu Lia. The scythe was forcefully repelled with a resounding crash, and then, without mercy, Gu Yuan delivered a brutal kick to the young woman's soft abdomen. A scream escaped Lu Lia's lips. She could scarcely comprehend how many ribs had been shattered by that blow. She was utterly defenseless against Gu Yuan, managing to hold on for merely a second or two, nearly succumbing to his assault. Gu Yuan scoffed. It was sheer folly for this once fourth-layer qi refinement cultivator, barely elevated to the fifth layer, to challenge him. However, since death is inevitable, it is wiser to eliminate the most formidable threats first, leaving the weaker ones for last. Truly a monstrosity. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. It was his first encounter with such a powerful individual at the fourth level of qi refinement. The array of techniques displayed was simply astounding, far surpassing even the most talented prodigies of the Chu kingdom, one would presume. You dared to slay my son in the past. Today, I shall exact vengeance. Wang Chui gritted her teeth, an air of resolute determination lacing her tone. In an instant, a peculiar, eerie, and profound power erupted from within her. What is this? Gu Yuan furrowed his brows, feeling his icy aura momentarily recede. Sister Chui? Lu Lia, evidently aware of Wang Chui's intentions, cried out in a voice heavy with indignation. In the next heartbeat, Wang Chui's hair turned white at a visible pace. Not only her hair, but also the wrinkles on her face multiplied, and her stature diminished indeed. Her lifespan was rapidly deteriorating. It must be some secret technique. Gu Yuan's mind rang with alarm, and he promptly activated the extreme shadow Gu, vanishing into thin air. You wretched thief, do not attempt to flee. Wang Chui invoked a secret method at the cost of her very lifespan. A brilliantly radiant, enormous white sword materialized, stretching several zhang in length and emanating an aura of destruction. Chapter 41. The massacre. Zhao Wuji, in shock, retreated. This woman has gone mad. He clearly recognized the origin of the colossal sword, a secret technique of a golden core expert from the Qingyang sect. Zhao Wuji nodded, acknowledging that once this secret technique was unleashed, the cultivators at the qi refining stage would be nearly unstoppable. Even though they were subjected to the constraints of this space, it would suffice. This young man is doomed. However, it is fortuitous. The ice god pearl must have been taken by him. Once he is gone, I shall reclaim the ice god pearl. Zhao Wuji meticulously plotted his course of action in his mind. In midair, a colossal white sword shot forth with a whoosh, akin to a rocket, hurtling towards Gu Yuan, equipped with a tracking effect. Gu Yuan's pupils constricted dramatically, and he swiftly urged the Gu worms into action. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, creating a massive crater several meters wide in the ground. Huff, huff. At this moment, Wang Chui had transformed into an elderly figure, her hair now completely white. She gazed towards the direction of the explosion, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. At long last, it is over. Wang Chui collapsed onto the ground. Sister Chui? Lu Lia rushed to her side. Hee, Lia, you have called me Sister Chui twice now. Such a thing has never occurred before. Wang Chui chuckled, her smile growing wider. Noticing the elder's injuries, Lu Lia's expression darkened. Do not speak. With that, the young girl began to heal the elder. The ice god pearl. At last. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wuji cackled maniacally, immediately dashing into the dissipating clouds of smoke. This is bad. Wang Chui felt a surge of panic as she realized that Zhao Wuji had broken their agreement. Quickly, Lia, you must go? That young man is so peculiar. The items on him must be extraordinary. Retrieve everything from him at once. Understood. Lu Lia nodded emphatically, rising to her feet. How? The two were taken aback. Another mutation? Before them, a youth emanating an oppressive chill slowly emerged from the mist. His clothes were nearly in tatters, his appearance disheveled, and his straw hat had long since vanished, revealing his youthful, innocent visage. Despite his disarray, there were no visible injuries on him. The young man effortlessly lifted Zhao Wuji, ensconced in cold energy, as if he were a mere chick, rendering all of Zhao Wuji's desperate struggles futile. This young man was none other than Gu Yuan. However, this time, Gu Yuan presented himself before the onlookers in his complete form. The last time he had been so exposed was when he had first awakened and committed murder. Let me go? Do you not know the formidable foundation of the Zhao family in the Chu kingdom? If you kill me, you will surely. Crack. Gu Yuan abruptly crushed Zhao Wuji's throat. You're so noisy. He scoffed coldly, then casually discarded the lifeless body as one would dispose of refuse. Ah, a devil. A monster. The emaciated youth, already paralyzed by fear, attempted to flee, lifting his leg to summon his sword. Gu Yuan, with an impassive expression, lightly flicked his finger. The space shimmered. In the next moment, the gaunt youth wore a dazed expression as a slender, icy blade instantaneously pierced through his skull, leaving a pinhole-sized blood wound. The youth collapsed, his head tilting, lifeless on the spot. Silence ensued. The two women swayed unsteadily, particularly Wang Chui, who was on the verge of fainting. In the next moment, a smile appeared on the young man's face as he slowly approached the two women not far away. You. Wang Chui's lips trembled. Her expression filled with shock and disbelief. How could the other party, having fallen victim to such a formidable secret technique, bear almost no injuries? This was more absurd than a mere mortal child boasting about slaughtering immortals, only to actually achieve it the very next moment. Lu Lia grasped the crimson scythe, her fingers trembling slightly. Gu Yuan's smile broadened, marking the first time he had laughed with such joy. Yet, in the presence of the two women, that smile was as if a demon from hell or a reaper from the abyss had placed a blade against their necks, trembling and utterly defenseless. What a heart-rending spectacle. I almost thought I was the villain here, Gu Yuan sneered. As an assassin, he rarely spoke, and even more seldom did he utter such lengthy words before his foes. The reason for this deviation was simple. He was moved by the moment. You. Wang Chui struggled to comprehend Gu Yuan's words, though the implication seemed to mock them. She clenched her teeth slightly. Sir, perhaps I could. Bang. Gu Yuan activated the Shadow Gu, instantly appearing before her and delivering a fierce kick. The elderly Wang Chui was nearly killed on the spot. Lu Lia, standing beside her, was momentarily stunned, lost in a haze of confusion. Yet, from the depths of her heart, a surge of vengeance ignited, overpowering her fear with fervent bloodlust. Gripping the crimson scythe tightly, Lu Lia bellowed, I will kill you. Kill. Shoo. The icy blade pierced diagonally into the young woman's heart. The scythe was not even tightly gripped when it suffered such a fatal blow. The girl's gaze dimmed, her consciousness gradually fading. Ultimately, her limbs went limp, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground, utterly lifeless. Gu Yuan did not cast even a glance in her direction. Once a relentless pursuer, the assassin now lay reduced to nothingness. His eyes shifted to Wang Chui, who had been nearly kicked to death. That single blow had almost completely incapacitated her. At this moment, Gu Yuan's own magical energy was running low. He approached the now elderly Wang Chui, her hair turned white with age. Sensing his presence, she lifted her head, her eyes devoid of pleading, filled instead with resentment. The Qingyang sect, the Qingyang divine team, will not spare you. Gu Yuan's expression remained impassive as he tightened his grip on the dagger. One thrust, two thrusts. Ah! Wang Chui's shrill screams echoed. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity. With a flicker of thought, the corpse goo of Wang Chui was swiftly concocted. What a nuisance. Gu Yuan's demeanor was tinged with dissatisfaction. The creation of a corpse goo was exceedingly taxing on one's spirit. Moreover, the creator of such a goo must have endured hardships in their youth. Only when the deceased had suffered torment in life could the quality of the corpse goo be elevated. Compared to the corpse goo, Gu Yuan preferred the slave goo. With that, he slowly turned away. The mist had already dissipated. How had that massive white sword been blocked? It was, of course, in a moment of dire urgency that Gu Yuan had nearly exhausted his trump cards. He simultaneously activated two corpse gus, Huang Ging and a Keese, and further summoned a colossal ice block formed by the ice skin goo, ice spike goo, and frozen spirit goo. The others were mere auxiliaries. The key lay with the frozen spirit goo. The two corpse insects were almost instantaneously obliterated by the colossal white sword, while the ice spikes formed by the ice cone insect fared little better. In the end, Gu Yuan nearly expended all his magical energy to channel into the final freezing spirit insect, managing just barely to block the onslaught of the white sword with a massive block of ice. However, this exertion came at a significant cost. His magical energy was nearly depleted, leaving the freezing spirit insect with no choice but to absorb the chilling energy from the ice god pearl. Upon retrieving the ice god pearl, Gu Yuan noticed the icy radiance had dimmed considerably. The white sword was indeed formidable. The crucial factor was that another presence of destruction could effortlessly annihilate any chi-refining cultivator lacking special means of defense. Stowing away the ice god pearl, Gu Yuan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Before him lay a scene of carnage, shattered flesh, pools of blood, and fragments of broken magical artifacts. His gaze fell, resting against the ancient castle's grand door. Were there a cigarette available from Earth at that moment, he would undoubtedly indulge. Gu Yuan reflected on the perilous journey of immortality, which would invariably be intertwined with life and death. Anyone could meet their demise at any time. Had he not secured the Ice God Pearl, he surely would have been vanquished by that white sword. With this thought, Gu Yuan's eyes turned steely. This was the inevitable fate of confronting an adversary head-on. One could never ascertain the hidden trump cards in their opponent's possession. The optimal solution to such a predicament was to eliminate the enemy before they even realized what was occurring. A true assassin knows that to kill is the essence of supremacy, stealthily and inexorably to slay. Chapter 42. The malicious legacy of the foundation establishing demon. Gu Yuan gathered his thoughts. The demonic child had already succumbed, eyes closed and motionless. Gu Yuan employed familiar tactics to secure the entity. He then slightly turned, casting his gaze toward the ancient castle door before him. At present, nearly all the formidable beings have succumbed to despair and demise. Even if there are other cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement, none can challenge him in single combat. After thoroughly plundering the storage bags of all present, Gu Yuan slowly opened the grand door of the ancient castle. Creak! The door swung open. Within lay a creature with 3 heads, and thus, the insects on Gu Yuan's body were already restless, poised to be unleashed at any moment. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Gu Yuan stepped directly into the castle. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at him, with a swift cut of his icy blade. The figure was cleaved in two. As Gu Yuan approached, he recognized the individual. It was the round-faced youth who had been attacked by the 3-headed monster earlier. He had now transformed into a grotesque semblance of a zombie, akin to those depicted in apocalyptic novels, a mere shell devoid of consciousness and spirit. Gu Yuan, his expression unchanging, confiscated the youth's storage bag and proceeded deeper into the castle. Inside the castle, only a faint flicker of candlelight illuminated the walls. The interior was dim, and as a cultivator lacking spiritual awareness, Gu Yuan's vision was somewhat impaired. The silence was profound. One could hear a pin drop. After advancing for some time, he arrived at the staircase. Ahead lay a celestial staircase, exceedingly high, seemingly designed to ascend to the very pinnacle in one breath. The peculiar architecture of this castle raised questions about the intentions of its creator. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering the whereabouts of that green, 3-headed creature. Could it have slipped away to the upper levels? Constricting his aura, Gu Yuan cautiously ascended the stairs. Time passed unmeasured until he reached a space that was nearly at the top of the ancient castle. To his left, a pitch-black opening loomed, seemingly bottomless. Ahead, a small bridge spanned a chasm, and upon a massive cylindrical structure behind it, something akin to an altar for offerings was constructed. A flicker of crimson light captured his attention. Indeed, it emanated from the altar. Could this be the ultimate inheritance? Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, a deafening roar pierced the air. Gu Yuan turned slightly to behold a green, 3-headed monstrosity charging forth from the dark aperture. It had appeared. With a cold glint in his eyes, Gu Yuan activated the extreme shadow Gu to evade the creature's onslaught. In the next instant, he swung his hand, and with a dull thud, one of the beast's arms was severed. The creature let out a furious roar, a manifestation of its immense pain. Gu Yuan remained impassive, continuing to flick his fingers as icy beams flashed in his grasp, reminiscent of a fruit-slicing game from his previous life on Earth. However, now he was slicing a terrifying beast that could instill fear even in the bravest of fairies. With several swift strikes, the arms of the 3-headed creature were nearly obliterated. It let out a thunderous cry, and in the next moment, disregarding its pain, it lunged towards the young man before it. Such a human deserved to be crushed. Gu Yuan retracted his fingers, and in the next breath, a chilling blade materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, he slashed through the air. The creature's legs shattered, yet its massive form, propelled by inertia, continued its relentless advance. Without mercy, Gu Yuan invoked the frost spirit Gu. In an instant, the majority of the 3-headed zombie's body was ensconced in frost, its vitality plummeting dramatically. He infused only a modest amount of his mana. Although the colossal creature could not be completely frozen, its speed had been significantly hampered. With a swift thrust, the final blow was struck. The 3-headed monster's head soared high before crashing heavily to the ground. It was over. Gu Yuan cast a cold glance at the mangled corpse of the 3-headed beast lying before him. To be candid, The encounter had proceeded rather smoothly, nonetheless. It served as a testament to the formidable nature of the two newly advanced Gu practitioners, aided by the ice god Pearl. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan turned and made his way towards the sacrificial altar. At the center of the altar floated a blood-red tome radiating an ominous glow, alongside a blood-colored pill the size of an egg and a storage pouch. As Gu Yuan approached, the blood tome suddenly flipped open, its pages rustling. The first page read, "Fortunate inheritor, receive my legacy, and you shall greatly benefit, young ones. Adhere strictly to the contents of this tome, and you will attain unparalleled cultivation, achieving the supreme." Gu Yuan glanced past this. It was an inheritance of dark magic. His confirmation of this suspicion was solidified upon opening the adjacent storage pouch. Moreover, it was an exceedingly sinister form of dark magic, one that would be reviled even in the underworld of the previous Gu realm. As his consciousness probed into the pouch, he was met with a nightmarish sight: mountains of corpses, aptly described as a sea of blood and a mountain of flesh. Heads, entrails, flesh, and bones were heaped in grotesque abundance. Individuals of all ages and genders were represented. Gu Yuan even discerned fragments of human infants among the morbid collection. Was this foundation-building magic practitioner responsible for the massacre of an entire city in their lifetime? Blood sacrifice forbidden techniques. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. The blood tome contains the complete details of the forbidden ritual, including the initiation of murder. It specifies the necessary sacrifices, with young children possessing spiritual roots being deemed the most suitable. If this were the extent of the matter, it would be one thing. However, it implies that this foundational demon must resort to slaying the descendants of celestial families. If so, this forbidden technique cannot truly be classified as such. Its essence and purpose are singular: to forcibly fuse certain mortal children with the laws of heaven and earth through an exceedingly nefarious method, thus generating spiritual roots that transcend the comprehension of ordinary cultivators. This cycle of killing, absorbing, and then killing anew perpetuates itself. The cultivator clans dare not retaliate, resulting in the majority of victims being mere mortals. Hence, the items within the storage pouch were acquired. Yet now, with this foundational demon dead, what purpose does the storage pouch serve here? Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, continuing to peruse the blood tome. In my youth, I faced injustice, traversed a treacherous path, and witnessed the brutal demise of my kin. In my quest for vengeance, I annihilated the entire populace of the city. If any of you younger ones perusing this tome are celestial beings, let me impart this wisdom. Embracing the path of demonic cultivation is the sole avenue to liberation. The righteous path merely leads to exploitation. This is the culmination of my lifetime's experience in embracing the demonic path. My achievements are verifiable. The subsequent passages from the foundational demon elaborated on their methods of killing, the rationale behind it, and the glorification of their own path of slaughter. The more Gu Yuan read, the deeper his frown became. This demon was quite adept at justifying their actions. Naturally, they were also aware that their legacy could fall into the hands of righteous cultivators or just celestial beings. Prompting a moment of reflection on how to strategize the next course of action, Gu Yuan scoffed inwardly. He was not mocking this fiend. Rather, he felt a tinge of admiration, for he had engaged in numerous frauds within the realm of sorcery in his past life. However, he would not place any trust in the subsequent contents regarding the blood sacrifice technique. Who could ascertain that this method had not been altered? Cultivators of the demonic path? Taking himself as an example, he knew better than to believe such claims. Chapter 43. Annihilation of the Blood Book, Malignant Head, the Anomaly in the Inheritance Cave, the Blood Soul Pill. Gu Yuan's gaze darkened as it fell upon the pill that hovered to his right. This pill would be the pivotal core material for the swift breakthrough of the blood sacrifice forbidden technique. Yet, there was only one, and no refining formula existed. The fiend would leave behind merely a single pill, and the reasons behind this were quite few. Gu Yuan scrutinized the pill before tossing it into a storage pouch, allowing it to gather dust. Clatter. Words emerged anew from the blood book. The blood soul pill will only exist for half a month. After that, it shall shatter automatically. I hope the successors will consume it promptly. Should my spirit see the inheritor grow strong and establish their own power, I shall feel deeply gratified. Only half a month? Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Even if it were true, what of it? It mattered little. He then wiped the residual consciousness from the storage pouch filled with the remains of a sea of corpses. The blood book once again revealed words. I acknowledge you as a competent practitioner of the demonic arts. Now, Please accept the inheritance. In an instant, the crimson light from the blood book rapidly expanded outward. Gu Yuan stepped back a few paces, then drew his cold blade, silently urging the insects within him to awaken. Suddenly, a beam of red light surged forth from the blood book, charging directly at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was well prepared. Frosty sky, frozen spirit worm. As he activated the worm, the air around him suddenly became engulfed in an icy stillness. The crimson light revealed the true form of a shadowy figure. Gu Yuan let out a cold snort. Bang! The shadow of the crimson light shattered instantly. His frozen spirit worm not only immobilized the physical body, but also ensnared the soul. Ordinary soul attacks were utterly ineffective against him. After a pitiful scream, the crimson figure abruptly vanished into nothingness. At that moment, the blood tome returned to normal. The trial has concluded. I implore the young one to formally accept the inheritance. Is this what you call a trial? Gu Yuan gazed coldly at the blood tome before him. If an ordinary cultivator lacked defenses against soul attacks, they would undoubtedly meet a tragic fate after such an onslaught. Enough. Gu Yuan no longer desired the inheritance. He secretly urged the frozen spirit worm towards the blood tome. The tome seemed to sense the impending threat, and more words began to materialize. Boom. The space was suddenly solidified by the frigid air. Gu Yuan uttered not a single word. This time, he did not even bother to read the words inscribed on the tome. It appeared that the blood tome had realized it could no longer deceive him. It inflated violently, and countless blood mists billowed forth from within. Gradually, the tome began to form a head. A grotesque visage, lacking distinct gender features, seemed composed of countless human faces, exuding an aura of malevolence and demonic energy. The frost pressed down. The two forces clashed. Bang! The crimson mist recoiled. Clearly, the frost of the frozen spirit worm proved superior. Subsequently, the frost surged forth, overwhelming the vile head. The head of the blood tome let out a roar. Though the sound was indistinct, the tone unmistakably conveyed a sense of resentment. The skull was instantaneously enveloped in frost, freezing solid. Dead. Gu Yuan forcefully infused energy and activated the frost blade Gu, delivering a decisive strike. With a crack, the skull shattered in an explosive display, transforming into a mist of blood that crystallized into shards of ice, which then disintegrated into nothingness. A dull thud resonated as a weathered tome fell to the ground. The ominous aura emanating from the book was palpable. Gu Yuan gazed expressionlessly at the ancient volume lying on the ground. It was evident that the foundation-building demon cultivator had orchestrated a complex scheme, intent on obliterating any future inheritors of the legacy. Without hesitation, Gu Yuan stowed the book in his storage pouch. There was no time to examine it now. The journey through the legacy cave had concluded, and his thoughts turned to how he might escape this place. Gu Yuan certainly would not brazenly exit through the front door. He could easily surmise that the entrance was heavily guarded, whether by the Chu Tian Academy or the Qin Yang sect pursuing him. To approach the cave's entrance would be to walk into a trap, leaving no room for survival. Gu Yuan's eyes flickered thoughtfully. Typically, a demon cultivator would not be able to seal off every possible escape route. There should be alternative paths available. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from all directions. What was that sound? Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow, and then, with a fierce shout, a cacophony of roars erupted in succession. Alarm bells rang in Gu Yuan's mind as he instinctively glanced back. A green three-headed monster charged forth from the cave entrance on the left of the staircase. That familiar sensation, yes. It was indeed of the same kind as the one he had recently slain. Moreover, there was not just one, but a second. And a third. Roar. Roar. From the ancient castle's walls, countless dark openings emerged, giving rise to a multitude of three-headed beasts, each adorned with wings. As they emerged, their gazes fixated upon the sacrificial altar at the center. It was evident that their target was Gu Yuan. An overwhelming number of such creatures, densely packed, amounted to over 100. Upon witnessing the first beast's emergence, Gu Yuan swiftly activated the concealment and hiding talismans. However, this was insufficient. The three-headed monstrosities could evidently still sense his aura. Spotting the second beast, Gu Yuan hesitated not for a moment and instantly summoned the shadow talismans, disregarding all else. As he leaped violently from the sacrificial altar atop the castle to the ground below. Roar! The multitude of three-headed beasts mirrored his urgency, pouncing downward in an instant. Gu Yuan harnessed his power, plummeting rapidly to the ground level, then summoned his sword to aid his escape, dashing fiercely towards the castle's exit. Flee for your life. Run fast. Suddenly, from outside the door, cries for help echoed, drawing nearer. Gu Yuan was taken aback. He then beheld the remaining students from Chutian Academy rushing towards the castle. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. But as he heard the roars from outside the castle, realization dawned upon him. Peering through the castle's entrance, he saw countless demonic beasts charging from afar. The scales suggested a small wave of beasts was forming. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the ancient castle trembled precariously, suddenly lifting off the ground. The vast structure began to collide with the rocky layers above. However, it was not the rock that it struck, but rather the spatial formation that imprisoned this place. A resounding clash echoed through the heavens and the earth. Gu Yuan, wielding his sword, floated in midair. At this moment, the three-headed monsters had already plummeted to the ground below. He retreated to a corner. The students from Chutian Academy, who had rushed into the ancient castle, were momentarily stunned upon witnessing the multitude of three-headed beasts. Roar. The three-headed monsters lunged forward. Although the castle trembled precariously, it had no effect on the horde of monstrosities. Ah, no. Countless cultivators screamed in agony. These practitioners, possessing only the fourth or fifth layers of qi refinement, could not withstand even a few blows from the likes of Xiao Meng, who was at the sixth layer, and thus faced inevitable annihilation. Moments later, those who had narrowly escaped the wolf's den found themselves slaughtered in the tiger's lair. They ended up like the round-faced cultivator at the beginning, reduced to mere zombie shells. After exterminating these cultivators, the three-headed monsters turned their gaze toward him. Gu Yuan's expression darkened. In the next instant, without hesitation, he hurled the demon child back into the fray. Regardless of its recovery, he had to hold on. Chapter 44. Escape Roar. The next moment, countless transformed cultivators and three-headed monsters surged toward the demon child. The demon child was still in a state of shutdown. Bang! One of the three-headed monsters immediately reached out to squeeze the little head of the demon child. It struck true. Yet, the anticipated scene of decapitation did not unfold. Pain suddenly contorted the demon child's face, and it promptly opened its eyes, letting out a fierce cry. Black mist swirled around it. The three-headed monster wailed in terror as its body was swiftly consumed by the black mist. Yet, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. As countless peculiar beings surged towards the demonic child, they fell upon one another with a resounding thud, quickly forming a small mountain. Gu Yuan pressed himself against the corner, his expression darkening as he observed the scene. He was unaware of the true nature of the demonic child, yet its terrifying essence undoubtedly surpassed the realm of qi refinement, exhibiting a certain potential for growth. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as the confinement array above shattered. In an instant, a peculiar sensation surged within Gu Yuan's heart. Indeed, as the fabric of this world fractured, the energy binding their powers ceased to exist. In the next moment, Gu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. He witnessed countless three-headed monsters expanding in size, their auras rapidly escalating. In that brief span, Gu Yuan discerned that if he were to confront any of these three-headed creatures again, it would not be as effortless as before. Without hesitation, he made his way towards the entrance of the ancient castle. He cast aside any thoughts of the demonic child. The castle erupted with a thunderous roar as the surrounding walls crumbled and the floor shattered into fragments. Was the castle collapsing? A cold glimmer flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes as he activated the extreme shadow insect and swiftly escaped through the door. Daylight broke, and sunlight poured in abundantly. Regaining the light, Gu Yuan propelled himself forward, successfully escaping the castle and returning to the surface. Yet, at that moment, he felt no sense of relief. Behind him echoed an unending cacophony of roars. A three-headed monster suddenly descended before him, causing Gu Yuan's pupils to constrict. Just as he was about to activate the cold blade Gu to forcefully slay the creature before him, he noticed that the three-headed beast was not even regarding him. Gu Yuan was taken aback. He had prepared himself for battle, ready to break free at any moment, yet the entity before him seemed rather dim-witted. No, it wasn't just this one. The other monsters appeared oblivious to his presence as well. Countless three-headed beasts soared overhead, their roars echoing, sending a shiver down his spine. So that was it. Gu Yuan nodded slightly. Earlier, his hesitation to remain in the ancient castle stemmed from the fact that his concealed breath Guan hiding Gu were sufficient to deceive most qi-refining detection methods, even these terrifying three-headed monsters. With this thought, Gu Yuan retreated to a corner. Indeed, the next moment, the entire collapsed castle was undergoing a peculiar transformation. The soil and bricks morphed into black water, gradually merging until they formed a colossal circular structure. Ahead, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. This head looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't it the very form that appeared in the blood message from his predecessor not long ago? It turned out that the entire Heritage Cave was initially a trap set by this foundation-establishing demon cultivator. Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened. One could not deny the impressive skills of this foundation-establishing demon cultivator, prompting him to speculate on the opponent's ultimate objective. Interestingly, after the demon child had engaged in a fierce battle with these monsters, he was ultimately hurled away, plummeting into a ravine. Gu Yuan approached cautiously, taking stock of the situation, and discovered that the demon child merely lay in a state of shutdown once more. This little creature exhibits remarkable resilience. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. If conditions permit in the future, he might consider using this demonic child as a ticking time bomb against his enemies, who would undoubtedly find themselves cursing in despair. Suddenly, streaks of light swept across the sky. Gu Yuan reined in his aura and gazed into the distance. There stood Li Xingyue of the Qingyan sect, accompanied by several peak Qi refining practitioners and instructors from Chutian Academy, alongside a number of foundation establishment cultivators. Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he focused on Li Xingyue, squinting slightly. This woman is exceedingly dangerous. It seems she possesses some means that could potentially unveil all his secrets in the next moment. Li Xingyue, suspended in midair, appeared to have sensed something, her eyes darting towards Gu Yuan's direction. In the next instant, a hint of suspicion flickered in her gaze. "What is it, sect leader?" inquired a female cultivator beside her. Following Li Xingyue's line of sight but perceiving nothing amiss. "Nothing," replied Li Xingyue. She then turned her attention to the enormous severed head on the ground and the three-headed monstrosity wreaking havoc around them. Her eyes glinting with disdain as she coldly remarked, "This bloodthirsty demon, once a scourge of the cultivation world, still dares to deceive the outside world, attempting to use other disciples to aid in his resurrection scheme. He is a malignant tumor in the realm of cultivation, utterly unforgivable. Today, we shall eradicate this fiend once and for all. Indeed, let us slay him," cried the others. "That wretched demon has hidden himself so well. Had it not been for sect leader Xingyue's calculations revealing the truth, we would have remained blissfully unaware. Alas, poor Wang Chui and Li Ya. Both have perished. Vengeance must be exacted for their untimely demise." Countless righteous cultivators from the Qingyang sect cried out in anguish. The members of Chu Tian Academy bore somber expressions, particularly the arriving Wu Yong. His attire was tattered, hair disheveled, and his body was riddled with wounds, his mood profoundly dismal. It was he who had led this cohort of students into this perilous trial. Yet, upon arrival, Jing Yao had set a trap, bringing forth assassins skilled in the ways of foundational cultivation. Now, nearly all of the students had met their end, as he witnessed the extinguishing of each soul lamp. Wu Yong realized he would undoubtedly face accountability from the academy. "Cursed fiend, you have slain the people of Chutian Academy. I swear you have chosen the wrong prey. Eliminate him." A multitude of powerful students and instructors roared in fury. In the next moment, an overwhelming barrage of spells and magical artifacts was unleashed upon the colossal creature's enormous head. The very ground beneath it caved in, and with a cacophony of sounds, the vision of the ancestral cave unfolded before the eyes of these righteous cultivators. Gu Yuan discreetly stowed away the demon child and retreated several hundred steps. When Li Xingyue had turned to glance at him moments ago, he nearly revealed himself. Fortunately, he had managed to evade detection just in time. This journey into the ancestral cave had concluded, leaving Gu Yuan as the ultimate victor. Yet, he remained ever vigilant. Huh? Gu Yuan was taken aback as he suddenly noticed a figure emerging from the uneven terrain in the distance. It was a woman, Jing Yao. Gu Yuan's heart raced in astonishment. How could this woman still be alive? The magnitude of the beast tide's eruption is utterly lethal for cultivators below the 6th layer of qi refining, yet astonishingly, this woman has survived. Jing Yao is battered and disheveled, her attire in disarray, revealing glimpses of her femininity. She grits her teeth, her protective talisman dimming perilously close to extinguishment. Gu Yuan dares not linger. Indeed, in the next moment, a cultivator from the air has detected Jing Yao's presence. Ignoring the threat, he activates his extreme shadow Gu, vanishing in an instant. Gu Yuan harbors no desire to witness the unfolding battle between righteous cultivators, formidable foundation-building demon cultivators, and countless fiends. He has neither the inclination nor the life to observe it. Chapter 45. Gu Yuan's dismay over his poor aptitude. Too slow. Time passes unmeasured. Gu Yuan returns to the city of Chu, donning a wide-brimmed hat. with a veil of black gauze obscuring his features, his clear, piercing eyes emitting a faint glow in the night. In a tea house, he delicately manipulates the teacup in his hands. Suddenly, a shadow flits past, ultimately settling in the seat opposite him. Hehehe, how has my young friend been these past few days? Why have you ceased to undertake assassin tasks? The shadow is none other than Ming Xiao, the personal guard of the fourth princess. Gu Yuan squints slightly, just taking a brief respite. Ming Xiao erupts into a series of eerie cackles, his boisterous laughter sending shivers down the spines of the other patrons in the tea house. With his obsidian eyes fixed on Gu Yuan's, he inquires, "My young friend, have you ventured outside the city lately? To speak candidly, a significant event has transpired not far from here. I wonder if you have heard of it." Gu Yuan's gaze falls, shrouded in contemplation. "I have heard a bit about it." He. Ming Xiao merely smiled slyly. "Young friend, you have truly never ventured beyond the city?" His dark gaze shimmered with probing curiosity. "What? Do you suspect that after hearing some news, I might venture out to that place in search of treasures?" Gu Yuan replied nonchalantly, raising his eyes to meet the other's gaze without a hint of trepidation. The atmosphere gradually grew heavy. Ming Xiao laughed heartily. "Young friend, do not take offense. I am merely speculating. After all, the city has been rife with tumult lately, particularly with the proximity to the Chu Tian secret realm, and coincidentally, this matter has arisen. It could very well be a scheme orchestrated by the forces of the demonic path. He. If discerning individuals were to witness the true appearances of the two of us within this tea house, they might very well curse us. Neither of you resembles a cultivator of the righteous path." Gu Yuan took a sip of tea, his demeanor tranquil, and replied calmly, "It's nothing. To speak candidly, I indeed harbor intentions of heading to that battlefield to gather treasures. As a dark guard, it is prudent for me to prepare some trump cards for the forthcoming Chu Tian secret realm." This statement was indeed speaking candidly. Ming Xiao laughed heartily. "Treasures? In that place, one might find themselves fortunate to gather treasures yet unfortunate to escape with their life." He then produced a storage pouch and tossed it to Gu Yuan. "This contains the cultivation materials promised to you by the princess. You may take a look." Gu Yuan accepted it without hesitation, his mind probing into the pouch. At last, the crucial materials for his crafting of several talismans had arrived. Gu Yuan nodded, "Excellent." Subsequently, he stowed the pouch away. Ming Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Before him stood the assassin, unfazed by his presence. The previous exchange was merely a test, yet the young man displayed not a flicker of emotion. Had the adversary been lurking within the city these past few days? As a formidable cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage and a confidant of the fourth imperial princess, Ming Xiao had garnered intelligence that eluded the scrutiny of outsiders. Enlightened by this knowledge, his gaze fell upon the formidable assassin, Yu Lian. Could it be that my assumptions were misguided? The students who ventured into the ancestral cave were nearly all lost to the intricate formations, leaving only a solitary woman alive. A sight truly heart-wrenching. The news spread swiftly to the royal court, yet Jing Yao remained tight-lipped. Some powerful factions sought to extract her soul, but alas, her background was too formidable for mere mortals to contend with. Reflecting on this, Ming Xiao chuckled heartily. "It seems I've acted impulsively, casting suspicion upon my young friend. Yet, it is my young friend who ought to be wary. Some individuals with ulterior motives may attempt to harm you." "Fear not," Gu Yuan replied, his icy gaze unwavering, his tone remarkably calm. "Let them come. I shall slay them all." "Ha ha. Truly, you are a top-tier assassin. In this expedition to the Chu Tian secret realm, I hold the utmost confidence in your capabilities." Ming Xiao laughed exuberantly. Yet, within Gu Yuan's heart, a cold smirk formed. Old fox. With centuries of cultivation experience from his past life, he was all too aware of the intentions harbored by that old wretch. The treasures within the ancestral cave, the ice god pearl, and the legacy of Foundation establishment were indeed unparalleled riches, coveted even by the most frenzied Foundation establishment cultivators. News had already been disseminated from the Chu Tian Academy. Indeed, not a single treasure was acquired, inciting collective fury among the higher-ups. They virtually turned the entire inheritance cave upside down, yet yielded nothing. Moreover, the more pressing concern was the rampant devastation caused by a multitude of three-headed monsters in the vicinity. The effort to eliminate these malevolent creatures had consumed a considerable amount of resources from Chu Tian Academy. Even more infuriating was the fact that the colossal headed monster managed to escape. Yes, it fled, and despite the combined might of the strong from Qingyang's sect and Chu Tian Academy, they were unable to capture it, inflicting only severe injuries instead. It is rumored that this monster was transformed from a foundational cultivator of demonic arts, utilizing sinister techniques with the aim of resurrection. Now that it has escaped, many of the righteous cultivator's formidable forces are mobilized, determined to eradicate this villain completely. Yet, no favorable news has emerged thus far. After a brief interval, Ming Xiao departed. Gu Yuan proceeded to a concealed necropolis, commencing his work on crafting a gu. After organizing the materials, he promptly poured them into a mysterious black cauldron. Do you wish to concoct speed essence gu? Concoct. Do you wish to concoct refinement gu? Concoct. Successfully concocted. Gu. Speed essence gu. Rank. First turn. Effect. Rapidly absorbs and replenishes spiritual energy, capable of accelerating the cultivation process to a certain extent. Gu. Refinement gu. Rank. First turn. Effect. Accelerates the cultivation progress. Both types of gu are of pivotal significance to Gu Yuan at present, enhancing his cultivation speed. This assistance is immensely beneficial, for he is currently only at the 4th level of qi refinement, which is far too low to contend with the imminent challenges of the Chutian secret realm. Thus, he sought acceleration. Gu Yuan's gaze pierced the cavern. The process of refining the gu was not yet complete. He promptly added more materials to enhance the rotation speed. The broken calculation gu had ascended to the 2nd tier, with the effect of significantly reducing the probability of success in calculating one's own abilities. With this 2nd-tier gu, Gu Yuan would no longer fear the mundane predictive methods of Li Xingyue, unless, of course, the opponent truly intended to play for keeps. Next, he would begin to elevate his cultivation. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. Advancing from the 3rd to the 4th level of qi refinement required 2,000 stalks of celestial spirit grass, but to reach the 5th level, a conservative estimate would demand 10,000 stalks. Such a consumption was exorbitant. Moreover, the requirements would only increase further. Even so, achieving such a formidable enhancement in cultivation would necessitate the aid of the gluttonous spirit gu. Gu Yuan dismissed any further contemplation and immediately activated the speed element gu, refinement method gu, and gluttonous spirit gu. The 3 gu worms were summoned simultaneously. Gu Yuan promptly invested spirit stones and celestial spirit grass into the gluttonous spirit gu. The 2 gu emitted a brilliant white light, assisting the gluttonous spirit gu in hastening the process. Gu Yuan closed his eyes and channeled the longevity art. Time slipped by, and after an indeterminate duration, Gu Yuan opened his piercing eyes, a renewed aura bursting forth. He had attained the 5th level of qi refinement. However, he did not feel elated. Rather, a weight hung upon his heart. 3 days. 3 entire days. With such an abundance of gu worms and resources at his disposal, it had taken him 3 days to reach the 5th level of qi refinement. Too slow. If any other cultivators were to hear Gu Yuan's inner thoughts at this moment, they would likely curse him on the spot. Was this not quintessentially precise? Of course, Gu Yuan harbored no intentions of boasting. My qualifications are merely 5 spiritual roots, and they are of the lower tier among the 5. Gu Yuan's expression darkened. The aptitude of this body is woefully inadequate. Were it to be cultivated by another, they would, at best, achieve the 3rd level of qi refinement in their lifetime, and with a stroke of luck, they might reach the 4th level, the standard for ordinary 5 spiritual roots. This is unacceptable. Such poor aptitude is intolerable. Gu Yuan's countenance grew grim. In the realm of cultivation, aptitude is paramount, yet it is entirely dictated by fate. For the average individual, possessing spiritual roots is already a significant achievement, and even then, it is highly likely to be a chaotic blend of 5 elemental roots. I must devise a means to enhance my aptitude. So, what methods exist to swiftly elevate the quality of my spiritual roots? Gu Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Chapter 46. A ferocious aura repels an 8th level qi refiner. At this moment, he recalled the inheritance of that foundation-establishing demonic cultivator, which included the blood sacrifice forbidden technique, a method capable of augmenting one's aptitude. However, that technique belonged to the domain of others, and should Gu Yuan attempt to cultivate it, unforeseen complications might arise. Perhaps, he could employ a fusion of gu insects with his techniques, creating a synergistic effect to develop a formidable strike that enhances his own aptitude. Gu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. In his mind, he envisioned several types of gu insects that might complement this blood sacrifice technique. Of course, it was not the time to dwell on this matter. Gu Yuan seated himself on the ground, resuming his cultivation to solidify his foundation. While rummaging through the storage bag of an unfortunate soul he had slain, he stumbled upon a commendable righteous sword technique, the Lin Yu sword method. This technique is impressive, imbued with icy energy. If combined with the cold blade Gu, its potency could be doubled. Gu Yuan continued his cultivation. Days later, he slowly opened his eyes. The Lingyue blade technique had reached the realm of mastery. A commendable progress indeed. However, advancing further posed considerable challenges as he lacked resources, time, and innate talent. The bright morning sun streamed through the narrow gaps of the window. Gu Yuan rose to his feet and began his journey towards the western district to a grand courtyard, Jing Yao's residence. He had preemptively activated the sound transmission jade slip, and upon arrival, he was greeted at the entrance. Entering the courtyard, he made his way to Jing Yao's chamber. With a creak, Gu Yuan stepped into the room and found the young lady, Jing Yao, seated gracefully with a guqin in her hands. The music abruptly ceased. Gu Yuan stated coldly, "Miss Jing, it is time for you to fulfill your promise." Jing Yu smiled gently. "I was under the impression that the infamous fugitive, once pursued by the Qingyang sect, had perished in the legacy cave. This woman was perceptive, a trait not unexpected. After all, when Wang Chui had engaged them within the cave, doubts had arisen. Zhao Wuji was already deceased." Gu Yuan's tone remained indifferent. "I have completed the task." Cut. Jing Yu scoffed lightly. What a detached man he was, she sighed inwardly. Her gaze turned contemplative. Yet, she dared not provoke him further, for his prowess had truly astonished her during the confrontation with Wang Chui and others in the legacy cave. Jing Yao tossed a storage bag to Gu Yuan and continued, "My lord, you must have acquired some treasures from the legacy cave, correct? Are you aware that the Chu Tian Academy and the Qingyang sect are scouring the mountains for treasures?" Gu Yuan remained silent, merely inspecting the storage bag. "My lord, now that you know Zhao Wuji is dead, if my intuition serves me correctly, that fellow ultimately ventured to the ancestral castle, and thus, it must be you who has taken his life, am I right?" As I delved into the storage pouch and discovered the coveted item, I promptly turned to leave. "My lord, is there truly a need to depart in such haste?" Jing Yao inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. Gu Yuan's voice was frigid. "Miss Jing, it would be prudent to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. It may prolong your existence." He then abruptly pivoted to depart. Just as he was about to exit, a sensation akin to the shattering of space enveloped him. A towering figure emerged from behind the curtain, cloaked in darkness. Standing over 2 meters tall, with a gaunt physique obscuring its visage, yet Gu Yuan could keenly perceive the aura of intimidation it exuded. A peak level of qi refinement at the 8th stage, Gu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "You there?" The figure, a middle-aged man clad in black, spoke with a gravelly voice, his gaze piercing and formidable. "My lady has deemed it unfit for you to leave just yet." With little hesitation, Gu Yuan activated the cold blade Guan, combined with the recently mastered Linwei blade technique, struck fiercely at the dark-clad man. The man's pupils contracted sharply. He swiftly positioned his hands to form a black shield. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered, propelling the dark figure backward, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You? No, how could a mere 5th-stage qi refiner possess such strength? Moreover, you initiated the attack without a word, showing utter disdain for me, a formidable 8th-stage qi refiner. And for my lady, let this be a warning, otherwise your head shall be the price," Gu Yuan declared coldly. The man in black was immediately consumed by rage. "Damn it, how dare a mere 5th-layer qi refinement practitioner act so arrogantly before us?" Just as I was about to take action, I was halted by Jing Yao beside me. "Lao Lu, there is no need for hostility." Jing Yao smiled slightly and continued, "Esteemed guest, Lao Lu means no harm. I was actually hoping to discuss a collaboration with you." "Not interested," Gu Yuan snorted dismissively. "Esteemed guest, perhaps you should take a moment to consider," Jing Yao suggested. As she tossed a jade slip toward him, Gu Yuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately caught it before striding out of the room. "Sigh." Jing Yu sighed softly. "Mississippi. I acted impulsively," Lao Lu admitted, gritting his teeth as he cast a reluctant glance at Gu Yuan's departing figure. "It is not your fault," Jing Yao replied, her eyes flashing with cold light. "This individual harbors many secrets. I sensed that during our initial encounter in the inheritance cave. To be honest, a terrifying suspicion has been incessantly swirling in my mind these past few days." "What is it, miss?" Lao Lu inquired curiously. "I surmise that the other high-level cultivators within the inheritance cave were all secretly eliminated by him, which implies that he likely seized nearly all the subsequent benefits for himself." Jing Yao, with her keen intellect, quickly deduced this from various clues. "What?" Lao Lu exclaimed in shock. However, he soon regained his composure. Yet, that unassuming yet lethal strike he executed was indeed astonishing. Had I not reacted in time, I could have been harmed. Jing Yao smiled faintly indeed. A cultivator at the 4th level of qi refinement can contend with one at the 6th level, and a 5th level cultivator might even challenge someone at the 8th level. Hee. It seems that even the most formidable geniuses can only reach this threshold. However, miss, one cannot dismiss the exceptional talents from the Tianchu kingdom. A shadow of trepidation crossed Jing Yao's mind as she recalled a haunting history, exhaling a deep breath of frustration. Regardless, if we can win this person over, we must do everything in our power to gain his favor. If that proves impossible, we must avoid making him our enemy. Sighing, she continued. The Yulian assassin will likely enter the secret realm of Chu Tian in a few days. If such an individual is given time to develop further, the consequences could be unimaginable. Old Lu nodded, then, with a hint of confusion, remarked, but miss, that matter could easily be resolved by seeking out this young man. I can assist you in your endeavors. Jingyo waved her hand dismissively. I am merely concerned about unforeseen events. As her words hung in the air, a flicker of rage illuminated her eyes. On the bustling street, Gu Yuan delved into the jade slip, where Jing Yao's pre-recorded voice suddenly resonated. Chapter 47, Journey to the Wilds, Tianshui Village. This is a personal vendetta of mine, and you Lian Dao friend, I hold your strength in high regard. Therefore, I earnestly request your assistance. In my storage bag lies 100 hearts. You must be curious about where this young woman acquired them. To speak candidly, this is intertwined with my vendetta. Yes, it pertains to Zhao Wuji. I suspect, dear friend, that you too may have slain Zhao Wuji within the Heritage Cave. Am I mistaken? However, do you truly believe he is utterly deceased? Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. He continued to gaze downward. After a moment, his frown deepened, and he squinted slightly, contemplating in silence. Is it mere coincidence? In Jing Yao's transmission, most of her sentiments revolved around her animosity towards Zhao Wuji. Naturally, Gu Yuan held no interest in their feud. The only particularly noteworthy mention concerned the sorcerer Auxer. Indeed, Jing Yu had audaciously brought him up. Auxer was once a formidable foundational cultivator, yet for reasons unknown, his abilities had diminished significantly. Chu Tian Academy. Zhao Wuji. Auxer. The demon child. Jing Yu. Through these figures, Gu Yuan was convinced that a substantial narrative lay beneath. Nevertheless, he was indifferent to the tale. His sole interest lay in the benefits it might yield. Very well, then, this place shall be my destination. It was not merely Jing Yao's promised materials for refining poison that drew him, but rather Gu Yuan's desire to delve deeper into the matter of the demon child. The location Jing Yao referred to was situated hundreds of miles beyond the city. Gu Yuan's gaze turned contemplative. Yet, he could not approach so openly. Fortunately, he had resources at hand. Gu Yuan first returned to his previous residence, and then commenced the enhancement of the heart-devouring Gu. 100 hearts were cast into the mysterious black cauldron, comprising those of children, youth, and the elderly various types, all of which belonged to cultivators with spiritual roots. After a resounding roar from the cauldron, the heart-devouring Gu has been upgraded to the second transformation. Gu Yuan rejoiced. With this second transformation of the heart-devouring Gu, his ability to assassinate and ambush adversaries would become increasingly adept. Soon, Gu Yuan commenced his other endeavors in the art of Gu refining. Among the materials provided by Jing Yao, in addition to enhancing the heart-devouring Gu to its second transformation, there existed another type of Gu insect, the bloodskin Gu. This particular Gu allows Gu Yuan to eliminate his foes, subsequently tearing off their skin and donning it as a disguise, thus enabling him to replicate their essence. Admittedly, the first transformation cannot mimic the aura, but the second transformation certainly can. Furthermore, he had already amassed all the necessary materials for this second transformation. A faint smile graced Gu Yuan's face as he cast the materials into the black cauldron, initiating the refining process. At this moment, his collection of Gu insects included chrysanthemum thorn, a corpse Gu, Wang Chui, refining Qi level 6, heart-devouring Gu, second transformation, gluttonous spirit Gu, peak of first transformation, second transformation of breath-concealing Gu 2, second transformation of concealment Gu 2, dragon spine Gu, ice skin Gu, extreme shadow Gu, second transformation of destruction calculation Gu, spiritual awareness Gu, flame explosive Gu, ice spike Gu, second transformation of cold blade Gu, second transformation of frost sky freezing spirit Gu, speed element Gu, refinement method Gu, second transformation of bloodskin Gu. The quantity of Gu was exceedingly impressive. Upon counting, Gu Yuan noted that the chrysanthemum thorn had seen little use recently, primarily serving to efficiently eliminate mortals. He stored the goo away. Jingyao would require nearly a week to leave the city. During this intervening period, Gu Yuan diligently practiced. And with the accumulation of abundant resources and the assistance of the goo insects, he finally elevated the cold moon blade technique to the master realm. With a rusted dagger in hand, Gu Yuan made a sweeping slash in midair. In an instant, the wall shattered, the dense tinstone layer was cleaved, and the wall collapsed with a resounding crash. Gu Yuan nodded in satisfaction, pleased that the current capabilities of his blade technique could yield such formidable power. He gazed out the window, his lips curving into a smile. It was time to attend to serious matters. However, after a moment of contemplation, Gu Yuan crafted several practical insect charms. A day passed. A transmission from Jingyao reached him. "Does you, friend Yulian, have any willingness?" Her tone was somewhat urgent. Gu Yuan replied, "I will accompany you. I shall find the opportune moment to act." Jingyu rejoiced. "Wonderful. No worries. I have methods in place." Gu Yuan's voice turned cold. "No need. I possess my own means of skinning and disguising with the flesh and blood of others." Jingyu responded, "Very well, at the appropriate moment. I shall coordinate a splendid performance, and you can strike directly to eliminate that person." Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. This woman was rather ruthless. Jing Yao intended to visit a village named Tianshui. An ordinary village? No, that place had already become one of the forbidden zones marked by the city of Chu. The reason was simple. The area surrounding Tianshui village was a wasteland, rife with demons, and could be described as the closest den of monsters to the city of Chu. So why did the righteous cultivators not eradicate these malignant tumors? The primary reason lay in the perilous nature of the wilderness. The deeper one ventured, the greater the dangers. Encountering a demon of formidable cultivation was entirely uncertain. If luck ran out, a foundation-building demon could descend, and all would be lost. Tianshui village was merely on the outskirts of this wild land. Several days later, Jing Yao, along with a group of individuals, set forth towards Tianshui village. Within the academy, she had directly accepted the mission to exterminate demons in Tianshui village. Time passed, and the group traversed through the woods, nearing the wilderness, while Gu Yuan trailed slowly behind them. He squinted slightly as he gazed into the distance. Among the group, the one with the highest cultivation possessed the 9th level of qi refinement. Meanwhile, the elder Lu, who was by Jing Yao's side, accompanied her to Tianshui village. The 9th level of qi refinement. Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled. Given his current strength, facing someone at the 9th level would likely result in defeat. Yet he would not be easily vanquished. Of course, Gu Yuan would never confront them head-on. He was an assassin, skilled in claiming lives with a single stroke. As the group passed through a desolate forest, they rode their swords and paused to regain their spiritual energy. A refined scholar smiled gently and said, "Sister Jing, what compels you to undertake the task in Tianshui village? Is it merely for the promise of a substantial reward?" Jing Yao shook her head. "Not at all. This journey is primarily for the sake of training." "Ah, indeed," the cultured scholar nodded, then continued, "Sister, you recently participated in the life and death trial, and in the end, you were the sole survivor. Alas, your determination is commendable. Have you found inspiration for a breakthrough?" Every word from the elegant youth served as a subtle attempt to engage Jing Yao. She sighed, "Yes, after enduring a nightmare, I have come to realize my own weaknesses. This task is not just about the mission, it is essential for solidifying my resolve." With a broader smile, the cultured youth replied, "To grow stronger and pursue the path of longevity is indeed the lifelong aspiration of us cultivators." Nearby, a youth in a green robe, with a face resembling that of a monkey, scoffed coldly upon hearing this. The refined scholar immediately cast a glare at the green-robed cultivator. The green-robed monk dared not speak further, merely scoffing inwardly. What pretense! He is nothing but a hypocritical sycophant, driven by greed and lust, while others may be hypocrites. I stand as a paragon of desire, desiring the exquisite beauty of the enchanting Jingyao. The green-robed monk felt quite pleased with himself, his lips curling slightly. Chapter 48. Encountering the Wild Boar King, seizing the chaos to strike down the cunning vixen. A woman clad in a flowing white dress let out a cold snort. Jing Yao, however, paid her little heed. Behind them, Gu Yuan maintained a distance of at least several hundred paces from these individuals, lazily refraining from constantly activating the concealment talisman to avoid wasting his spiritual energy. Yet, in the next moment, Jing Yao's voice resonated from the jade slip. "It is time to act." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan tucked away the jade slip and nodded. It seems this woman is well prepared. He concealed his form and gradually approached. Meanwhile, A sudden roar erupted from the mountains nearby. A beast. The scholarly gentleman's expression grew instantly grave. Look. Jing Yao pointed towards the source of the sound. A colossal wild boar tumbled down, its blood-red eyes fixated fiercely on the crowd. In the next instant, the boar charged violently towards them. The wild boar king. An onlooker exclaimed. This is bad. It is the wild boar king of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Retreat. Damn it. How could the wild boar king appear here? Lu Lao's expression was somber as he clenched his teeth, positioning himself in front of Jing Yao. Miss, you must flee. I will hold it back. This wild boar king is targeting us. Quickly, form the defensive array. Time was running out. The ferocious wild boar charged with astonishing speed, shattering the temporary barrier conjured by the assembled cultivators. As the shield collapsed, gasps erupted from the crowd, who immediately turned to flee. A refined scholar displayed a hint of arrogance on his face, declaring, Fear not, Miss Jing. This mere wild boar of the 8th layer of Qi refinement is no match for me. Jing Yao's face reflected her concern. Then please, senior brother, exercise caution. The scholar, filled with pride, retorted, Hurry. I will hold it off. He promptly activated his magical artifact and launched himself towards the wild boar. We must go. Indeed. The appearance of the wild boar suggests other dangers may lurk nearby. Anxiety gnawed at their hearts as the crowd hastily scattered, each seeking safety. Jing Yao joined a frantic escape. In a dense forest, a black panther suddenly lunged at her. The panther was formidable at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Ah! Jing Yao cried out in terror. With her own cultivation at only the 4th layer, was she destined to await her demise? No. She retreated repeatedly. The panther, seeing the lone girl, wasted no time and surged forward, intent on tearing her apart. Beast, meet your end. At that crucial moment, a beam of sword light cleaved through the air, slicing the panther in two with a sickening thud, blood and flesh bursting forth, prompting an even louder scream from Jing Yao. Junior sister, do not fear. This beast has been dealt with, a gentle male voice reassured her. Only then did Jing Yao open her eyes, and upon confirming the beast's demise, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. It was none other than the green-robed Qi refinement master of the 7th layer, Qinjiu, who saved him. Thank you, Brother Qin. After the initial shock, Jing Yao gradually steadied her breath, and as she lifted her gaze to Qinjiu, a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Observing the girl's rosy complexion, an overwhelming protective instinct surged within Qinjiu, and a subtle smile played upon his lips. Brother Qin, thank you. Qinjiu was taken aback. Why do you keep saying thank you? Is it not permissible? You saved my life, after all. What harm is there in expressing my gratitude? The girl blinked, her face as crimson as a ripe apple. Qinjiu's heart fluttered, as if it had been tenderly squeezed. Could this be the sensation of infatuation? He found himself reveling in the moment. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan had drawn near, lurking among the bushes a few dozen steps away from the pair, witnessing the scene unfold. A flash of insight struck him, and he instantly comprehended the woman's intentions. Seduction? Indeed, for a youth in this age bracket, ripe with vigor, such a lure could be a potent weapon. Moreover, students who spent their days in the academy honing their skills often lacked both experience and mental fortitude. Even when venturing out for trials, they were shielded by stronger individuals, ensconced in a veritable greenhouse. Gu Yuan observed coldly, then crouched low, gradually inching closer to the two. Boom. In the distance, the clash between the scholarly Lu Lao and the wild boar king had escalated to a fever pitch. Humph. A pretty boy of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, assisted by one of the 8th layer, still struggling against an 8th layer beast without resolution. What utter incompetence. Qinjiu scoffed, his voice barely above a whisper, his gaze rife with disdain. I concur, whispered Jing Yao, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she clenched her fist. If senior brother Qin possessed the cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he would have effortlessly dispatched that fiend, and we would not be entangled in this situation for so long. Ah, indeed, Qinjiu exclaimed with delight, realizing he had perfectly captured Miss Jing's heart. Although he considered himself unattractive, nay, not pleasing to the eye, he deemed that pretty boy utterly inept. Yet, this was insufficient. Alas, the crux of the matter remained his cultivation level. Qinjiu sighed inwardly. Suddenly, Jingyu began to lean closer, saying, Thank you for saving my life. Since we have no pressing matters at hand, why don't we engage in something together? What? Qinjiu's mind went blank at her words. At that moment, Jingyu nestled into his embrace. His fingers trembled. Could it be? Had he truly succeeded so swiftly? Was he not the quintessential protagonist of a romantic narrative? Should he delve deeper into this connection or behave like a gentleman? Yet, in the next instant, Jing Yao's cheeks flushed as she began to unfasten his collar. Charge forth. Qinjiao realized this was a fleeting moment of youthful impulse, and he could not afford to miss it. If he let this chance slip away, would another ever present itself? Thus, Qinjiao embraced Jingyu tightly, gazing at her with profound affection. Junior sister Jing. Senior brother Qin. Gu Yuan squinted. The scene before him decidedly uncomfortable to behold. A man and a woman were locked in an embrace, the fallen leaves serving as their makeshift bed. The sounds of their breaths and heartbeats unmistakably audible to one another. Gu Yuan had approached within 10 meters of the two. Qinjiao felt a surge of primal desire flood his mind. His gaze fixated on Jing Yao's ample bosom as he extended his hand, intending to tear away the beautiful woman's garments when suddenly, Qinjiao had begun to indulge in his fantasies. But at that moment, Jing Yao's eyes, once filled with youthful innocence, turned icy. A white blade shot forth from her mouth, hurtling towards Qinjiao's face. At such a short distance, he had no time to react. Qinjiao's eyes were pierced, blood gushed forth, and thick crimson liquid cascaded down. You. He could scarcely believe it. Why? Why would she turn against him? There was no enmity between them. A flash of golden light crossed Qinjiao's face. Being a 7th-layer qi refining practitioner, he possessed protective treasures within, which allowed him to survive Jing Yao's deadly strike. Boom. Qinjiao's aura surged, instantly sending Jing Yao flying. Veins bulged on his forehead, an eruption of betrayed resentment akin to a volcano. Wretched woman, I will kill you. Qinjiao roared, ready to activate his magical artifact. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as a cold blade pierced through his chest. Qinjiao's expression froze. The assailant was none other than Gu Yuan. His demeanor was frigid. At the moment of striking, he was prepared to eliminate this man in an instant. Heart-devouring Gu. A faint red point broke through Qinjiao's flesh, burrowing into his heart. Qinjiao screamed in agony, but before he could utter another sound, Gu Yuan struck again, severing his throat, and torrents of blood erupted like a fountain. Alas, the chin wine lay shattered, its neck broken, the head grotesquely twisted at an almost right angle, presenting a horrifying tableau. In its final moments, the eyes turned towards Jing Yao, wide with fury and lingering resentment. He despised her, regretted ever succumbing to that fleeting beauty. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Chapter 49, The Coming Storm. A trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of Jing Yao's mouth. The initial blow from the Chun wine had inflicted a minor wound upon her. Steadying herself, she managed a sardonic smile. You have arrived a trifle late. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Gu Yuan activated the extreme shadow insect and appeared beside her in an instant. Subsequently, a sinister insect was launched, piercing through the delicate skin of the girl, burrowing within her flesh. A flicker of terror ignited in Jing Yao's eyes. Do not attempt to use your spiritual power to eliminate it. This creature is merely my little pet, Gu Yuan remarked with a chilling laugh. If you fail to comply, you shall meet your demise as it releases a corrosive substance, dissolving your very flesh and blood. As these words reached her, cold sweat beaded at Jing Yao's neck. Gu Daoyu, what is the meaning of this? Do you harbor doubts about me? Gu Yuan responded with a cold smirk. This woman was far from ordinary. She had emerged unscathed from the perilous depths of the inheritance cave, exuding an air of calmness, and no formidable power had sought her out thereafter. It was evident that her background was even more formidable than he had initially surmised. More importantly, this woman possessed a ruthless heart. Against such a merciless adversary, Gu Yuan felt no inclination to relent. On the contrary, he resolved to show no mercy whatsoever. Jingyao gritted her teeth and said, Go. I have revealed everything I know to you. Why do you still doubt me? If we succeed this time, I can provide you with all the materials and resources you mentioned. If I were to perish, who would you seek for the reward? I must remind you I have an elder brother who is a foundation-building cultivator in Tianchi Kingdom, and his faction is quite formidable. However, I do not intend to threaten you. Tianchi Kingdom? Gu Yuan had indeed struck upon Jing Yao's backing. Moreover, he surmised that this woman must possess some extraordinarily powerful means of self-defense, yet he had not yet witnessed it. Gu Yuan remained silent, then turned his attention to the corpse on the ground, activating the bloodskin Gu. With a rustling sound, the clothing of Qinjiao was stripped away. The bloodskin Gu acted like a scythe, gradually tearing the skin from his flesh. Upon witnessing this scene, Jingyao gasped sharply. As the bloodskin Gu peeled away the flesh without a drop of blood in sight, she realized that such techniques were only encountered in some malevolent secret arts. Little did she expect to witness it firsthand today. In no time, all of Qinjiao's skin was completely removed, transforming it into a new garment. Gu Yuan activated the bloodskin Gu once more, slowly donning this new attire. In an instant, his aura and appearance mirrored that of Qinjiao perfectly. As for the real Qinjiao, he had already become a grotesque corpse, his body mangled beyond recognition. Ultimately, he was devoured piece by wild wolves, reduced to dust, and vanished completely from existence. Gu Yuan pinched his new skin, nodding slightly in satisfaction. Certainly, the only distinction from Qinjiao lies in his cultivation, however. With Gu Yuan possessing the second transformation of the breath concealment Gu, it is nearly impossible to discern his true cultivation level without specialized detection techniques or secret arts. He has chosen to conceal his abilities, appearing merely as someone who is masking his strength, a ruse befitting Qinjiao's character. Moreover, even if someone were to uncover the truth, what of it? In the realm of cultivation, the art of fabricating false cultivation auras is prevalent, even flourishing to the point of creating a market. This implies that as long as Gu Yuan refrains from taking action, his authentic aura remains undisclosed. What manner of technique is this? Jing Yao, having witnessed the entire exchange, was left utterly astonished. Gu Yuan replied coldly, "If you were to present me with all the materials and resources I have mentioned, I might consider divulging the origins of this secret art." You. TSK? Never mind. Jing Yao shook her head, a chuckle escaping her lips, indicating her lack of interest. Let us depart. Gu Yuan accepted Qinjiao's storage pouch and carelessly discarded his corpse over the cliff, and thus, the two emerged from the dense forest. In the distance, the battle between the cultured scholar and the wild boar king had concluded. The wild boar king lay lifeless in a pool of blood, devoid of breath. However, both individuals were in a similarly dire state. The cultured scholar clenched his teeth. Damn it, have we truly ventured into the wilderness? How could such a terrifying wild boar king possibly exist? Old Lu's breath was erratic. Alas, perhaps it wandered out by chance. We are indeed unfortunate. Cursed beast. The refined scholar stepped forward, swiftly severing the corpse of the wild boar king and extracting its demon core. Humph, such a waste of immense magical energy. Not to mention the damage to a magical artifact, and yet all I obtain is a core of mediocre quality. The scholar trembled with indignation. At that moment, the previously scattered cultivators began to return as the situation stabilized. Thanks to Brother Yang, with his mastery at the 9th level of Qi refinement, his skills have surely ascended to heights beyond our comprehension. Indeed, Brother Yang is invincible. Several less experienced cultivators began to flatter him. The refined scholar, Yang Xingjian, scoffed silently. His pride surged. His pursuit of ultimate immortality rendered him indifferent to the sycophantic praise of mere insects around him. Let us proceed. Oh, by the way, where's junior sister Jing? Yang Xingjian suddenly inquired aloud. Here. Jing Yu's sword and honor sword. Shortly thereafter, Gu Yuan, disguised as Qinjiao, also arrived. As long as junior sister is safe, that is all that matters. Yang Xingjian's gaze swiftly turned to Qinjiao, glaring fiercely as a warning. Gu Yuan, however, did not back down, meeting his gaze defiantly. Trash. Yang Xingjian sneered. He was well aware of Qinjiao's usual conduct within the academy, and the sight of junior sister Jing and this scoundrel approaching together irked him greatly. Let us move. After the tumult involving the wild boar king, the group continued to soar deeper into the wilderness. Old Lu, can you confirm that this matter has not been leaked? Rest assured, miss. You need not harbor any concerns regarding my work. Indeed, the wild boar king was lured out by Jing Yao through certain extraordinary means to attack the group. One of her objectives in allowing the shadow side assassins to infiltrate was to exhaust Yang Xingjian, the most powerful cultivator among them, both in terms of mana and physical stamina. This woman, Gu Yuan's expression remained impassive, yet his heart had long been filled with suspicion. Very well. I shall add some fuel to the fire. Gu Yuan smirked coldly, as a stick of incense burned away. The group of cultivators arrived at the bank of a broad river, shrouded in a thick veil of crimson mist. Yang Xingjian's countenance darkened. Within this blood mist lurked deadly bloodworms. We must not attempt to fly over on our swords, for it would spell certain doom. We must take a boat. He then produced a large vessel from his storage bag. The bloodworms would perceive the boat and its occupants as a singular entity, thus not easily attacking us, allowing for a relatively safe passage. The cultivators fell silent. One, clearly anxious, inquired, Brother Yang, will we lose our lives? Some cultivators had never participated in such external trials, thus lacking experience. This time, it was only due to the presence of Yang Xingjian, a formidable expert at the 9th level of Qi refinement, that those of lesser cultivation dared to enlist for this task. Yang Xingjian explained slowly, generally, that will not happen. Now, let us board the ship and complete the task swiftly to claim our rewards. Let us go. The senior brother's encouragement ignited a surge of fervor among the cultivators. Gu Yuan cast a cold, sweeping glance over these impassioned individuals. There are even cultivators at the third and fourth levels of qi refinement, truly unafraid of death. He harbors little faith in these impassioned practitioners. For the majority, this trial mission may result in an eternal confinement to this desolate wasteland that even the ghosts avoid. Chapter 50, Blood Mist and Blood Insects. A group boarded the ship. Yang Xinjiang muttered incantations, and soon, the vessel began to move slowly, navigating towards the distant riverbank. Buzz. Buzz, buzz, above, the creatures within the blood mist stirred restlessly. A few small, malevolent insects emerged, their blood-red compound eyes fixated on the crowd, inducing a shiver down their spines. The group collectively inhaled sharply, and some timid female cultivators trembled slightly as they clutched their swords. With such fragile composure, relying on the elder brother for their hopes in this trial was a precarious gamble. Do not move, Yang Xinjiang barked. Instantly, the group fell silent, too intimidated to speak further. Gu Yuan's gaze flickered towards the blood insects within the mist, a flicker of insight crossing his eyes. These blood insects might cultivate them into a form of goo from his past life, potentially offering substantial assistance in battle. However, capturing these blood insects would not be an easy task. It necessitated specific magical tools. Yet, the goo from his previous existence also possessed the capability to capture alien insects. But alas, the materials were lacking. With a melancholic sigh, Gu Yuan lamented his misfortune. Resources. Resources. His primary objective for venturing into this wild realm was to acquire resources. Splash. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the river beneath the ship suddenly rippled. The cultivators paused in surprise, then hurriedly leaned over the side to gaze into the water. Suddenly, a wave of ripples surged forth. Suddenly, a shadowy silhouette emerged beneath the water. What is that? A cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. A skeleton. Good heavens, all the flesh and blood has been devoured. A female cultivator trembled in fear. Upon hearing this, countless cultivators were gripped by a chilling dread. Gu Yuan gazed into the river, and indeed, it was a skeleton. Yet, some time had certainly passed since its demise. Quickly, hurry. Yang Xinjiang gritted his teeth, channeling his energy, causing the vessel to accelerate abruptly. Jing Yao's eyes shimmered. In the next moment, she exchanged a knowing glance with Elder Lu. Elder Lu instantly understood, promptly retrieving an indistinct herbal item from his storage bag, and discreetly tossed it into the river, concealing his actions from the others. Gu Yuan had been observing the two, thus he witnessed this scene unfold. The blood mist thickened ominously. Yang Xinjiang's expression darkened. Hurry. You all must infuse this artifact with your spiritual energy. The cultivators shivered, reluctant to disobey their senior brother's command. Everyone, including Gu Yuan, dutifully channeled their energy into the vessel. As they ventured deeper, the blood mist grew denser, and naturally, the bloodworms proliferated. The faces of the cultivators turned ashen, fearing that the bloodworms above would descend upon them, devouring them one by one, just as they had witnessed with the skeleton moments ago. Moreover, the water below was far from tranquil. It was obvious that where there was blood mist above, something far more terrifying lurked beneath the surface. Perseverance leads to victory. Fear not. Those loathsome worms shall not assail us. Yang Xinjiang rallied their spirits. Upon hearing this, the cultivators' expressions eased somewhat. Just then, unexpectedly, a few bloodworms plummeted a short distance before their crimson compound eyes fixated on the people aboard the vessel. The crowd, believing that the bloodworms were merely observing them and would not launch an attack, were caught off guard. In the next moment, the bloodworms lunged ferociously at them, coinciding precisely with the ship's passage over them. A tall, slender youth was the first to fall victim, coming into close contact with several bloodworms. The outcome was inevitable. In an instant, his face was grotesquely ravaged by the bloodworms, blood splattering in all directions. No. Do not feast upon me? Quickly, use your artifacts to slay these repulsive creatures. The air was filled with screams and roars. Brother Yang, did you not say these bloodworms would not attack us? Why, Yang Xinjiang's expression darkened. Just as he had spoken, he was swiftly contradicted. The tall, slender youth, having activated his defensive artifact and utilized all his means, was still unable to withstand the onslaught of the bloodworms. In the blink of an eye, all his defenses crumbled, leaving his flesh vulnerable before the swarm. In the next moment, the youth writhed in excruciating pain upon the deck, flailing his limbs in a desperate attempt to tear the bloodworms from his body. Yet, this struggle was destined to be in vain. The bloodworms burrowed into his body, and in an instant, most of the flesh and blood from his skull had been devoured. Gu Yuan stepped back a few paces, retreating to a corner, coldly observing the tragic fate of the youth. The ship had descended into chaos, far beyond just the initial bloodworm attack. After a brief moment, several blood-sucking insects lunged at the group, claiming the life of a frail cultivator. Damn these wretched creatures. Yang Xinjiang observed the immediate decline in morale among the cultivators. Gritting his teeth, he promptly produced a spherical talisman. The orb manifested into a brilliant azure shield, enveloping everyone within its protective embrace. A few blood insects charged forward, yet were thwarted by the barrier, unable to penetrate its defenses. Safety at last. The cultivators, witnessing such formidable power, exhaled a collective sigh of relief. However, the sight of two mangled corpses on the boat sent shivers down their spines. Ugh, the stench is unbearable. A female cultivator kicked the lifeless bodies overboard, sending them plummeting into the river. What are you doing? That was my senior brother. He is dead, and I must reclaim his body. A furious, short-statured cultivator stood up, seething with rage. The female cultivator responded with a cold smile. Who do you think you are? Get lost. You. The diminutive cultivator drew his sword, ready to strike. Boom. Yang Xinjiang, incensed, sent the short cultivator flying with a single slap. What are you doing? Rebelling. Damn it, if you lack strength. Must you seek to make a show of yourself after your brother's demise? Anyone who dares to act out will be thrown overboard. Yang Xinjiang's gaze was icy, instilling fear in the other cultivators, who quickly averted their eyes. Gu Yuan, expressionless, surveyed the condition of the cultivators within the group. He understood Yang Xinjiang's actions, after all. He was a righteous senior brother leading the group on an expedition, yet the presence of petty individuals had thrown the entire team into disarray. Although Gu Yuan had never interacted with Yang Xinjiang, it was evident from this journey that he was a true gentleman with considerable strength. In the realm of righteous novels, he could easily serve as a significant supporting character, even if he could not take on the role of the protagonist. Unfortunately, in my path within the demonic way, such righteousness, it is destined to be in direct opposition. Gu Yuan's gaze was profound. Jing Yu acted to diminish the strength of their team. And although her specific intentions remained unclear, Gu Yuan had his own agenda. He chuckled. Such an offensive was hardly sufficient. He turned his attention to Jing Yao, whose expression was as calm as still water, her lips curling into a semblance of a benevolent smile as she encouraged those around her to remain resilient. Hypocritical. Calculating. Yet, Gu Yuan had an even more ruthless plan. The boat was nearing the opposite bank, and the concentration of blood mist had begun to gradually dissipate. Gu Yuan smirked. He then summoned a minuscule insect, a bloodworm, resembling a tiny caterpillar. This worm possessed offensive capabilities and could, to a certain extent, attract carnivorous creatures, as they were irresistibly drawn to the scent of the bloodworm. Chapter 51. A scheme to harm others and benefit oneself. Gu Yuan intended to use this worm to lure a larger swarm of blood-eating insects. However, his aim was not to annihilate the feeble cultivators aboard the vessel. Apart from the elder Lu, who was at the 8th level of qi refinement, there were 2 others at the same level. Gu Yuan's targets were these individuals. The 2, clad in black robes, remained nearly silent, an ominous threat. Although Gu Yuan, with his cultivation at the 5th level of qi refining, can contend against those at the 8th level, it does not imply that he is invincible or capable of defeating every opponent at that level. The 2 individuals at the 8th level of qi refining have remained enigmatic, and Gu Yuan harbors a profound wariness towards such mysterious figures. Hurry! We are almost across the river. Everyone, channel your spiritual energy with all your might. Yang Xinjiang bellowed, his gaze scanning the surroundings vigilantly to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Upon hearing his command, the other cultivators' faces reflected a desperate determination as they hastily produced spirit stones, fervently infusing spiritual energy into the vessel. The boat surged forward. Along the way, a few blood insects attempted to harass them, but they were utterly incapable of breaching the protective barrier that Yang Xinjiang had prepared. Hope flickered in the eyes of most cultivators. Observing this, Gu Yuan let out a cold smile inwardly. Subsequently, while the other cultivators were oblivious, he discreetly activated the blood curse, which swiftly drifted downward, reaching the corner beneath the vessel where 2 cloaked figures stood. Suddenly, within the blood mist, countless blood insects erupted into a frenzy. In the next instant, over 100 blood insects launched themselves towards the vessel with ferocity. What? Yang Xinjiang's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression contorted with rage. He was not alone. Everyone aboard, except for Gu Yuan, momentarily froze in shock. Bang, bang, bang. Countless blood insects collided against the azure shield, which soon became overwhelmed, the surface cracking in numerous places. The crowd gasped in alarm, and the more timid cultivators screamed in terror. Stop screaming. Quickly. Everyone. Pour your spiritual energy into the shield. Yang Shijian nearly roared. He could not comprehend why the blood insects had suddenly gone berserk. Had they taken some sort of madness-inducing substance? At this moment, there was no time to ponder. It was imperative to infuse the shield with spiritual energy and hold firm. Otherwise, all would be lost. The cultivators, though anxious, were not fools. They promptly withdrew the spiritual energy they had been supplying to the ship and redirected it towards the shield's gem. The shield's aura surged dramatically. However, the number of enraged bloodworms multiplied alarmingly. The energy provided by everyone aboard was utterly insufficient, and in the blink of an eye, the fissures in the shield widened further. Despair washed over the faces of the cultivators. Jingyo stepped back, nearly forgetting that she was still on a vessel as she collided with the ship's railing. Everyone was but a grasshopper on the same boat. No, this could not be. The measures I implemented could not possibly attract such a horde of bloodworms. Could it be that an unforeseen incident has occurred, inciting the bloodworms into a frenzy? A sense of dread crept into Jingyao's heart. The magnitude of these bloodworms, should the shield be breached, would yield unimaginable consequences. What on earth was happening with old Lu? If this continued, our safety would be at stake. She even began to suspect that her longtime personal guard had encountered an issue, prompting her to send a message. Old Lu was drenched in sweat. Sister, it is not me. The quantity of this worm powder has been tested repeatedly. It should not summon such a scale of bloodworms. Is that so? Jingyu gritted her teeth. Was it merely a coincidence? Her gaze shimmered with a ghostly blue light as she cautiously scanned her surroundings. Boom. Ultimately, the spiritual power channeled by the group could not withstand the pressure, and a tiny crack appeared. Several bloodworms violently surged in, fiercely charging towards the two figures clad in black. Damn it! A figure clad in black, witnessing the unfolding chaos, erupted in fury, releasing a vehement curse. He swiftly emptied his defensive artifact, infusing it with spiritual energy as a shield materialized, enveloping him securely within. This was merely the onset of the initial few attackers. Before long, another wave surged forth, their target still fixed on the two figures in black. Curse it! Even the most aloof of the black-clad men could no longer maintain his icy demeanor, unleashing a torrent of profanities. The other cultivators, filled with trepidation, hastily distanced themselves from the two assailants. Bang! 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 The black-clad warriors' shields, strained beyond their limits, reverberated with ominous hums. Gritting their teeth, the two men were not oblivious. They raised their heads, their expressions as frigid as the air around them, surveying the surrounding crowd. Without a hint of hesitation, they charged towards the other cultivators with fierce intent. The situation had devolved into utter chaos. Even Yang Xinjian was struggling to maintain the external shield of the vessel, utterly preoccupied with the defense. No. Damn it. Don't come this way. A cultivator shouted in anger, yet the two figures in black remained undeterred. Gu Yuan observed coldly, urging forth the bloodworms. He knew he must prevent the shield from shattering entirely. Thus, the swarm of blood insects had to remain within his calculated limits, and their numbers had to be sufficient to deliver a heavy blow to the other cultivators aboard the ship. Dozens of blood insects surged into the fray, posing a formidable threat to the two black-clad men at the 8th level of Qi refinement. They sought refuge in the bodies of others, attempting to evade the onslaught of the bloodworms. No. My body, my artifact. My mind is shattered. The weaker cultivators in their path were mercilessly devoured by the insatiable bloodworms. Certainly, what they ultimately yearn for is the blood goo. Who is it that dares to challenge us? A tall figure clad in black roared. Do not let me catch you, or else. Your demise is inevitable. I shall flay your skin and rend your flesh to vent my pin-up fury. The black-clad figure spoke with a chilling demeanor. He was not a fool. The blood insects were relentlessly pursuing him, and even a simpleton could discern certain clues. Yet, what of it? Even if the truth was evident, what could be done? Gu Yuan smirked coldly and suddenly urged the blood goo into action. The blood goo followed two black-clad figures at a rather leisurely pace, leaving the blood insects merely watching in futile frustration. Run swiftly. The gathered cultivators, possessing their wits, hurried to the side of Yang Shijian, their faces etched with terror as they beheld the two blood-soaked figures. As the black-clad figures surged toward them, Yang Shijian nearly spat blood in exasperation. Damn it! Away with you! Yang Shijian could only redirect his thoughts, mustering his remaining strength to set up defenses against the encroaching black-clad figures. Itian, Ichio, should you dare to approach again, do not expect me to show any mercy for past grievances. He stated coldly, his gaze sharp as ice. Yet, the two seemed oblivious to his words, their expressions devoid of emotion, fixated solely on the crowd. Cursed fate! Yang Xingjian gritted his teeth in frustration. He summoned a shield, placing it between the two black-clad figures and himself. Bang, bang, bang. The shield was subjected to fierce impacts, yet it was clear that this was no ordinary artifact. Even under the full force of the two black figures, it bore no cracks whatsoever. One of the black figures shrieked in agony as a blood insect bit into his neck. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a surge of energy, his eyes ablaze with fury. Suddenly, the cloaked figure drew forth a golden longsword from his storage pouch, its aura swelling dramatically as it lunged towards the shield ahead. Bang! With a single strike, the shield cracked. Another blow, and it shattered completely. Chapter 52, A Sudden Mutation, The Devouring Spirit Ink Serpent. Damn it. Yang Xizhan ground his teeth in frustration. His magical energy was waning. If he continued to fight desperately, he would soon find himself bereft of even the opportunity to use his last resort for escape. Gradually, Yang Xizhan let out a cold snort, ceasing to supply energy to the outer shield. Bang! The blood insects swiftly shattered the shield. At that moment, one of the blood insects spotted the stationary blood puppet ahead and charged forward, engulfing it. The blood puppet was consumed. This was, of course, a plan meticulously orchestrated by Gu Yuan. Enough. Gu Yuan coldly regarded the two unstable figures in black. His objective was to probe the hidden strengths of the powerful individuals aboard the ship, and he certainly would not allow himself to be ensnared in the process. After devouring the blood puppet, the blood insects ceased their rampant frenzy and began to scatter in all directions, swiftly returning to the blood mist. The gathered cultivators were momentarily taken aback. Yang Xizhan, gritting his teeth, cast a frigid glance at the people on the ship. There's a traitor among us. Damn it. We all emerged from the same academy. We are all flesh and blood immortals. Which of you beasts would commit such an atrocious act that would condemn your ancestors for generations? The cultivators slumped to the ground. One practitioner, trembling with fear, queried, among the crowd, there are villains. Not just villains, but utterly vile ones. They deserve to perish. Whoever is responsible, step forward. I curse your entire family. Alas. A voice of lamentation arose, expressing the futility of cursing the unknown assailant. As one pondered the methods employed that had summoned forth the bloodworms, no one could ascertain the truth. The hearts of the onlookers grew heavy. The vessel glided slowly along the waterway, nearing the riverbank, as the blood mist thinned. The group, however, was in no haste to disembark. Yang Xizhan spoke coldly, asserting that the perpetrator's cultivation was undoubtedly formidable, and furthermore, he seemed adept in the art of disguise, having infiltrated their midst. The pressing question remained, when had this individual managed to blend in? Silence enveloped the crowd. Who could know? Perhaps they should inquire of the murderer. Meanwhile, Jing Yao's expression was fraught with complexity. Her gaze lingered on Gu Yuan, as a chilling suspicion began to take shape in her mind. In hushed tones, she queried, Did you take action? Gu Yuan, taken aback, responded, What are you talking about? His countenance bore a weighty gravity, and on his back, 2 deep lacerations bled through his garments, a gruesome sight indeed. Earlier, while fleeing the assault of the bloodworms aboard the ship, he had unwittingly become one of their targets. Jing Yao pressed on, Are you truly innocent of this? Gu Yuan's voice was laden with seriousness. This ill-fated mission I undertook with you has indeed brought me misfortune. I have yet to inquire after your well-being, and yet you cast suspicion upon me? Jing Yao remained silent. In truth, she had played a part in the recent bloodworm attack, albeit on a far lesser scale than the overwhelming onslaught that threatened their annihilation. Naturally, she harbored doubts concerning Gu Yuan, yet the other party bore injuries as well, and it appeared that their wounds were quite severe. Such afflictions, of course, were merely feigned by Gu Yuan. Yang Xizhan's gaze incessantly flitted among the survivors aboard the vessel. The individual employing such tactics surely possessed formidable abilities. Presently, there were only 3 at the 8th level of Qi refinement and 2 at the 7th level, one being Qinjiu and the other a woman. Initially, Yang Xizhan had cast his suspicions upon the 2 cloaked figures. However, given their current state of torment, could they truly be the puppets orchestrating this chaos? Suddenly, his attention shifted to Qinjiu and Jing Yao. Could it be them? No, it was implausible that junior sister Jing would commit such heinous acts. As for Qinjiu, did he truly possess the audacity for such treachery? Moreover, he too had sustained injuries. Damn it! Yang Xizhan could not suppress a curse. The mastermind behind this was cunning and insidious. Fortunately, the tumult had subsided. Yang Xizhan slowly exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration, feeling somewhat fatigued. Gu Yuan gazed intently at the blood mist, realizing there was no need to intervene further. After a moment, the blood mist gradually dissipated. revealing the hazy outlines of the opposite bank. A glimmer of joy surfaced on the faces of the crowd. Just then, without warning, boom, the entire ship jolted violently. As if something submerged had collided with its hull. The crowd stood momentarily stunned. Boom. Another thunderous crash resounded. The protective barrier surrounding the vessel shattered instantaneously, disintegrating into a myriad of fragments. What in the world? Yang Shijian's forehead throbbed with veins bulging. He could bear it no longer. His magical energy was nearly depleted. And just as they were nearing their destination, complications arose. Did that hidden mastermind aboard the ship value their own life so little? Panic swept through the crowd, their screams and wails rising and falling in a cacophony. Gu Yuan's expression turned grave in an instant. This time, it was not him. Could there be other lurking dangers aboard the vessel? No. Wait, it must be the bloodworm. The presence of the bloodworm had been luring something from beneath the surface, and now that terrifying creature had caught up with the ship. Quick, disembark. Yang Shijian bellowed. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as a significant portion of the vessel was suddenly shattered, splitting violently in two. The cultivators immediately summoned their flying swords, soaring into the air. In an instant, the river boiled ferociously, and a colossal monster, towering several meters high, erupted from the depths. This gigantic creature, with hundreds of writhing tentacles and a rough, muddy exterior, possessed a maw large enough to swallow a bus, its aura radiating an overwhelming presence. It was at least at the 9th level of chi refinement. This is bad. It's the water demon, the spirit-devouring ink serpent. Yang Xingjian's eyes widened in disbelief. Run now. He could no longer afford to consider his past status as the senior disciple. He immediately activated his strongest escape technique and vanished in an instant. The other cultivators stood frozen in shock. Yet Gu Yuan, in a clear display of speed, outpaced Yang Shijian. Flee. Aya. The spirit-devouring ink serpent lashed out with countless tentacles towards a cultivator at the 6th level of chi refinement. That cultivator's eyes widened in terror as he activated his most formidable defensive artifact. Bam! The defensive artifact was instantly reduced to mere fragments. The cultivator stood there, dumbfounded, as the once promising artifact was effortlessly obliterated by the monstrous entity before him. The soul-devouring serpent lashed its tentacles, first shattering the bloodworms amidst the surrounding crimson mist, then ensnaring the unfortunate cultivator, swiftly engulfing him within its gaping maw. The chilling sound of crunching echoed, a grotesque symphony of bones being ground. Despite its aquatic nature, the serpent feasted upon the flesh and bones of the cultivator. Countless compound eyes opened upon the serpent's head, emitting a low, mournful hum. It was not weeping, but rather relishing the delightful flavor of its meal. It expelled a cloud of steaming breath. With a resounding thud, a bloodless skeleton, reduced to a mushy heap, was flung aside, crashing against the fractured planks of the vessel. This ghastly scene sent shivers of terror through the minds of the weak-hearted cultivators, who finally comprehended the fate of the initial skeleton they had encountered. The soul-devouring serpent consumed cultivators as a human would devour fish, evidently disdainful of bones and spines. Flee. Flee. Several cultivators scrambled to escape. In that moment, regardless of past bonds of brotherhood or sisterhood, all was rendered meaningless in the face of death's looming threat. Ah, no. Save me. Those who lagged behind were inevitably ensnared by the serpent's thrashing tentacles, instantly transformed into grotesque remains. No matter how exceptional one's innate talent or breathtaking beauty in life, a moment's hesitation would lead to an ugly demise, forever entombed within the filthy waters. Chapter 53. Heavy casualties on Gu Yuan's side. He had already fled to the opposite bank of the river. Yet, this was not enough. The far shore lay desolate and barren. Gu Yuan's gaze flickered as he set his sights on a grove atop a hillside and instantly transformed into a streak of light, darting towards it. The incessant cries behind him relentlessly ignited his latent potential. This time, he had miscalculated. The blood goo had unexpectedly attracted a demon of the 9th level of chi refinement. He was compelled to reassess the cultivation principles of this realm. The goo insect cultivation faction was likely more formidable than he had previously imagined. Gu Yuan's expression darkened. Originally, he had employed the blood goo merely to lure the blood insects within the sanguine mist, yet it had inadvertently summoned a formidable foe. Fortunately, the number of cultivators aboard the vessel was substantial, and he possessed formidable means of concealment and escape. He merely needed to outrun the others to survive. Meanwhile, Jingyao, along with Elder Lu and two cloaked figures, Yi Tian and Yi Qiu, had also reached the riverbank. As for Yang Xingjian, a cultivator of the 9th level of chi refinement, he had fled with remarkable speed. His figure now vanished. Quick! We must continue to run. Jingyu gritted her teeth. Although she had never heard of the spirit-devouring ink flood dragon, the fact that Yang Xinjian, of the same cultivation tier, had fled so swiftly rendered the answer painfully clear. It had to be him. Humph. Engaging in such recklessness, does he not fear his own demise? With a cold expression, Jing Yao immediately thought of Gu Yuan. Though he denied his involvement, she would not be swayed. Let us go. The group hastily surged forward into the interior. 1 minute later, 2 blood-soaked figures swiftly swept past the river's railing. With a resounding crash, the spirit-devouring ink flood dragon surged from beneath the river, shattering the stone barriers into fragments. A deafening roar echoed in the air. The spirit-devouring ink serpent let out a roar, watching as all the delicacies before it fled. Its immense compound eyes reflected an expression of deep discontent. Ultimately, the serpent submerged beneath the water's surface once more, seemingly unable to ascend to land, as its combat prowess would be significantly diminished on solid ground. The last 2 surviving cultivators felt their legs weaken, yet they refused to relent, running even faster. After a while, the group of cultivators reconvened, though many familiar faces were now absent. Most of the deceased were low-tier cultivators. Yang Xinjian cast a cold gaze over the remaining individuals. He knew there was a traitor among them, but how to investigate? More critically, he was unaware of the traitor's true intentions, which was the most troubling aspect. This mission outside the city was, after all, a demon extermination task. Such a large-scale weakening of their overall fighting capacity could hardly benefit the traitor. With a chilling tone, Yang Xinjian addressed the group. Etienne, Ichio, why did you choose to engage in such despicable acts midway? He opted for a direct approach. Etienne lifted his head, meeting Yang Xinjian's gaze. You suspect me? Look at the wounds on my body, and examine the injuries on Ichio. Those blood insects were all directed at us on the ship. Can your eyes not perceive that? Etienne practically shouted these words in indignation. Yang Xinjian clenched his teeth. Regardless of the circumstances, the traitor must be unmasked. Otherwise, the demon extermination mission cannot proceed. He was not foolish. He had already surmised, to some extent, the motives of the shadowy figure behind the scenes. It is neither a matter of the storage bag from those nearby nor merely the lingering secrets of Tianshui village that were not mentioned in the mission. That concern is yours, Yang Xinjian. Etienne's gaze remained unflinching as he fixed his eyes upon the other. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan observed coldly the eruption of internal discord among the cultivators. Tianshui village harbors the so-called mysterious treasure mentioned by Jing Yao, which is linked to Zhao Wuji, who is not entirely deceased. The woman's intentions appear twofold: to eliminate her adversary completely and to reclaim the treasure. Thus, it can be surmised that her goal is to eradicate everyone except herself, including Gu Yuan, who is ostensibly her collaborator. What a farce! When Gu Yuan articulated his desired materials and resources, she readily acquiesced, yet this does not signify her magnanimity. For one so ruthless, if luck and talent are not lacking, her future accomplishments will undoubtedly be formidable. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Gu Yuan's eyes. Should the opportunity arise, he might choose to assassinate this woman directly. Such an uncertain factor necessitates elimination. As he contemplated this, Jing Yu was also pondering how to secure the greatest advantage and to remove fellow cultivator Gu, this top-tier assassin. Both parties harbored ulterior motives. At this moment, the highest-ranking cultivators, Yang Xinjian, Etienne, and Ichio, all at the 8th level of qi refinement, engaged in a heated dispute. Ultimately, Yang Xinjian drew his long sword and slashed fiercely. Dust billowed, and earth was sent flying. He coldly declared, due to the instability within our ranks, I, as the captain, hereby announce the official dissolution of this demon-slaying mission. From now on, you may go wherever you please, just do not follow me. Yang Xinjian exclaimed, his demeanor no longer embodying the noble grace of a senior brother. The crowd fell silent in shock. No, Brother Yang, a female cultivator cried out. Take me along. I can be of great assistance to you, even if it means engaging in some rather outrageous activities. I will follow your every wish. The surrounding cultivators were taken aback. For this same female cultivator had previously referred to Jing Yao as a sly vixen, yet now she had become the most audacious of all, leaving many to ponder whether her previously composed facade was merely a charade. Yang Xinjian raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the female cultivator before him, and nodded slightly. Very well. You may accompany me, but no one else is permitted to follow. The female cultivator's heart soared with joy at his words, and she eagerly pressed her soft form against his chest. In an instant, the two soared away on their swords, leaving behind a trail of shimmering light. Humph! What a pair of shameless lovers! Jing Yao huffed disdainfully. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Yang Xinjian, at the 9th level of qi refinement, had once admired Jing Yao from afar. Although he presented himself as a hypocrite, Secretly entangled with his own junior sister, he was not without insight. He had discerned that Jingyo harbored secrets. Indeed, with her cultivation at only the 4th level of qi refinement, she was the weakest among them. Yet her demeanor remained unyielding. Even with an 8th level qi refinement cultivator as her protector, the situation was hardly justifiable. However, this was fortuitous. One of the highest cultivators had departed. Gu Yuan's gaze shifted thoughtfully. Let us depart. Itian and Ichio coldly uttered, preparing to leave. Hee. Might I suggest you do not hurry away so hastily? What is the rush? Lu Lao interjected with a slight smile, positioning himself before them. What, old man? Do you intend to obstruct us? Itian glared at him with icy eyes. I merely find you both excessively enigmatic. Hiki, it may impact the forthcoming plans. Lu Lao replied. You. Itian stepped back a few paces, his expression darkening. The audacity of the other party to consider an outright confrontation was astonishing. In the midst of this tension, the last of the little cultivators at the 5th level of qi refinement resolutely approached Gu Yuan. Brother Chen, let us join forces. If not, perhaps we should forego this demon-slaying mission altogether. I sense an unsettling aura, or perhaps we should make a hasty retreat. The little cultivator proposed. His eyes brimming with fear and anxiety. He discerned correctly, the atmosphere within the group had soured completely. Gu Yuan glanced at the little cultivator. 5th level of qi refinement. Though their cultivation levels were comparable, surviving unscathed thus far was indeed nothing short of a miracle. Chapter 54. Earth Fiend Scorpion. Given the little cultivator's reference to Chenjio, it was highly probable they were of the same ilk. The little cultivator was frightened. The little cultivator was terrified. It felt as though wolves surrounded them. Lu Lao advanced a step, exuding an intimidating presence. Miss Jing, do you truly intend to lay hands on us? Have you contemplated the consequences? Itian gritted his teeth. What consequences could there possibly be? Jingyu replied with a charming smile. She then conveyed a message to Gu Yuan. Dear Gu, shall we join forces to eliminate these 2 individuals together? They are shrouded in mystery, undoubtedly harboring secrets. Once we vanquish them, the spoil shall be divided among us. Or perhaps the one who strikes the most decisive blow will claim the greater share. Jing Yao licked her lips in anticipation. I will not intervene, Gu Yuan replied coldly. Why not? Fellow Taoist Gu, have you not orchestrated this elaborate scheme to eradicate these ticking time bombs? If we all act together now. They are gravely injured and have expended a significant portion of their magical energy. Such a favorable opportunity, once lost, will never return. Furthermore, fellow Taoist Gu, your identity will eventually be exposed. What significance remains in hiding? Jingyu questioned, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan silently scoffed. He could not deny that this woman possessed a cunning intellect. Most would likely fall for her ploy, setting aside whether they could indeed combine their efforts against these 2. Even if they could, what difference would it make? Should Gu Yuan reveal his true cultivation and strength, these individuals, both at the 8th level of qi refinement, were seasoned and far from foolish. They would undoubtedly discern that Gu Yuan was the mastermind behind the recent events on the ship. Having duped them so thoroughly, would this show mercy? Hardly. They would surely pursue him to the bitter end. With a cold laugh, Gu Yuan chose not to respond to Jingyo and turned to head toward Tian Shui village. Fellow Taoist Gu. Jingyo ground her teeth in frustration. She once again presented a plethora of enticing offers, resources for cultivation, magical artifacts, dual cultivation partners, endless spirit stones, and more. Yet none could sway Gu Yuan. These resources are not worth my life. Fellow Taoist Gu. Jing Yao's expression turned icy. Should you persist in your obstinacy, I shall not hesitate to unveil your true identity. Oh, 666, has the salt lost its savor? Gu Yuan squinted slightly, his hands clasped behind his back, remaining silent. You wretch. Jingyu gritted her teeth in frustration. The man before her was utterly unyielding. This was intolerable. The unexpected circumstances had become overwhelming. Jingyao's gaze shifted as she addressed Itian and Ichio. Esteemed friends, I do not wish to take hostile action against you. Consider this. Our esteemed senior brother has absconded with a lady, leaving us short-handed. Our original party of over 10 has now dwindled to this meager number. And our demon extermination mission appears quite precarious. Itian coldly retorted, their demise amounts to naught but the loss of some worthless beings. Indeed. Jingyu responded with a charming smile. Thus, I kindly request that you both remain with us, so we may collectively engage in the mission to eliminate the demon-plaguing Tinshui village. We all desire to return to the academy to claim our rewards, after all. Humph. Itian scoffed, clearly displeased with the presence of this duplicitous woman. Yet, given the current predicament, he found himself with limited options. Very well. Let it be as you say, he sighed softly. Ah, How insightful you are, my friend, Jingyu replied with a smile. After a brief moment, the group reached a temporary truce and resumed their journey towards Tianshui village. Gu Yuan soared behind on his sword, when suddenly, a fierce wind arose, swirling yellow sand through the air, as if a tempest were imminent. A novice cultivator of the 5th Qi refinement stage rushed to Gu Yuan's side. Brother Chen, perhaps we should reconsider embarking on this pirate vessel. The young monk was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. It's nothing, Gu Yuan replied nonchalantly. In that moment, a flicker of starlight danced gently in the palm of his hand. Observing this, the young monk could only silently follow behind. For reasons unknown, he felt that something was amiss. Shingu had changed. No, this was not a mere illusion. Little did the monk know that his so-called Shingu had long since become the evening meal of a stray dog. We're almost there. Only a few miles remained until they reached Tianshui village. Jingyao gazed into the distance while remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Boom. The ground beneath them violently cracked open, and a colossal claw surged through the rock, lunging towards them. What is this? Jingyao's pupils constricted in shock. Gu Yuan frowned slightly, realizing the grave situation. This is bad. It's a D-Sha scorpion. Etion's eyes widened in alarm. Boom. The scorpion's claw was aimed directly at Etion's position. Bang. The shield before Etion shattered abruptly, sending him flying like a severed kite. The D-Sha scorpion was at the 8th level of Qi refinement. This strike nearly incapacitated Etion, who was also at the 8th level. The scorpion let out a furious roar and lunged toward Jingyao. Damn it. The young woman gritted her teeth, a talisman suddenly appearing in her hand. The talisman gleamed with a vibrant blue light, and in an instant, she vanished from her spot. The claw struck nothing but air. Enraged, the D-Sha scorpion howled to the heavens and turned its fury towards Lu Lao. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan, the instigator of this chaos, had already slipped away, retreating several dozen steps. Daoist Gu, do not overreach. Jingyu gritted her teeth in frustration. She was aware of the origins of the earthly scorpion, which, under normal circumstances, would never appear in this location. Thus, based on her previous experiences aboard the pirate ship, she speculated. No, she was certain that Gu Yuan was behind this. Yet, she found herself utterly powerless against him. To make matters worse, she had fallen victim to his insidious insect manipulation, with her life hanging precariously in his hands. Gu Yuan retreated to a corner, a cold smile playing on his lips as he transmitted a message. Did you not say you wanted to eliminate those 2 men in black? This is the perfect opportunity, and it won't raise suspicion. Is this not a win-win situation? Upon hearing this, Jingyao was nearly driven to spit out a mouthful of blood in fury. Then why the hell weren't you attacked by the earthly scorpion? It must have been intentional. She clenched her teeth, her heart seething with rage. Akin to being subjected to the lewd advances of a repugnant brute, though she wished to resist, her strength to struggle had already dissipated. Let us go. In the distance, Etion's expression darkened. As a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he was certainly cognizant of the earthly scorpion's origins. Humph. Seeking death, his demeanor suddenly turned icy as he surveyed Gu Yuan and the others from afar. A murderous intent surged in his eyes. However, he opted not to confront these youngsters just yet. With a cold snort, he took Ichio with him, and the 2 figures transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance. Unable to fight, they would at least manage to flee. Gu Yuan's gaze lingered on their retreating silhouettes. He had no intention of using the earthly scorpion to kill them. Such a notion was simply impractical. Roar. The earthly scorpion, unaccustomed to pursuit, turned its body and charged towards Gu Yuan. Upon witnessing this scene, Jingyao's lips curled into a slight smile. Ah, indeed, the wheel of fortune turns, and the heavens show no mercy. She understood that Gu Yuan must possess some means to attract the Earth Fiend Scorpion, which could not merely be a matter of control. The Earth Fiend Scorpion, with its numerous legs, frantically kicked and leapt, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Gu Yuan let out a cold laugh. Without delay, he activated the Heart-Devouring Goo. Fourth, the Heart-Devouring Goo transformed into a faint red dot, surging forward at the speed of light, reaching the scorpion's face in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the Earth Fiend Scorpion finally became aware of the impending danger. After all, it was not human. Its cultivation remained at the Qi refining stage, and its intellect had yet to fully awaken, leaving it with this fatal weakness. With a sudden thrust, the heart-devouring goo pierced through the scorpion's flesh, swiftly arriving at the heart's location. Subsequently, roar. The Earth Fiend Scorpion writhed in excruciating pain, its 8 legs flailing in the air as it emitted a hissing, mournful cry. Clearly, it was evident that the scorpion was indeed suffering, not merely feigning distress. Chapter 55. Entering Waterfield Village, Jing Yao's eyes widened in shock, her astonishment palpable. A demonic beast of the 8th level of Qi refinement was being treated like a mere plaything, ground beneath the foot of this grim reaper? Moreover, it appeared to be from a distance. Roar. The earth fiend scorpion, enduring the agony of its heart, let out another roar and charged fiercely at Gu Yuan. Seeking death. Gu Yuan's cold gaze flickered. Just what he needed was a demon core. How fortunate that he could now contend for the one within this creature. Drawing forth the frost blade Gu, he unleashed its chilling might, and the air around him was instantly enveloped in a frigid aura. The cold blade pierced the face of the earth fiend scorpion. Yet, this was insufficient. Gu Yuan summoned the fireball Gu, unleashing a colossal fireball towards the earth fiend scorpion. At such close range, the scorpion suffered grievous injuries, utterly unable to evade. Boom. As a miniature sun erupted, the scorpion's blackened body ignited, the flames crackling against its skin. The scorpion's breath quickly diminished. Gu Yuan activated the cold blade Gu once more. Swoosh. With a single stroke, the scorpion's head was severed. From the 5th level of Qi refinement to the 8th. A kill. This. Jing Yao involuntarily took a few steps back. Her gaze towards Gu Yuan now vastly transformed from before. Old Lu's expression turned grave as he sighed. Miss, perhaps this time. Inviting him here was a grave mistake. This lad is no mere human. He is a monster. Jing Yao took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes glimmering with contemplation. Swoosh. Gu Yuan sliced open the scorpion's abdomen, swiftly retrieving its demon core. Excellent. Gu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This demon core was a fine material for refining Gu. Having slain this beast and obtained the core, he would not allow the carcass to go to waste. He nonchalantly produced a storage bag and stowed it away. The reason he could so effortlessly vanquish a beast of the 8th level of Qi refinement was largely due to the heart-devouring Gu. The beast bore little wariness towards such a diminutive Gu worm, and only upon its rapid approach did it realize the seemingly feeble worm posed a significant threat. The heart-devouring Gu had diminished the beast's strength by nearly 70%. Thus, Gu Yuan's slaughter was as simple as that of a chicken. It would be rather impolite to say, had Gu Yuan been aware of the true strength of the soul-devouring ink serpent while still aboard the ship, as well as the terrain and the bloodworms above the river, and uncertain of the lurking dangers posed by any formidable beasts beneath the waters, he might have dared to test his current capabilities against that serpent. After completing these thoughts, he ascended into the air on his sword, only to find Jing Yu and old Lu gazing at him with incredulous expressions. Gu Yuan smiled softly, unperturbed by their scrutiny. Jing Yu communicated telepathically, fellow Taoist. How is it that you possess such formidable strength? Why did you not join forces with old Lu and me to eliminate those two earlier? Gu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the woman, replying, I lacked confidence. Huh, how humble of you, my friend, she retorted, her tone unwavering despite being ensnared by the lethal trap set by the enemy. Gu Yuan, uninterested in engaging further with her, continued onward. After a brief interlude, the group traversed through a dense forest, and the scenery abruptly transformed into towering green mountains. After soaring through the air for the duration of a tea break, they finally arrived at Tianshui Village, the ultimate destination of this so-called demon-slaying mission. Tianshui Village is a humble settlement inhabited by mortals. Further west from this untamed region lies yet another human kingdom. The wilderness to the west of Chu State is vast and not entirely desert-like. Its terrain and topography are remarkably diverse. Standing atop a mountain peak, old Lu squinted slightly, observing, this area was once a stronghold of Chu State, but it has recently fallen prey to the invasion of demonic cultivators, and the teleportation array has been severely damaged. Indeed, in the quaint locale of Tianshui Village, the formation master of the Chu State had previously established a rudimentary array, with several cultivators safeguarding the premises. However, several months ago, news spread that the teleportation array was rendered inoperative. Recently, reports emerged indicating that Tianshui Village had succumbed to an invasion by demonic cultivators, prompting the issuance of a demon-slaying mission. Gu Yuan gazed into the distance and, to his astonishment, discerned a fleeting shadow within the village. Lu Lao's brow furrowed. A shadow? While it is not unusual for shadows to appear in broad daylight, the issue lies in the fact that Tianshui Village had long been overrun by nefarious forces, and one would expect that all the guardians of the protective array should have perished. Moments later, the group arrived at the village entrance, only to be taken aback by the sight of normalcy within the village. Fields were being tended, and cattle were being herded. A young cultivator, visibly anxious, felt a sudden chill brush against his cheek. Gu Yuan remained silent and proceeded to walk forward. The young cultivator gasped, Brother Chen, you. His instincts were indeed correct. Brother Chen had been acting strangely of late, though he could not pinpoint when this change occurred. Let us go, Jingyao urged, her gaze vigilant. Regardless of the circumstances, entering the depths of Tianshui village would provide clarity. Once inside, everything appeared as it should. The villagers by the roadside were undeniably real. However, Gu Yuan's brow arched as he suddenly felt a tremor from the spirit sense Gu. This sensation seemed to indicate that he had entered an unknown territory. There was indeed something amiss. Gu Yuan's gaze sharpened, yet it was not the time to retreat. He gazed towards the location of the teleportation array within the village and swiftly made his way there. Meanwhile, Jingyu cast a fierce glance in a certain direction before striding away. Soon, Gu Yuan arrived at the teleportation hall in the village, finding it utterly deserted. As he stepped inside and approached the teleportation array, he surveyed it with a furrowed brow. The array appeared to be nearly intact. Yet the guardian cultivators were nowhere to be found. Gu Yuan's expression turned grave. There was not a hint of any other cultivator's presence within the hall. He licked his lips and directed his gaze at the teleportation array before him. His principle was simple. If a situation could be resolved through brute strength, there was no need for contemplation. With that thought, he lunged forward, channeling his spiritual energy into the teleportation array to activate it. Yet, the outcome was predictable. Gu Yuan failed. No, that wasn't right. The teleportation array was functional. In my previous life, I also studied the art of formations, possessing insights among the elite of the Gu world. Although the cultivation system in this realm differs, the fundamentals of formations are largely similar. I can ascertain that the array before me is sound. So, what could be the reason for its inactivation? Gu Yuan contemplated a singular reason. And it could only be that. Just as he was about to verify his thoughts, a thunderous roar erupted from outside, followed by explosions and cries of anguish. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, withdrew his hand, and hurriedly rushed outside. To his astonishment, the scene in Tianshui village had transformed dramatically. The world was shrouded in darkness, enveloped by an endless crimson glow, as if he were submerged in a sea of blood. Chapter 56. The killing trap. Gu Yuan's eyes swept across the surroundings. Observing the villagers, he noted their vacant stares, their expressions numb and lifeless, as if their souls had been stripped away. Gu Yuan's gaze flickered as he promptly activated the concealment Guan breath restraining Gu. His figure abruptly vanished from sight. Moments later, the villagers began to turn, moving slowly and robotically in unison toward a singular direction. Gu Yuan stood upon a rooftop, his brow furrowed slightly. The path the villagers followed was likely the same route that Jing Yo had taken upon entering the village. With a grave expression, Gu Yuan swiftly made his way in that direction. Soon, he arrived at a grand courtyard, presumably the largest in Shui Tian village. Gu Yuan's brow knitted further as he beheld an unusually large temple erected within the courtyard. Inside, Jingyu sat cross-legged on a soft couch, her eyes closed and her demeanor serene. Before her was not a statue of a Buddha, but rather a sizable furnace. Beside her, Lu Lao stood vigilantly. Gu Yuan squinted slightly. It appeared that all the truths, including Jing Yao's mention of Zhao Wuji not being completely dead and the keys, the demon child, were concealed within this temple. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed from all directions, followed by the descent of a figure clad in crimson robes from the glowing heavens above. His entire form was shrouded, his gaze chilling and devoid of emotion. Ninth layer of Qi refinement. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. The previously tranquil visage of the village was undoubtedly deceptive. It was likely a trap, yet the mastermind behind it was a practitioner of the ninth layer of Qi refinement. It was noted in the task list that the highest difficulty for demonic practitioners was only the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Clearly, the Lung Miss Chutian Academy had failed to conduct a thorough investigation. However, it seemed probable that there were issues within the ranks of Chutian Academy itself. Gu Yuan perceived the situation with acute clarity, swiftly deducing numerous possibilities. The crimson-robed cultivator was enveloped in a shroud of blood mist. His scarlet gaze swept across the surroundings, eventually resting upon the temple. In a tone that was both chilling and frenzied, he proclaimed, "The cultivators who dare to intrude here are nothing more than human resources for my ascension." Suddenly, the red-robed man reached out as if grasping at the air. In the next moment, a small cultivator, previously at the 5th level of Qi refinement and now cowering in a thicket, appeared before him. To the eyes of the crimson-robed man, this was akin to running naked in the open. The small cultivator was gripped by terror, feeling himself lifted by an inexplicable force that rendered him breathless, making even the exertion of his cultivation techniques exceedingly difficult. He pleaded and screamed in desperation, but alas, the crimson-robed man remained indifferent. With a casual motion, he drew the small cultivator closer, unleashing a wave of searing heat that struck the top of the cultivator's head. The flesh and blood of the small cultivator began to dissolve. Remarkably, despite having lost a significant portion of his skull, the small cultivator was not yet dead. His expression remained one of agony, his features contorted in a manner that vividly illustrated the torment he was enduring. Gu Yuan observed the wailing figure suspended in midair with a tranquil heart, unaffected by the gruesome spectacle. At any moment, when one finds themselves powerless yet coveting the benefits that lie beyond their grasp, they are, indeed, courting death. If one invites such demise, they must be prepared to bear the excruciating costs. Flesh and blood. Ha ha ha, flesh and blood. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. I knew that a monk would come, automatically becoming my lunch. The crimson-robed monk's eyes glowed with madness as he laughed maniacally. At this moment, the young monk had perished. No, he was utterly annihilated, his form dissolved without a trace. As for the monk inside, have you made peace with your impending demise? The crimson-robed man cast his gaze towards the temple in the courtyard, his visage a mask of grotesque insanity. Yet, after a brief moment, no one responded to him. Seeking death, it appears I must personally invite you out. The crimson-robed man, enraged to the point of laughter, brandished a bloodsword. Its aura surging violently as it shot towards the interior of the temple. With a resounding thud, old Lu conjured a shield to intercept it. 8th level of chi refinement. Heh, your cultivation is impressive. The crimson-robed man sneered. Suddenly, Jing Yao rose to her feet and slowly exited the temple, coldly remarking, 8th level of chi refinement? No, no, no. If you truly believe he is formidable, you are gravely mistaken. Oh? The crimson-robed man was taken aback. He became intrigued by this girl of merely the 4th level of chi refinement. Humph, there are many unseen entities lurking in the vicinity. Secretly observing our battle when we have fought to a standstill, they shall emerge to reap the rewards. What? The crimson-robed monk's brow quivered. He scanned his surroundings. His demeanor suddenly alert. Jingyu smiled faintly and then snapped her fingers. Suddenly, the air shimmered with ripples. In an instant, 2 figures materialized, revealing Yang Xingjian and another female cultivator of the 7th level of chi refinement. Upon seeing the 2 monks, the man in the crimson robe wore a sullen expression. 9 layers of chi refining. Excellent. The flesh will be even more delectable. Yang Xingjian's countenance darkened as he bitterly remarked, Junior sister Jing. We harbor no grievances or animosities. Why treat your senior brother in such a manner? Jing Yao's expression was equally grim. Senior brother, I have not harmed you. Are you not contemplating reaping the benefits of another's toil? He, how could I possibly acquiesce to such a fate? You. Yang Xingjian gritted his teeth, perplexed by the methods this woman had employed. Yet, it was highly likely that during their interactions, this wretched woman had stealthily laid her traps upon him. Cursed be this revelation. At this moment, Yang Xingjian wished to consume Jing Yao alive, while simultaneously lamenting his previous fixation on her beauty. In reflection, this woman, aside from her appearance, was far from perfect. Just moments ago, she had demonstrated an array of postures that left his face flushed with embarrassment. With a darkened visage, he suddenly spoke. Are the 2 of you still going to hide? He was distinctly addressing Etian and Ichio. However, the void offered no response. Damn. Yang Xingjian cursed vehemently. He chuckled ominously. Several high-tier chi refining cultivators had gathered today, and none would escape. The dark-robed demonic cultivator laughed sinisterly. In the next instant, countless emotionless villagers surged forth. Gu Yuan had remained concealed in the shadows, his gaze shimmering with an unusual light. If one could remain hidden, one must. Compared to engaging in fervent duels, Gu Yuan excelled in the art of assassination. Since it was murder, seizing the opportune moment was paramount. Boom. Yang Xingjian found himself reluctantly forced into combat with the crimson-robed sorcerer. At that moment, Jingyu scanned her surroundings and declared, Friend Gu, why must you hide in the shadows? I am well aware of your presence. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's expression darkened. Lu Lao, with a stern demeanor, interjected, Miss, perhaps I should take over. That young man possesses remarkable stealth techniques, but I have specialized instruments to detect high-level artifacts. Jingyu nodded in agreement. At present, the most pressing concern for her was not the crimson-robed sorcerer or Yang Xingjian, but rather Gu Yuan. This individual, if he cannot be turned to her side, he must be eliminated. A surge of murderous intent flickered in Jing Yao's eyes as she spoke. Gu. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, an excruciating pain coursing through her body. Gu Yuan had activated the mechanism he had previously set upon her, the transforming ash poison insect. Chapter 57. The chaos of battle. Do you wish for death? Then I shall grant it to you in madness. The sensation of being tainted by the ash poison insect was unbearable, surpassing even that of the heart-devouring insect. Miss. Lu Lao's countenance changed drastically, rushing forward to assess her condition. I am fine. A cold glint flashed in Jing Yao's eyes as she began to chant incantations. Suddenly, the torment subsided. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. The ash poison insect had ceased its corrosive assault on Jing Yao's insides. It seemed she had suppressed it with some secret technique. Gu Yuan was not surprised. This woman was cunning beyond measure, her array of defensive measures proving to be quite troublesome. Jing Yao's face contorted as she laughed maniacally. Friend Gu, the spectral scythe assassin, you cannot kill me, no matter what methods you employ. Otherwise, you may as well give it a try. Gu Yuan remained unmoved. Miss, I am coming. With a cold snort, old Lu immediately presented a magical artifact, a mirror. The mirror instantly radiated an infinite, blinding light. Gu Yuan squinted slightly, instinctively taking a step back. However, to think such an artifact could detect him, Gu Yuan scoffed, and then activated the second transformation breaking calculation Gu. This Gu not only concealed the calculations of the wisdom path's divination, but also provided a degree of protection against being detected by the artifact. When the Gu worms were used in conjunction, they could achieve a remarkably satisfactory outcome. Old Lu's brow furrowed. The mirror artifact scanned the surroundings, revealing not a single ghostly figure. This young man's concealment techniques were indeed formidable. Old Lu gasped sharply. Jing Yao wiped the blood seeping from her lips, her delicate brows knitting together. In that case, there is a bit. Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp blade suddenly shot forth from the void, aiming directly at Jing Yao's back. With a piercing sound, her tender skin was brutally pierced. It was successful. The assailant was clad in black. It was not Gu Yuan, but Yi Tian. Miss, you wretched thing. Old Lu's eyes widened in fury as he hastily activated the artifact, charging at Yi Tian. Bang! A longsword blocked Old Lu's path. The one who struck was Yi Qiu, her autumn-like eyes glinting with coldness. She had remained silent from the beginning, uttering not a single word. In the corner, Gu Yuan observed the unfolding scene, his expression suddenly turning grave. This old fool had indeed been lurking in the shadows all along. Could Jing Yu truly be so easily ensnared? No, Gu Yuan inwardly scoffed, dismissing his own conjecture. Indeed. In the next moment, a peculiar, sinister smile flickered across Jing Yao's anguished face. He had fallen for her ruse. Jing Yao's lips parted slightly, crimson droplets oozing forth as her expression contorted in pain, yet an exceedingly strange aura suddenly erupted from within her. Yi Tian abruptly realized, yearning to retreat immediately, but it was already too late. The transformation of cultivation. Jing Yao let out a sharp cry, invoking her secret technique. In an instant, a bizarre force erupted entirely from her being. Subsequently, her cultivation soared to the 8th level of qi refinement, while Yi Tian's cultivation remained a mere 4th level. The transformation of cultivation had occurred. Yet again, this very maneuver. Gu Yuan's eyes glimmered. Previously, in the Cave of Inheritance, Jing Yao had employed this technique to temporarily exchange her cultivation with Zhao Wuji. Such a malevolent and boundless secret art was undeniably lethal, but alas, Gu Yuan had yet to uncover the specific nature of this technique. Otherwise, he would be eager to study it. No, Yi Tian, feeling the disparity in his own cultivation, gaped in disbelief. He had never encountered such a method before. Flee. With only the 4th level of qi refinement, he was utterly powerless. Remaining would surely lead to his demise. Yi Tian disregarded the longsword in his hand, desperately activating his teleportation artifact. Could he escape? Jing Yao let out a cold laugh. She suppressed the pain inflicted by the longsword moments ago. Then, with a sweeping motion of her hand, she forcefully struck the void. Boom. Yi Tian let out a cry of despair. Despite his defensive measures, the disparity in cultivation levels between the 4th and 8th layers of qi refinement left him vulnerable. Even a seemingly unremarkable punch could spell his doom or leave him gravely injured. His body was sent flying like a ragged sack. In that moment, Jing Yu stepped forward, her murderous intent palpable, determined to slay him on the spot. Boom. At that critical juncture, Yi Qiu repelled old Lu and rushed to intercept Jing Yao, blocking her path. Yi Tian gritted his teeth, disregarding everything else as he activated his magical artifact, preparing to flee. Just then, Gu Yuan made his move, channeling the extreme shadow insect. He swiftly approached Yi Tian and unleashed the combination of the cold blade insect along with the chilling moon blade technique at the master level. Whoosh! A tempest arose, and the pervasive chill spread rapidly. A blade of ice suddenly materialized, aiming straight for Yi Tian's heart. His pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He had no time to react. With a muffled thud, the cold blade pierced through his chest. Yi Tian's expression froze. He could scarcely believe that he had transformed from the hunter into the hunted. Who was this child, exuding such an overwhelming aura of frost? He turned his head, his gaze trembling. Qinjiao? No, you are not Qinjiao. Who are you really? Have you been the one orchestrating this all along? Gu Yuan had no interest in engaging in idle chatter with his adversary. The opponent, though tenacious, was met with the inevitable outcome as the cold blade penetrated his heart. Yet he still managed to utter words. However, Etienne could not withstand for long. His limbs gradually grew limp, consciousness fading. He was dead. Boom. Meanwhile, Ichio had successfully repelled Jingyao. Upon witnessing Etienne's lifeless body at Gu Yuan's hands, her previously aloof and rigid demeanor finally exhibited a hint of change. In the next moment, Ichio's aura surged violently as he charged fiercely towards Gu Yuan, driven by vengeance. Gu Yuan remained unfazed, wielding the cold blade of the Gu. As their energies collided with a thunderous crash, both were propelled backward by the tumultuous force, astonishingly evenly matched. Jingyao halted in her tracks, her eyes widening as she fixated on Gu Yuan's figure, although she had mentally prepared herself. Witnessing their confrontation come to a near standstill left her utterly astounded once more. With a hum, Ichio brandished his longsword, relentless in his pursuit of Gu Yuan. Yet Gu Yuan had no intention of engaging in combat with this adversary. He swiftly activated the concealment and breath suppression Gu insects, causing his form to vanish once again. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yuan seized the spoils from the slain, swiftly rummaging through the storage pouch. Boom, boom, boom. Ichio, incensed, gripped his sword tightly. Channeling his sword technique as waves of sword energy erupted, shattering the surrounding structures into countless fragments. Gu Yuan retreated to a corner. As long as his opponent lacked high-tier detection artifacts or secret techniques, locating him would be nearly impossible. He had ample time to engage in a game of hide-and-seek with Ichio. Realizing his current predicament rendered revenge unattainable, Ichio shifted his focus to Jingyao. At this moment, Jingyao had regained her cultivation to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Upon noticing Ichio's intense gaze upon her, her expression changed drastically. If he were to attack, she would find it incredibly difficult to defend herself. Miss, I will shield you. Lu Lao charged forward, activating his artifact to strike at Ichio. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief skirmish, Lu Lao's artifact emitted a resonant hum, ultimately succumbing to the pressure and being cleaved in two by Ichio's sword, rendered temporarily inoperative. Jingyao's complexion turned pale as she gritted her teeth. In the corner, Gu Yuan let out a cold sneer. It must be said, this woman is not only heavily scheming but also possesses remarkable acting skills. Does she truly have no trump cards at this moment? No. Gu Yuan had an instinct that this woman might very well be a reincarnated powerful being or perhaps has acquired some exceedingly precious inheritance. In any case, eliminating this woman is not a simple task. Currently, Gu Yuan's cultivation stands at the 5th level of Qi refinement, although he can contend with practitioners at the 8th level. The consumption of his spiritual energy is unsustainable. For long-term considerations, Gu Yuan would strive to engage in battles that he can assuredly win. Indeed, Ichio's longsword failed to pierce Jingyao's body. A piece of black jade suddenly emerged from Jingyao's neck, and immediately, the black jade burst forth with boundless darkness, its aura surging dramatically, miraculously blocking the strike. At that very moment, in the sky, boom, Yang Shijian spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure plummeting from the air and crashing heavily onto the ground. Chapter 58, The Dark Stab. Amir Jr. How dare you engage in battle with me, the old man? The red-robed demon cultivator scoffed, then casually waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of sword light that rained down, an overwhelming aura as if intending to annihilate this very space. Yang Xinjian's pupils constricted sharply. He gritted his teeth and forcefully activated his defensive shield. With a resounding boom, Yang Xinjian felt as if he were questioning his very existence with this one move. Nearly all of his defensive artifacts were shattered. Damn it. He turned his gaze back to the several individuals behind him, particularly the one who had just appeared, Qinjiao. Oh no, that is not his name. It all makes sense now. All the threads behind this chaos point to this person. Although Yang Xinjian harbored an intense desire to dismantle Gu Yuan, who was currently in hiding, he found himself in peril, facing an exceptionally formidable demonic cultivator. With a fierce cry, Jingyao unleashed a tremendous surge of energy from within, delivering a powerful punch. Ichiu was pushed back. Yet her onslaught remained relentless as she charged toward Jingyao. Scoundrel, you should not seek my life. The one you wish to kill is hiding away. Do you wish to witness your enemy reap the benefits of your struggle? Jingyu declared, her expression grim. Ichio's eyes flickered as uncertainty washed over her. Gu Yuan's expression darkened as he revealed himself atop the rooftop of the courtyard, calmly stating, Miss Jing, why do you utter such words? Clearly, you and I meticulously crafted a scheme together, performing a charade in which you awaited the opportune moment to unleash your secret arts upon Yi Qian. Is it now my turn to be cast as the villain? Jing Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there truly such shamelessness in this world? Scoundrel! The storage bag is in your possession. Fellow Taoist Gu, you orchestrated this entire journey. Do not presume that I am unaware. Your initial intent was to eliminate everyone. A cold smile graced Jing Yao's lips. Yi Qian's gaze shifted between the two, and as she listened to their exchange, confusion enveloped her. Lao Lu, eliminate him. Jing Yao gritted her teeth. Understood. Lao Lu summoned a colossal bronze sword, its momentum akin to a surging river, and launched it fiercely toward Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan remained expressionless, promptly activating the extreme shadow Gu to evade the attack, causing the great sword to veer off and continue its pursuit. Once more, he resorted to employing all concealed Gu insects, vanishing from sight once again. Damn it! Jing Yao struck the ground with great force, each blow resonating with her frustration. This enigmatic method of concealment was utterly confounding. What other arcane techniques did this individual possess? When Old Lu noticed the target vanish, the colossal sword instantly lost its direction, spinning aimlessly, as even the trace of its aura dissipated without a trace. Bang! 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 In the distance, Yang Xinjian was once again sent flying, his body battered and bloodied, gasping for breath. The red-robed demon cultivator laughed heartily, exclaiming, I particularly relish the infighting among you self-righteous practitioners. It spares me from much unnecessary trouble. His eyes brimmed with derision. In the next moment, he lunged forward, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Yang Xinjian and absorbing all of his cultivation. Defend! Yang Xinjian's eyes widened in anger. A golden shield materialized before him. It was his last remaining magical artifact. Should it be shattered, he would be left with no choice but to flee, severely depleted of his essence. In the following second, the female cultivator, who had initially remained concealed, emerged to assist him, channeling her spiritual energy into the small shield. Gu Yuan's cold gaze flickered. The current situation demanded that this demon did not grow too powerful, or else this demon cultivator clearly thrived by devouring the strength of others to enhance himself. If he were to eliminate Yang Xinjian and the others, Gu Yuan feared he might not escape unharmed. With this thought, Gu Yuan swiftly approached the red-robed demon cultivator, concealing himself with utmost urgency. At the critical moment, he boldly struck. He unleashed the frost sky freezing spirit Gu, unleashing a tempest of frigid air that surged toward the red-robed demon cultivator like a dark cloud looming ominously over a city. What? The red-robed demon cultivator's pupils contracted sharply. He attempted to defend himself with a mist of blood, but in the blink of an eye, the sanguine haze was transformed into icy fog, exacerbating his predicament. A sense of urgency washed over him as he recognized the impending danger. Just as he was about to brace himself, a faint red dot materialized within his line of sight. Before he could react, the red dot burrowed into his flesh, swiftly making its way to his heart. Ah! The crimson-robed demon cultivator let out a shriek, his voice piercing and wretched like that of a malevolent spirit. You young brat! I will slay you! He bellowed upon spotting Gu Yuan, his fury igniting. Yet the frigid air enveloping him silenced his wrath instantaneously. Suddenly, the anger dissipated. For his mouth had frozen shut, layers of icy tendrils akin to blades rasping against his face, and his joints constricted, rendering him voiceless. Gu Yuan's cold gaze flickered, and he promptly summoned the frost blade insect, which materialized before the crimson-robed demon cultivator, delivering a swift and decisive strike. Boom! The crimson-robed demon was sent flying, a look of unprecedented shock illuminating his features. How can a mere fifth-layer chi refinement cultivator possess such formidable strength? In the past, cultivators of such lowly cultivation would have been akin to ants, easily crushed with a single hand. But now, this individual, wielding such humble prowess, had unleashed a chilling blade aura that instilled dread in the heart of the crimson-robed demon. Was this merely a trivial wound? Gu Yuan's gaze remained fixed upon the enraged crimson-robed demon, having inflicted harm, albeit minimal. He remained silent, resolutely summoning the insect once more. Heart-eating insect. Ah! 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 The crimson-robed demon cultivator let out a frantic wail, the agony tearing at his heart, rendering his visage grotesquely twisted. Seeking death, unable to endure any longer, he bore the excruciating pain and unleashed a multitude of blood spikes, raining down upon Gu Yuan like a torrential storm. Gu Yuan, expressionless, activated the extreme shadow Gu, causing his form to vanish in an instant. It appeared that the mere potency of the second transformation heart-devouring Gu was insufficient. When confronting a formidable adversary at the 9th level of chi refinement, the second transformation heart-devouring Gu could at most serve to disrupt the opponent. Ah! Die! The crimson-robed demon cultivator, his face contorted with rage, witnessed Gu Yuan's disappearance and unleashed a barrage of blood spikes that reduced the surrounding structures to rubble. Gu Yuan retreated to a corner, having maximized the capabilities of the concealment Gu, breath-restraining Gu, and disruption Gu. To locate him through ordinary means? That was nearly impossible. Gu Yuan, with a cold demeanor, awaited the opportune moment for a decisive strike. The crimson-robed demon cultivator, unable to find Gu Yuan, redirected his wrath towards the already fleeing Yang Xinjian. In an instant, he pointed into the void, and a blood arrow shot forth with incredible velocity. Dodge. Yang Xinjian's pupils quivered violently as he sensed a lethal threat. He activated his technique, narrowly evading the assault. However, the female cultivator beside him was not so fortunate. The blood arrow pierced her brow. In that moment, she emitted a chilling scream, the pain shattering her very soul, sending shivers down one's spine. Yang Xinjian gritted his teeth, his brow twitching. He certainly dared not attempt to rescue. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Chapter 59, The Souljiao Wuji in an instant. Yang Xinjian fervently activated his powers, consumed by thoughts of escaping this wretched place, yearning never to return. What significance did any rewards hold if life itself was lost? At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the female cultivator behind him, her pupils transforming into a dark crimson hue as her aura surged violently. Ha ha ha. Yet another blood slave for me, cackled the red-robed demon cultivator. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, countless villagers from Tianshui village floated in midair, inexplicably tethered by a slender red thread. The other end firmly grasped by the demon cultivator. The anguished cries of the villagers echoed as a thick mist of blood erupted within them. One by one, they exploded, their bodies reduced to a shower of flesh, which coalesced into a dense crimson fog, absorbed by the red thread, ultimately transforming into a source of energy for the demon cultivator. Just as he had weakened, his aura began to rise once more. Witnessing this scene, Gu Yuan's expression darkened. Such methods seemed endless. If it came to a battle of attrition, they would undoubtedly be outmatched by this fiend. Tianshui village had long been under his control, and the extent of his schemes was unfathomable. However, Gu Yuan had just scanned the area and detected a trace of formation energy. Indeed, it appeared to be an illusion formation, coupled with a killing formation. Of course, their ranks were lowly, yet they were more than sufficient to ensnare foes. It seemed the red-robed demon cultivator intended to engage them in a war of attrition. With a buzz, Yang Xinjian activated the escape talisman and vanished instantly. Damn it. He must flee from this realm. The situation is dire. Once I return, I shall undoubtedly confront the elder of the task hall. He gritted his teeth in frustration. However, in the next moment, a sharp longsword suddenly emerged from the void, hurtling towards him with astonishing speed, nearly impossible to evade. Yang Xinjian activated his evasion technique, narrowly dodging the first strike, only to find the next sword attack swiftly following. Amidst the crimson mist, a graceful figure abruptly materialized, her eyes burning red, her expression vacant. The young girl, devoid of emotion, advanced towards him with her sword. It was the female cultivator from before. Yang Xinjian clenched his teeth. Could it be that she had already succumbed to the enslavement of the red-robed demon cultivator? He attempted to evade, yet in the next instant, another wave of blood-red sword energy surged towards him. This time, there was no escape. His only escape talisman had already been expended, leaving him trapped within this accursed blood mist. With a sickening sound, the sword energy struck Yang Xinjian's shoulder, severing his arm, which shattered into a bloody mess. He let out a wretched scream. He needed to flee, but yet another sword descended upon him. Struck in the back, Yang Xinjian plummeted from the air. This blow had rendered him utterly incapacitated, leaving him devoid of any fighting spirit. The red-robed demon cultivator stepped upon Yang Xinjian's handsome face. "Senior, please spare me. Grant me my life. I would do anything for you." Tears streamed down Yang Xinjian's face. In his desperate bid for survival, he cast aside all dignity and pride. Indeed, righteous cultivators are all hypocrites. The red-robed demon cultivator sneered. Yes, you speak true. I am hypocritical. All of us righteous cultivators are but pretenders. Yang Xinjian groveled on the ground, proclaiming loudly. Humph. The red-robed demon cultivator scoffed. Alas, it matters not. No matter what you say, you shall meet your end. As Yang Xinjian's words hung in the air, a blood arrow suddenly pierced towards his brow. In an instant, his breath ceased. The 9th level of Qi refinement, Yang Xinjian, was dead. Yet, he was not entirely lost to the void. In the next moment, the crimson-robed demon cultivator waved his hand, and Yang Xinjian abruptly rose to his feet, transformed into a blood slave akin to the earlier female cultivator. The demon cultivator cackled ominously, declaring, Those of my rank have become my slaves. What do you others possess to resist me? Gu Yuan's expression darkened at this sight. It was not that he was unwilling to act. The demon, having experienced a surprise attack, had grown wiser. The fact that he did not instantly kill Yang Xinjian, allowing him to utter pleas for mercy, was a mere diversion. A ploy to draw Gu Yuan out. The crimson-robed demon cultivator snorted disdainfully. You truly possess remarkable restraint. However, I shall eliminate the rest. And I am keen to see just how long you can endure. He then shifted his gaze towards Jing Yao and Lu Lao, who were locked in a stalemate with each Yao, neither daring to make a desperate move. Throughout the confrontation, Jing Yao had urged for decisive action multiple times. Especially upon witnessing Yang Shijian's demise, the current predicament had far exceeded her expectations. Yet, before her stood each Yao, relentless as a specter, intent on her destruction. Go. Annihilate them, commanded the crimson-robed demon cultivator. Instantly, Yang Xinjian and a numbed female cultivator cast their gazes towards the temple, rapidly channeling their spiritual energy to advance. They too were tethered by a blood-red thread. Jing Yao's pupils constricted as an acute sense of peril enveloped her. Old Lu sighed and spoke urgently, Miss. Time is of the essence. We can no longer delay. We must employ that item. Otherwise, even with the utmost treasures at your disposal, escape will be exceedingly difficult. Understood, Jing Yao gritted her teeth. Her greatest concern was the treachery of Gu Yuan, for he was the one she feared most along their journey. After barely fending off each Cho's strike, she began to chant incantations. Suddenly, a roaring inferno ignited within the temple, blue flames licking the air. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the temple. Initially, he contemplated sneaking in to investigate. Yet the formidable protective formation surrounding it thwarted his plans. It seemed that whatever lay within the temple served as Jing Yao's final hope for a reversal of fortunes. His gaze deepened, his focus entirely consumed by the ethereal blue flames. Abruptly, a figure emerged from the flames. No, it was not merely fire but the silhouette of a person. Could it be? Gu Yuan instantly recognized the figure, Zhao Wuji. Was it possible that the furnace within the temple contained Zhao Wuji's very soul? But what purpose would harboring his soul serve? More importantly, Zhao Wuji was slain by his own hand. Gu Yuan distinctly recalled severing his neck, rendering survival nearly impossible. So why did his soul manifest here? Go. Hatred simmered in Jing Yao's eyes as she chanted fervently, issuing a fierce command. Zhao Wuji's spirit let out a piercing wail, and in an instant, his eyes glowed with insatiable malice, his aura swelling with ominous intensity. Yet the blood slave, Yang Shijian, had already surged forth. With a resounding crash, the two collided. Zhao Wuji was overpowered, sent flying by Yang Shijian's strike, followed by a series of swift arrows that cleaved Zhao Wuji into 8 segments. However, from within the temple, an eerie blue flame erupted, enveloping Zhao Wuji, who then rose once more, his aura even more formidable. The two engaged in battle anew. This time, Zhao Wuji stood his ground, and thus, the battle between the soul and the slave raged on, debris flying and walls crumbling around them. Wuji, my brother. The red-robed demonic cultivator's eyes widened in shock upon witnessing the spirit of Zhao Wuji, instantly uttering this term of endearment. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. The situation had taken a turn steeped in narrative intrigue. It seemed that the appearance of this demonic cultivator was no mere coincidence. Gu Yuan speculated. Damn it. Wuji. My brother, how could this happen? The red-robed demonic cultivator seethed with fury. Jing Yu laughed heartily. Useless demon. Your dear brother's soul has been in my possession all along. He has been tormented day and night by me. How does that make you feel? Furious, perhaps? Not only have I flayed his skin, but I have also shattered every single bone in his body. Ha ha. Hearing that wretched creature's anguished cries brings me such delight. As she spoke, Jing Yao leaped forward, extracting a whip from her storage pouch, her expression turning vicious as she lashed out at Zhao Wuji's spirit. With a sharp crack, Zhao Wuji let out a heart-rending wail. Taking advantage of this moment, the blood slave Yang Xinjian cleaved him into 8 pieces once more. Then, Jing Yao invoked her secret technique, and Zhao Wuji revived yet again. Chapter 60. Exposure. You, the crimson-robed demon cultivator, filled with rage at the sight before him, declared furiously, You seek death. I shall personally tear your tongue from your mouth and feed it to the dogs. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he charged forward, wielding a colossal sword with ferocious intent. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji's spirit stirred, letting out a pained wail before soaring into the air, hurtling toward the crimson-robed demon cultivator. The demon, gritting his teeth, was compelled to halt his advance. Gu Yuan, who had been observing the unfolding drama, began to comprehend the current predicament. It appeared that the demon cultivator possessed a significant vulnerability. Gu Yuan's gaze shifted. realizing that the situation had become manageable. Even Ichio, who had been coldly relentless in his assaults, ceased his attacks. In contrast to them, he was merely a somewhat aloof cultivator. Ichio's lips parted slightly as his eyes scanned the surroundings. The true perpetrator was, in fact, Gu Yuan. She was not foolish. She had not forgotten. Yet, Gu Yuan had never directed his attention toward her. Jing Yao cackled maniacally. How does it feel to experience true agony? I lost both my parents in my youth because of this scoundrel. Curse be he. I long to torment him for another 3,000 years. Zhao Wuji lay on the ground, limbs thrashing, his visage contorted in anguish. Each act of cruelty inflicted upon him by Jing Yao had already grazed the boundaries of historical torture. The crimson-robed demon cultivator, his expression darkened, retorted. Is it true that the righteous employ such despicable methods? Your so-called righteousness is no different from our demonic ways, perhaps even more brutal. You surpass most demons in cruelty. Upon hearing this, Jing Yao not only remained unfazed, but instead spread her arms wide. Oh, cruelty, so what? The expression of the red-robed demon cultivator grew increasingly grim. He had come to a clear understanding. The woman before him was perhaps even more deranged than he himself. With a cold snort, he remarked, Yellow-haired brat, I see now that Tianshui village is your hometown, isn't it? Since it is your homeland then, you must feel indifferent about the people there. Go ahead, slay them all. Jing Yao let out a wicked smile. The red-robed demon cultivator could only confirm his suspicions. Gu Yuan slowly exhaled a breath of rancid air. This woman was ruthless. And he sensed that the ferocity she displayed was merely a fraction of her true nature. Indeed, this world is filled with countless heroes. He found himself amused. While he held no interest in the tale of revenge between Jing Yao and Zhao Wuji, he did recognize her ruthless disposition. However, he held disdain for her prolonged, merciless pursuit of revenge against Zhao Wuji, deriving pleasure from his torment. The red-robed demon cultivator's demeanor was icy. In the next moment, countless villagers from Tianshui village surged forth, each bearing a vacant expression, their eyes devoid of light. Rest assured, they were not yet dead. The red-robed demon cultivator spoke slowly. Are you certain you will not save them? Jing Yu scoffed. How dare you even call yourself a demon cultivator? I see you as nothing more than a fortunate little wretch who stumbled upon the inheritance of a demon cultivator in some cave. Upon hearing this, the red-robed demon cultivator was taken aback for a moment, then erupted in fury. You little demon spawn. How audacious, a mere fourth-layer chi refiner with such impudence. Jing Yao let out a disdainful laugh once more. Isn't your inability to contain your rage the very essence of a little demon? Compared to you, I would far prefer to engage with a more like-minded Taoist. Wouldn't you agree, Gu Taoist? Jing Yao suddenly flashed a radiant smile, then tilted her head and spoke softly. The red-robed demon cultivator was momentarily stunned. This Gu Taoist was evidently the little mouse that had previously ambushed him, and she had hidden herself so well that he was unable to detect her presence. More astonishingly, it was remarkable that a mere fifth-layer chi refiner could unleash such terrifying power, which genuinely took him by surprise. You're just a junior. Little girl. I advise you to heed my warning and relinquish the soul in your possession. Perhaps I might spare your life if it pleases me. The red-robed demon cultivator said darkly. At this moment, his patience was wearing thin. Jing Yao's smile only grew wider, yet her gaze and heart were elsewhere. What a splendid scene this was, Gu Taoist. It is time for you to make your appearance. With a light laugh, Jing Yao shot a beam of azure light into the air. The beam erupted with a thunderous explosion. Gu Yuan, crouching in the corner, changed his expression slightly. The next moment, he revealed himself within the sight of several individuals. His concealment had failed. This was not due to the ineffectiveness of his hiding insect, but rather the artifact shot forth by that woman, which was likely a costly, single-use talisman. Gu Yuan was not surprised. Exposure was merely a matter of time. You junior. The red-robed demon cultivator's eyes widened. His scarlet gaze fixated intensely on Gu Yuan's face. Beside her, Ichio emanated an overwhelming aura of hostility, her eyes brimming with hatred directed at Gu Yuan. What do you think, fellow Taoist Gu? Jing Yu asked with a faint smile. The gift I have prepared for you is rather splendid, is it not? Gu Yuan remained silent. Buzz. Ichio moved. Gripping her long sword tightly, her figure suddenly flickered, her speed akin to that of a cheetah. And in the blink of an eye, she closed the distance to less than 2 yards from Gu Yuan. Without a moment's hesitation, she infused her spirit energy and unleashed a sweeping strike. This blow was imbued with resentment and tremendous force. Yet, Gu Yuan merely cast a nonchalant glance. Cold Blade Gu. At that moment, he activated the Cold Blade Gu alongside the Lingwei sword technique, his momentum surging dramatically as the icy blade energy abruptly tore through the air. The two forces collided violently with a resounding bang, sending each Xiao hurtling backward, wisps of chilling energy enveloping her hand and sword, causing her to nearly lose her footing. In stark contrast, Gu Yuan remained unscathed. He had already activated the speed origin Gu, rapidly replenishing his spirit energy while simultaneously employing the devouring spirit Gu to swiftly deplete the spirit stones in his storage bag, transforming them into an inexhaustible source of spirit energy to restore his consumed magical power. Otherwise, with Gu Yuan's mere 5th level of qi refinement, even if he could muster the combat prowess of an 8th level, he would be unable to sustain it for long, as his magical energy would soon be exhausted. Snap! The speed origin Gu manifested itself, resembling a white lotus flower. As Gu Yuan urged it forth, the lotus slowly bloomed. Colored bubbles formed from condensed spirit energy began to rise. With another snap, a bubble burst, and Gu Yuan's spirit energy surged once more. This young man indeed possesses remarkable abilities. The red-robed, demonic cultivator's expression turned grave. After being struck back, Ichio launched another assault on Gu Yuan. Begone! Gu Yuan's cold gaze flickered. In an instant, he unleashed the power of the frost sky freezing spirit worm. A torrent of frigid air surged towards Ichio. Chapter 61. Confrontation and unexpected turns. The adversary showed no inclination to evade. Gu Yuan's expression remained impassive as he maximized the might of the frost sky freezing spirit worm. Whoosh! The chill spread around, transforming the courtyard into a realm of ice and snow. Even the surrounding trees and the surfaces of the buildings were encased in frost. Ichio, too, was not spared, becoming a massive block of ice. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of you, esteemed friend Gu, a person of great significance and a top-tier assassin. Jingyu exclaimed in admiration. What a pity, plans have changed, and you shall undoubtedly perish here today. Gu Yuan remained silent, his figure flashing as his aura surged dramatically. He then activated several more worms, swiftly launching an assault towards Jingyu. He had never been one for excessive words with his enemies. To kill was the sole objective. Since Jingyu insisted on obstructing his path, he would first send her on her way. Boom. The cold blade worm's power surged as Gu Yuan swung the icy blade towards Jingyu's face, only to be thwarted by a mysterious black jade. Boss Lu exclaimed in alarm. Miss, I shall. Not necessary. Jingyu replied, eyeing the handsome youth before her, barely a yard away. She licked her crimson lips and blinked, then said with a smile, esteemed friend Gu, what if we were to join forces? Let us eliminate that rogue behind you first, and then we can engage and battle together. What say you? Gu Yuan remained silent. The red-robed demon cultivator, however, was no longer calm. Impudent! You! Slippery-tongued thief of a woman, I shall slay you first. He actually intended to turn the tables and slay the woman alongside Gu Yuan. However, he found himself at odds with the faction, for he was of the demonic path, while these cultivators adhered to the righteous path. Could they ever align with him? As his words fell, the red-robed demon cultivator summoned countless blood spikes, exuding an overwhelming aura. The blood spikes shimmered ominously as they hurtled towards Jingyao in a flash. Zhao Wuji and Jingyao exchanged a subtle smile, and in an instant, the soul of Zhao Wuji shifted to her forefront. Damned. The red-robed demon cultivator's expression darkened, yet this time he was resolute. Mere capitulation would only embolden this woman further. Having walked the demonic path for years, how could he be unaware of this truth? With a swift motion, the blood spikes pierced through the soul of Zhao Wuji, shattering it into countless fragments. Yet, in the next moment, a new soul of Zhao Wuji would emerge. The red-robed demon cultivator, his eyes ablaze, swung again, extinguishing Zhao Wuji's existence once more, and then unleashed a barrage of blood spikes towards Jingyao. The sound of impact echoed as the mysterious black jade intercepted every strike. Gu Yuan had retreated, his gaze solemnly fixed on the black jade. This was no ordinary artifact. Nonetheless, Gu Yuan remained unconvinced that the black jade could withstand his onslaught indefinitely. Meanwhile, Old Lu gritted his teeth and charged forward, only to be sent flying by the red-robed demon cultivator's palm. Rather than feeling relief for Jingyao's unscathed condition, his eyes reflected sorrow. Miss, you cannot continue to exert yourself like this. Otherwise, you will. Jingyao, however, remained impassive, ignoring Old Lu's concerns. Instead, she turned to Gu Yuan with a radiant smile. Friend Gu, it is time to end this. In an instant, the black jade transformed into a dark sword, hurtling towards Gu Yuan with astonishing speed. Not merely a matter of speed, the aura emanating from the black sword instilled a profound dread in ordinary cultivators. As if it could pierce through all existence, the crimson-robed demon cultivator felt a chill run down his spine and hastily retreated, observing Gu Yuan's predicament. He could not help but revel in the misfortune. Ha! This lad is finished. Gu Yuan's gaze was firmly fixed upon the approaching black sword. In that moment, he exhibited no signs of panic. He swiftly retrieved an object from his storage bag. The demon child. The instant the demon child manifested, Jing Yao's brow furrowed. For she had witnessed Gu Yuan wield this enigmatic entity during her recent sojourn in the Inheritance Cave. As the demon child opened its eyes, it beheld the oncoming, menacing black sword. The sword, shrouded in a terrifying aura, seemed intent on annihilating all in its path. The demon child suddenly let out a deafening shriek. The black mist enveloped it entirely. With a piercing sound, the black sword sliced through the mist, effortlessly penetrating the demon child's chest. Its body was pierced through. Gu Yuan's pupils constricted. Is it dead? No. Although the demon child had been impaled by the black sword, that strange aura persisted and intensified. In an instant, the demon child let out a high-pitched wail akin to a malevolent spirit's roar, and the surrounding black mist thickened ominously. Gradually, the wound on its chest healed in the blink of an eye. Jing Yao's brow furrowed deeper, her expression darkening as she sought to summon the black sword again. Yet, Gu Yuan had already preemptively activated the Gu worm, propelling it forward with lethal intent. Death. The cold blade Gu unleashed an unprecedented power, striking towards the opponent's neck with the intent to behead. Jingyu had no time to react, forced to block with her bare arm. With a sharp crack, Jingyu's arm shattered. However, instead of gushing forth with vivid crimson blood, an eerie black liquid oozed from the wound. Gu Yuan's gaze turned icy. An overwhelming aura surging forth as the chill rapidly enveloped the space, threatening to transform it into a frozen realm. He paid no heed to the peculiar structure of the woman's body. Whether she was human, a demon, or a malevolent beast mattered not. He would simply sever her. Jing Yao emitted a soft groan, half kneeling upon the ground, her phoenix-like eyes locking onto Gu Yuan's, revealing no hint of panic. Gu Yuan's expression remained indifferent, devoid of any compassion, as he aimed for the crown of her head and struck once more with his blade. Miss. Old Lu's eyes widened with fury, and he hastily summoned his powers. With a thunderous boom, he miraculously propelled the swiftly approaching red-robed demon cultivator back a short distance. In an instant, disregarding the cost, Old Lu unleashed a secret technique, his figure flashing through the air, tracing a blood-red parabolic arc. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. Sensing impending danger from behind, this was undoubtedly some form of arcane skill. Without hesitation, he redirected his blade towards the rear. A dull thud resonated as the sound of the blade piercing flesh rang out. Half of Old Lu's body was cleaved apart, his right shoulder obliterated, with blood and entrails gushing forth. One could clearly see the grotesque fragments of his innards. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, plummeting from the flying sword like a ruptured sack. Annoying flies. Gu Yuan's murderous intent became palpable. He then activated the heart-eating worm, a crimson glow darting towards Old Lu's form. At such close proximity, Old Lu had no time to react before the heart-eating worm found its way into his flesh. Lu Lao's eyes widened in agony, a piercing pain coursing through him, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, chilling to the bone. A murderous intent surged within Gu Yuan's gaze as he swiftly activated the cold blade Gu, lunging it towards the prostrate Lu Lao on the ground. However, at that moment, the black sword that had pierced the demon child ceased its engagement and turned instead towards Gu Yuan. The sword exuded an eerie aura, compelling Gu Yuan to refrain from confronting it with his physical body. He promptly wielded the cold blade, striking at the black sword. Bang! The cold blade proved futile against it. Gu Yuan was not taken aback. He immediately summoned the frozen spirit Gu. Suddenly, the black sword emitted a resonant hum, and a layer of frost enveloped its surface, yet it did not advance towards Gu Yuan. Instead, it veered towards the weakened Lu Lao. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. With a swift thrust, the black sword pierced through Lu Lao. His vitality waned, and in the next instant, his pupils, which had contracted, widened to the size of copper bells as he gazed at Jing Yao, whose expression was as cold as ice. Confusion, astonishment, and unexpected enlightenment flickered across his features. He was dead, collapsed on the ground, devoid of life. Chapter 62, The Demon Path, Executing the Exorcism Task. This scene unfolded with startling abruptness. Even Gu Yuan, with his meticulous scheming, had not anticipated that Jing Yi would directly eliminate a loyal hound of the 8th layer of Qi refinement standing beside him. Yet, in the next moment, comprehension dawned upon him. He heard Jing Yi reciting incantations, and soon after, Lu Lao's corpse was engulfed in a layer of ethereal blue flames, swiftly reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Jing Yao's cultivation soared from the 4th layer of Qi refinement to the 6th layer in an instant. Furthermore, the arm that Gu Yuan had severed began to regenerate at a visibly rapid pace. Gu Yuan turned slightly, his expression frigid and devoid of any emotion. With no superfluous words, he instantly appeared before Jing Yao. A flicker of disdain crossed Jing Yao's eyes as she summoned a massive shield to protect herself. With a thunderous crash, the shield shattered. Jing Yao let out a pained cry, her body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the wall before finally sliding to the ground. You, Jing Yao uttered in confusion. Having advanced to the 6th layer of qi refinement, she believed she should not be so feeble. While her opponent was formidable, she considered her own strength significant as well. In an instant, a wave of defeat surged within her. Yet, Gu Yuan would not afford her the luxury of contemplation. His intent was to utterly obliterate the foe before him. Buzz! The black sword flew forth. Gu Yuan scoffed, disregarding it as the cold blade ruthlessly descended upon Jing Yao's head. Come on, let us see who meets their end first. A resounding explosion echoed as all of the defensive artifacts summoned by Jing Yao were instantly shattered into dust. The cold blade surged forward like a tidal wave, directly piercing Jing Yao's soft abdomen. Simultaneously, Gu Yuan activated the corpse Guang Cui, the ice skin Gu, and the frost spirit Gu to form a layer of ice. The black sword swiftly pierced through the corpse Guang Cui, relentlessly shattering the icy barrier. A heaviness settled in Gu Yuan's heart as he slightly shifted his body. The black sword ultimately penetrated the ice skin Gu, which emitted a strange, resonant cry before vanishing in an instant. The ice skin Gu was no more. In front of him, Jing Yao's delicate form softened. Despite her grievous injuries, she remained alive. Gu Yuan himself had suffered significant damage. The black sword pierced through his flesh. However, at the critical moment, he simultaneously extracted a significant portion of the ice god's pearl's energy, causing the icy layer on the surface of his skin to amplify several-fold in an instant. This allowed him to narrowly evade a fatal blow. The frost sky frozen spirit bug encased him in ice, transforming Gu Yuan into a figure of ice. Yet, this posed no grave concern, for in comparison, Jing Yao's injuries were far more severe. Meanwhile, the soul of Zhao Wuji had subdued the red-robed demon cultivator, who remained at a disadvantage throughout the encounter. Zhao Wuji moved with the fluidity of a ghost, impervious to death, reviving instantaneously upon demise. During this time, the red-robed demon cultivator contemplated demolishing the temple. But Zhao Wuji continuously thwarted his attempts, leaving him no opportunity to strike. Suddenly, Jing Yao, half kneeling on the ground, erupted into a fit of laughter, her voice echoing into the heavens. Gu, do you truly believe you have emerged victorious? Gu Yuan remained silent, once again urging the cold blade bug to strike at Jing Yao's crown. Humph, you heartless wretch. Upon uttering these words, an odd aura surged from Jing Yao. Boom. The cold blade bug lunged forward. Yet, Jing Yao's figure abruptly became ethereal. She ascended into the air, offering a slight smile. Gu, do you recall what I mentioned earlier? You must be curious about the source of those 100 hearts, am I right? Allow me to reveal it to you. With that, Jing Yao flicked her fingers. Suddenly, within the temple, eerie blue ghostly flames erupted into a roaring blaze, surging outward in an explosive display. These ghostly flames twisted and morphed, ultimately revealing human silhouettes. No, this is the essence of humanity. Individuals clad in simple, rural attire appear, their gazes vacant and lost. Among them are children, youths, and middle-aged individuals. However, children constitute the overwhelming majority, including even newborns. A frenzied glint flickers in Jing Yao's eyes. Come, devour yourselves, consume your offspring, devour them. Zhao Wuji, still engaged in combat with the red-robed demon cultivator, suddenly trembles violently. He swiftly returns to Jing Yao's side, his expression numb as he gazes at the newly appeared figures. The red-robed demon cultivator's complexion darkens. Throughout his battle with the soul of Zhao Wuji, he has been at a disadvantage, if granted but a moment more. He might very well be slain. Gu Yuan surveys these. Ordinary people, all mere mortals. Come now, devour them. Jing Yao commands. Roar. In the next instant, Zhao Wuji lunges forward, seizing each newborn and youth with a single hand, followed by frenzied torment. Indeed, the soul of Zhao Wuji bites through the arm of a dazed child. Then tears open the abdomen, thrusting his head inside and ravenously consuming the innards and flesh. The child emits anguished screams. Yet, the soul of Zhao Wuji remains indifferent to it all. On the contrary, his appetite grows ever more frenzied. It is as if the cries of those around him are the most exquisite music, a melody capable of leading one into the depths of depravity. Gu Yuan casts a cold glance at the soul of Zhao Wuji. Then in an instant, his form flickers away. At this moment, the demon child had already recovered from the severe blow dealt by the dark sword. Its aura swiftly locked onto Jing Yao. In an instant, Malevolent energy surged forth as the demon child lunged menacingly toward her. Jingyu sensed the imminent danger. In a heartbeat, her figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear beside a cloaked figure. Emotio Ichio? Until when will you continue this charade? Jingyu scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. Ichio, who had been observing the battle, momentarily froze. Jingyao chuckled coldly. The people of this world are truly laughable, hypocritical. Each one of them seeks to profit from the chaos, humph. But the fisherman is not someone you can simply aspire to be. The fish is too large. It will devour you whole. This remark implied that she considered herself to be the piranha? Gu Yuan remained expressionless. The two enigmatic figures in black, Ichio and Itian, had raised suspicions from the beginning. Their probing had clearly served a purpose. Yet, it was evident that these two were astute individuals, not easily ensnared by others' traps. Perhaps even their pitiable appearance, tormented by the blood insects, was merely an act. If that were the case, then what of Itian, whom Gu Yuan had slain? Wailing echoed as the demon child roared, malevolent energy enveloping the entire courtyard, compressing the blood mist with its dark power. Jingyu smiled coldly. Well then, are you not yet prepared to reveal your true identity? Ichio remained silent. In an instant, the demon child charged forth. Jingyao's figure flickered and vanished once more. Ichio was left with no choice but to engage. With a thunderous crash, she was violently pushed back by the overwhelming dark energy. Gu Yuan observed coldly. Being targeted by the demonic youth results in an inescapable deadlock. Gu Yuan summoned the myriad of insects within him, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, yet he did not immediately discern Jingyao's presence. Bang! After several encounters, Ichio ultimately retreated in her clash with the demonic youth, her expression remaining impassive, her demeanor never betraying a hint of panic. The demonic youth howled as he charged towards her once more. Just as the fiend was about to seize Ichio by the face, a tremendous shockwave erupted from within her. She abruptly cast aside her dark garments, revealing her true form. The situation took a turn. Clad in a flowing white robe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, standing over 8 feet tall, his slender figure concealed an aura that commanded respect and caution. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing this individual who had cleverly concealed himself from the crowd through a ruse of self-infliction. So it was. Gu Yuan gazed at the striking youth. The aura surrounding him, it bore an oddly familiar essence. The answer became evident. He too was a demon practitioner, and a rather unique one at that. A quiet chuckle escaped Gu Yuan's lips as he mused to himself. How amusing. In this demon exorcising mission, it turns out that several of us are indeed demon practitioners, with only the highest-ranked Yang Xingzhan being an outsider. A congregation of demon practitioners on a mission to eradicate demons. How utterly comical. Jingyao couldn't help but chuckle as well. My dear sir, you truly have hidden your talents well. Ichio retorted with a cold snort. Miss Jing, in comparison to you, I am merely reflecting your own concealment. The youth's voice was exceptionally melodious. Previously, when he donned the black attire, his appearance, with delicate features reminiscent of a young maiden, was strikingly evident. His skin, as fair as exquisite jade, could evoke envy and admiration from most women. At this moment, the crimson-robed demon cultivator had fully regained his composure, though his gaze remained somewhat bewildered. Am I the jester? He pondered. Indeed. If one were to assess the moral compass and cunning of those present, it was the very demon cultivator who orchestrated the initial deadly trap that embodied true innocence. As Jingyu had recently remarked, demon cultivator? You dare to claim that title? The crimson-robed demon inwardly cursed, gritting his teeth. He resolved to steer clear of this treacherous waters, far too deep. Just as he was about to flee, the soul of Zhao Wuji suddenly blocked his path. In an instant, he was struck with a powerful punch and sent flying, akin to a lifeless mutt. Ultimately, he landed beside Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan cast a detached glance at the demon cultivator. To be frank, the latter appeared rather pitiable. It seemed he was merely a lad who unwittingly acquired a demonic legacy and had to secretly cultivate. Achieving this level was no small feat. Jingyao licked her crimson lips and addressed Ichio. My lord, we are both students of Chutian Academy, and that friend Gu, this assassin, has slain your servant. What say you? Shall we collaborate to eliminate them all? You and I are of the same ilk. In this demon-slaying mission, it is just the two of us remaining, albeit now. We are both demons. Upon her words, the atmosphere turned ominous, and the situation had experienced a dramatic upheaval. Having reached this juncture, it has entirely surpassed Gu Yuan's expectations. My lord, the crimson-robed demon cultivator rose, gazing upon Gu Yuan's austere visage, though he dared not admit it. The reality was that he no longer possessed the strength to contend with the two enigmatic powerhouses before him. No, it is 3. That spirit, Zhao Wuji, is the most loathsome of them all. Escape is also an impossibility. The crimson-robed demon cultivator had devoted recent years solely to the pursuit of rapidly enhancing his cultivation, neglecting any techniques of concealment. Thus, he must rely on brute strength to overpower these individuals. My lord, let us join forces. Hehehe. I too did not anticipate that matters would escalate to this extent. The two thieving women before us. Oh no. We must not forget the one who resembles a woman yet is a despicable man. They seek our demise. Hence, we must unite. Let us slay them. For if we do not, our fates are sealed. Enough. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. He harbored no intentions of collaboration. Cooperation? That was merely a temporary choice made out of necessity due to mutual interests. Apart from collaboration, he had other avenues to explore. Boom. Confronting them. The demon youth unleashed a ferocious assault on Ichio. Yet Ichio's agility was remarkable, circling around the demon youth as though walking a dog. Gu Yuan lifted his gaze to the heavens. A sea of crimson light engulfed the area. The formation here has been dismantled, Gu Yuan stated calmly. What? The crimson-robed demon cultivator's eyes widened in shock. The formation has been dismantled? No, this formation is a powerful bloodline inheritance I possess. Its might is extraordinary. Perhaps I could still utilize it when we attempt to flee. Gu Yuan fell silent. He is now certain that this nameless fiend is merely a second-rate character. What was once mere speculation is now almost incontrovertible. However, more importantly, Gu Yuan harbors another conjecture. I suggest you withdraw, he states coldly, casting a frosty gaze at the crimson-robed demon cultivator. Otherwise, you may very well await your demise. You. The crimson-robed demon cultivator gritted his teeth. After a few moments of contemplation, he ultimately decided to dispel the blood array. This formation, indeed, serves little purpose beyond ensnaring foes. Its most significant advantage lies in amplifying one's own blood magic, providing a slight enhancement in strength. He retrieved a compass and promptly dismantled the array. In an instant, the blood mist dissipated and tranquility returned to the world, revealing a cerulean sky, unblemished by clouds. Wait a moment. The crimson-robed demon cultivator paused, suddenly sensing an unusual shift within his body. Ahead, at the temple, the eerie blue flames gradually waned. This change did not escape the attention of those present. Indeed, Gu Yuan's suspicions were not unfounded. From the very beginning, this crimson-robed demon cultivator had been toyed with like a mere pawn by Jing Yao, the cunning woman. The mastermind behind it all was this scheming woman. As for the demon cultivator, he could be deemed one of the key players in executing her plan. So, what is Jing Yao's true objective? As she witnessed the opponent's cultivation steadily ascend, everything became clear. Approaching the secret realm of Chutian, it dawned upon them that this woman intended to elevate everyone's cultivation on the spot by stepping on stones. Of course, she is not the only one with such aspirations. Others share similar intentions, including Ichio and even Gu Yuan himself. Oh, have I been seen through? Jing Yao replied with a charming smile. But what can be done about it? Have the two of you pondered how you will meet your demise? Gu Yuan's expression remained impassive, having previously executed a subtle maneuver. Boom. The spirit of Zhao Wujie consumed the flesh and blood of nearly several hundred individuals. His aura surging dramatically, almost approaching the realm of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Eliminate them. Upon witnessing the culmination of Zhao Wujie's power, Jing Yao coldly commanded. Roar. Zhao Wujie emitted a ferocious howl, his figure darting forward like a bolt of blue lightning, swiftly closing in on Gu Yuan. Damn it. The red-robed demonic cultivator's brow furrowed. Sensing the formidable power of Zhao Wujie, his heart became a tumultuous storm, and he promptly activated his escape technique to flee the scene. Jing Yu had sensed this in advance, her figure flashing with urgency. At this moment, her cultivation had reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Indeed, as the power of Zhao Wujie grew, so did hers. It could be said that she was siphoning vitality. Jing Yao obstructed the red-robed demonic cultivator. The situation had been determined. Why struggle any further? Jing Yu exuded confidence, her gaze filled with arrogance, disdainful of all surrounding cultivators. Gu Yuan remained silent. As the spirit of Zhao Wujie surged forward, he suddenly activated the Frost Sky, Freeze Spirit Bug. In an instant, Zhao Wujie transformed into a block of ice. Jing Yao's pupils constricted sharply. The peak of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, her pet, her slave, had vanished just like that. She would rather believe that all of this was an illusion? Gu Yuan remained silent. After encasing the entity in ice, he promptly mobilized the insect, vanishing from sight, concealed. Indeed, Gu Yuan had fled. He never engaged in battles without certainty. Gu Yuan ran swiftly, abruptly unleashing the majority of his Gu insects. vanishing in the blink of an eye. The red-robed demon cultivator stood in stunned silence, nearly unable to contain his inner turmoil. Brother, you fled. What am I to do? He lacked the superior stealth and teleportation techniques necessary for such a predicament. However, faced with the current circumstances, he could only brace himself and flee. Chapter 64. You in the atmosphere, I in space. Boom. The ice shattered. The soul of Zhao Wuji was once again illuminated by the light of day. At that moment, Jingyu stood coldly before the fleeing red-robed demon cultivator. The distant Gu Yuan was not fleeing out of fear, but for another purpose altogether. After a brief moment, the demon child malfunctioned anew. The red-robed demon cultivator was left bloodied and battered, his arms shattered, with bones and entrails starkly visible. Jingyu scoffed. Oh, is this a lost wild dog? You. The red-robed demon cultivator gritted his teeth and raised his head, only then realizing the true extent of the woman's terror and her profound cunning. Was he merely a pawn in her game? Jingyu chuckled, Zhao Wuji's brother. Hiki, when I slaughtered that scoundrel's entire village, you, the fortunate survivor, were conveniently absent. I dare say, even now, you are just learning of your parents and the entire village's murderers, are you not? Surely, you do not believe this is all mere coincidence? As she spoke, Jingyu retrieved a jade slip from her storage pouch and tossed it before the red-robed demon cultivator. What is this? The red-robed demon cultivator gritted his teeth as he perused the contents of the jade slip, waves of shock surging through his mind. While there was much information contained within, only one message resonated with him. Thus, the inheritance of the demonic path he obtained back then was merely a meticulously crafted scheme by Jingyu, or rather, a mere game. To release him? It was simply to make the game more engaging while simultaneously arranging for Jingyu's subsequent actions. The red-robed demon cultivator felt an immediate shattering of his resolve. Jingyu smiled, stating, since the truth has been unveiled, it is time for this game to conclude. As the black sword was summoned, poised to pierce the red-robed demon cultivator, a deafening rumble erupted from the ground. Jingyu furrowed her brows, and the next instant, she swiftly stood up and looked up to see a tempest of yellow sand swirling in the distance. Amidst the sand, countless enormous figures were charging toward Tianshui village at an astonishing speed. Elephants? No. These were exotic ferocious elephants. Jingyu's pupils constricted sharply. Exotic ferocious elephants. And so many of them. An adult exotic ferocious elephant possessed the strength of a cultivator at the 7th level of chi refinement. How could they possibly withstand such a force? Jingyu clenched her fists tightly, her azure eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. It must be his doing. The moment she thought of Gu Yuan, the sense of superiority she had felt earlier in the presence of the red-robed demon cultivator evaporated instantly. What a scoundrel! Jingyu's eyes were filled with a fierce intensity. With so many exotic ferocious elephants, she could hardly contend with them using her current strength, unless a formation was employed. Yet, even if a master of formations were to arrive now, they would be unable to salvage the situation. In mid-air, Gu Yuan wielded his sword, his figure flickering in and out of sight. Observing the multitude of exotic ferocious elephants, he nodded in satisfaction. Utilizing external forces to eliminate foes, this was indeed a practical tactic for those with diminished strength. Gu Yuan wore a cold smirk. He meticulously orchestrated his strategy, never intending to rely solely on his own strength to vanquish Jingyu. The thought of victory had not even crossed his mind. Even if it had, he was certain of his success. All he needed was to sever the array that ensnared him and escape. However, he could not confront the crimson-robed demon cultivator immediately, for he lacked a comprehensive understanding of both the opponent and Jingyu's hidden trump cards. A hasty attack could lead to unforeseen complications. Furthermore, patience was essential. The insects he employed to summon the herd of exotic beasts required a certain amount of time to manifest. Gu Yuan's gaze was profound and contemplative. His objective was to amplify his odds of triumph continually. While Jingyu might believe she was operating within the atmosphere, he was aiming for the cosmos. The thunderous roars of the herd reverberated through the clouds, a cacophony that sent Jingyu's heart plummeting. Meanwhile, Ichio cast a cold glance at the approaching herd, his expression grave, before turning his attention back to Jingyu. Without uttering a word, he mounted his sword and fled. Jingyu pressed her lips together in frustration. Why? Why did that young man possess such a remarkable ability to summon such a vast herd at once? This was a tactic she had never encountered before. Earlier, she had witnessed Gu Yuan employ minor tricks to attract the spirit-devouring ink flood dragon and the earthly fiend scorpion. Those were maneuvers she could easily replicate. But what was transpiring before her now? Damn it! Attack! Jingyu commanded. The soul of Zhao Wuji immediately charged towards the multitude of exotic beasts. The outcome was disastrous. After slaying a few, he was violently trampled and reduced to mere fragments of his soul. Yet, he resurrected once more, emerging from the temple's spring. This cycle repeated itself no more than 3 times. Roar. The herd of extraordinary beasts was incensed. A colossal beast stormed into Tianxue village, obliterating houses, trees, and everything in its path as if they were mere paper. The villagers, subjugated by the crimson-robed demon cultivator, were trampled into a pulpy mass. Eventually, the herd reached the temple, showing no mercy as it raised its massive leg and crushed everything beneath it. The protective formation resisted. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, it was merely a matter of insufficient strength. Under the relentless assault of countless beasts, the formation buzzed ominously before shattering in no time. With a resounding crash, the temple was reduced to mere fragments. From within, a furnace radiating an eerie blue flame soared into the air, engulfing the surroundings in a terrifying blaze that reduced the beasts to ashes in an instant. How long could it burn? Boom. Jingyu resolutely launched an attack, aiming to eliminate the crimson-robed demon cultivator before her. However, at the last moment, the adversary expended a copious amount of their vital essence to perform a blood escape. Jing Yao could pursue, yet her focus was solely on the impending threat of the beasts. She attempted to obstruct the onslaught of the extraordinary herd. Bang, bang, bang. Within moments, she could no longer withstand the force. Her black sword was knocked aside, and her delicate form was violently struck by one of the beasts, sending her crashing to the ground like a discarded sack. In the distance, high above, Gu Yuan cast a glance at Jing Yao, who was barely clinging to life, before redirecting his gaze toward the furnace. A fervent flame ignited in his eyes. The ultimate goal lay within that object. It not only possessed the ability to effect a qualitative transformation of the soul, but also held the power to attack and enhance one's cultivation, a true treasure of the highest order. Such a precious artifact would surely entice even those at the foundation establishment or golden core stages. After all, the true purpose of the furnace tripod remains shrouded in mystery. However, this is not the opportune moment for seizing it. The furnace blazes fiercely, its flames consuming the surface of the ground, creating a vast pit with a diameter of several dozen yards as the boiling intensifies. Nonetheless, the energy is ultimately finite. Yet there are at least 100 ferocious beasts to contend with. What means shall be employed to obstruct them? Finally, with a resonating hum, the ethereal blue flames atop the furnace extinguish. With a resounding crash, an enraged beast charges forth, its colossal tusk sending the furnace soaring. Now is the moment. Gu Yuan's cold gaze flickers, and he swiftly channels the accelerating power of his Gu worms and techniques, transforming into a streak of vibrant light that hurtles toward the descending furnace. Chapter 65. Seize the furnace. A ripple courses through the air as a white shadow darts towards the furnace at breakneck speed. Gu Yuan furrows his brow, his expression darkening. This individual is none other than Ichio, who evidently has no intention of retreating and harbors covetous thoughts toward the furnace. With a cold snort, Gu Yuan activates the Eye Spike Gu, launching a sharp eye spike towards the white shadow. Bang! Ichio is momentarily impeded, swiftly wielding his sword to shatter the eye spike. But the assault does not cease there. Gu Yuan unleashes the chrysanthemum thorn. Countless spines surge forth toward Ichio. Bang, bang, bang. The spines are entirely deflected by a small shield, inflicting no harm upon him. However, Gu Yuan's sole aim is to exert pressure upon his adversary. Realizing that he seems unable to capture the furnace, resentment flickers in Ichio's eyes. With a wave of his hand, numerous long swords hover in the air, forming an eagle formation as they advance menacingly toward Gu Yuan. Ignoring them, Gu Yuan channels the frozen spirit Gu. The frigid air spread wildly in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, the long swords were encased in ice, plummeting to the ground. With a resounding crash, the two collided, and Ichio was forcefully repelled by the overwhelming energy. He clutched his chest, his eyes wide with astonishment. Even though he had foreseen Gu Yuan's terrifying prowess, it was difficult for him to fathom that a cultivator of such a low realm could unleash such formidable strength. Roaring, the monstrous beast on the ground sensed the pervasive chill invading its body and let out a series of anguished howls. The sound waves slightly hindered Gu Yuan's speed, but the impact was negligible. He was on the verge of seizing the furnace cauldron. Not so fast. Jingyu surged in from the side, having unknowingly consumed something potent. Now restored to her peak condition, possessing an astute intellect, Jing Yao understood that she could not withstand the assault of the monstrous horde, so she opted to strike first. attempting to hold them back. However, the outcome was swift defeat. Yet, she still harbored a glimmer of hope. The soul of Zhao Wuji had completely perished due to the absence of energy from the furnace cauldron. Thus, all hope rested solely upon her shoulders. However, Gu Yuan let out a chilling smile, then activated the cold blade Guin Dragon Spine Gu, employing the severe moon blade technique, and delivered an overwhelming strike aimed at Jing Yao's crown. In that moment, Jing Yao felt a life-threatening crisis, a sensation akin to death itself wielding a scythe, pronouncing her doom. There was no recourse but to summon her black jade to withstand the blow. With a thunderous clash, the cold blade struck the black jade, failing to inflict any real damage. Gu Yuan's expression remained calm. In an instant, he concentrated all his soul energy, unleashing several Gu insects in one go. Flame Burst Gu. Frost Spirit Gu. He activated nearly all the Gu insects within him. This is no trivial matter. One must understand that although the Gu worms can be activated multiple times, the energy expended comes from the activator's various reserves. It is not merely a question of whether the spiritual energy is sufficient. One must also consider the energies of the mind and soul. Gu Yuan is determined this time, not only to seize this furnace, but also to test whether he can directly slay this woman. Thus, the spiritual stones amassed by Gu Yuan diminished at a visible rate, while the frequency of the colorful bubbles expelled by the speed Yuan Gu White Lotus surged dramatically. A chilling aura spread outwards for miles. Gu Yuan channeled spiritual energy into the cold blade Gu and unleashed the most potent strike at this stage. Boom. The black jade was forcefully cleaved several meters away with a resonating hum. Jing Yao's pupils constricted suddenly. The cold blade pierced her visage at a critical moment. Golden light erupted from within Jing Yao. A surge of energy not befitting her current stage exploded forth. Boom boom. The golden light shattered. Jing Yu was still knocked away by the strike. However, there were no visible wounds on her body. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. This woman possesses an extraordinary number of hidden cards. This only intensified the murderous intent in Gu Yuan's eyes. Faced with such a formidable adversary, he resolved to eradicate her completely. Should she bear offspring, he would annihilate her entire lineage, ensuring that even the earthworms in the village's soil would be cleaved into 8 segments before he would find peace. He would leave no escape route for her. However, Gu Yuan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. It was simple. This strike had drained a tremendous amount of his mental power. Were it not for his centuries of experience as a Gu master in his previous life and the innate strength of his soul, this blow would have nearly depleted him. The critical issue now remained seizing the furnace. Gu Yuan's gaze fell upon the fallen furnace. Below, countless aberrant beasts continued to ravage everything within the village of Tian Shui. Even the formation within the hall was reduced to disarray. Their enormous, bell-like eyes bulged with fury as they sought out that which evoked their loathing. Those were, of course, the several Gu worms that Gu Yuan had unleashed, now nearly perished. He swiftly descended. With a roar, several agitated beasts charged toward him. Gu Yuan snorted coldly, activating the Gu worms, and a wave of frigid air erupted, transforming the beasts into mere ice sculptures. Suddenly, Gu Yuan seized the furnace and unceremoniously cast it into his storage pouch. Without delay, he summoned his sword and soared into the sky, fleeing. Thief! Return the furnace to me. Jing Yao, under the influence of a potent elixir, transformed into a mist of blood and lunged fiercely at Gu Yuan. He smirked disdainfully. Jing Yao's speed was no match for his. Moments later, she vanished entirely from sight. Jing Yu stood frozen, her eyes vacant, unable to accept the reality before her. She had failed, miserably so, to the point that even her undergarments had been pilfered. The young woman collapsed onto the ground, her earlier arrogance completely dissipated. Time passed, and Gu Yuan entered the mountains, finding refuge in a hidden cave. He summoned the furnace from his storage pouch. This vessel appeared unremarkable, its surface a dark bronze hue, merely larger than an ordinary furnace. Gu Yuan's eyes glimmered with intrigue. In the following hours, he endeavored to explore the furnace's potential and capabilities. Before long, he truly unraveled some mysteries. This object must be a unique ancient treasure. Gu Yuan was convinced. The so-called ancient treasure refers to the magical artifacts passed down from the primordial era of the cultivation world, steeped in history. Typically, ancient treasures possess extraordinary powers and effects that are difficult to replicate with other magical or spiritual artifacts. Gu Yuan's expression remained impassive as he casually seized a lost human from outside and cast him into the ancient furnace artifact. Immediately, he infused the furnace with spiritual energy. Suddenly, the man erupted into frenzied screams, his entire being engulfed in a swirling azure flame. Moments later, his bones were completely dissolved, leaving not a trace behind. However, The man's soul was extracted, suspended motionless within the furnace. Gu Yuan's pupils constricted, to dissolve the physical body while extracting the soul. At first glance, this may seem futile for an ordinary cultivator, but for Gu Yuan, the former Gu sovereign, its practicality was immense. It is known that refining and utilizing Gu requires considerable mental energy, which is typically correlated with the strength of one's soul. If he could obtain sufficient high-quality souls, then Gu Yuan could forge Gu that would enhance soul strength. His power would multiply several-fold. Excellent. A smile crept onto Gu Yuan's lips as he formulated a preliminary plan. This was merely an initial exploration of the furnace's capabilities. Its true potential might extend far beyond this. Chapter 66. Two Demon Children? Gu Yuan's thoughts stirred, and instantly, azure flames leaped from the furnace, swiftly coalescing into the outline of a figure. Zhao Wuji. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. As his eyes flickered, he suddenly comprehended the situation. Perhaps it was the handiwork of Jing Yao that led to the emergence of the ethereal flame, which could only manifest as Zhao Wuji. In that moment, the spirit of Zhao Wuji appeared numbed, his aura feeble, barely at the first level of qi refinement. This was likely due to the exceedingly low energy of his soul, having expended all prior vitality. Despite his weakened presence, upon his emergence, his gaze fixated intently on a singular direction. Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization. After a brief pause, guided by the direction Zhao Wuji was observing, Gu Yuan ultimately arrived at a quaint village. Scanning his surroundings, Gu Yuan noted that this village nestled within the mountains and alongside a river, bustling with life. Without a trace of hesitation, he stepped into the village. Moments later, concealed in the air, Gu Yuan discerned a familiar figure within the grandest estate, a crimson-robed demonic cultivator. So, it was this individual that Zhao Wuji had been fixating upon. A cold smirk escaped Gu Yuan's lips. In the next instant, shrouded in secrecy, he struck without hesitation, invoking the cold blade Gu. With a resonating hum, the crimson-robed cultivator, recuperating within the confines of the room, was suddenly engulfed in a chilling dread. He barely had time to summon a protective shield. Boom! The shield shattered. Gu Yuan's silhouette materialized directly before him. The crimson-robed cultivator could hardly believe his eyes. He could not fathom how the other had discovered his whereabouts. It was known that this place was far removed from Tianshui village, and moreover, its location was concealed. How could he possibly locate it? A torrent of confusion, fear, and unease surged within the cultivator's eyes. Following the destruction of the shield, he let out a frantic cry, promptly attempting to utilize blood escape to flee. Yet, how could Gu Yuan allow him such an opportunity? With a swift motion, he activated the frozen spirit Gu. In an instant, the red-robed demon cultivator was encased in ice. The cold blade pierced through the ice, shattering it abruptly. The blade plunged into the chest of the red-robed demon, and he stared wide-eyed, his breath gradually fading. He was dead. Gu Yuan retracted the insect, gazing at the fallen body of the demon cultivator before him, his expression unchanged. This demon had fled before Jing Yao. But regrettably, he could escape the first day of the month, yet not the 15th. Ultimately, he perished at the hands of his own. Gu Yuan's demeanor remained impassive as he stepped forward to loot the demon's storage bag. He chose to delve into the bag with his consciousness. After a brief inspection, Gu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Within it lay the inheritance of demonic arts that this demon cultivator had fortuitously acquired. Astonishingly, this demonic inheritance was none other than that of the wizard Oshia, the counterfeit wizard who had been slain. At this revelation, Gu Yuan fell into contemplation. Everything began to connect. The tales of enmity and interest among Oshia, Zhao Wuji, Jing Yu, and the nameless demon cultivator emerged vividly in his mind. Gu Yuan had no desire to delve into the specifics of their animosities. However, the next step was unmistakably to eliminate Jing Yu, if necessary. That Ichio could not be spared either. The inheritance given to this red-robed demon by Oshia was incomplete, and he was merely a pawn under Jing Yao's control. Thus, the true Oshia might have been the unfortunate soul who fell victim to Jing Yao's schemes. And as for Zhao Wuji, he had obliterated Jing Yao's entire family for some treasure or gain, only to face retribution, leading to the massacre of his own family at Jing Yao's hands. Zhao Wuji may possess a hidden card, eluding Jing Yao's relentless pursuit. However, the true Zhao Wuji has perished within the depths of the inheritance cave. As for the soul, it could merely be a fragment. Jing Yao is a woman of extreme malevolence, even exhibiting a deranged and perverse delight in the brutal slaughter of her enemies. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. It is perhaps wiser not to delve too deeply into these myriad grievances, whether born of hatred or simple, twisted cruelty. What storms and tribulations has the world of Gu not witnessed over centuries? There are those far more depraved than this. The only regret lies in the matter of the demon child. Wait, in the storage pouch of the crimson-robed demonic cultivator. Gu Yuan's consciousness suddenly brushed against a pitch-black cage. He promptly summoned the cage forth. It was ensnared with prohibitions, emanating a dark light that rendered the scene within almost unbearable to behold. With considerable effort, Gu Yuan dismantled the restrictions, revealing a black cage that contained two children, scarcely 7 or 8 years of age. Yet, these children bore skin as dark as the deepest night, even darker than that of African children on earth. Their skin tone was akin to that of the demon child. However, an aura of death emanated from these two young souls. Gu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly as he stepped forward. Suddenly, the children's eyes snapped open, their pupils as large as copper bells, an abyss of darkness devoid of light. At this moment, their gaze shifted upwards, fixating intently upon the human. An adversary? Gu Yuan's expression darkened. The deathly aura surrounding the two children was utterly insignificant when compared to the demonic energy of the demon child. Akin to a primary school student measuring up to a university scholar. At long last, someone has arrived. One of the children has spoken, and to my astonishment, they are crying. Their voice is clear and bright, devoid of any abnormality, and their tone is infused with emotion. Were it not for their peculiar appearance, one would hardly perceive these two as anything but ordinary beings. Please, save us. We have endured the merciless torment of the vile rogues outside for what feels like an eternity. They plead, tears streaming down their faces as they kneel. Their expressions filled with despair. Yet, Gu Yuan remains unmoved, his demeanor as cold as ice. The children, witnessing his silence, weep even more fervently. Trembling as they recount the wretchedness of their existence, the sheer horror they have faced. They attribute their current plight entirely to the wickedness of their former captors, who treated them as mere subjects for grotesque experimentation, altering their very forms. As they speak of these rogues, a tempest of hatred ignites in their eyes. Nevertheless, Gu Yuan finds it difficult to believe their tale. His gaze lingers on the cage before him, which appears to be a specially crafted device for containing foes. Undoubtedly of high grade and adorned with intricate formations. It could only be unlocked from the outside, suggesting that its creator was a master of the arcane arts, skilled in the crafting of formidable mechanisms. Sir, the children exclaim, their anxiety mounting as Gu Yuan remains silent, his expression unyielding. You are a righteous master. If you doubt us, I can reveal my lineage. We hail from the kingdom of Tianchu, disciples of the Tianming Hall. The esteemed master bears the honorific title of Mingzuan. And one may inquire further about him, his disciples. Two children, with tear-streaked faces, presented their identities. They mentioned the heavenly Chu kingdom and the Tianming palace. However, Gu Yuan was utterly unfamiliar with this formidable faction. Who is Mingzuan, and how powerful is he? What is his renown? He had never heard of him. Naturally, even had he heard of it, he would remain skeptical. Gu Yuan's gaze flickered, and a sudden enlightenment struck his mind. He began to delve once more into the search of the crimson-robed demon cultivator's storage pouch. Moments later, he uncovered a small booklet, no larger than a palm, hidden in the corner of the pouch's space, which he seized with a swift motion. Upon flipping through it, he hastily skimmed over the demon cultivator's growth records. Chapter 67. The initial formation of the second transformation soul path killing move. Soul Gu returns to truth. Cursed be it, within the inheritance, a dark cage awaited me. And two children immediately sought to devour me. Fortunately, my reflexes were sharp. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it was the cage itself that was formidable. Cackling. These two children were quite ferocious, and they even wished to negotiate with me. Should I engage in this transaction? I felt a stirring of desire. How infuriating. How detestable. These two peculiar children dared to breach our agreement and consume my spiritual herbs. At this point, Gu Yuan felt no need to continue. His expression darkened. A chilling light glimmered in his eyes. He then turned slightly to regard the two kneeling children, who were still pleading fervently. Upon noticing Gu Yuan's shift, did the children sense something? Indeed, they continued to bow, incessantly recounting their past good deeds, hoping that the benevolent figure before them could spare their lives. Oh, not just one, but 2 lives, a merit surpassing the construction of a 7-story pagoda. Gu Yuan's demeanor was one of indifference. Suddenly struck by an idea, he turned his gaze towards the quietly resting furnace cauldron beside him. He chuckled softly, unaware of the grandeur of the floating pagoda. All he comprehended was an overwhelming desire to send the two peculiar entities to the cycle of reincarnation for purification. With this thought, a faint smile graced Gu Yuan's face. The two children, witnessing the kind-hearted figure before them smile knowingly, believed their plight had touched him, prompting them to bow even more fervently and weep more loudly. With a determined stride, Gu Yuan approached, his hand resting silently upon the cage. Erasing the residual will of the malevolent cultivator from life, he infused his own intent into it. Swiftly refining it into his personal artifact, he established a connection between the furnace cauldron and the black cage, subsequently channeling a torrent of spiritual energy into both artifacts. With a resounding crash, the black cage flung open. The two children were instantly engulfed in elation, revealing twisted smiles. Human, you are exceedingly foolish. At last, I have been reborn. Before the children could finish their taunt, they were struck by an unexpected realization they had not truly escaped. The pillars of the black cage fractured, gradually forming a vortex, which began to ripple with dark energy. An astonishing force of gravity surged towards the two children. They barely had time to scream before being drawn into the black hole. In the next moment, another maw of darkness opened on the opposite side. Right at the mouth of the furnace cauldron, the children's pupils constricted in shock as an unprecedented sense of danger and terror surged within them. No, they wished to articulate further, but the gravitational pull of the furnace cauldron ensnared them, drawing them into its depths. In an instant, a raging, eerie blue flame engulfed the two figures, akin to diminutive fire spirits dancing madly in a cremation. Their anguished screams echoed, a heart-wrenching spectacle of despair and struggle. As they writhed in torment, Gu Yuan observed with an indifferent demeanor, arms crossed, seemingly impervious to their cries. In his eyes, since these two children were ignorant aberrations, they deserved to be chastised by the very flames they could not comprehend. The scene before him was satisfactory. A pungent odor of charred flesh permeated the air. The bizarre blue flames did not consume the children instantaneously. Suddenly, they regained a semblance of awareness, plunging towards the mouth of the furnace. The closer they drew, the less intense the flames became, burning less fiercely. Gu Yuan scoffed, delivering a swift kick to each of the children, propelling them back into the inferno. Die, you scoundrels! You will surely perish! Their final screams resonated, and soon, nothing remained of the children but ashes. Bang! A round object exploded amidst the flames. Gu Yuan's eyes flickered, and he slightly opened his palm, drawing the object into his grasp. Squinting, he examined the trinket, inscribed with two characters, Demon Child. Intriguing. Could these two children be of the same ilk as his own demon child? It seemed highly probable. Previously, in that mountain stronghold, the bandits had acquired the demon child while ambushing a mortal merchant caravan laden with crates. A group of mere mortals guarding such a terrifying entity? A cold chuckle escaped Gu Yuan's lips at the thought. What Auxer proclaimed was nothing but falsehood. It is evident that the opponent had possessed these two children and the demonic child from the very beginning. It was unexpectedly discovered by Jing Yao, who then employed ruthless means to ensnare them. Contemplating this, Gu Yuan's gaze fell upon the furnace. What could the furnace possibly gain from incinerating such wretched entities? Suddenly, a series of resonant hums emanated from the furnace. In an instant, a ghostly blue soul materialized, resembling that of a demonic child. Gu Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. He could perceive the immense soul energy contained within this diminutive spirit. Excellent. Gu Yuan's cold gaze flickered, and he decisively seized the soul demonic child. Immediately, with a mere thought, the mysterious black cauldron was summoned from his mind. The moment the soul demonic child entered, it emitted a series of piercing shrieks. Buzz! Gu Yuan felt an acute mental assault, causing his form to waver. The inner demons in his mind were provoked, screeching in torment. Buzz! The mysterious black cauldron resonated with an ancient, deep chime. The soul demonic child fell silent. The black cauldron directly absorbed it. Would you like to refine soul burning Gu? Refine. Currently refining. Refinement successful. Gu. Soul burning Gu. Rank. First turn. Effect. One-time consumption Gu. Activation can greatly enhance soul and mental strength. The soul burning Gu was refined instantaneously. This is a commonly encountered soul type Gu. Gu Yuan grasped this Gu and began to refine it immediately. However, the energy of the demonic child's soul had only been diminished slightly, not even 1%. Gu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The strength of this soul is extraordinarily formidable. As I ponder the implications, it becomes clear that, should this continue, he will be able to forge 100 soul-refining Gu in one fell swoop. Such a vast quantity will undoubtedly result in an exponential enhancement of soul strength. Gu Yuan gazed at this soul demon child, a faint smile gracing his lips. A demon child? No, this is a child of fortune. Of course. it is entirely unnecessary to create 100 soul-refining goo. With such abundant soul path energy at his disposal, Gu Yuan could easily refine other creations. For instance, a soul path killing technique. Yes, he could directly craft a set of goo that would synthesize formidable soul path attacks. Gu Yuan swiftly scoured his memory, searching for the perfect technique. This is the one. With a glimmer in his eyes, Gu Yuan selected the soul path killing technique and began crafting the goo. Successfully crafted gathering spirit goo. Realm. Successfully crafted soul chi goo. Excellent. Once all the goo were refined, Gu Yuan commenced the simultaneous activation of the goo, guided by the memories of his past life, familiarizing himself with the intricacies of the killing technique. Time slipped by unnoticed. Gu Yuan rubbed his temples after several days of trials. He had finally mastered the goo path killing technique that harmonized with the laws of this realm. The second-tier soul path killing technique, Soul Goo returns to truth. This technique is not an offensive maneuver, but rather a supportive and replenishing one. Gu Yuan sat cross-legged, his cold gaze flickering. Such techniques can significantly enhance his current soul strength as well as his cultivation. Indeed, it can elevate his cultivation to a certain extent, breaking through the constraints of his realm. Casting aside distracting thoughts, Gu Yuan immediately dispelled any hesitation and unleashed the killing technique. The second transformation's soul path killing move, Soul Goo returns to truth. Several goo insects floated in midair, simultaneously activated by Gu Yuan. The gluttonous spirit goo radiated boundless brilliance, while the speed element goo spewed forth frenzied, colorful bubbles, aiding him in swiftly replenishing his spiritual energy. In an instant, hundreds of spirit stones transformed into a cascade of energy. Simultaneously, thousands of immortal spirit herbs emerged. Gu Yuan was currently at the 5th level of chi refinement. To break through once more, he could not resort to the same methods as before, for they were excessively resource-consuming. Given his 5-element root's remarkable aptitude, achieving a breakthrough might pose a significant challenge. Thus, he needed to seek an alternative path. Buzz, the soul entity demonic child, let out a piercing wail, its form dissolving incessantly. Although it lacked emotions due to the furnace cauldron's influence and was compelled to obey Gu Yuan, its pitch-black eyes glimmered with a vengeful light directed at the youth before it. Gu Yuan chuckled heartily, unfazed. In the next moment, boundless black-purple radiance surged outward, transforming the cave as if a great sun had descended. The vile insects retreated, and the beasts outside fled in terror. After a brief pause, at last, boom, a brand new aura erupted from Gu Yuan's being. He had reached the 6th level of chi refinement. Yet, this was not his limit, for the soul entity demonic child had only consumed 20% of its essence. Indeed, the lower limbs of the demonic child had already ceased to exist. Its dark, lifeless gaze fixated on Gu Yuan's face, as if to declare that even descending into hell, it would never relent. Gu Yuan remained utterly indifferent. Life and death are but transient phases. Ghosts, demons, monsters, and deities alike are no exceptions. If one lived in dissatisfaction, what could death possibly hold against him? After weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to break through once more. With a single breath, he withdrew the majority of the enhancement elixirs and herbs he had gathered into his storage pouch. The lethal move, soul insect returning to truth. The frenzied power erupted around him, even more formidable this time. Thus, a few days later, Gu Yuan's eyes abruptly opened, and in that instant, a sharp aura akin to a blade surged outward from his center, rapidly radiating in all directions. 7th layer of chi refinement. Just perfect. Gu Yuan stood up, feeling the surging energy within him, secretly rejoicing. The soul of the demonic child had completely vanished, dissipating into nothingness and serving as a stepping stone for his ascension and cultivation. It is worth mentioning that this demonic child was an unusual amalgamation of 2 souls, yet the genuine one he had initially acquired, whose background he was unaware of, remained confined in a box and was tossed into a storage pouch. On that day, when the demonic child battled with Yi Qiu in a moment of opportunity, he had retrieved the demonic child. This particular entity held immense value. Even when subjected to ordinary magical attacks, it could recover, proving quite useful as a human bomb. Setting aside the matter of the demonic child, Gu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Previously, at the 5th layer of chi refinement, he could contend with those at the 8th layer. Now, at the 7th layer, to what extent might his power escalate? Of course, his ability to face 8th layer opponents at the 5th layer stemmed primarily from the formidable support of the 2nd-tier insect techniques and supplementary spirit energy insects, allowing him to unleash strength surpassing that of the 5th layer. Now, Though he was at the 7th layer, certain techniques and skills still required refinement. Furthermore, Gu Yuan needed to devise a multitude of second-tier insect techniques to unleash the ultimate combat power of the second-tier insect path, which, when combined with his techniques, would result in a significant increase in might. Very well. Gu Yuan retracted his thoughts. Now, less than half a month remains until the opening of the Chutian secret realm. Naturally, Gu Yuan is eager to participate in this secret realm, which is restricted to cultivators above the Qi refining stage. Thus, Gu Yuan will be able to unleash combat prowess that surpasses ordinary cultivators, and at that time, he will undoubtedly seek numerous benefits to replenish himself and ascend to even greater heights. Contemplating this, Gu Yuan settled into a lotus position to commence his cultivation of techniques and sword arts. Several days later, with the assistance of the Gu insects, Gu Yuan's longevity technique ascended directly to the 5th tier. The Linyu sword technique has reached its pinnacle. The ultimate stage is perfection, but it is nearly there. Gu Yuan's eyes glimmered with profundity. He then turned his gaze towards the furnace tripod. This furnace is a treasured artifact of Jingyao, containing many aspects yet to be explored by him, such as the fact that Jingyao could resurrect Zhao Wuji's family from the past. Of course, such a resurrection would undoubtedly be imperfect, bound to have its flaws. Who knows how many souls and spirits might be missing from the 3 souls and 6 spirits of a person. In his previous life, Gu Yuan had certainly studied various means of resurrection in the world of Gu. According to his knowledge, every method of resurrection carries its own defects, and more importantly, the cost is typically exorbitant. The use of resurrection techniques is bound to provoke the wrath of the heavenly Tao. The Great Way is unkind. Yet, this furnace tripod possesses the extraordinary ability to temporarily resurrect individuals, deceiving the heavenly Tao. Indeed, I must delve into this thoroughly in the future. Naturally, Gu Yuan will also be keenly aware of certain loopholes. When the aberrant beast trampled through Tianshui village, Jingyao did not retrieve the furnace tripod but chose to withstand it, indicating that the opponent could not reclaim it. Mentioning Jingyao, Gu Yuan's cold gaze flickered. It is now time for him to seek trouble with the other party. Indeed, there is that handsome youth, Ichio. Suddenly, Gu Yuan gathered all his belongings and, wielding his sword, transformed into a streak of radiant light, soaring out of the cave and swiftly heading towards the state of Chu. Along the way, he encountered the vast, surging river once more. Above him loomed an endless sea of blood mist, within which the terror of the blood insects still lingered vividly in Gu Yuan's memory. In an instant, Gu Yuan produced the ancient treasure artifact, Black Cage. This artifact possessed tremendous power, capable of altering its form according to the will of its wielder. Gu Yuan gazed into the blood mist, intent on capturing the insects. These blood insects were rare and possessed formidable abilities. Should Gu Yuan discover the corresponding formula for controlling them, he could rapidly cultivate an army of blood insects, greatly benefiting himself. Chanting incantations softly, Gu Yuan cast forth the black cage. It opened wide, beginning to envelop the blood insects in a vast shroud. The blood insects offered no resistance, at most. They emitted a few buzzing sounds before being ensnared by the black cage. Thud, thud, thud. Realizing they were trapped, the blood insects violently battered against the interior walls of the cage. Alas, the black cage was no ordinary artifact. After a flurry of futile efforts, the blood insects could inflict no harm upon it. Gu Yuan laughed heartily. After capturing several blood insects, he soared into the sky on his sword, racing towards the state of Chu. 2 days later, the once bustling streets of Chu remained lively and boisterous. Gu Yuan strode confidently into the Black Cloud Trading Association. The elderly man in black robes at the front desk greeted him with a warm smile. Time had etched lines upon his face, rendering it difficult to discern Gu Yuan's true cultivation level. Cloaked in a mask that concealed his identity, Gu Yuan was direct in his approach, seeking substantial business in a private conversation. The black-robed elder's expression faltered, suddenly shifting to one of grave seriousness. After both parties entered the room, Gu Yuan silently retrieved a collection of magical artifacts and techniques from his storage bag. The old man in the black robe's pupils suddenly constricted. Sir, have you annihilated a small faction? You need not concern yourself with that. The old man in the black robe suddenly realized something. Raising his head in astonishment, you are the Grim Reaper? Gu Yuan remained silent, his silence serving as affirmation. Chapter 69. The auction of Chutian Pavilion. Silence served as affirmation. Unexpectedly, the old man sighed. To be honest, I thought you had met an untimely end. With a bitter smile, he carefully stored away the magical artifacts and techniques. Observing the numerous items, he understood that the figure before him, the Grim Reaper, had indeed been quite industrious, and while the claim of annihilating a faction may have been exaggerated, it sufficiently demonstrated that this individual was truly formidable. What shocked the old man the most was his inability to fathom the depth of the other's cultivation. It appeared as an ancient, unfathomable abyss. He sighed once more. Grim Reaper, the secret realm of Chudion will open in 7 days. The sixth prince is currently the weakest party, and I find myself quite troubled. Sir, might you have the time to visit the Imperial Palace in the coming days? Gu Yuan remained silent. The sixth prince, Chu Yang, was indeed in a precarious position. And it was worth noting that the fourth princess, Chu Ziwei, was not faring much better. Gu Yuan had yet to encounter Chu Yang and was unaware of the depths of his capabilities, however. The aura emanating from the Black Creek Royal Guards surrounding him was certainly not ordinary, albeit that was merely a passing observation. Chu Ziwei is a person whom Gu Yuan has personally encountered. Ambitious and driven, should she flourish, she could undoubtedly become a formidable leader. Here I am, merely a shadow guard beside the fourth princess. The old man in the black robe, noticing Gu Yuan's prolonged silence, began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that he had been swayed by someone other than the fourth princess and the sixth prince? At that moment, suddenly, the air shimmered with ripples, and a shadow flitted through the void. Heishu revealed himself, wearing a slight smile as he bowed and said, "Congratulations, my friend Yu Lian, on your triumphant return. You arrived quite swiftly." Gu Yuan couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle inwardly. Sensing something amiss in Gu Yuan's demeanor, Heishu inhaled deeply, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, and sighed. "Your cultivation indeed grows ever more profound and inscrutable. With such talent, your future accomplishments will surely be extraordinary." "It's merely luck," Gu Yuan remarked, idly toying with his teacup. Heishu offered a wry smile, recognizing that he was not merely flattering. Gu Yuan was indeed unfathomable. Thus, he had chosen the right person. Aware of Gu Yuan's direct nature, Heishu decided to be forthright, stating plainly, "My friend, the Chutian secret realm will soon be opened in the coming days. The palace has specially organized a banquet lasting 3 days and nights. I wonder if you would care to attend? Should you agree, feel free to stipulate any conditions, and I will do my utmost to accommodate your requests." "Huh?" Gu Yuan scoffed coldly. 3 days and nights? It seems this affair is imminent. This banquet is not a mere ordinary gathering. Are they sincerely inviting him? No. They are simply fearful of his departure. Gu Yuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the prince's sincere invitation. "Rest assured, I shall certainly attend," he assured. Heishi was filled with joy. "With your word, I am at ease. Now, please feel free to express any request you may have." As he spoke, a glimmer flickered in Heishi's cold gaze. The elderly man in black robes immediately understood, promptly placing Gu Yuan's requested items into a storage pouch before turning to leave. Once the door closed, Gu Yuan did not hesitate. He tapped the tabletop lightly and sighed, "I am in need of a suitable and formidable weapon." Heishi's eyes sparkled with interest. "Fear not. Esteemed friend, we can head to the auction venue at once." Gu Yuan raised his head and sighed once more, saying, "I have already surveyed your establishment's auction house. But the magical artifact I require must not be an ordinary high-grade item. It must be an exceptional artifact that is well suited to my needs." He was not exaggerating. At this moment, he truly needed a magical tool. The convenience of using a puppet worm was undeniable, yet such creatures are inherently mortal. Should the enemy's onslaught be too fierce, or should they employ devastating secret techniques, the puppet worm in his possession could easily be obliterated. Previously, he had overlooked this issue because ordinary magical artifacts were utterly ineffective, and with his limited magical energy, directly activating both the artifact and the puppet worm would lead to an unsustainable demand for power. However, now, possessing an extraordinary artifact would, in most circumstances, undoubtedly be a tremendous boon. Heishi was equally resolute. "Very well, my friend, let us make haste to the largest auction house in the state of Chu at Chutian Pavilion." The Chutian Pavilion is indeed the largest auction house in the Kingdom of Chu, though it is merely a branch of a greater establishment. Nevertheless, it enjoys an impeccable reputation. At this moment, it is noon, and a steady stream of people flows in, with queues stretching for at least several minutes. As a personal guard to the royal prince, Heishi naturally does not need to wait in line. The two of them proceed as VIPs, stepping into the grand and majestic hall. Once they enter, they are seated immediately, which is quite convenient. "Hey, have you heard?" That demon cultivator has yet to be captured, even though he's been terrorizing the area for several dozen miles outside the city. Indeed, the righteous sects from the southern region, including the Qingyang sect, and most of the prominent families from the kingdom of Chu have dispatched their elite to hunt down this fiend, yet after all this time, not a single trace has been found. Not only have they failed to track him down, but entire villages, mere mortal settlements, have been annihilated by the green demons. Several cultivators conversing in front of Gu Yuan discussed the latest happenings in the kingdom of Chu, particularly concerning the demon cultivator from the Cave of Legacy. This fiend has remained elusive, and his initial appearance is closely tied to the secret realm of Chu. Could it be that the righteous path is simply incompetent? No. Within the righteous path, there are indeed diviners and master-level figures of wisdom. What could be the reason for their prolonged inability to apprehend him? Gu Yuan furrows his brow. In his storage bag, he still possesses the blood sacrifice forbidden technique, the blood soul pill, and fragments of a myriad of corpses. He can surmise a few possibilities regarding the fiend's whereabouts. However, even a severely injured foundational-level demon cultivator is beyond his current capabilities to contend with. Such matters should be of concern to the righteous sections. Have you heard? Within that cave, the only survivor was Jing Yao, the eldest daughter of the Jing family. It seems that she had embarked on some demon-slaying mission a few days prior. Can you believe it? Rather than keeping us in suspense, it is said that this woman, after undertaking such a perilous task, ended up being the sole survivor out of a group of over 10 individuals. Is this truly the case? She is indeed a harbinger of doom. It is rumored that Yang Shijian, a 9th-tier Qi cultivator from the Yang clan, also perished, prompting the clan to dispatch skilled warriors in search of Jing Yao. Yet, their efforts were in vain, as she had vanished without a trace. Gu Yuan maintained a calm demeanor. In truth, upon his return to the kingdom of Chu, his initial intention had been to seek out Jing Yao. However, upon arrival, he found the gates of the Jing residence shattered, the once majestic loft reduced to ruins, and even the trees that had flourished there were reduced to ashes. As for the Jing family members and servants, their fates were equally grim. Suffering tortures such as skinning and breaking of bones, death was perhaps the only release. Why was it that only Jing Yao had survived on 2 occasions? The various clans and factions are certainly not naive. If they cannot locate Jing Yao, they will resort to pillaging her family. This woman is not easily dealt with. A murderous intent flickered in Gu Yuan's eyes. Should she become his adversary, his chosen course of action would be to annihilate her entire lineage. It is evident that the two of them are now locked in a deadly struggle, with no possibility of reconciliation. The auction is about to commence. A prolonged sound resonated from all directions. The audience below erupted with excitement, casting aside their idle chatter as their attention swiftly shifted to the auction. Chapter 70. No worries. Just bid. Heishi offered a faint smile, addressing Yuan. Feel free to bid on whatever catches your fancy. Gu Yuan remained silent. The first item presented was an extraordinarily powerful longsword, an exceptional magical artifact. Its introduction sparked a frenzy of bidding. Gu Yuan shook his head. He had no use for a sword. Forcing its use would only yield adverse effects. The atmosphere was electric with voices clamoring. Ultimately, the sword was sold for 50,000 spirit stones. Following this were a series of magical artifacts, techniques, and so forth. However, most of these held little appeal for Gu Yuan. Some artifacts were indeed impressive, but he already possessed corresponding insect companions that rendered them unnecessary. Before long, nearly half of the auction had transpired. Heishi took a deep breath and, with a wry smile, inquired, Yuan, have you yet found a suitable artifact? Gu Yuan lowered his gaze. Let us wait a bit longer. As the auction progressed, the items of greater value began to emerge, stirring a sense of desire within Gu Yuan. Yet, preciousness did not equate to immediate usability. Some items were so rare that even during his Qi refinement stage, he would find them unusable. What purpose would they serve? Gu Yuan continued to bide his time. At that moment, a beautiful woman on stage unveiled a treasure by lifting a crimson cloth, revealing its true form, a blood-soaked cloth. The enchanting woman proclaimed, "Behold, the blood rain curtain. Crafted from the remnants of a golden core master after a confrontation with a formidable demon. It is of immense benefit to those who specialize in blood-based techniques." At this, a glimmer of interest sparked within Gu Yuan's eyes. The significance of this object to practitioners of Qi and blood cultivation is immense. However, for him, the term immense hardly suffices. In the blink of an eye, this item was auctioned off at an exceedingly high price. Observing Gu Yuan's apparent interest, Heishi inquired, "Do you find this item appealing, my friend?" Gu Yuan waved his hand, saying, "Let us observe further. Blood Yang Demon Soul." Upon witnessing the next item up for auction, Gu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. It was precisely what he needed. If this item were combined with the previously auctioned blood rain curtain, he could concoct a unique Gu poison, which might even integrate with the blood sacrificial techniques, ultimately yielding the most satisfying result for Gu Yuan. Yet, one item had already been claimed. Gu Yuan's gaze grew dim, his thoughts swirling in his mind. After a few moments, he resolved not to bid just yet. This item was claimed by the same individual who had previously secured the blood rain curtain. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes, a flicker of elusive malice glimmering in the depths of his pupils. After a long pause, at last, an artifact that piqued Gu Yuan's interest emerged. A blade, a demonic sword radiating a chilling aura, where coldness intertwined with demonic energy, creating a subtle yet potent essence. Many who sensed the aura of this sword were taken aback, their eyes reflecting astonishment and doubt. A demonic sword? An ice sword? What purpose could it serve? Within the borders of the Chu Kingdom, practitioners of ice-based techniques were already scarce. The addition of demonic energy raised concerns about the risk of losing oneself to madness during cultivation. Most regarded this item with indifference. However, for Gu Yuan, this was the finest artifact suitable for the qi refining stage. This is the one, Gu Yuan stated coolly. What? Heishi responded, somewhat taken aback. It is quite unexpected that this friend of the spectral scythe would choose such an unpopular artifact. Naturally, he did not ponder much. Since it was the request of the other party, he would certainly not defy it. He directly entered the bidding. Ah, is there really someone bidding for this item? This blade TMD. It appears to be rusty. Could it be that some unscrupulous merchant is attempting to deceive us? Let me see who is bidding. Hiss. That person is actually from the royal family. The crowd was astounded. Suddenly, another individual entered the fray. This person was the one who had previously won the Blood Rain Tapestry and the Blood Sun Demon Soul. Cloaked in a wide-brimmed hat, their face was entirely obscured by a veil, and their attire was rather similar to that of Gu Yuan. Heishi snorted coldly. Such an item. Having agreed to the request, how could he relinquish it? He continued to bid. Immediately, the cloaked figure also began to bid fiercely. Heishi gritted his teeth. He would follow. 10,000 spirit stones. He directly raised the bid to the height of 10,000 spirit stones. 10,010 spirit stones. The cloaked figure cast a cold glance at Heishi, a flicker of surprise igniting in their eyes. 20,000 spirit stones. Gu Yuan directly joined the bidding. 20,010 spirit stones. The cloaked figure shot a cold glance at Gu Yuan. 30,000 spirit stones, Gu Yuan stated slowly. Heishi, dear lord, is it necessary to increase the spirit stones like this, incrementing by 10,000 each time? A coarse male voice from the cloaked figure called out. 30,010 spirit stones. Then he coldly remarked, Sir, as a member of the royal family, what do you desire this sword for? 40,000 spirit stones. Gu Yuan yawned. The anger surged within the cloaked man. Yet, he restrained himself. This is the Chutian Pavilion, where a formidable golden core cultivator holds sway. Should he choose to act, the consequences would be dire. 40,000 spirit stones, the man in the hat gritted his teeth, making his bid. 50,000 spirit stones, Gu Yuan remained unperturbed. The crowd erupted in astonishment, all eyes fixed on the two contenders. Could a weapon, exuding a malevolent aura, difficult to refine and rusted, truly be worth 50,000 spirit stones? The man in the hat clenched his teeth, unable to contain himself any longer, and coldly warned, Esteemed sir, I am a disciple of the Tianming Hall. I hope you can show me some consideration for my status. I am in urgent need of this item. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Tianming Hall. The Tianming Hall of the Tianchu Kingdom? That is an extraordinary power that stands tall above the Chu Kingdom. This individual possesses such a formidable background? It is truly alarming. How did someone from Tianming Hall end up in our Chu Kingdom? Could it be that they too seek passage through the secret realm of Tianchu in our land? Even the steward on the stage showed a hint of surprise. He had initially intended to suppress this individual, as warning someone to refrain from bidding is typically against the rules. Yet, rules are rigid while people are complex. In the face of such a powerful background, concessions must be made. Tianming Hall. Heikuei's eyes widened. Growing anxious, he turned to his companion, Friend Yulan. Perhaps we should abandon this bid. In that case, I shall offer you 2 free bids for the remaining rounds. Feel free to bid as you wish. He did not wish for matters to escalate. As merely a bodyguard, he had no desire to offend such a colossal force. Upon revealing his identity, the man in the bamboo hat felt a surge of pride and arrogance welling up within him. He then clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect towards all directions and declared, "This time, it is I from the Tianming Hall who has disrupted the auction order." "No matter." The auction manager responded with indifference. The man in the bamboo hat took a deep breath, casting a disdainful glance towards Gu Yuan, and continued, 50,010 spirit stones. This time, victory is almost assured. 50,000 spirit stones is quite a hefty price. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn this young upstart. I shall investigate who you really are later. He scoffed inwardly. The entire venue fell into silence. This time, it seemed to be over. Yet, Gu Yuan maintained his calm demeanor. Tianming Hall. That name sounds familiar. Nevertheless, it matters not. 60,000 spirit stones, he stated, his voice remaining as serene as ever. Chapter 71. What does it matter to offend? Gu Yuan's composed voice echoed throughout the auction hall. Though his tone was not loud, it struck others as chillingly harsh. Almost everyone in attendance was momentarily taken aback. The man in the bamboo hat was astonished. Haishi was dumbfounded. The auction manager raised an eyebrow in surprise. Good heavens, who is this mysterious youth? How dare he disregard the Tianming Hall in such a manner? He pondered. What a farce. It was the disciple of Tianming Hall who deliberately disrupted the rules and threatened others, claiming to be a righteous disciple. How hypocritical. Well, it seems he has now encountered a formidable opponent, hasn't he? So what if they are from a powerful faction? To utter threats. Is there truly any distinction from the ways of the demonic path? Hush. Do you wish for your own demise, daring to voice such words so brazenly? The man beneath the hat listened intently to the murmurs around him, his teeth clenched, his countenance darkening ominously. Fists tightly balled as he cast a sidelong glance at the calm individual seated nearby. Gu Yuan remained impassive, yet at that moment, Heishi felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, heartache, and restlessness. Oh, dear heavens, why must it come to this? Why must one oppose the illustrious Tianming Hall? The strikingly beautiful woman on stage paused momentarily, then proclaimed loudly, "This gentleman bids 60,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to offer more?" 60,000 spirit stones once, 60,000 spirit stones twice, 60,010 spirit stones. The man beneath the hat clenched his fists tighter, an inferno of rage surging within him. Had this not been an auction, he would have certainly revealed the identity of this audacious individual who dared to disregard the formidable power of the Tianming Hall. As he spoke, an aura erupted from within him. 9th level of Qi refinement. A brilliant ray of golden light burst forth from his chest, radiating within a 10-foot radius. This was the core technique of the Tianming Hall, the Tianming skill. The manifestation of this skill unequivocally affirmed that the man beneath the hat was indeed a disciple of the Tianming Hall. The Tianming skill. It appears to be genuine. The pressure it exuded was formidable. It is said that this technique was personally established by the current master of the Tianming Hall, the Venerable Tianming, a true ancient being of the nascent soul stage. The crowd murmured in hushed awe, their expressions reflecting shock and astonishment. Upon hearing the exclamations of astonishment, the man in the conical hat felt a wave of ease wash over him. Thus, the bid stood at 70,000 spirit stones. Gu Yuan's expression had begun to reveal signs of impatience. Whether through threats or ordinary bidding, he merely wished to expeditiously acquire his desired item. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How dare they? The opponent had even invoked their identity yet received no semblance of respect in return. Damn it! The man in the conical hat's visage suddenly contorted in rage. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, the auctioneer cleared his throat. Esteemed friend, the Tianming Hall is a righteous sect, and we kindly request that you refrain from disrupting the established order, he stated slowly. While the strength of Tianming Hall was formidable, Chutian Pavilion was not to be underestimated either. It served as a warning to the opposing party that they had already disrupted the rules on several occasions and should cease their aggressive tactics. Very well. The man in the conical hat understood that no matter how much he raised the bid, his opponent would surely continue to escalate it by increments of 10,000. Ultimately, even if he were to narrowly prevail, he would undoubtedly incur significant losses. Selling this blade for 70,000 spirit stones had already exceeded the anticipated range. With his eyes ablaze, he fought to suppress the fury within, ultimately deciding against further bidding. Consequently, Gu Yuan successfully acquired the ice blade emanating malevolent energy. This incident became a mere footnote in the auction, and soon the next treasure was presented. Let us retrieve the blade, Gu Yuan remarked nonchalantly as he rose. Upon hearing this, Heishi let out a bitter laugh. Fellow Taoist Yulian, Fear we have stirred up considerable trouble this time. He cast a glance at the sullen man in the conical hat seated not far away, sighing inwardly. No need to fret, Gu Yuan replied, unfazed by such trivialities. He sighed. Forget it. I've already offended them. What more can be said? Do they dare to act against us in broad daylight? With this thought, he felt a considerable relief. After all, during his time in the palace, the sixth prince was frequently suppressed by several of his so-called beloved elder brothers. His usual reticence only deepened his frustration as a personal guard. This time, however, the actions of his companion, Yu Lian, had provided him with a moment of satisfaction after enduring so much. The two entered the auction house's transaction room. On stage, the man in the hat suddenly stood up with a sullen expression. After the deal was concluded, Gu Yuan departed from the auction, retrieving a blade from his storage pouch. The knife was named Ling Sha. In just a brief moment, its chilling aura revealed itself. Once grasped in his hand, a piercing cold surged from the blade into his fingertips, ultimately coursing through his entire body. Even without channeling spiritual energy, tendrils of frost began to radiate outward, accompanied by a wave of demonic energy that intertwined with the cold, instantly plunging the surroundings into a frigid gloom. Passers-by trembled uncontrollably, hastily distancing themselves. What a magnificent blade! Gu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. He sensed that with this weapon, his combat prowess would be significantly enhanced. Beside him, Heishi offered a wry smile. Of course it's a fine blade. It cost a staggering 70,000 spirit stones. He cleared his throat twice, his tone turning serious. Friend Yulian, you must exercise caution lately. That person from the Tianming Hall may have taken an interest in us. I, myself, am indifferent, but you? It is of no consequence, Gu Yuan replied nonchalantly. Well then, I implore you to attend the royal banquet in 2 days' time. The sixth prince is eagerly awaiting your presence. After the two exchanged farewells, the man in the hat slowly emerged from the alley, his expression dark as he gazed in the direction Gu Yuan had vanished. Suddenly, several figures clad in black rushed before him, kneeling on the ground. Boss, that fellow's identity is likely not simple. Should I investigate on your behalf? Do so promptly. The man in the hat gritted his teeth. Understood. In the dead of night, within a guest house, Gu Yuan sat cross-legged on a soft couch. He needed to prepare adequately for the upcoming Chutian secret realm in a few days. Although he had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, significantly enhancing his strength, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could easily overpower all practitioners at this level. The world is replete with myriad Taoist arts, and countless esoteric techniques exist. Take Jingyao, for instance, who possesses numerous hidden cards and dares to covertly harm practitioners far exceeding her cultivation level of the 4th stage. Surely, she is not the sole schemer in this world. Moreover, Gu Yuan was still unaware of the full extent of his own strength. Compared to ordinary practitioners, he had yet to encounter those so-called prodigies of sections. What if he were to cross paths with them? When all their hidden cards are revealed, it remains uncertain who would emerge victorious in the end. Killing move. The crux of the matter now lies in the scarcity of second-tier killing techniques. Should there exist an offensive second-tier skill, my prowess would ascend to a whole new level. If only I possessed more insect companions, I could assemble a second-tier insect array. In the insect dwelling. Never mind. Gu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. How could he dare to ponder such things? However, during the day, the two items auctioned off by the man in the hat had lingered in his thoughts. No, he should not allow a single moment to pass without considering them. Chapter 72. The End Crisis. Performance unraveled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The night wind howled, causing the window shutters to creak incessantly. This night, the wind was particularly fierce. Gu Yuan squinted slightly, and at that moment, there came a series of heavy knocks on the door. Come in. The door swung open, and the innkeeper's attendant entered, holding a platter of dishes with a smile plastered on his face. Esteemed guest, your food. He promptly placed the dish on the table. Gu Yuan glanced at the platter, frowning as he inquired, Are you new here? What happened to the attendant who brought me my meal before? Scratched his head, the attendant replied. He suddenly fell ill, so I am here in his stead. Gu Yuan nodded slightly. The attendant turned to leave. Wait. The attendant halted. Gu Yuan smiled faintly. On this dark and windy night, it must be tough for you as a commoner. I ordered quite a bit of food that one person cannot finish. Why not stay and savor a taste? Esteemed guest, that might not be appropriate. The boss will surely reprimand me for this. A flicker of fierce light flashed in Gu Yuan's eyes. The waiter gritted his teeth, staring at the dish on the table, engulfed in hesitation. Creak. The door swung open, and another figure entered, a voluptuous and charming woman, the inn's tea server. What is the matter? The tea server asked, her brow slightly furrowed. The waiter promptly explained the situation to her. After a moment, the tea server sighed. Dear guest, it is not our fault you must stay. Gu Yuan's eyes glinted with a hint of lewdness. The tea server's cheeks flushed crimson, and she immediately realized his intentions. No, I only sell my skills, not my body. Her face turned pale. What? Gu Yuan's palms suddenly flashed with white light, and a fireball swiftly coalesced. The two were momentarily stunned. Then, in a panic, they exclaimed, what does the guest mean by this? I am a cultivator, Gu Yuan chuckled maliciously. So, do you comprehend? Come here at once. The tea server's expression turned furious. The waiter, at a loss for what to do, could only submit under the pressure of their intimidation. As the tea server approached, Gu Yuan erupted in laughter, seizing her fair arm and forcefully pulling her into his embrace. The tea server shivered, fully aware of her inability to resist, and could only grit her teeth in enduring silence. The waiter's brow twitched. Fearing he might be suddenly yanked as well, the guest before him was clearly in a foul mood. Gu Yuan grasped the tea server's chin with one hand while the other began to explore her ample bosom. The tea server's expression turned frantic, her eyes pleading. Yet, Gu Yuan remained unperturbed, his actions utterly shameless. You. Gu Yuan pointed at the waiter. Sit there, drink tea, and eat. Understood? The waiter lowered his gaze. The person before him. A cultivator? Such a beast, a savage creature. Such perverse inclinations. The young attendant gritted his teeth, a fleeting glimmer of unusual color flashing in his eyes. And then he began to devour his food ravenously. Observing this, Gu Yuan's expression gradually relaxed. He chuckled inwardly and continued to eat. Suddenly, Gu Yuan tightened his embrace around the tea girl, his palm anxiously rubbing against her fair skin. He smiled faintly. Tonight, with the darkness and the howling wind. My lord. The tea girl clenched her teeth. I do not wish to. No, you misunderstand. The tea girl inquired. Gu Yuan sneered. The dark night and the fierce wind. Is it not the perfect night for murder? Upon hearing this, the tea girl's pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpoints. Bang! The table shattered, and the young attendant suddenly rose, his aura surging explosively. 8th level of Qi refining. But at that moment, Gu Yuan struck. The attendant felt a sharp pain in his chest. Just as he was about to resist, a cold, lethal blade, the very one from the daytime auction, suddenly lunged at him. At such a close range, he had no time to react. Thud! With a single thrust, the attendant's throat was pierced, and the force propelled him against the wall. The blade penetrating flesh and embedding itself into the wall, pinning him there. The tea girl's face contorted in fury, as her aura surged. She was about to retaliate but found herself in the same dire predicament, as if her heart had been bitten by some unseen force, a sensation incomprehensible to ordinary people. Gu Yuan showed no mercy. With a single stroke of his icy blade, he gravely injured the girl in his arms. How could the tea girl respond? She could only wait in stunned silence for her impending slaughter. Piercing the woman's dantian, Gu Yuan swiftly seized the innkeeper, employing the same method once more, rendering both their cultivations utterly nullified. After thoroughly plundering their storage bags and other belongings, he finally felt a sense of relief. He inquired nonchalantly, was it that fellow from the Tianming Hall who sent you here? You. How could you possibly? The two were still in shock, struggling to comprehend the reality of their own incapacitated powers, particularly the innkeeper, who remained dazed and bewildered. Gu Yuan let out a cold sneer. You truly cannot believe that I would suspect you of poisoning the food, can you? The innkeeper fell silent, gradually realizing the magnitude of the monster he had provoked. From the moment Gu Yuan departed the auction house earlier that day, he had sensed the presence of someone following him. Uncertain of their numbers and capabilities, Gu Yuan decided against concealment and instead laid a trap to capture them. When the food was served, he discreetly employed the Jindu Gu, embedding it within a portion of the meal. This particular Gu was diminutive, nearly imperceptible, making it challenging to discern its presence without activation. The innkeeper's suspicion that the food might be poisoned was simply a manifestation of his own arrogance. As for the tea girl, Gu Yuan swiftly employed the Shirxing Gu to punish her, allowing it to meld into her skin before she had the chance to react. What do you want? The tea girl exclaimed, her face etched with terror. Both had fallen into his grasp, their powers stripped away, plunging them into a state of despair, powerless against his whims. Gu Yuan coldly inquired, pray tell, where might that man in the conical hat, your master, currently reside? The tea girl's pupils dilated in sudden alarm. You shall not pry. The innkeeper gritted his teeth, declaring, We vow to protect our master with our lives. You might as well slay us. Oh, is that so? Gu Yuan chuckled mockingly. In his eyes, the notion of unwavering loyalty was the most ludicrous of sentiments. True fidelity is not merely secured through familial bonds. It requires external coercive measures, such as curses. Did these two possess such means? It remained uncertain. However, he speculated they did not. For both were formidable in their cultivation, likely mere loyal hounds dispatched by the man in the conical hat. Without the foresight to anticipate that two practitioners of the 8th level of Qi refinement could be so easily subdued. With this thought, a faint smile graced Gu Yuan's face as he slowly prepared to act. This room had been specially devised with a simple soundproofing array. Undoubtedly, these two had planned to launch an assault on Gu Yuan this very night. Alas, they were met with a counterattack, and a comprehensive one at that. The two howled in agony, their screams piercing the stillness of the night. Chapter 73, The Assassination Plot. After several minutes, the innkeeper had been reduced to a gruesome pile of flesh, the scene a grotesque blur of horror. As for the tea girl, she endured unspeakable torment, yet ultimately succumbed to the interrogation. With a swift motion, Gu Yuan severed her exquisite head from her body. He then collected the various torturous insects and implements he had employed. No one could withstand the rigors of torture. It was merely a matter of time. The truth has indeed been validated. As for whether the tea girl was correct, in the end, Gu Yuan issued a grave warning. If the information is inaccurate, then all your family members shall descend into hell to accompany you. Upon hearing this, the tea girl could no longer endure it, her mind and body collapsing. Gu Yuan casually discarded the two bodies onto the ground. Then, he suddenly dashed towards the window, his figure flickering, and he instantly vanished into the dark tempest outside. Drunken Moon Tower. This establishment is one of the largest and most prestigious taverns in the state of Chu. Gu Yuan soared to this location. According to the two individuals, the man in the straw hat was leisurely residing within this tavern. That man hailed from the Tianming Hall. Gu Yuan finally recalled that when he had seized the two shadowy children, one of them had claimed to be from the Tianming Hall of Tianchu. Of course, it could have been mere ramblings. Regardless, that individual was not to be trifled with. Acquiring the Blood Rain Curtain and the Blood Sun Demon Soul would not be an easy feat in light of this. Gu Yuan opted for assassination. Yes, to assassinate a disciple of the Tianming Hall. If others were to hear this, they would undoubtedly label Gu Yuan as mad, assassinating a disciple of the Tianming Hall. Such a notion is utterly foreign. At least, the average person would not even dare to contemplate it. For Gu Yuan, he only understood one thing. The other party possessed the resources he desperately required, and a face-to-face transaction was simply out of the question. Moreover, the opponent had already set their sights on him. Gu Yuan leaped onto a rooftop, quietly observing the towering tavern in the distance. The wind howled, and the raindrops began to fall. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The night rain had arrived. Soon, a tempestuous storm descended. Listening to the sounds of the wind and rain around him, Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. The sole trouble within this establishment lies in the presence of a formidable foundation establishment cultivator, the clandestine master of the tavern. For Gu Yuan to eliminate the man in the hat, he must first circumvent this obstacle. Within the tavern, after a thorough investigation, Gu Yuan finally unearthed valuable information, discovering that the man in the hat was on the 7th floor, reveling with a group from another faction in a private room. Excellent. Gu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then his figure flickered. In the private chambers, typically shielded by soundproofing formations for the sake of guest privacy, Gu Yuan's task was clear. He must swiftly eliminate all present or incapacitate them, thereby ensuring his own escape. At this moment, in the 7th floor room, the atmosphere was lively. Come, drink, drink. Hear us to our imminent triumph in the Chu Tian secret realm, where we shall acquire treasures and inherit wealth. A tall, slender youth proclaimed loudly, raising his cup in toast. Indeed. Cheers. At the table, for individuals gathered. Among them was the man in the hat, known as Tang Yu, a disciple of the Tianming Hall, whose expression was dark and brooding. A delicate woman smiled charmingly and inquired, "What troubles you, Yu Ji? Your countenance has been rather grim all evening." "Ha. Tang Yu, I've heard you faced humiliation at the Chu Tian Pavilion auction. A mere royal pawn has been slapping your face incessantly." A corpulent man guffawed heartily. Tang Yu snorted disdainfully, indeed. That individual showed no consideration for the Tianming Hall and even secured the item I coveted. Alas, the tall, slender youth's eyes widened in alarm. This cannot stand. Brother Yu, I suggest we dispose of him directly. The mere royal family of Chu, how laughable. I have heard they are not even princes or princesses, perhaps just some insignificant court official. Such a lowly individual, why should you concern yourself with him? Simply dispose of him and seize the items. The delicate lady slightly nodded in agreement. Indeed, in this minuscule territory, even the most trivial of beings dares to offend those of our esteemed status. How outrageous. It seems the state of Chu has enjoyed tranquility for far too long, leading some to believe they can dismiss all forms of authority. Huh? Enough of this. Tang Yu sighed. This matter has already been delegated to someone, and I expect results shortly. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open. The waiter entered the private room carrying a tray of dishes. After placing the tray on the table, he was about to leave. Wait. Tang Yu spoke coldly. The waiter's expression stiffened as he turned back. What is it, Master Yu? The others were momentarily taken aback. Tang Yu, with an icy demeanor, glanced at the food and the wine jug. Look, these dishes are all contaminated. Contaminated? The others were taken aback. They hastily employed their detection methods, and after a few seconds, gasps filled the air. Damn, there really is. Curse it. There are repulsive little insects in this food. The charming lady exclaimed in disgust. Tang Yu reached out abruptly, seizing the waiter and coldly interrogating, Speak. Why have you done this? The expressions of the others were equally grim. Could this be an intentional act? The waiter's face turned pale. I didn't do anything. My lord, I have no idea why there would be these things in the food. Huh? You are unaware, are you? The tall, slender youth sneered. Could it be that other factions are engaging in mischief before the opening of the Chutian secret realm? The insects present were indeed there. Yet they posed no lethal threat. However, such antics were sufficient to incite widespread ire. Humph. The enchanting woman looked upon the dishes before her with a touch of revulsion, before abruptly rising to her feet. With a swift motion, she seized the waiter as one might lift a small chick. Miss, I intend to inspect the kitchen myself. Do you comprehend? Very well, very well. The waiter lamented, gazing heavenward in despair. What sin had he committed, having done nothing wrong? Thereafter, the delicate woman dragged the waiter away. Bang! The door slammed shut. The expressions of the remaining individuals soured, and naturally, they could no longer partake in the food and drink. What a stroke of bad luck. The tall, slender youth scoffed. The rotund man chuckled heartily. It seems tonight, Brother Yu has passed his misfortune on to us, for how else could we have encountered such ill fate? Tang Yu, however, remained silent. Brother Yu? The tall youth furrowed his brow. Tang Yu sighed. My two subordinates went to investigate the whereabouts of that individual from the auction earlier today, yet as of now, there has been no word from them. This is rather unusual. Oh, come now, Brother Yu. You are overthinking it, the rotund man replied, dismissive yet still jovial. At that very moment, they remained utterly oblivious. Although the enchanting woman had taken the waiter away, the private room still held four individuals. Indeed, Gu Yuan had infiltrated their midst. He had chosen not to employ the same tactics as those two who had attempted to assassinate him earlier. Tang Yu had already become vigilant. Clearly, this incident had indeed stimulated his nerves, indicating that he was a person of cautious disposition. Gu Yuan felt a cold smile spreading within him. He employed all his stealth techniques, standing merely 3 paces away from the trio, yet they remained utterly oblivious. Gu Yuan silently urged the myriad of venomous insects within his body, drawing forth Lin Sha. With a face reflecting murderous intent, he slowly advanced towards the 3.